The story starts, and the first thing we see is a baby with a confused look on his face. He is reincarnated into a fantasy world. He sees a quiet ceiling, and candles all around him instead of light bulbs. It was a fantasy world that lagged behind in civilization compared to Earth. And judging by the fact that the room was big, and a maid stood next to his mother, we can assume that this is a fairly rich household. The baby looks around in amazement, as the soul inside it wonders how lucky it is to be reborn into a fairly decent place. After all, he was just an orphan without a home who died from overwork in his previous life. The baby looks at his mother with blushed cheeks as she calls for her baby with an angelic smile. She was an incredibly beautiful woman, and the baby was somewhat convinced that he would inherit her good looks as well. 3 years later, we see him balancing his toes on top of a wooden stool. He saw the world outside his window for the first time, and as the fresh breeze rustled his hair, he looked enamored with the view in front of him. The world outside his cradle was incredibly huge, even if you took into account that he was a child. He couldn't describe it, but it truly gave him otherworldly vibes. Although his little adventure ended fairly quickly, since the maid spotted him standing at the edge of a tall stool. She nervously held the child in her arms and took him away from the window, complaining that the Grand Duke would never forgive her if something happened to him. This gives us a hint into the social status of this family. The baby, who is now a 3-year-old boy apologizing to his nanny, already knew that his family was part of the Grand Duchy, which was widely known within the kingdom. He was the son of the Grand Duke Dragonia in the Kingdom of Lionheart. In other worlds, he was born as a duke himself. At 8 years of age, we now see him holding onto a magnificent sword. It wasn't overly ornamented, but the sword had sharp edges and a certain feel of preciousness to it, which the boy was incredibly happy with. He started learning swordsmanship as a future knight of the kingdom. As a knight in a fantasy world, he wondered if he would be able to use something like ki or aura as well. His master was a knight dispatched from the royal palace, the Holy Knight, Sir Gothic. As he greeted the boy, we see that the Holy Knight was a stout-looking man with permed hair and a warm smile. He looked to be a person of strong character. The boy responded to his greeting in kindness and wondered what it means to be a Holy Knight. He had a look of excitement and adventure on his face. But when he turned 14, that look had turned into a frown and a half, and the boy was cursing the Holy Knight with every inch of his being, as we see him dragging a massive rock behind him. His insults, non-surprisingly, earned him an extra lap around the field by his teacher. You see, Holy Knights in this world were no less than monsters masked in human skin, and it was extremely hard to qualify to become one. You had to complete quests by training, become a knight of the kingdom through your experience and honor, and be chosen by the Holy Grail and drink the holy water. Moreover, as the son of Dragonia, he had to learn everything there was to know about becoming a Grand Duke on top of that. As all of these thoughts flooded his mind, his teacher found an opening in his stance and knocked him backwards in a split second, warning him to pay more attention to his opponent. His swords broke from that single strike, and his arms trembled as he lied on the ground, huffing for air. The lessons to become the successor of the Grand Duke, on top of training to become a Holy Knight, all of this had left him exhausted. If there really is a God out there, the boy sincerely wished to be saved by his grace. At 16 years of age, we now see him treading through rain with his sexy leather boots. He took a bite of some dried meat, and his eyes seemed to be looking for something specific. He had started roaming around the world in order to be acknowledged by the goddess, and become a holy knight after accepting his quest. Suddenly, he laid his eyes on some yellow light and a stream of smoke in the distance. A small village was on fire while being attacked by the orcs, and the villagers were shouting for help. Maybe it was an opportunity for our hero, since racking up his fame and doing good deeds was exactly the recipe to be acknowledged by the goddess. Inside the village, a few soldiers and fucking Groot from Marvel for some reason was fighting the orcs. A lot of their comrades could be seen defeated on the ground, and the soldiers seemed to be overwhelmed. On the other hand, the orcs were many in number, and they stood tall and excited with the thrill of battle. Thankfully, this was also an opportunity for our hero to wield his sword. As he called for the orcs' attention from behind and taunted them, he wondered if being able to fight so easily was a cause of concern. And as he sliced the orc warrior in half with a single swing of his sword, he wondered if this kingdom perhaps had way too many enemies. At 20 years of age, our hero was laying his eyes upon a living miracle. He had met the goddess, who was as divine and beautiful as you would expect. She addressed him as Leon Dragonia, the son of Wulfric Dragonia. As Leon went down on his knees to greet the goddess, he finally realized that the people weren't lying about her presence. She was as real as my 10,000 subscribers. This is also when the goddess decided to provide him with a quest to prove his honor and faith. And after slaving away for many years, our hero had finally become a stunning holy knight. He wore a shiny armor befitting his grace, and wielded a long sword that was worthy of his power. And after that, all he remembered was slaying his enemies. He slayed the orcs, tore apart goblins, and slashed away the evil cults. Eventually, he became a war knight of the kingdom, giving him the authority to gather other knights. By this point, he had massacred 700,000 orcs, regardless of their gender and age. As he stood atop their green-skinned corpses, he looked incredibly refreshed and accomplished. When he was 35 years old, the living saint and a demigod, Arjun Majesty Lionheart, had passed away. It happened while he was battling the archdemon summoned by the Empire. As our hero led the coffin of his king to the graveyard, he felt frustrated. Orcs were enough of a headache already, but now the fucking demons were running amok as well. He thought how this was the reason mankind needed to believe in gods and live faithfully. Instead of the goddamned lazy magicians of the Empire, Leon firmly believed that a holy knight should be elected as the successor of King Lionheart, who died with honor. And amidst all that chaos, the goddess descended upon her people and elected Leon as the next king, along with being the symbol of honor and faith. Leon agreed to bear the burden of that duty. It was a position of both honor and fatigue, but he could not let down the citizens of the kingdom and the knights who followed him. He transplanted the sacred treasure, the lion heart, from the goddess and vowed to protect the Holy Grail. This is how he put the crown on his head, and how he not only became the Grand Duke of Dragonia, but also the king of the Lionheart Kingdom. After that, our hero went through a lot. He fought 3 great wars with the orcs, and a weird hunchbacked goblin who had turned into an archdemon. With time, the Empire did nothing but create more and more fucked up situations. As he stood atop the bloodied battlefield with his blood-stained armor, a knight came to him with a report. He informed him that the Empire's school of dark magicians was once again enforcing experimentation. Leon knew in his heart that all of this happened because the Empire had accepted the bastards of the northern cult into their territory. Leon had met the goddess multiple times in his life, and he could never accept the people who tried to break away from their faith and tried to convince others to join their cults. This is what happens when you give human rights to those who don't even deserve to be slaves, and Leon wholeheartedly wished to conquer the Empire to overthrow them all. At 96 years of age, the bastards of the Empire had finally done the unforgivable. They had broken the statues of the goddess, and the emperor himself was busy offering 3 million lives to the demonic deities. The fucker who used to say he did not want to die committed suicide along with 3 million citizens from the capital. And from those sacrifices, he summoned the Lord of Chaos in the capital, a ghastly creation that instilled terror in the entire land with a single screech. Leon gathered his knights and took out the holy sword that was still covered with grease and blood of the orcs he had slain last year. And together, they headed to the capital of the Empire. At 121 years of age, the world was already engulfed in darkness. Leon tried his best, but much like my hopes and dreams, the world was being destroyed. He held a torn doll in his hand that he picked up from the ashes. He tried to defeat all evil with all of the holiness that existed on the continent, but in the end, he couldn't stop them. Amidst a mountain of corpses, he sat alone with a single knight by his side. He told his knight to be proud, because his father died with honor and joined the feast of the gods. And even though he was sorrowful, the knight had already accepted his father's death. As Leon stood up and instructed all of his troop to face the front, he asked them if they could hear the sound of the villains across their land, an army of demons outside their castle, the women in their homes who swallowed their tears and consoled their children, the youths gathering the dying flames of resistance on their hands, and the knights trying to plant seeds of hope in a wasteland soaked with blood. He asked his men if they could hear the villains who have taken away their loved ones. Leon was now the owner of the Holy Sword, the Holy Spear, and the Holy Grail, and with all that power, he asked his men to enrage, and enrage eternally. He asked them to be enraged at the fools who are deceived with victory. And he asked them to remember just one thing: as long as they have honor, they will not lose. And so, King Leon summoned the Holy Sword in his hand, a magnificent weapon crafted by the gods. Mounted atop his white stallion, he fought his battle for the goddess. He fought his battle for honor. And he fought his battle for his kingdom. With his youth granted to him by the goddess, he shouted at the top of his lungs for his army to charge the enemy. That winter, they fought the final battle with billions of demons who had swarmed the earth. The barbarian slaves had to act as the meat shields as the knights fought to death with the monsters. And the chosen agent of all gods and all holy temples, Leon, he alone defeated the demons until the end. He tore apart countless demon lords and archdemons, and showed those bastards the absolute power of a true holy knight. Even at 217 years of age, his winter had yet to end. To this day, he was fighting tireless against his enemies. More and more years passed in the blink of an eye, and at 256 years of age, he destroyed the last remaining demon gate. Now, there was nowhere left for the demons to escape. Leon looked back at the poor and lowly servants of evil and taunted them that they're stuck with him on this land. He was ready to kill every last one of them, and the demons knew they were fucked. Leon was a single man, but the ones cornered were still the demons. Finally, at 300 years of age, we see him severing the neck of a humongous archdemon with a single slash. There's a blue portal next to the decapitated body of the monstrous creature, and a group of people stood in the middle. The people look stunned, as they question how someone managed to defeat an archdemon in a single strike. A strike powerful enough to decapitate its gargantuan head. And then, they laid their eyes upon Leon. who stood there with all the yellow radiance of his holy energy and commanded the courageous fighters to rise and fight alongside him. A red-haired girl who seemed hurt, and a man who had come to her aid. They both looked surprised and nervous to see the commanding presence of the man in front of them, and asked for his identity. Right next to the archdemon's head, my man was glowing in yellow like Super Saiyan 3 Goku, and as naked as the day he was born. He told the people in front of the portal that his name was King Lionheart, a knight of the glorious Holy Order, and the agent who carries out the will of the holy temples. Leon Dragonia Lionheart, that was his name, and he announced it once again as he turned around with his censored schlong in full exposure. I don't understand how this dude can look so elegant and cool despite standing buck naked in front of a crowd, but I'm here to admire him. Not this lady though, she's just shocked. Maybe to hear that he's a king, or maybe just because his presence is too massive, in more ways than one. In any case, Leon was exactly 300 years old when he first came across the people who were called the Earthlings. And at this point, out of the countless demons who had invaded his world, not a single one remained. All by his lonesome, the Night King had eradicated the entire demon populace from his land. We now see the counterpart of this story. A dungeon gate with an unidentifiable rank had appeared in the capital of Korea, Seoul. The Korean Hunter Association and the World Hunter Association both requested that the nation's largest guilds participate in the raid. But the requests were denied due to the fact that the difficulty of the gate was unknown. In the end, the red-haired girl and the man next to her, they were part of the Korean Hunter Association's raid team who were ordered by the government to go inside first, which was essentially an execution sentence for these people. And what the girl saw inside that gate was a naked man with blonde hair and blue eyes. His presence so commanding that the girl stood staring at him for minutes. And that man stood alone inside an endless field of demonic corpses that he slaughtered himself. The next thing we know, the girl is suited up in an office and is so entranced by what she witnessed in the gate that she can't even hear her name being called by her colleague. Her name is Han Hari, and she's the associate manager of the Korean Hunter Association. And the colleague offering her coffee is Kim Jinsu, who happens to be the head manager of the Korean Hunter Association. Jinsu asks Hari how things have been going, and the girl replies that no one is believing her as they expected. After all, they survived a black-ranked demon gate with an archdemon as its boss. Coming back alive without the help of other guilds was already a miracle, but they even managed to clear the gate. So of course, no one is willing to believe them. All of this was possible because of a single naked man with a sword in his hand. And now, that same man, Leon, sat inside an interrogation room with his arms crossed. As his interrogation was going on beyond the screen, Hari asked Jinsu if Leon is one of the survivors from inside the gate. Jinsu replied in affirmation. You see, there were occasional incidents of people who managed to survive in the realm beyond the gates that appeared all over Earth. These gates are linked to different worlds that are on the verge of destruction, or have already been destroyed, and sometimes survivors of those worlds manage to come back to Earth through these very same gates. And even after their arrival on Earth, these people maintain the unbelievable strength they had earned in the demonic realms. That's why the governments of the world always tried their best to cater to the needs of these survivors and set plans to scout them. Right now, both Hari and Jinsu are in complete agreement that they must scout Leon no matter what. After all, his strength is something they had never witnessed before. Jinsu remarks that even high-rank hunters have to risk their lives when fighting a high-ranking demon, and Leon managed to kill such a demon with a single effortless swipe of his sword. Not to mention, it was a monster so strong that even the most skilled S-rank hunters would be afraid of. Leon didn't simply defeat it, he decapitated its head. Overpowered him by such a large margin that he had the time to stand there like a goddamn ballerina. All while looking like a total badass. But right now, Jinsu is more worried that Leon is some sort of royalty from the way he addressed himself, and might have trouble adjusting to the different culture of Earth. Hari comments that it should be fine. She has a visible blush on her face as she remembers Leon in all his naked glory, and says that he looked like a really nice person. Lol, it looks like the first waifu has already been acquired. But still, her fantasy is cut short when he hears an enraged shout of our hero from inside his interrogation room. His roar was so powerful that it shattered the demon-proof glass of his room, which was yet another unprecedented event for Hari and Jinsu. Leon looked furious as he stood next to a broken table. He was lecturing the interrogator for mocking the glorious name of the Lionhearts, and the baldy interrogator was apologizing profusely. Jinsu asks Hari if she still thinks he's a nice person, and the nervously sweating girl replies that it's probably just some cultural difference. We're taken back to 15 minutes earlier, when Leon sat in front of the interrogator with cameras recording their every movement. Leon couldn't help but feel out of place, which is probably a given. During his first life on Earth, he was just an orphan who labored in his 20s, before eventually dying of exhaustion. After that, he got reincarnated into another world, and eventually became a Night King who ruled over his kingdom for more than a century. After becoming a king, he restlessly hunted down the demons for more than 200 years. That was 300 years in total, and Leon thinks that it's a miracle that he still retains the memories of his past life. While he was thinking about all that, the baldy in glasses called out for his attention. He greeted our hero with his full name and looked a little nervous while addressing him. Leon figured that it's probably not beneficial for him to reveal the fact that he used to be an Earthling. After all, a Night King who lived for 300 years in the other world is much better than a guy in his 20s who died from overworking himself. So, Leon sparks his signature look of superiority and orders the peasant baldy to refer to him as His Majesty. Leon clearly looks like a person that's well above the baldy's pay grade to handle, as we see him sweating literal bullets of sweat. He caves into the pressure and nervously agrees to call Leon His Majesty while scratching his head. Leon is happy to see that he's tagging along, but wonders if he's doing it because he's just a nice person, or if the government is just really careful about approaching survivors like himself. The baldy moves along the conversation by saying that the Majesty's world had come into contact with theirs, and his hunters have informed him that His Majesty was the one who killed all those demons. Without an ounce of hesitation, Leon quickly replies with a yes. But then he proceeds to intimidate the poor baldy once again, by making it clear that he was the one who killed all those evil species and protected the honor of the knights. Not just that, he goes as far as to tell the baldy to become his personal secretary, saying that he will be given the privilege of recording his glorious history. In the end, Baldy nervously agreed and chalked it all down to cultural differences. But while he was busy writing his report, Leon commented in an annoyed tone that the baldy lacks the etiquette to treat a royalty. In reality, he was just saying that he's hungry, and the baldy was quick to catch on as he hurriedly called some people to arrange the food. With that request out of the way, Leon asked the man to tell him more about this world. He needed to know what had happened to Earth while he was gone, and the baldy was happy to answer any of his questions. He explained that the nightmare on Earth started 30 years ago, when gates began to open all over the world like they did in Solo Leveling, and monsters and demons started appearing out of them. After that, the world has been in a constant state of emergency. After taking a lot of losses, humans started to realize that each one of these gates has a theme and a clear condition, and if the gate is left unattended, there will be a dungeon break in which the monsters start invading the Earth. While he was explaining that, there was a knock on the door, and the baldy glasses got up to take the food. In the meanwhile, Leon put a finger on his chin, and started noticing the differences between their worlds. In his world, the demons started invading like mushrooms after a rain, but this place has gates with different clear conditions and quests. To him, it feels as if the universe is under a trial, a hammer forged by the gods to train the humans through different trials. This is when the door to the room opened again, and Baldy came in with the piping hot food he ordered. The food was placed in front of Leon, and he stared at it in wonder. His eye twitched as he looked at the glittering Korean cuisine in front of him. The bone broth boiled for hours that's topped with salt, pepper, and some crunchy kimchi. In his previous life where he worked as a laborer, this exact dish was like a soul food to him. People are bound to enjoy the food that they know more than something new, but Leon forced himself to swallow down the saliva accumulating in his mouth. He was essentially served a food for peasants, and as a king, his pride wouldn't allow him to eat it in front of anyone else. He knew something had to be done to maintain his high standing. So, he slammed the desk in absolute anger and shouted why a royal like him was served the food of commoners. The baldy was trembling in fear at his unexpected rage, and couldn't even open his mouth to apologize. Leon Dragony Lionheart, he was a royal from the other world. A proxy for the gods. The guardian of the Holy Grail, and the owner of the Holy Blade and the Holy Spear. The arch-nemesis of the demons who has killed millions of their kind. He was the incarnation of the history of the 300-year war itself. And lastly, he was a returner who used to be an Earthling. This is what this man thought when he returned to Earth after 300 long years. It's an absolute fucking mess. Leon, who is a stout believer of his goddess, truly thinks that the people of Earth are in such a mess because they lack proper religious faith. Enlightening the foolish peasants is the duty of the royal family, and despite having returned to Earth, he was still a Night King at heart. The Night King, Leon, RMC, did not appreciate that the previous meal reminded him of his peasant past. So, Baldy arranged for him a delectable-looking steak. This food seemed to satisfy him, as he was eating quietly without causing a ruckus. While Leon enjoyed the food, Jinsu wondered how he recognized their normal food. Meanwhile, Hari was just glad that he was enjoying the T-bone steak and the expensive wine. Jinsu's cowardice takes over though, and he tells Hari to go in and talk to him first. Even the thought of it frightens her though, and she gives an excuse that she can't use historical language, but Jinsu tells her that he seems more interested in talking to her. After all, he had called her brave, so he might not kick her out of the room entirely. Hari is just stunned, wondering how that's even relevant. Anyways, the interrogation room door opens and Hari walks in, referring to Leon as Your Majesty. She minds her manners, apologizing for interrupting him while he has his supper. Leon wipes his mouth with a napkin and notices that she's the swordswoman from earlier. He tells Hari to sit, and she is overjoyed. Finally, she could be of use in that weirdly underdressed professional attire. She puts her arm on her back and gives a thumbs up for her team to see on the cameras. She sits down and asks Leon if the meal was to his liking, and he says that it wasn't bad. He could feel the passion that the chef had for cooking within the food. He tells her why he was being an asshole. It wasn't because the food was for peasants, but because they had a sour attitude towards a king. He tells her that you should treat royalty from a foreign nation with the utmost respect, and asks her if that's not a thing in their country. Hari is just dumbfounded and doesn't know what to say, so she just tells him that their lack of knowledge was the reason why they didn't treat him properly. In either case, Leon forgives her and asks for her name, only remembering the Han part. She tells him her full name, which was Han Hari. Leon tells her that he heard about this world from the Baldi. He refers to the demons as wicked things, and asks for a confirmation of whether the demons have really appeared on Hari's realm. She confirms it for him, and we get a small glimpse of what Hari's mission was. Her goal was to get him into the Hunters Association by any means necessary. I mean, she was dressed like a honeypot, might as well try that approach. Hari wanted him to be part of Korea's warfare strategy against the demons, and asked him if he would like to be taken care of by the South Korean government. The entirety of the 21st century intelligence war revolved around scouting survivors, and she had to make sure that Leon didn't join another country. Leon thinks about it for a moment, making strict eye contact with the nervous agent. He tells her that if he's in this world, and he must live here now, his duty as an honorable knight was to keep on fighting. This excited her. She thought she had him in her grasp, and asked him to join the Hunters Association. However, things were not going to go her way. He tells her that a king would never be a soldier in another nation's army, and that he would create a new knight's order on Earth. Hari is rightfully left doused in confusion. Through the camera, they spectate the conversation, and know that Hari could only nod and do nothing as this incredibly powerful man told her his plan. After the conversation, Hari comes out and asks Jinsu what the higher-ups said about this whole ordeal. He tells her that there wasn't much to be said, they need all the support. Thankfully, Leon wasn't going to another country or a large guild, so they were in the clear. Hari was disappointed that the association went with the government's needs to bow down to Leon. She's major pissed at the large guilds that flaunt their wealth and power to take away most of the survivors. This reminds Jinsu about something related to the Phoenix Guild. As he was about to speak though, an alarm starts going off, and we see Hari's full outfit again, and I still can't believe that's being considered professional. Anyways, they get a notification that a dungeon gate had appeared at Hanum Plains, which sounds like something straight out of Zelda. Jinsu is anxious because this was near a granary, and if a dungeon break occurred, it could hinder food production, which would seriously fuck up the economy. Hari talks about how the Phoenix Guild has an S-rank hunter named Li Yongwei, and he would easily be able to stop the orange-colored gate. Jinsu is angry and very suspicious regarding this though. He thinks that the Phoenix Guild have something malicious planned. He's screaming at them out of rage, and Leon can hear that through the door. He heard everything that was said through the door, and he knew that they were in trouble. Leon raised his head, sensing the holy energy flowing through him. He thought about how when a dungeon break occurs, the ground gets infected and crops die, unable to grow again. However, that wasn't a thing in this world. As he looks into the energy flowing through his hand, he remembers someone, and in his heart he asks if she's well. The person he was thinking about was Demra, someone from his beautiful kingdom in the past. We see a hooded woman walking, her hair twirling around in the wind. She stops and gives us a glance of her beautiful smile, but not a look at her face. We see the crops getting demented as an orange tint covers them. The orange gate is swirling through the field. It stands menacingly static above the crops. We see the Phoenix Guild arriving at the scene, and one of the members asks Hunter Li Yongwen, the guildmaster of the Phoenix Guild, about what was happening. Li looks at the person asking him, and asked if they were from the Hunter Association. It was Section Chief Jinsu, and along with him was the redhead rookie Hari. Jinsu notices that Li let the dungeon break occur on purpose because the Hunter Association didn't accept their request. Basically, the Phoenix Guild was requesting a tax exemption for the profits of gates, and since they were making a lot of profits from the byproducts that they obtained from the gates, such as magic crystals and materials from the concerts, they weren't allowed that. The government couldn't allow that because they had trillions in taxes to pay. They already had enough benefits due to being a large guild, but this was crossing a line. Hari tells him that they need to close the gate right now, and if they leave it even longer, it could result in the authority of the gate being handed over. Li pretends that his guild members were gravely injured and they can't raid like this, even though they were standing behind him smirking. He tells them that he will try doing it tomorrow, but he's not sure if that's possible. Hari gets annoyed and yells at him because the Hanum Plains could get infected and result in starvation for a whole region. Li laughs at her patriotism and childishness. He tells her that in this world, money and power is the only justice she will find. Suddenly, they hear a voice talking to Li, calling him shallow and old-fashioned. Hari and Li turn around and notice that it was Leon walking towards them. He walks in and tells Hari to only call him by his title and never use his name. Li starts asking Leon who the hell he is, but our hero just tells him to shut up. Leon gets enraged at the hunter, calling him lowly. Li starts wondering who Leon even is, calling one of the few S-rank hunters in the world lowly. Lee starts revving up his powers and asks Leon if he wants to die, while Hari is just trying to de-escalate the situation. She tells Lee that he's a survivor, and that leaves the guildmaster sweating. He bows his head and says that he was rude, and introduces himself as the guildmaster of the Phoenix Guild. He asks Leon if he came from the gray-colored guild, but Leon just tells him that he won't repeat himself. He ignores Lee, and asks Jinsu what the problem was. He didn't know the details of this gate, so he wanted a proper summary. Jinsu and Hari were excited to see that Leon would help. Hari tells him that it was a dungeon break, telling him that a large amount of demonic elements will come out and infect the land here if it wasn't stopped. The crops would stop growing, and everyone would starve. Hari tells him about the importance of the Hanum Plains as a granary as they walked, and how the demonic energy was spreading through the soil. He asks her for the solution to this issue. She tells him that the only way is to clear the dungeon and get rid of it completely. Leon understands the situation as he walks towards it. He tells her to call their forces. Tomorrow, when the Phoenix Guild's rights over the dungeon would be over, Leon, the king of the knights, would step into this portal. Hari was glad that he made this decision, but Leon had one condition. He was a king from a foreign land, and he could not do military activities in other countries, so he needed permission from South Korea's king. Hari tells him that it's probably fine, but Leon says that things must be done according to the rule of law, and scolds her for being a bad knight. Lee is looking at them from afar, thinking that Leon was even worse than him. Anyways, they contacted the president, who was on a plane, and got the proper permission procedure done. Hari walked up to Leon at nighttime and told him that she made the preparations. She showed him a doll and asked him how he intended to use these. He told her that their precious land was infected and that he had a plan to purify it. She's confused. How would a straw doll be of help in this situation? Leon had requested 2 things. One of them was a straw doll made specifically by women who had given birth. She showed him to a room where the women were, and he asked if these were the wives that made the dolls, and Hari confirmed that. The room was full of women holding straw dolls in their hands, and Leon asked them to show him their creations one by one. He saw the first doll and he wasn't impressed. He looked at it in disbelief, and the woman who made it was left nervous by his reaction. He thought the doll was a piece of shit, and considered it a fail as he destroyed the doll. The second doll was a weird chicken man, which was also a fail. The third doll just looked dumb, and he got angry and threw it away. After so many dolls went down the drain, and so much straw was wasted, Leon hadn't found anything. However, an old married woman caught Leon's attention with her creation. It was a beautifully made doll in a green dress with bows in its hair. He held the woman's hand and asked her how many children she had birthed. She told him it was 12, and he applauded her for it. He kissed her hand and apologized, saying normally he would have bestowed a medal and a gift on her, but due to his current situation, he's unable to do so. He now had the doll he wanted, and the purification could start. He put the doll on a small table in the field, with a candle to light the area. As the conditions were met, Leon put out his hand and gestured it in a way, with a blue energy circle revolving around his wrist. He grabbed a gorgeous chalice out of a small portal he made with the wrist circle. He called out to the goddess of the land as he held the chalice in his palm. The Phoenix Guild watched as Leon offered the doll of harvest to the goddess on behalf of the earthlings. The chalice began to shine with holy energy as the sun started to rise behind him. The chalice started filling up with water, slowly and gradually until it was fully filled. Hari noted how the chalice filled up on its own, and was shocked out by this. As the sun rose on the field, the chalice began to overflow and the water began seeping out all over the place. The droplets fell onto the table, and started moving automatically towards the doll. Leon was monologuing internally about how this new day would be quite special for Earth. The water moved towards the doll, making its way inside of it. Lee and his boys were terrified when they saw this, and one of them noticed something shocking. The doll stood up on its own. The doll started speaking, referring to Leon as Lionheart. He bowed his head and greeted her. It was Mother Earth. You see, this was the goddess of life and abundance, her name, Demira. She greeted our hero and was glad to see him. We know for certain that this land would be filled with divinity. This story has gotten so interesting, I can't even make fun of anything anymore. Anyways, Leon bows his head to Demira, calling her the divine being ruling over life and fertility. Demira looks at him with a smile on her face and notes that this new land was contaminated by evil. He tells her that the evil has arrived here, but there is no divinity. He tells her not to look at the greedy bastards behind him, as they might sully her opinion of Earth. Demira is a wise goddess. She states that ignorance and greed cannot always be judged as sins. According to her, those are like an instinct to mortals. She looks up at our hero and asks him what he plans on doing here. He tells her that despite blending in with the swordsmen, he has the authority of a divine conqueror. He looks determined as he tells her that he will ensure that duty and authority can be equal on Earth, and take the ignorant people towards the right path to follow. He will do so until a new pantheon of heroes arises on Earth, making Demira smile at his answer. She points her arm at him and asks him if he has a favor to ask of her, saying that her and the other goddesses are ready. He bows to the goddess even more as he can feel her divine presence surround him. He begs her that the citizens of Earth are suffering because of evil energies, and he wants her to heal and purify the land, even if it is something she does not wish to do. She puts out her hand, telling him that he is their champion, and that his favor would be granted. Out of her fingerless doll arm, a drop of water emerges. She promises to spread her divinity on Earth, calling it hella thirsty for being so dry. The drop of water falls down off of her arm and moves slowly towards the ground. She promises him that everything that walks on this earth will be his ally, through her divine blessing, as the drop hits the ground and an explosion of holy energy emerges. The plants begin to regain life, they begin to nourish and prosper. Jinsu, Hari and the Hunter Association members are standing there shocked, unable to process what was even unfolding before their eyes. Leon looks back at them, telling them that they must come out of their ignorance and learn. The field grows healthy, shining as perfectly as a bar of gold, as Leon shows them a world that is blessed with divinity. In front of their eyes, they see the most incredible rice grain that they had ever laid their eyes on. Leon showed them the duty of a living being, as they simply could not understand what just happened. This fertile land was the proof of Leon's eternal promise, as Demira and Leon stood forth looking at the mortals. Lee is nervous now. He was getting screwed over by someone he didn't even know existed, so he acted. He screamed at everyone, telling them that magically grown crops are poisonous, as everyone knows. Leon is annoyed. He's pissed that this ignorant idiot would even consider the crops blessed with divinity as poison, and he tells it like it is. Of course, Lee oversteps his boundaries, calling Demira a stupid straw doll. Leon gives him a look that makes him almost shit his pants, telling him to keep his filthy mouth shut. He is scared, as he should be. I'd piss myself if I were him. He couldn't let this happen though. His boys relied on him for that money and his plan was about to be ruined completely. So, he came up with an idea to expose Leon's lies. He walks ahead and says that they need to prove that this crop is safe for the sake of those who will eat it. He's sure that he can frame Leon as a fraud, so he provides his homie as an appraiser. The appraiser walks up to the crops, and he puts his hands out, testing out the stats of the rice grains. He looks at the crops and is completely shocked, the blue light on his face highlighting the sweat dripping down from it. He is in so much disbelief that he cannot even speak properly. This was blessed rice, a rare rank item that could cure any tier 3 diseases with multiple consumptions of the rice. He starts losing his mind when he sees that all the rice was a rare rank, and he tells them that it cures all diseases including cancer. Hari is overjoyed, and Jinsu is shocked. Meanwhile, Leon and Demira look proudly, knowing they have won over the hearts of the non-believers. Jinsu asks his squad to get a pot from the chief's house. He wanted to see it in action. The pot was placed in the middle of the field. I mean, why? Y'all really want to burn this field? It cures cancer for fuck's sake. After cooking the rice, having a bite and testing out the stats, he's completely shocked. His stamina recovery rate was increased by 100 each minute, and his mana recovery by 50 each minute. This was a reinforcer. Jinsu couldn't believe how a simple rice could be a reinforcer better than a bottle that costed 3 million won. However, his lunch was interrupted by Hari running in with some news. She came up to him and told him she had big news, and he told her to speak when she was done chewing. She gulped the rice really fast and started talking. Well, our dear moronic Haru got curious and ate a bug. Now, before you go judging her just like Jinsu is, you should note that it gave her a buff, which everyone was shocked after hearing. Jinsu wonders if the blessing is really all over the land, then it means all living creatures on it are also blessed. So, the Hunter Association squad is ordered by Jinsu to grab as many critters as possible. They were gonna need all the buffs they could get before they go into that gate. Demira looked at Leon and called out to him. He looked back at her. Demira tells Leon that her job here seems to be done, and she will now be going back. He kneels and bows to the goddess and promises to never forget the divine love she has bestowed upon them. Demira tells him that she will bless him with one last lecture before she departs, as he kept his head down in respect. She tells him to make sure he's well fed, as she gives him a glimpse of her true ethereal form and her divine face. She leaves the doll's body, and the doll goes limp. It plops onto the table, becoming an inanimate object. Hari walks up to Leon, as he ruminates on Demira's leaving. She asks him what this was, and he tells her it was divine power. Leon asks her if there is a god in their world, but she's not sure. Leon tells her something that he truly believes in. He says that a world is made with divine power, the source of all life. He tells her that since the soldiers are fully nourished, they shall go to the gate. I said shall. This Leon guy is wearing off on me. Hunter Lee's looking at this with disdain, and one of his homies tells him that there will be problems with their plan at this rate. Lee is very pissed at our survivor hero, and his anger would get the better of him if he didn't control himself. He thinks about how if Leon hadn't intervened, the government would have had to listen to their request, and wish that Leon would just die inside the gate. This gives Lee an idea, an epiphany of sorts. The only thing that was missing was a comical light bulb lighting up above his head. His villainous face is overtaken by a smug grin. He has probably had a terrible idea to kill our hero inside the gate. His buddy boy asks him what he's cooked up, but he tells him to not worry about it. He talks about how the gate has already been raided a little, and the middle was a little difficult. Then, he remembers one thing: there is only one high ranker among them, and that was Hari. He thinks that Leon is probably some blessing-type buffer, and he assumes that Leon will be shit at combat. He turns literally into the Joker, as he assumes that our hero and the Hunter Association will certainly fail at the task at hand. You see, inside the gate, there is a monster. This monster is a large and terrifying demon, and it is simply impossible to defeat it using ordinary means. A warning alert starts going off, announcing that the dungeon break is beginning. This meant that all the lives of the living beings in the gate were now on countdown. This also means that Mr. Lee from the Phoenix Guild will probably get his ass whooped by our hero in the next episode. The portal gate opened to an icy cold landscape, with the freezing winds blowing as even mere drops of water froze into spears of ice. The sound of footsteps could be heard, as it seemed that our hero and his group had finally arrived to cleanse this orange gate. So it was, King Leon and the rest of the Hunters Association had arrived, including Hari and Jinsu. They looked straight out of Attack on Titan in their leather jackets, their dual swords and the heavy equipment on them, and they were ready for a fight. Leon had exposition dumped on him. After being explained about how to close the dungeon gates, he noted that it was only possible to close one after he cleared the quest or defeated the boss. He seemed excited by the idea of dueling with the boss. Meanwhile, Hari was walking ahead of him and thinking of how the Hunters Association would usually gank the boss by ganging up on him. As they walked in deeper, corpses began to emerge through the thick layer of fog. Leon noted this, but he wasn't too surprised. He had seen too many corpses in his lifetime as the Night King. He notes that there are probably a lot of monsters in this dungeon, especially since there's a ton of corpses around. Hari cuts in, telling him that this was the dungeon's characteristics. Leon had no idea what this meant, and she explained. Most of the time when you kill a bunch of monsters, they stay dead. The numbers then eventually dwindle out until you only have the boss remaining. Here, with the characteristic of reawakening, and these monsters didn't matter how many monsters they were able to kill. As long as the boss was still alive, they would consistently be reawakened in the form of skeletons or zombies. Leon finds this interesting, and he knows that his main target is now the boss. He needs to do whatever it takes to kill the boss as fast as possible to clear the dungeon properly. As they keep walking through the icy cold dungeon, he notes that it must be a boss dungeon then, and Hari agrees with him, stating that the boss is probably a necromancer who can control skeletons. As she was finishing her train of thought though, a red alert showed up in the form of a notification window. Hari saw this, and she was a bit nervous. You see, the dungeon break had begun. The death sentence had started, and everything alive within the gate would now have a time limit. The boss, the Commander Knight Dullahan, would now be advancing towards them with his troops, and they only had 3 hours to wrap this up. A sharp pain was felt through everyone's head. They could tell the arrival of the Commander Knight was nigh. They tried to compose themselves, but the pain was so much that they let out screams. Jinsu worried that the Phoenix Guild leader not telling him about this before, and now they were in the thick of it. Hari stood there shaking in fear, as they could see their impending doom approaching. Leon stood next to her, pretty unbothered by what he was witnessing. There it was, a helmet that would terrify even the most powerful of guild members, one that could only belong to an awesome boss like the Commander Knight Dullahan. He rode a terrifying horse, seated on it atop a big rock, commanding an army of hundreds of skeletons who were rushing at our hero's group. He was a spectacle for the eyes, looking like the Witch King of Angmar out here, and they only had 2 hours and 58 minutes to kill him. The skeletons were approaching steadfastly. They donned armor and had weapons in their fleshless hands. Their glowing blue eyes were spreading fear among the hunters. The hunters noted that there were so many of them. Meanwhile, another one asked Jinsu if they should distribute the potions. Of course, there was no time to think too much about anything, and he ordered them to focus on handing them to the upper ranks. The fight immediately started as Jinsu asked an archer named Mashik on how many archers and mages the enemy legions had. Mashik was shooting arrows, and with their enchanted eye, they noted that there were 30 archers and 2 mages among the skeletons. Jinsu ordered the hunters who could snipe to take care of the long-ranged mobs first, and anyone else with a shield would form a barrier to stop them from advancing onto them. The enemy was on its way, hundreds of undead soldiers marching towards them with a menacing look. As the hunters' leader told them to fight as hard as they can, come hell or high water, they were clearing this gate by any means necessary. The undead army began its attack, as the swordsmen pushed up towards our heroes and started to lunge. Jinsu held his shield high to stop the oncoming attack by the tall-ass skeletons. The clash of the metals on the sword and the shield released a heavy shockwave. Jinsu could feel the strength of these skeletons. They weren't regular ones, they're much more powerful than he had thought. He noted that the orange gates had hella variety, and this put them in a tricky situation. Of course, no matter how strong the skeleton was, he bashed it in the skull with his large hammer and sent it flying away. They weren't going to be much trouble for Jinsu. He was a tank, and not just a newbie either, he was a B-rank tank. Suddenly the chief could feel a blue light which was glowing across the fighting arena. This was the work of the mages. The skeletal mages had advanced spells that they were throwing around and hurting the fighters and ranged archers with, and they were being quite the pain in the hunters' asses. Jinsu noted that he needed to grab their attention so that the rest could remain safe, as he could just block their spells. So, he screamed out to the mages, alerting them to his location. It worked. Their attention was diverted towards the chief, but they had a mean look in their eye and glowing orbs in their bony fingers. They started throwing the magical bombs towards the shield heroes, and while it did damage to them, it also took out a bunch of the undead as well. Jinsu told his shield gang that it was just a little sting, and that they should use the expensive gear to keep holding them back. However, before he could even finish that sentence, a terrifying view emerged in front of them. It was the Knight Commander Dullahan himself, riding on his celestial shadowy steed. He had made his way to Jinsu through the smoke. The chief stared into its eyes, terrified and shaking as he knew the fight was brought to him instead. Dullahan was horrifying to look at. He held his head in his hands, donning a brutalist spiky black armor with flames emanating from where his head was supposed to be. Within a flash, Dullahan's humongous broadsword connected with the chief's shield, sending a wave of dark energy into it. Jinsu could only look and do nothing in this moment. The speed was unmatched. The attack was so devastating that it sent Jinsu flying backwards like a bullet from a revolver. His body went dragging through the rocky surface of the ice-cold dungeon as he finally smashed into a wall to break his fall. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but okay. His expensive equipment and shield did nothing to protect him from the blast of that attack, as he lay there coughing in a tiny corner now made for him inside the wall. Hari was overwhelmed with worry when she saw this. Leon stood next to her not feeling much of anything. One of the soldiers came up to Hari and said that they needed to save him. She asked Hari, as she was the assistant manager, to send in the reserve forces to help with the fight as well. Hari was having a tough time making this decision. She fully understood the situation but did not wish to commit to something. As the Commander Knight swung his broadsword around at speeds they couldn't even dream of, they realized that they needed to help the shield guys or it would be the end for them. Their reserves forces were King Leon, and Hari didn't know what to expect from him, but she decided to ask him nonetheless. She looked at him and started talking to him. She put her hand on her chest and asked him to help them. There was a desperation in her eyes, and he could sense it too. He looked at her for a moment, unable to think of what to say. Ultimately, he said no to fighting the skeletons because this battle was too small for a king like him. Hari was confused as Leon told her to build her own honor, berating her for even asking to help with those skeletal weaklings. He looked into her eyes with disdain, telling her that it would be rude to the goddess if they didn't even try fighting them after the blessings they were provided. Hari had no idea what he was even trying to imply, but the troops were waiting on Hari for an answer. She had to make a decision. So, now that she knew that Leon had no intention of helping them, she decided to stop wasting time. Leon was only interested in Dullahan, curious as to how an undead could move like that. So, it was time for Hari to go in. She was going to take on Dullahan first and foremost, she decided as she pulled out her sword, ready for combat. She ordered the rest to support the chief and their allies, while she went in for the Headless Horseman. Hari rushed in with her sword in her hand. This was a sight to behold, as we were about to have an actual fight on our hands. She had her target in sight. She wasn't going to focus on any of the small fry and go for Dullahan himself. She used the skeletons like stepping stones, jumping on their faces and doing some uniquely weird acrobatics to build momentum in her movement. She leaped high into the air, spinning around like a yo-yo as her sword began to blaze. She had the drop on Dullahan. This would surely be the killing blow she needed to end this at once. A loud clang could be heard, as it sounded like Hari's sword had connected with Dullahan's armor. A shockwave flew through the arena, as the undead legions were pushed back because of it. However, that wasn't the case. Dullahan blocked Hari's attack with his broadsword. He had seen her coming a mile away and she had no idea. She couldn't believe that her attack was blocked with such speed, but she had a game plan. She knew that she had to separate Dullahan from the crowd. Once he was isolated, she could start attacking. However, Dullahan's face appeared in front of her and stared into her eyes. She was confused what this meant. Immediately, as the head began to fall, she noted that a punch was coming her way. He threw his head to block her view, and used it to sneakily ready up a surprise attack that would give him the advantage in the fight. Hari was in disbelief that an undead was fighting like this, pulling out 300 IQ plays. Thankfully, she blocked the attack with her sword, but the power in the punch was still too high. She went flying backwards, in a shockwave that blasted through the air and landed her into a wall. In trying to save Jinsu, she had immediately suffered the same fate as she coughed the pain away for a bit. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she noted that Dullahan had made his way towards her within a mere instant of her getting up. She had safely managed to separate him from the crowd, though, and now she could start fighting him properly. As the demonic Commander Knight readied another attack, he could see fiery embers surging around Hari. It was time that Hari decided to show the true range of her skills with her sword, and this range was going to be immense. A fiery explosion occurred from her sword slash. It was a powerful move that turned into a blast of energy that destroyed a whole radius in front of her. The Commander Knight was throwing a fit of frenzy from this explosion, and this was going to be Hari's opportunity to attack. She readied up her sword from one final slash, ready to finish this once and for all. In a moment, she struck, going straight for Dullahan's head with the sharpest edge of her sword. However, things were not going to be this easy for the assistant manager, as her attack came to an underwhelming halt. Dullahan had blocked the piercing strike with the blunt end of his blade, and Hari was now stuck in a needlessly difficult situation. In other words, this lady was fucked. She tried to duck under Dullahan's frightening new stance, hoping to avoid any attacks coming her way. However, the Commander Knight chose to follow it up with a quick slash of his sword. Just as it was about to land on Hari's head, she closed her eyes and readied herself for death. But then, a weird clapping noise made Dullahan pause in his tracks. The noise was coming from far away from the battlefield, and it was none other than our hero Leon. He was clapping, applauding the Commander Knight as he was impressed by Dullahan's ability with the sword despite only using one hand in combat. He looked at Dullahan from far away, and apologized for mistaking him as a mere undead captain when he is obviously so much more. Leon knew that he might have been a noble knight once, and wanted to fight him now. He gave Dullahan the right to challenge him, as Hari was on the ground, and the undead knight was listening with intent to Leon's words. Leon started walking up to Dullahan, stating that no more of the troops needed to be injured on either side. He wanted to end this in a duel between two knights, a noble duel where they would both fight for the lives of those they were partnered with. Hari, Jinsu and even the undead were all confused as to what this dude was trying to pull by challenging Dullahan. Hari thought that there is no way that Dullahan would accept a duel. Well, that's not the case, as Dullahan slowly turned towards Leon. He moved his head in his hand towards Leon, and shook it up and down in agreement. The duel was on. Leon was going to fight the undead Commander Knight Dullahan in a duel of the fates. The undead heard their commanders calling from afar, and stopped the battle to heed his calling. They walked towards him, gathering around him as the duel was about to begin. Dullahan got off of his horse. He was ready for battle as Leon noted that this was a knight of honor. As Leon pulled out his sword from the radiant circle he always formed, he told Dullahan to let down his neck. Dullahan wondered why he would ask for such a thing, but Leon told him that it was because a knight cannot battle properly by wielding his blade with only one hand. Leon's sword was glowing orange, with the divine power flowing through it. Hari came up to him and told him something about Dullahan. You see, Dullahan cannot die unless he is beheaded, and she was concerned what Leon's plan was by telling him to put his head away so he can dual wield his sword. Leon just told her that it was unimportant. Hari was confused. It was definitely important in her mind. Like, how would Leon even defeat a boss that needed to be beheaded if the head wasn't even on him? Dullahan handed his head to his undead squire and stood tall in front of Leon as a noble knight, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Leon told Hari that the winner will be decided by the knight's honor. The two knights stood in front of each other, ready for the duel that would decide their fates. Leon was confident in his ability as a knight and a king, believing in the fact that Dullahan still had some honor left in him. He sanctioned Dullahan to this challenge as an honorable knight, as Dullahan began to grab his sword with both hands. The duel began, as Dullahan began rushing towards the Night King of Dragonia. He towered above Leon. His body was huge in comparison to our hero, and there was a weight in his attack that could probably crush anyone who stood in front of him. As the strike landed, there was barely a thimble of the blue energy from Dullahan's sword, and the divine power's light is what could only be seen. Leon was unfazed by the attack, as the gusts of shockwave were flowing around him. He had blocked the attack with only one hand. Dullahan had no idea of the strength his opponent possessed. Leon moved the sword swiftly by getting Dullahan's weapon stuck underneath his sword handle. The Dark Knight's blade slammed onto the ground, as he was left in confusion of how that even happened. Leon put his sword to the hold where Dullahan's neck should be, counting that he has been bested once. Dullahan went backwards, readying himself for another attack at the king. This time he would slash his sword sideways, aiming at Leon's head. As Dullahan carried his huge sword across the arena and right at Leon's gut, it began to glow gold from divine power once more. Hari was certain that this attack would be unblockable, and if Leon managed to pull this off, he would be the greatest swordsman in the world. Leon paid no heed to anyone else, and was staring right into Dullahan's soul. He told Dullahan that his steps were too light. He somehow managed to block the attack, destroying the ground below them with a shockwave. The hunters were flabbergasted at how that even happened. They had no clue how something so exciting could happen, and they couldn't even see it. The rest were confused, but Hari was gasping in amazement. She was the only one who was able to see the exchange from earlier. She tells them that he changed the weight balance by doing a sword guard as the attack touched his blade, and then he did a crosscut on top of that. These are all bullshit terms to me, but carry on Hari. She mentions that no one would even dare to try something like that. It's too risky, but if it works, it pays off hard. Dullahan was once again bested by Leon, and the king told him so. He put the sword on the hole where his neck would be. This time, Leon was standing tall above Dullahan, who kneeled, towering over the behemoth Dark Knight. Leon looked into his eyes with conviction, telling him to get back on his feet. At this moment, Hari knew that Leon was simply way too overpowered, and nothing that Dullahan could do would even come close to harming him. The perspective quite quickly changes, as we enter the mind of none other than the necromancer knight Dullahan himself, who notes that it had been a long time since he came across a knight who treated him like one with mutual respect. Dullahan tried to strike at Leon's leg next, but his advances were once again blocked by Leon's quick reflexes and immense strength. Dullahan thought about how people would consider this as a means to escape a difficult situation on the hunter's part, but this was nonsense to him. As he was sent dragging his feet back once more, he knew that Leon wasn't ordinary. He saw him as a proper knight. Leon's straight posture showed that he had been through countless battles, and the look of a confident veteran sparkled in his eyes. As a knight himself, Dullahan could see this. He knew that the only thing Leon chased was honor and eminence, as Leon told him he would try to take his next sword attack. Dullahan's slash came in, once more to no avail, as Leon blocked it with the piercing edge of his sword. The spectral knight was out of his league here, and he could feel it as Leon fought him with respect. It was the third time he had been bested, as Leon once again tapped his sword upon his armor. Dullahan could tell that Leon was the pinnacle of honor in a knight, as Leon asked him if he would wish to continue this duel. He wanted to keep challenging Leon, to fight with him and give him the respect he deserved. As he stood in front of him, picking up his sword once more, ready to fight him, Dullahan realized that he did not wish to use his powers of necromancy here. He wanted to fight Leon countless times, just like in the good old days. He dashed towards Leon as a knight, willing to fight him in a knightly way like he was ordained to do so. He started demonstrating a flurry of attacks at our hero, and each one would get blocked as the rest were there watching. Dullahan was having the time of his life as Leon was blocking his attacks. This reminded him of days in which he used to duel against famed knights and wander around the world with honor. His attacks were once again in vain. Not a single strike had managed to touch Leon, and Dullahan's hands were losing their grip. He had forgotten to be a true knight, and this had brought him back in the days of his past as his sword flew in the air, spinning away until it was out of reach for him. The broadsword fell to the ground, sticking itself into the tough rocky surface beneath them. It was the 10th time that Dullahan had been bested. Leon notes that Dullahan's swordsmanship had gotten more precise, asking him if he was recalling memories of his past life. Dullahan stood in front of him, a glow of light around him, making him feel like he was truly back in the good old days. He wished to tell Leon of the gift he had given to him, but all he could use to communicate were grunts. Leon once more asked him if he would continue the duel, but it seems that Dullahan has had enough. The skeletons held his head behind him, and he gestured them to come to him. The lone skeleton with his head started making its way to the commander knight Dullahan. The specter grabbed the head, holding it one last time in his hand as he was ready for his fate. As he readied himself for death, he wondered how much he had lost his way. He had become a killer for so long, causing massacres and killing countless people. His heart broke as he remembered how much he had fought without honor, and how many lives came to their end because of him. He wished to end his cursed journey as he kneeled on the ground, holding his head out for Leon. He felt a sense of joy in letting go as he gestured Leon to finish it, to bring him peace and eternal damnation. Leon smiled as he looked at Dullahan, proud that this knight had regained his honor. He put his hand on the defeated knight's head, telling him that he would pray for him. He prayed for his soul to rest easy, as his touch began to cover it in the brightness of the divine power. He tells Dullahan that he wishes to meet him someday as a great knight in the banquet hall of the gods. Let there be light, is what Leon says for the light to take over the entire dungeon. Dullahan's head begins to dissipate within that light, turning from a dark mask to nothing but pure light energy. As the metal on his body gets destroyed, the skin of a man underneath begins to show. Leon gets a glimpse of Dullahan's face, smiling and overjoyed at this moment of eternal rest that he received from the king. As he died, his final thoughts were that all glory came from Leon Dragony Lionheart. Soon after, the Hunter Association and Leon had all made their way outside of the dungeon with the crates of equipment being packed up, as Jinsu and Hari talked. Hari surprised that Leon somehow kept his promise of ending it with a duel. Meanwhile, Jinsu was just in disbelief at the fact that he really ended it with a duel. Hari wondered what that light was, and Jinsu assumed that it was probably the divine power that Leon was talking about. It was perhaps the reason why the undead disappeared after the light took over as well. Hari notes that Leon should have used it a bit earlier, but Leon cuts her off. He tells her that if he did, then Dullahan wouldn't have gotten an honorable death. He did not want the honorable knight to die as a necromancer, and wished for him to regain his honor. Hari understood this, and acknowledged this. Leon talked about how a knight only lives for honor, which can only come from a knight's will to be honorable. Dullahan received his end as a noble knight, just like he deserved in Leon's eyes. Leon told them he was going to go fetch his loot from clearing the dungeon, and Hari got confused what that meant. He told her that where there is a battle, there is bound to be loot, and finders are always keepers. I'm not sure why she had to be told that. Isn't she been doing this shit for a while now? They find a few items, which include the Dullahan's broadsword, Dullahan's cape, and a beautiful glowing purple orb. Don't judge it by looks though, that purple orb is the pearl of necromancy. Jinsu is staring at it in disbelief. He had never seen one before this moment, and could tell that it had tremendous mana. Meanwhile, Hari immediately noted the sword, being a swordswoman herself. The pearl had an ominous aura around it, one that could entice almost anyone into wanting it. Leon was not liking the feeling he was getting by looking at it. Jinsu was just noticing how valuable it could be, but Leon cut his train of thought immediately by punching the pearl and destroying it. The pearl was busted, it was in pieces and it was pretty much useless now. Hari and Jinsu were shocked, they had no idea why he would do that. He looked at them and said that an item like this would only cause chaos, it's better that it's destroyed. I guess that's fair to him since he's literally a champion of the gods, but I would have preferred selling that shit for a lot of cash. Anyways, the Hanum gate was cleared, and they had received Dullahan's cape, and Dullahan's greatsword along with some smaller rewards to boot. In the end, this expedition was a massive dub, and I can't wait to see what more he encounters in the future. If you're curious as well, stay tuned to find out in the next episode. After Dullahan's demise in the last episode, our boy King Leon had solidified himself as a formidable name within those that returned from other worlds back to Earth. The scenes bring us to a beautiful luxury hotel, somewhere in Korea, where our petite girl Hari is standing in a lobby with a trolley that contained food and some high-quality wine bottles. Though, she had an expression of tiredness on her face, almost as if something was bothering her. She dwelled on the fact that so much had happened despite it only being 4 days since Leon had first resurfaced to Earth. Hari was tired. I guess she was going through the motions of being his personal assistant of sorts after spending so much time with him. I mean, we all know how insufferable Leon can be. The one thing that broke her brain recently was the issue of taxes. You see, Leon had to pay taxes because he was going to be raiding dungeons and earning a lot. This is something he did not like. Even though Hari told him that he could pay with mana stones, because he was a king, he ordered that the topic of money be handled by the people working for him. He straight up stated that the coin talk wasn't his job, and that really stunted Hari. There were also new followers of Leon because he introduced the divine power into that piece of land. The followers would wonder how they should pay the tithe, which was an unfamiliar concept to them. It turns out, even though tithe only means 10% of your yield, Leon had ordered his followers to pay 90 trillion in money. This is something our boy considered generous, but the villagers weren't fans of this at the start. They were worried about the cost of living being too much already, on top of the already existing taxes. Leon temporarily told them that as followers of the goddess, they were never going to go hungry anyways. Meanwhile, the welfare, costs of living and food would be taken care of by his guild. The thing that made them have faith, more so than ever though, was that the rice had an insanely high appraisal value. It turns out, every 80 kilograms of rice was worth 150 million won. This price was insane, but so was the rice. That rice had some divine power flowing through it. Leon felt a sense of accomplishment when he noticed that. He knew that even if they paid 90 trillion in tithe, they would still have more than enough to sustain themselves. Now, they had faith in their leader. Another big head-scratching issue for Hari was finding a suitable place for Leon to live. He was a king, and he demanded a place with luxurious beds, servants who will always be on standby for him, and artwork that he could admire at any given time. His standards for living were way too high. It turned into an impossible task, because she had to search for 5-star hotels for hours and hours until she finally found a suitable suite. Eventually, she found him a room worthy of her king, and the hotel owners kindly compromised to having a painting or a ceramic piece in the room as display so that he could fucking shut up whining about it. So, there you have it, this is why Hari was so tired. Now that we're in the present, she knocked on the door and notified the king that she had arrived with the food. He told her to come in, and once she entered, she saw Leon looking out of a window while sitting in his chair. She got concerned and asked him if he was doing okay, and he said that he was doing fine. She had brought him his breakfast, and I guess he was feeling really nice because he asked her if she had eaten. Obviously, from the look on her face and how tired she looked, she hadn't eaten yet. He told her to eat whenever she can, not to skip meals. She complied, even though she was confused why he would even say that, because niceness was something our boy did not believe in. His food looked hella delicious. This is the sort of food you get for the Queen of England or some shit. I guess Panda Express wasn't good enough. Hari looked quite hungry when she saw the food, and thought that she should get a sandwich or something after she's done here. But Leon told her to have a seat, which confused her further. She was nervous, she didn't know what to expect. Although, the thing lingering on her mind was that if he was going to share the meal with her. She got extremely happy when she sat down on the table. However, Leon asked her what she was doing just sitting and smiling. She got confused for a second, as he gave her a mean look. You see, he asked her to sit down so she could make sure that the ribs were easy to eat. But of course, she had gotten the wrong idea and now had to deal with feeling embarrassed. Especially because he reminded her of her place, calling her a peasant and saying that kings do not dine with peasants. Outside of the beautiful luxury hotel, on a quiet sunny day, it was time for Leon and his assistant to head out as a gorgeous black car would be their mount. Hari tells our hero that the Hunter Association is going to provide him with support funding and resettlement aid. Even though he won't be moved to a palace, they will make sure that he's comfortable and feels at home. Leon says that it's considerate of them, and as a guest he can't ask for much, but he'll trust Hari will make sure that the place is just to his liking. She brings up the topic of distributing the loot, but he simply shrugs it off, telling her that he already told her to take care of that herself. He tells her that the cape is the only thing he cares about, so to leave that for him. Hari dumbfoundedly obliges. They arrive outside a beautifully large building. It seems to have many floors and it's fantastically furnished from the outside. Hari tells Leon that this is going to be his new home, and it was close to the Hunter Association headquarters. Not to mention, it also has a helicopter pad, so it'll be a place worthy of our hero. She asked him if he likes it, and he doesn't really hate it. Although, he looks at a weird decorative structure outside and is confused at what that is. The place seems to be luxurious and yet it looks homely, and it seems that Leon would finally feel comfortable in a place on Earth. As they enter the building, there seems to be a man already waiting for them. He asks if Hari was indeed the assistant manager Hari Nim of the Hunter Association, which she's too confused to answer. She asks the man who he is, while wondering how he knows about this because their arrival here should have been a secret. This was the director of Dujung Group, in particular, the director of Dujung's Food of the Future. His name was Park Jongshin, but we'll just call him the Suit. The Suit said that it was a coincidence that they ran into each other, but Hari didn't believe it. Hari was surprised. Why would a person at such a high rank in a multinational food corporation be waiting for them? It seems that this guy had some ulterior motives in his mind. He walks up to Leon and puts his hand out for a handshake. Hari knew it from the get-go. This guy knew they were coming here. The man gave him a fucked up smile and said that it was nice to meet him. However, Leon simply did not reply, nor did he shake his hand. Instead, he got quite angry. I mean, how dare a mere merchant want a handshake with the king? Anyways, the scene switches to inside of Leon's new place of residence. Hari tells him that this is the place the Hunter Association will be providing to him, and they will take care of all the bills including utilities and rent, so he wouldn't have to worry about anything. There was also room service here, as well as cleaning mates, so he could utilize those services if you wanted. Leon acknowledged that. Hari felt a sense of relief going through her body. They had just avoided a messed up situation. You see, information regarding survivors was top secret. The fact that the Suit had made it there with his weird ulterior motives, it could have been a disaster. However, since Leon ignored him, they were in the safe zone once again. In her confusion, she asked the king why that guy would want to see him. Leon knew the answer to that, because there was only one thing a merchant would want. He told her that the only thing they seek is profit. This confused her a bit. What profit could he gain from a survivor? That's when it dawned on her. It was the blessed rice in the Hanam Plains. The Suit knew that there was something to gain out of this situation, which is why he wanted to meet the king in person. The situation in the Hanam Plains had gone to shit immediately, and the information about it had gone viral on the internet. To be fair, it was all because of one scummy streamer. He had managed to record the situation, but the Hunter Association requested for him to delete the video after he uploaded it. Of course, that wasn't a long-lasting solution, because when our girl checked the internet again, the video was uploaded there once more. It was a guy named Mr. Park, and the video was gaining a lot of traction. So much so, that even the Suit had ended up seeing it. He was already raging at Leon, calling him an arrogant little savage. After watching how popular the video had gotten, he knew that everybody would want a taste of that rice. He summoned one of his scientists to his office and asked him if he was sure the rice actually had a blessing effect. The scientist cleared up all confusions, telling him that it did indeed have that divine power. The Suit was being too negative though, saying that they haven't tested it on humans, meaning there was no guarantee that it will even work on humans. Though that wasn't the case, the scientist had more to say, but he just couldn't because he was scared of the Suit. The Suit's assistant made him aware that to obtain more information they went ahead and talked to the owner of the rice field in Hanam Plains. It turns out, a dying dog suddenly recovered after eating the rice. What's more, people with chronic inflammation, sinus infections, and any other major or minor diseases immediately felt better after eating the rice. The rice was nothing short of a miracle, and Leon was the miracle worker. It didn't need human testing anymore, the effects were already proven. This made the Suit smile. He knew that it worked now, and he had a malicious mind. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't going to be able to do much. He hated Leon. He hated that Leon degraded him and humiliated him by calling him a mere merchant. But he knew that the rice was too good to pass on. The assistant once again reminded him after the rice's unlimited potential, and the Suit decided that he'd have to meet him again. He was incredibly angry though. He did not want to be looked down on. The power had gotten to him so badly that an insult cut through him like a sword. The man's ego was fucking shattered, and he couldn't let that kind of insult slide. As he got out of his chair, he swore that Leon had messed with the wrong merchant. Honestly, I kind of want to start calling him merchant because he gets mad at it. Screw it, let's just call him merchant from now on. The merchant thinks that Leon is just like every other survivor. They all thought they lived in the best world, but they were forcefully brought back to Earth. And he had a phenomenal idea for revenge being cooked up in that dirty little mind of his. He was going to overpower our boy with culture shock. As he picked up his phone, the merchant swore vengeance upon the king. Let's dip away from the merchant for a little bit and talk about Leon. After he got back to Earth, Leon had set 3 goals in his mind. The first one to spread faith in the power of divinity. There were way too many gods on Earth, and they had way more followers than you could count. However, the most important power of all, the divine power, did not exist, at least not until Leon blessed the rice field. God was supposed to embrace faith and bless the world, but humans were falling sick and the lands were getting contaminated. Leon knew that in order to use divine power, a new faith was necessary on Earth. So, his plan was to make sure that more people followed the divine faith and believed in the new God that he was presenting to them. His second goal was to reform the Knights Templar. Earth was a world of organization and corporation. The fighters did not use divine power because it did not exist for them. If Leon was to be considered a demigod, then the Knights Templar would be considered as saints. They would be knights of the god, bringing terror to evil by using the divine power. Finally, he had one last goal, to massacre all evil thriving on Earth using the recovered divine power, and the newly raised Knights Templar. The scene switches to Leon's room, where he's standing in front of a window, thinking about how there is a need to spread faith and maintain balance and order within the pantheon to raise the Knights Templar. He knew that it may be wishful thinking hoping for the Knights Templar to emerge out of a place like this, but that didn't matter to him. He had to fulfill his duties by any means necessary. His thoughts were interrupted by his second-in-command entering the room, Hanhari. She tells him that there is someone who had officially requested to meet him, but the expression on her face tells me that he's not going to like this person. It didn't matter though, if they had undergone the necessary procedures, Leon was willing to hear them out. It was a group of trio in suits, who had arrived to his room to have a chat with Leon. Oh man, for a moment I thought it would be someone cooler, but it's just the merchant and 2 of his lackeys. He thanks Leon permitting him the meeting. Leon doesn't speak, he's looking at him unamused. Suddenly, there's a look in his eye, one that claims that his time is being wasted meeting this merchant. The merchant didn't like the look that Leon gave him, but he knew he had to control himself for the sake of business. So, he told Leon that he's brought a small gift with him this time, something worth his attention for sure. It was a large silver box, his lackey brought it forward, and it looked as if it was a case for some incredibly expensive and important material. The merchant offered it to him, asking him to accept it on behalf of him and his company. On the inside, he knew that this gift was so top tier and luxurious that a savage like Leon could never even dream of seeing something like this. The merchant was so convinced that once Leon sees this, he's going to beg him to become his manager. Leon agrees to the gift, saying that since he has put so much effort into bringing the gift all the way to his residence, he'll take it, he says in a commanding voice. The merchant is fucking fuming on the inside. It was almost as if Leon was doing him a favor by accepting the gift. However, the merchant wanted to show it off first before it was accepted by Leon. Leon was getting annoyed, so he told Hari that he didn't have the patience to explain etiquette to him. He then pointed at the box, telling his assistant to open it. She obviously obliged without any hesitation in her voice. She went ahead towards the box, feeling as if she was about to touch something extremely premium, as she got closer. As soon as she touched the box, something began to happen. The machinations inside of the box began to spring open on their own, almost as if the box was designed for Hari's touch. Wink, wink. As soon as she saw it, her jaw dropped. The merchant knew that he had Leon in his grasp now, the gift was simply too good. These were the most elite weapons prided by his company. There were some of the most gorgeous swords, claymores and even a halberd inside the case. Out of the kindness of his heart, and a boner for his business, the merchant was going to offer him the ability to choose whatever he likes from it. Hari was genuinely surprised. These were all unique ranked weapons crafted by the master craftsmen of the Dujin group. The merchant knew that these weapons were invaluable, and surely they would be the adequate price for Leon's compliance. The merchant said that as Leon would start working as a hunter, these weapons would be of great use to him. Though, Hari knew that there was an ulterior motive to his gift, just as there was an ulterior motive to him coming to meet Leon the first time. Even then, she had trouble believing that these top-tier weapons that were quite literally the definition of priceless were in front of her. She had only seen them in YouTube videos when she was a student, so looking at them in first person was something extraordinary. The funny thing here is that even though the merchant and even Hari thought that these weapons were priceless, Leon simply asked him what he was supposed to do with these low-rank weapons. This came as a shock to both the merchant and Hari. Neither of them knew what he meant when he called these weapons low-rank. He had one question of his own: how could they even make a good weapon without the aura of the stars or the holy blessing? To him, these weapons were useless, and he questioned if they only used weapons to hunt beasts. The merchant still had no idea what the king was trying to say. He wondered if Leon meant that he should dry weapons out in the sun like drying a bunch of peppers, or maybe even pray to them. Leon told him that he was unfaithful. He lied when he said that these weapons were high-ranked. The merchant tried to calm the situation, telling him that there's some sort of misunderstanding. Leon gave him another chance, telling him that merchants are bound to show off their items wherever they go, so he will give him a shot too. As he pulled his sword out of thin air, he told the merchant clearly that he expected the weapons to only be good for killing chickens and cows at most, but he was going to put them to the test anyways. The merchant was shocked to see his sword being pulled out of thin air, but that was just how Leon worked. Despite being shocked, he had pride and confidence in his weapons. So, he decided that he would show him the might of his weapons, and told Leon that he'd like to see what his sword can do. He directed his attention at Hari, smiling at her gleefully with a very evil internal mindset. She was concerned, so she asked him why he called her. Turns out, he wanted her to try one of those weapons. This came as a delightful surprise for her, someone who had been a huge admirer of these weapons for a long time. Although, before doing any of that, she looked at Leon to seek his approval. He gave her a nod, telling her that she was allowed to give the weapons a try. She moved closer towards the case, looking at the huge collection of shiny bright weapons. Long before that choice, she had already decided what she wanted to pick. She grabbed a beautiful sword with a golden handle, encased in its leathery sheath. This was a sword that she had admired for years, the sword of the master craftsman himself. It was a crimson weapon named Dawn. As soon as she held the blade in her hand, she could feel the power pulsating through her body. In that moment, she felt as if the legends were true. Perhaps this weapon really did absorb the special gate's dense sun energy for 10 days. She once again asked Leon if she could really use it, and he simply shrugged it off by calling it a toy weapon, saying that she doesn't need permission to swing a toy like that, which annoyed the rat bastard merchant. Leon put his sword forward, telling her to strike right in the middle and try to break it. She held the sword with both hands now, preparing herself mentally to strike. She felt the heat of the sun energy radiating as she began to swing the sword. She started to raise the sword, the fires surrounding it as if it was a forest being engulfed by flames. She raised it at the most power that she could have, almost as if she knew that this was her only chance to use this sword. There she went, bringing the sword down like a meteor crashing down on Earth. The power of the master craftsman himself was being displayed in Leon's room. And yet, that power was pointless. The sword shattered like a piece of glass. Hari was terrified, overtaken by confusion as her jaw simply fell to the ground. Moreover, the merchant was shitting himself at this point, realizing that he had literally lost all control in this meeting. Yep, the most powerful sword in the Dujin group's arsenal had shattered like a window as soon as it came into contact with Leon's longsword. Leon decided to dissipate his sword back into nothingness, while telling the merchant that this was even worse than he had predicted, and called it a waste of time. That was the end of his patience. He told the merchant that he was going to decrease the duration of this meeting to 3 minutes only. The merchant had 3 minutes to get to the point, or else he would be kicked out and he will never receive another chance on meeting the king ever again. The merchant could not believe it. He was still stunned by what had just happened. How could the dawn just break like that? This was their strongest weapon and now they had no lifeline. He knew that this situation was screwed. He had no control anymore. The problem was that there were only 3 minutes left on the clock. He couldn't waste any more time dawdling. So, he and all his lackeys had to bow their heads as he asked Leon directly for the patent rights over the rice grains. Leon simply asked him what he meant, and the merchant further clarified that they would like to pay for it. He started getting into the math of it, telling Leon that according to their calculations, the rice was worth 180 billion won. In fact, he was once again lying. The rice was worth so much more, especially because it could cure cancer. However, as he looked at Leon, he assumed that a savage like him wouldn't know the value of 180 billion won, and would consider it an incredibly high amount once he's told what you can do with it. Leon still had that resting bitch face of being unamused, as he asked the merchant whether he was implying that he wants to buy the rice with money. The merchant thought that he had got him now. There was no way that Leon was going to disagree with an offer so good. He told him that he'd have to sign a contract saying that his group would have monopoly over all of it. Trying to negotiate, he told him that he can even raise the price a little bit, but his dialogue was cut short. Leon called him an imbecile merchant, which I must agree, this guy is a fucking idiot. This dude was a king back in his lifetime. How would he not know about money? Why does he keep assuming shit? Leon's eyes started brimming with rage as the self-respect and integrity of the Leonhardt started to come out through his entire body. Putting a price on the divinity that the goddess had bestowed upon that land was an insult to her gift, and Leon did not like the fact that this merchant had insulted divinity. The next chapter starts with our hero enraged, and flames of anger have engulfed his mood at such disgrace of divinity. A wave of terror spreads across the room and expressions of the merchant and his sidekicks change in an instant. Their mouths are sealed shut, and a single shriek is all that is heard. This is literally me in a Viva exam. The wannabe smart guy is shitting his pants as he is getting a feeling that this is the end, and he is going to die right here in the hands of this mighty angry Leo. Leon is still sitting in the same posture with the same deadly expressions filled with utmost disgust and irk. That alone can give you chills down your spine. He calls the opportunist a fool for openly confessing to his sins. Mr. Park is now down on his knees, shivering, with his face dripping with sweat and tears. He is not able to understand his mistake and he doesn't seem like the same guy he was a little while ago. All his wits are now shut down. Our hero adds fuel to his agony by calling him uncivilized and ignorant, as he tells him about the history of this divine crop from the blessed Holy Land. The scene shifts over to the field on which these golden crops were grown. These crops are the harvest of the land which is blessed by the goddess, Demra. This blessing is a reward for the hardworking farmers who have given their blood and sweat, days and nights to these fields. This blessing of the blonde goddess is not something that can be weighed in money and gold. It is not something you can go out and buy in the market. The only payment that can be used to get these crops is a grateful heart and faith. Good luck finding these qualities in our world. Leon looks down upon him, calls him a child and a lowly creature that runs after the prophets and in return deceive others. They don't care about the people, rather think about themselves. He continues and asks him, why do you wish to possess the divine products from a goddess that you don't even believe in? Leon shuns him with this question, as the smarty on his knees feels powerless and helpless at the moment. He clenches his fist to display his agony in this state, and leaves after a single click of his tongue. The assistant asks his master if it is okay to let him leave in such a state, which diverts Leon's attention towards her. She goes on with her point of view, with a strange item in her hands, that in Leon's perspective that person might be a lowly merchant but he is someone with a great influence and power. She seems a little worried that he might use this influence to cause problems later on. Our antagonist shows no signs of worry as he doesn't give a single fuck about his vulgar ass, as he doesn't feel like he is worthy of that attention. I wish I had that kind of attitude towards my ex. The conversation continues as our boy is more concerned about the thing he asked for. The redhead informs him that the association did call. Hari's face glows up as she asks him if he is interested in taking the test. She believes things will be easier if it happens. However, Leon gets angry. His reactions are like, what the hell are you talking about? He goes on that it is absolutely absurd that you want to test the king. Our naive assistant is clueless, seems like she has no idea. In a state of confusion, she asks him why he wants to go then. The king wants to build a strong front, that is why he is interested in going there. For that, he is going to test the soldiers and look for the useful ones. She is hesitant about it because that is a difficult task. However, our hero wants her to make it possible. Now we are in front of the association building. Du Disung, a handsome, dark-haired, big guy, who is a D-rank unaffiliated hunter, is greeting a gray-haired old guy Kim Do-han, the team manager. The old fellow, sarcastically, asks him if he is here for a retest. They seem quite familiar to each other. Team manager praises him for his work, and asks him if there is going to be any improvement in your ranks this year. Big fellow stays humble, and hopes to give his best. Mr. Do-han offers him to join his team. Meanwhile, our D-rank hunter, in his mind, is thinking that even non-talented guys can attain a C rank. But he is a D rank even after 10 years. He offered him because he believes that Disung is dedicated to his job, and he has the potential to become an ace in no time. He further adds that being in the mining team is not that bad just because people call it hard labor. The young lad is going through a phase of his own as he has a family to support, and seems like it has been hard on him. He believes that the dungeon raids help him pay off the interests, so, even though it has been a decade, he still wants to keep trying for a bit more, because he doesn't want to be a burden anymore. The oldie, shockingly, exclaims that there is a foreigner which diverts the Disung's attention towards the mysterious foreigner. Now, they are debating about his origin. The family guy asks his gossip partner if the foreigner looks European, but the manager thinks that he might be some foreign labor. However, the other one says that he is white, and they conclude that there might be poor countries in the West too. Smells like a little stereotyping. Our curiosity finally ends when the identity of the foreigner is revealed, and he is no other than our Majesty, Leon Lionheart, in all his glory. I bet our gossip mongers will be surprised to know about his origin. However, they do have realized that he looks like a royal. The team manager goes towards our hero quickly and casually greets him like a nobody. Leon looks at him with side eye and calls him a peasant who doesn't realize who he is talking to. Typical stuff for our guy. The oldie gets as blank as a paper, feels like his manhood got lost. Disung is also stunned. The manager tries to hide this insult with the remarks that the young guy might have learned Korean a bit weirdly. In the next scene, Leon seems to have noticed something and looks at D-rank Hunter with a side eye. The big guy gets a chill down his spine as he fails to understand what is going on. Moreover, Mr. Do-han notices that he is shivering and asks him if he is hurt or something. Our low-rank hunter is cold at the moment as he is thinking in his head, what is this feeling? He could feel the weight of something great pushing him down. Also, he was not able to breathe. It was the aura of Leon the Lionheart. Right at this moment, a brunette agent of the association calls the number and name of the next person on the list. This is Gu Disung's turn for an interview in room number 2. He acknowledges the call of the representative. Leon is still looking at him and thinking just a single person is present here. As Disung heads over to the room, he seems a bit nervous. Our hero is disappointed that there is no one worthy of being his soldier here. He finds it so abject because the only people who appear for these tests are low-rank hunters or some recently awakened people. Now, it is the moment for our guy, as his name is called for the interview in room number 9. He heads towards the interview room, thinking that not all great things come so easily. There are 3 persons present in the room, with a pretty golden device. Leon can be seen entering through the door. One of the interviewers confirms his name, and here comes our hero's majestic attitude again, as he in a not-so-polite manner asks them to call him Your Majesty. He is astounded. With a stutter, he calls him by that. I reckon it is not going to be a good day for the interviewer. He asks Leon to place his hand on the device so they can measure his strength. He takes a good look at the device and then calls the interviewer a fool. Poor guy, once again, got stunned by such bluntness and couldn't believe his ears. Our knight gets furious at the audacity of these peasants trying to test his honor. The interviewer tries to explain that the device is running these tests and they have no authority over it. This ignites our knight more as he questions how this mere machine can measure the strength of a knight. Leon tells them that only honorable knights and gods can measure the power of knights. The interviewer must be cursing the day he was born as he looks like a ghost. Our emotionally dead fellow asks about Leon's intentions of coming here. He tells them that he is looking for useful soldiers, but seems like judges here are abysmal too. The judges, together, shout that this guy is here for head hunting, so openly. Our short-tempered Leo asks them about the next test as he has not liked anyone. He gets to know that there is a test at the gate. He decides to take a look there because he believes that real skills are shown when there are real situations and consistent training. Our poor judge confirms if Leon wants to participate because he is so confused right now. We are at the Soul Gate, a good sunny day and pretty meadow. The guide asks if anyone feels dizzy because some people suffer motion sickness while passing through these gates. Some of the gates after being cleared are closed while few are still open like Soul Gate. Mr. Gu has a notion that this year's strength test was similar to the last year. However, he needs to give his best here for better results. Meanwhile, he is observing everything and everyone around. Firstly, he notices 2 newbies, addressing each other as Appa and Jinmi. They are together. Appa is a dark-haired, mature guy with a spear and a shield as his special weapon, whereas Jinmi seems like a childish young girl with a bow on her right shoulder as her weapon. Appa is asking her to turn off her phone while she is telling him about this popular place. Now our hunter's attention is diverted towards the blad old chap wearing a green jacket. A very bright color for our old guy here, who believes that the old man might be over 60 and has an assumption that they all are low-ranked individuals. Finally, his eyes are now focused on our showstopper, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, who seems to be in a zone of his own, wearing sunglasses and a majestic aura. I believe we just switched over to Paris Fashion Week. He assumes that this foreign labor, whom he noticed in the lobby earlier, is a newbie too, and his judgment is only based on the mere age factor. I already feel sorry for Mr. Decent here, as he has no idea that this assumed newbie is one hell of a guy. In conclusion, Gu's final verdict is that all of them are newbies except for the old man, who he believes is the only experienced one because of his age factor. He questions himself if this will be okay, as he is looking at Leon. Now we move to the next chapter, which starts with an introduction of everyone before checking out their positions. It starts with our family guy who tells his name as well as he gives a little description that this is his 10th year as a hunter, and he is a warrior. He also adds that his position is of a dealer. Next is Shin Tihuaka Appa, awakened this year, uses a shield and a spear. Right next to him is his sister Shin Nayan, and she uses daggers, and at the moment she is learning to use bow and arrows. It shocks Gu as he thinks that they are complete noobs, who have not even found their main weapons. He asks them if they went to any training center. Big Brother brags that they went for 3 months as they give hero poses. It depicts that they are actually noobs, as such they are no match for our hunter. After that, Mr. Nobody asks the old guy with an assumption that he might have some experience among people here. Lights on the old fellow, as he tells them his name. Ogangti, this is his 5th year, and uses a gauntlet as a special weapon, but he has resigned recently. This comes as a shock for the deer hunter, because he was expecting much more experience in comparison to his age, and his weapon is a gauntlet, which gives him a disadvantage over sword or a spear that have a long range. Now is the moment we all were waiting for. All of them look towards the antagonist, as Gu calls him a foreigner laborer, and asks if he can speak Korean. Our family guy just invited is deaf. Leon stays rather calm, which is a surprise, as he is thinking about it. After a brief moment, he replies that he does not fight, because one cannot use a mighty sword for slaying dragons on some chickens. This confuses Disung, and he couldn't believe what he just heard. Apart from the main dialogue, Mr. Hunter is more concerned about his Korean language skills. Afterwards, they enter a dense forest for their first test. They need to hunt 50 kobolds as their first task. The judge says that in some instances, a gnoll might appear, which is a green-eyed vicious bear. If there is a danger, he will intervene so no one needs to worry about it, and just focus on showing off their skills. The spear guy and our hunter get a little tense on hearing this. In the head of Gu, a lot is going on, as he is worried about the test and if it will be okay. A while ago, he intriguingly asked Leon why he did not bring any weapon. The bow girl even asked him to borrow her weapon, in case he knows how to use them. Leon grabs it, and is looking down on the weapon, while asking her if this is the weapon a king should be using. Nayan seems like a lively girl as she politely asked him to return it later. However, our hero is not liking it at all and now looking furious. Leon smashes it on the ground because he believes that knights have some standards, and they don't use these long-range weapons like cowards. Everyone gets shocked at his reaction. Meanwhile, the judge, who has already seen a glimpse of Leon's anger, wants everyone to move ahead while Disung is looking like a sheep, and could not grasp it. He is worried that this test will result in a failure considering the people around him. Afterwards, our hunter leads them towards a location, where it will be suitable to hunt. All of them seem comfortable with him leading them because he seems to have more experience in this case. Right at the moment, Mr. Tu comes up with a suggestion that there is a settlement at the end of the terrain, and he thinks that there is a high possibility of kobolds there. Q, with all his experience, explains to him that our group is small due to which this is not a good idea, and it would be impossible to find a way out once they get surrounded by these creatures. Q has devised a strategy to hunt them, as he tells them that they are going to hunt the kobolds that live in those caves, and they will do it by setting the nearby grass and leaves on fire to use the smoke to get them out. No surprise that he is a hunter. Everyone seems to like this strategy, as it will be easier to kill these kobolds. Hunter stays humble, and acts like this is not a big thing or something to be proud of. He is now thinking about all the tutorial and rating methods that he studied, with the sole purpose of fulfilling his dream of entering a high-rank gate, but alas, this is the only gate he ever entered. Inside him a flame of promotion is burning because he badly wants to get promoted, and doesn't want to be a D-rank guy anymore. The spear guy grabs the attention by calling everyone to look in front. There are 4 deadly kobolds in front of them, and oh boy, they don't look like easy prey. These kobolds viciously look at them. Tighten your belts, peeps, as they pounce on these little fellows. Gu takes out his sword, and at the same time, asks Tihun to block them with his shield. They are big muscular dogs, who run on 2 feet, and they aren't cute at all. Our spear guy and hunter slays the front line swiftly. Tihu calls them stupid for running straight at him because it is easier for him to block, and kill if they run at him in a straight line. Our newbie girl calls his brother from behind to look in front as she is ready to take aim. Meanwhile, another kobold attacks Tihu, as he lets his guard down because he was too full of himself. He is not aware of a kobold jumping in his direction. The kobold pounces on him as he falls on the ground. The kobold is all over him, and our spear guy's heroism just shit its pants. Right at this moment, a sword slays this beast and saves him. This is the sword of Mr. Disung, who got there just in time to save this noob. Further advised him not to let the guard down, as they may seem weak but they are surely fast. 2 more kobolds were slayed, one after another by an arrow from our girl, and a gauntlet attack from the grandpa. Disung smiles and praises them for their assistance. Meanwhile, Tu is still on the ground and has not recovered from the trauma he just faced. Mr. Hunter is enthusiastic about it and asks them to keep going as there are only a few left. The judge praises them for their teamwork, as all of them fought together really well. Tihu is sorry for making a mistake and feels rather ashamed of it. However, Disung cheers him up, as this is his first experience. On the other hand, Nayan using her weapon slayed a couple of them, and Gramps was of great help too. At this point, the D-rank hunter is optimistic, as he feels like there is a good chance of success. He was anxious at first considering the experience of these lads, but now after seeing their performance, he believes they are not that bad. However, he still has doubts about Leon, and the doubts are valid too as he doesn't bother to intervene. Disung calls him out for doing nothing, as they were fighting these creatures. The other agrees too. They called out to the judge if it is okay to watch from the back, and not move a limb. The official laughs hesitantly, and asks them not to worry about it, because he will mark this in grading. They believe him with doubt in their minds, but they are not happy about it. Disung asks them to move further deep into the forest, as the cave is not far away from here. Finally, they are at the mouth of the cave. It looks quite peaceful around. Something is cooking, fellas. They brace themselves to set on the fire as per the plan. They collected quite a volume of burnable bushes, wild weeds, and grass. They placed all of this stuff on the mouth of the cave. At the moment, when Disung is about to light up the fire, our hero jumps in and sarcastically asks if this is the best he can do. Disung is offended now, and he gives Leon a reality check that he has not helped since the beginning, and now he is blabbering this bullshit. However, our king ignores it and asks the same question again. Also, he warns not to make him repeat. Disung, based on his experience, says that this is a successful method, because he has used it multiple times and succeeded in all of them. Gramps and the spear guy are tense about the thing going on between these two. Leon acknowledges that this is surely based on past experience. Here comes a but. Leon counters him with a resting bitch face that how can you depend on experience when you have so little of an experience in the first place. Talk about a mic drop moment. Disung, who is but 3rd now, says that Leon is younger than him so he can take the experience in his ass. Not a bad comeback. Well, the fire is set, and the smoke is all over the place. Our family guy asks everyone to gather around like it is dinner time. The kobolds will be out in no time, so everyone brace yourself. There comes a call of affirmation from them. They all are on alert, with their weapons and undiverted attention towards the mouth of the cave. Tihu can hear them coming, so he warns everyone about it. Here they come, a lot of them, through the smoke. Our bow girl locks her arrow and has her aim in the direction they are coming from. She shoots her shot, and the arrow and gauntlet hits on the targets perfectly. Disung is feeling so proud as his method was a success, and he is ready to take them on. He cheers everyone up and asks them to get rid of all of them as they are attacking them from a distance. He believes that killing a bunch of kobolds here will give them an advantage over the total they have to achieve. Additionally, they can kill a few gnolls out in the plain area too. Suddenly, he hears a terrifying growl which shocks him. He seems terrorized to his every bone. It feels like he was not expecting it here. He recognizes the growl as it is the sound of a gnoll captain, a red-eye giant with deadly fangs, appears at the scenes. The gnoll captain is the boss of the Soul Station Gate. It gives the vibe of a final boss in our average video game. The rank of this red-eye beast is above C, and it is going to be a hard nut to crack for our D-rank hunter and a couple of newbies. But don't worry, we have a hidden ace in our bucket too. The final boss appears right in front of our D-rank hunter, who is literally about to collapse seeing the size of this beast. He surely was not expecting it to appear, at least not at this moment. Moving on, the next chapter starts with stunning visuals of a gnoll captain, showcasing its strength. Our team has a hard battle in front of them. Miss Hottie calls for Disung to deal with this hell of a problem. Meanwhile, Disung is still recovering from the fact that they have to slay this monster right here, as he shrieks. The team leader devises a plan and divides the team in two. The first team consists of him plus Spear Guy, who will take on the boss, whereas Sissy and Grandpa will take on kobolds by the cave. The basic plan is to divide each team in a manner that both teams get one of the experienced personnel, because he can't put up D rank and experienced against this monster. This will be an act of suicide. However, he had no choice but to put his trust in Shin Ti-hoon to hold out, although he is just a beginner. The beast lashes at him, and our Spear Guy is completely motionless at the moment. He just guards himself with a shield as he is shitting his pants. Disung cries at him to get his shit together as he is way too intimidated by this growling beast. The captain is all over him in an instant, with his overwhelming blade, and Ti-hoon will not be able to block in such a bad psychological state. The next second, his shield flies at distance, with the captain's single blow, and the force of that impact can be imagined by the painful shriek. Hunter shouts his name in desperation, as he is watching him go down, and taking that blow. The handsome guy's confidence and courage is all over the place, as he is shivering with terror. He is thinking why the association guy is not getting involved, although he promised to help them if things get dangerous, and how things are looking at the moment, the final results will not be favorable for Tihu. In addition, the shield, his only method for protection, can be seen lying very far from him, and he is cursing his luck. Our D-rank hero musters up some courage, and finally decides to jump in, using the shield of Ti-hoon as his weapon. He asks the fallen guy to get back, and takes on his powerful blow with the shield. For the moment, he is able to protect Tihu, who is still on the ground, hopelessly. Our hunter-turned-hero finally succeeds in blocking this fatal attack this time, but will he be able to do it again? Well, that is a question even for him. The boss gets angrier after this maneuver from Disung, and locks himself to deliver another power pack attack. Once again he courageously gets the shield in front, in order to block this too, but he has his doubts. Hesitantly, he is thinking that they would have been able to handle it if the fallen newbie had his shit together. He is literally thinking that they will die if this continues. Finally, the moment we all were waiting for has arrived. Our mighty hero has decided to bless their eyes with his ultimate strength. He blocks the captain's attack with his single finger, while complimenting Disung for his block earlier. Leon asks him to try blocking his attack again. Meanwhile, his left hand is still in his pocket. Literally a fan moment. Our D-rank hunter doesn't believe his eyes. He asked Leon what he meant by that. At the same time, he was astounded to see how Leon stopped this attack with his bare finger. Leon looks at him and asks him to raise his shield and stop that attack again like he did the first time, as it should not be that difficult to do that twice. Meanwhile, Disung is unsure about what's going on. Such display of dumbness. The king asks him to first block his attack and then counter-attack. Apart from Mr. Gu, even the beast is worried what the fuck is happening here. The D-rank hunter has still not realized, and gets back to him that he is unaware of what is going on, as all of them are in grave danger. This irks our king, and he lashes out at him in anger that you are defying me even after seeing the glory of King of Lionheart's guidance. He calls him an impertinent peasant. Well, we all have to agree here too. Leon goes on that he should be thankful for the grace that he has been given as his sorry peasant of an ass got guidance from such a mighty knight, and it should be an honor that he should pass on in his generation too. He orders Disung to raise his shield and fight back instead of lurking behind. Our poor family boy is in despair over what he did wrong here, although he understands that he should be doing something more in order to survive. The gnoll captain is staring at Leon now, and the next moment, he growls at him to scare him. This doggy just asked for his death. Leon stares back with his deadly eyes. That is enough of a hint that death of this rabid dog is not far. To our surprise, this one hell of a stare was enough to make Captain whimper and send shivers down his whole body. Interestingly, the beast changed his mind and decided to attack our D-rank soldier again. The gnoll captain does seem wise as he decides not to mess with Leon. This blow is strong too, and he almost dropped his shield. Leon interferes again and calls Disung a fool because he is only relying on shields to defend himself with this limited strength. Leon offers him a piece of advice that he should not be facing a stronger opponent head-on. Instead, he should deflect its attacks and look for opportunity to hit back. Our hero, being a hero, reminds him that he is not facing a scarecrow, rather it is a living beast who can adapt and learn. Furthermore, how you plan on succeeding if you only rely on defensive mode? Leon chants at him to use his brain and thinks of the best way to defeat this monster. Disung is still struggling and is unable to understand what he is supposed to do in this circumstance. Our hero is transforming into a trainer because he is rebuking him for taking his attention away from the enemy. Another sharp command of staying focused is heard as he is taking the monster's attack head-on, one after another. He is in a dilemma because Captain isn't the only one he is receiving the smashes from. Our hero again calls him to not waste his potential, instead use the potential as this is the right time to bring it out. The words, "You can do better," from Leon are what actually pushed him this time. Disung asks himself if he actually has the potential, although he is just a D-rank talentless hunter who does not have a single exclusive skill that makes him special and proves his potential. I bet this guy is definitely an overthinker. All in vain, he considers that it is impossible. There is no chance of this happening. Moreover, he concludes that whatever Leon thinks will not suddenly result in a miraculous potential uprising in me. However, he gets an inner feeling that he might be able to pull someone off. Now things get interesting. The beast is ready to launch another attack. Our hunter is shouting "I can do it" repeatedly as a fire burns inside him. The blow lands on his shield, a really strong one. Bits of shield tears off and can be seen falling apart. At last, he finally succeeds in not only perfectly blocking the attack, but also succeeding in creating an opening. He is surprised that he actually blocked it and pulled this off. At the next moment, he cries in joy that he did it, but as he lets his guard down, a punch from the left side lands right on his face, and man, what a punch. He lands at some distance completely blacked out. He is surely not dead, but he definitely has tasted it a bit. Our hero seems disappointed as Disung failed to look at the full picture and couldn't grasp what is going to happen next. This is the end of Disung's test, and his assessment is done too. Unfortunately, he failed once again, and will be struck in the D rank for another year. In Leon's point of view, he still has a long way to go to reach superior levels. The scene changes. We are now in the association building. It seems like an office of a high-ranking official, with a couple of guards stationed outside. There is a conversation going on between unknown individuals. As the person is unveiled, he is none other than our antagonist, who is talking to someone regarding his personality as a warrior cannot align with a mercenary. The camera falls on the other fellow, an old gray-haired man, with a big smile and a suspicious mask in his hand. He is the president of the Korean Hunter Association, Oh Kang-hyuk, and he is explaining to Leon how he used the bewitching mask to disguise his face and body, although it was pointless. Mr. President asked Mr. Lionheart about his participation in the test, and if he fulfilled his main objective or not. Our hero is not that much impressed by anyone, but he believes that he has found a candidate who can be a useful soldier. He satisfies the president by telling him that he does not intend to leave for overseas, and plans on staying here in Korea. Mr. Kang-hyuk is quite actively listening to him. The president takes a sigh of relief and tells him that he has been thinking about it since that majestic display of power that Leon showed earlier, and he was nervous about it. Moreover, he has been impressed by him, although it was a D-rank dungeons monster, but it was still a C-rank level boss. He recalls that our hero literally called that monster a dirty bastard, and gave him a good reality check and beating for failing as a human, also for staring at his esteemed face. President is amused by the fact that Leon treated it like it was some kind of a toy. Here comes our guy's typical bluntness. He tells him that such creatures are not even worthy of a toy. It has been a while since we witnessed this version of Leon. The president is calling him Your Majesty as he offered the association's help if Leon wants to build a guild here. Furthermore, he continues that Your Majesty might already be aware that nothing is better than fame when a person intends to build an organization of people, as it is the main essence to influence everyone. Moreover, he adds that there are not many ways to become famous in this era except for pulling off something incredible that can win people's head and heart, and it will take you places in these days. No wonder he is the president of such an organization. Mr. Kang-hyuk tells Leon about a gate that has been turned red because of a failed raid, and that gate is in Cheongju. Fellas, we can surely smell what the president is cooking here. Surprisingly, it has been a year since that failed raid, and no one has been able to clear that gate in this time period. There is an infinite number of skulls, piled up like grains, depicting utter chaos and suffering there. The boss of that red gate is guarded by Jagged Spinner, who looks like a metallic robot, laced with deadly modern weapons. The motto of this boss is simple, to either destroy or obtain the Jewel of Wisdom. Seems like a philosopher to me. The next chapter begins with the storyline of the first raiding party, known as KPP Guild, going to the Cheongju Sport Complex gate through the portal. This guild consists of seasoned, handsome, and hot individuals at first glance. A short-haired handsome guy in metallic armor is addressing Human, who is a dashing guy in golden armor, about something he noticed as they are looking at a settlement in front of them. Human replies like he understood what the other guy meant, even before he completed the sentence. They are shocked to see that this civilization is way too modern, even more modern and developed than our civilization on Earth. They could look at the high towering buildings which were of modern design. A cute ponytail girl, with a bow on her shoulders, finds it so cool to find a gate of future because she has already seen Miram and fantasy worlds already, and this was something new. The short-haired guy tells the guildmaster that it looks more like cyberpunk. Our guildmaster lets out a cold sigh upon hearing that. The golden armor guy is the guildmaster. He finds it excruciating, because he believes that they have to revise their strategy to deal with this, as they had no idea it would be like this. They have to start from the beginning involving the organization too. The metallic armor guys agree with him too, because they arranged this plan for a few strong opponents, but this is a different story now. The guildmaster looks around thinking about something. The very next moment, he shortlists a building to use as their base camp until they come up with a different strategy. Furthermore, the building is high, and they will be able to take a good view around everything around. Not bad stuff from our guildmaster. After a while, they all are present in the abandoned building, looking over the settlement around, through a big hole in a building. The Goldie calls Silver Armor Guy Hoyal, and asks him if he noticed anything useful. Unfortunately, he is not able to see any NPCs or monsters. The leader comes close to him, and asks any signs of Jagged Spinner, who's supposed to be the boss here, but the answer is still in negative. A fun fact about Jagged Spinner is that they are a bunch, and not a single individual. Guildmaster finds it so strange that a city of this size doesn't have any people or monsters around. Another hunter joins in the conversation, who seems to be in an armed force outfit, and has a big fancy gun. He adds that it might be a good thing that they don't have to face any kind of resistance, or an authoritarian army. Human asks for the attention of KPP guild members, as he seems to be announcing something, while standing close to the big hole wall. He is telling them that they still have limited information about the monster here, although they have entered the gate, and it seems like it is not sufficient. Human decides to select an expedition team that will map the entire area. Meanwhile, everyone will be keeping an eye on the surrounding area. Suddenly, a beam of laser tears apart the guildmaster as he was completing his sentence, and a volcano of blood erupts. Hoyol is still on his knees by his side as blood splashes embrace his face, and his eyes are wide open in shock, with his lips murmuring the guildmaster's name. The guild members are shocked as fuck and have no idea what just happened. Someone chants that they are getting targeted, and all of them rush for a cover. Definitely not a warm welcome for our precious guild members by the boss. No doubt, it feels like cyberpunk because the monster is definitely an advanced shiny robot, laced with next-generation weapons. The next second, a flame bomb is blasted at the team as they run for their lives. The silver armor, taking a cover behind a boulder, shouts the name of his team member, who hardly escaped this one hell of a blast. He is shitting his pants, because an high-rank tanker, Hansu Hyung, just got slayed by this monster, and he could not even react to this monster's ambush. Hoyol is still hiding behind the boulder, trying to locate the exact position of the enemy, because he believes that they are going to die if it continues at this rate. The ponytail girl informs him that the monster is at 3 o'clock, but she has no idea about the distance because of sand dust. We finally come to know that the silver armor is actually the vice guildmaster, when the girl alerts him regarding the building collapsing. He gets it, and immediately asks everyone to fall back in order. He asks them to rush outside, as the building might collapse anytime. All of them can be seen following his order and rushing out. She asks the vice commander about the corpse of their commander, which is still inside. He feels that there is something strange, and they will come back for it later, after they get their ass together. He calls the girl by her name, Hyori, while ordering her to rush ahead and check the exit. In a flash of moment, she dashes forward with an affirmative. She informs the vice guildmaster that the exit is safe, and she doesn't sense the presence of anyone around. Suddenly, she collapses on the ground, with her face forward. What in the world just happened? Hyori is completely blank. She checks her neck, and notices that there is a cut there as she feels itchy there. Oh my goodness, she just passed through a trap of sharp wires. Hoyol is completely shocked, as he murmurs her name in confusion. There are wires, sharp bloody wires, set as a trap all over the city. He fails to understand how and when all these wire traps were placed. The vice guildmaster orders them to sever all of these wires because they have to leave as soon as possible. After a while, he asks them to imbue their weapons with mana and cut through these wires. Meanwhile, he is thinking who is this enemy, and if it is alone or have a team around. All of them are working together to cut these traps at the exit of the building, and they are thinking how long it has been keeping an eye on us. Now, we can see that the aim is locked at the KPP guild. It is quite modern and digital. Wonders of AI, I believe. To our surprise, another monster robot is clinging to the wall of some building as if it is a spider, with her guns locked at them. The monster launches a blue flexible laser, which smoothly avoids the wire traps. Are you kidding me? After this, the blue thread-like laser ends up right above the head of Hoyal, and right when he notices it, there is a blast like earlier, maybe even more powerful, and cries of pain can be heard from the team, engulfed in the flames of that blast. Pools of blood, and the impact of that blast can be seen everywhere. Vice Commander is gasping, as he is completely fucked up by this instantaneous attack. Oh man, our boy is in the rubble, with just one hand, and his other hand just disappeared. Meanwhile, his team members can be seen annihilated. He shouts at this monstrous piece of a shit to show itself, and stop attacking from hidden spots, as they will not be able to overpower it this way. Just then the monster jumps right in, almost as if he actually got offended for being called out. Our boy seems confused seeing a robot appearing in front of him. He asks the monster if he is the final boss of this gate, who has caused all this chaos. Mr. Jag seems to be still. Surprisingly, it is having a flashback of a female wearing a lab coat. It is fair to assume that she made this monster, as she seems to have upgraded this robot to fight even if it's out of ammo. Mr. Silver Armor curses him for killing all of his team, and he was still in mid-sentence when the final boss launched another attack. This robot is clearly not the one to take curses lightly. Once again, the blue thread-like shiny laser spreads and is everywhere around Hoyal. Clearly this is the end for him as he awaits his death at the mercy of this robotic monster. Our boy has met his end, as a stream of blood gushes in the air. From the robot's final call, protect the city, it is sure it's about protecting this settlement, and there will be a whole lot of story behind this AI robot, who went on a rampage in this city. This first raid was a complete failure, as all of the hunters who participated in this raid died without even putting up a fight. From that day onward, the difficulty level of Qingju Gate was changed to red, and the raids were put on halt for an indefinite period of time, until further orders. An indefinite time later, a heavy hammer thrashes on the ground, feels like Thor has appeared, and we jumped into the metaverse of Avengers. This appears to be another team that entered this city. The muscular guy, with braids, seems to be complaining about the weather, which is as shit as they saw on video. Definitely, this team has come after proper research and preparation. Meanwhile, a girl hunter, who looks like a badass, recommends them to not go deep into the gate, because the likelihood of appearance of Jagged Spinner will be higher if they enter the city. Oh, another contender for the Jewel of Wisdom, and they actually like some badass gentlemen, considering their outfit consists of a long coat, with a tie and waistcoat under it. Apparently, they have made a deal, which states that the Jewel of Wisdom, in other words this city, will belong to these long coat gentlemen, whereas the rest of rewards plus the 60 billion will be given to the Muscular Guys Guild. With the looks of these teams, they are definitely well prepared to enter the city and show their true individual strengths. It is a partnership between two powerful parties of the Korean Hunter Association. This list of personnel entering the Qingju complex is very royal, with one of Korea's top 10 guilds, Golden Lion, which is led by Hwang Juncheo, an S-class hunter, and second in command, Hwang Yonha, a high-class hunter, with their 47 guild members are entering the city. On the other hand, we have an affiliated team from Magic Tower, led by Gil Tisung, a near S-class, and 48 mercenaries will be joining too. And for the final entry, we have Hunter Association's Han Hari, also an assistant to our Majesty, and an high-class hunter, who seems to be serving tea to none other than our superhero, Leon the Lionheart. In all this chaos, Out Hero is chill as fuck, enjoying and appreciating the tea served by Redhead Darling. He seems to be more interested in knowing the name of the tea, rather than the fact that they are about to enter a red gate. She tells the Majesty that this is a barley tea, as he sits on a boulder of a broken building, one leg on another, with no worries in the world. Now, the last additional individual in this fourth raid is Leon the Lionheart, so brace yourself my fellas, as one hell of a battle is about to start. The next chapter starts with an aerial outlook of the futuristic city of Qingju, which shows no sign of any life around, except for the robot on rampage. The fourth raiding team has declared its base camp, and the camp can be seen with a lot of supplies, as well as personnels. Leon asks his assistant if there is something wrong, because she seems a bit tense. She thinks for a while, and then tells him that she is worried about the uncertainty of the things that are about to come, and she is not sure if the things will go smoothly or not. Our girl continues about her honest feelings in this regard. Our Majesty is all ears to her. While she is talking about the things going well without the Majesty's intervention would be the best possible scenario. But at the same time she thinks if this happens, then Leon will not get the chance to gain the fame, which he needs to build up a top-level guild. Surprisingly, Leon agrees with her too that this is the best thing that could happen. No wonder she is as surprised as we are, and we can read that on her face. He continues that if the King of Lionheart does not have to step in, that means the situation is under control, and they will not have to worry about it. After a brief pause, he asks her about the main duty of a king in his kingdom. Our girl, who is wearing a different outfit than her usual one, showcasing her curves, thinks a bit, and then answers it must be to rule. However, Leon says definitely, but everyone can do it, unless that person has excessive pride or self-confidence, though it will be the same in most of the rulers. Hari is carefully listening to him, although she is not sure, but still, she gives another answer. It might be as the king of the knights. The next moment, something clicks in her mind. It feels like she got her answer. Now, as she thinks about it deeply, she gets that Leon only jumped in a fight when it was about necessary, and it was impossible to block that attack. Hari improvises, and then answers again. The duty of King of Lionheart is to, as she is about to complete it, Leon answers the last fortress. The king is the last fortress of the kingdom. He explains to her that if the King of the Lionheart has to step in, that means things are out of control, and this will be an absolute shame for the knights, and it shows the severity of the matter. Our hero states that if by chance it seems like he has to take charge in place of these weak, miserable hunters, it will be a shame, as he already misses his honorable knights of the kingdom. However, our assistant reminds him that this raid team consists of very powerful individuals, including an S-rank H-Wang Junqiao and a mage, so she thinks the situation will be under control. Leon mocks her that you just called them hunters, although he admits that they are fairly stronger than your average ordinary humans. Here comes a but from our hero. I bet we all were missing it, but surely Hari is not that pleased on hearing that. Suddenly, the air and mood of Leon shifts as he tells her they might be strong, but they don't know what war means. He brings to her notice that you guys are telling each other that the outskirts of the city are safe, and you all seem pretty confident about this information, despite encountering this monster only 3 times. Furthermore, you have just analyzed the patterns of monster attack and will respond accordingly, and you call yourself raid teams. He finds it absolutely funny, and guys, can you believe it? A shadow of Jag Spinner can be seen on top of the building, right above the base camp. No one has any idea about it at the moment. The Korean Hunter Association representative is Shunt, and her eyes are wide open. She does seem to have got something out of this mockery. Leon's lecture is not stopping at all, as he tells her how the general knows to respond to any given situation accordingly, and there is no pattern in that. According to reports that Leon has heard, this jagged spinner is a talented warlord. Meanwhile, a blast occurs, and there is smoke everywhere. Our sneaky monster lurking in shadows has finally given them a warm welcome. There is panic, and they have no idea what has just happened here. Now it is the storytime Otakus. We can see the same scientist from last episode, who is apologizing to the robot, and it seems like she is dying. The scientist asks a last favor from his creation, and this is also the last order for this robot, which results in creation of a monster. This last order was to annihilate every unidentified being that enters this city. This monster is just following his last order, as it is wreaking havoc on the hunters from top of a building. Someone shouts that it is Jagged Spinner, while the other hunter asks everyone to take cover. The final boss locates and locks its target using the advanced technology, and here comes that blue thread-like laser at full speed. It engulfs the hunters as they panic, and boom, meanwhile, their best response is shit. They are wondering what kind of monster is that, such a powerful attack that finished off 23% of their team, and their bodies are deep in rubble. After launching this powerful attack, the robot seems to be recharging its energy to launch another attack. As it is in the middle of that process, our hammer guy jumps out of nowhere and chance die with a power blow on its body. Evidently, the robot is damaged by this, and its main joint region is damaged. The robot system is now commanding its body according to the damage it got, and it changed its priority to remove the unidentified being too. However, our man of the moment is all over him, and tells the Metalkin that it is too late now. Meanwhile, he calls someone Jimsoon, and his partner, the badass girl from earlier, jumps in with a flaming fist, and lands another powerful blow, and a volcano erupts there. She surely is some badass, as she is mad at being called Jimsoon because she just destroyed the whole building. Our robotic monster seems in bad shape after this beating, and its system is still processing it all. At this moment, an incredible hue of lightning engulfs the monster. It appears our mage has decided to join in too, with a sexy dialogue that they did well, and now he is taking it from here. What a banger of an entry. Robot system is now overloaded with activity, and its radar system is down too, but it appears that it still has some hidden cards, because it just activated an emergency purge to get rid of this situation. Meanwhile, it has ordered a series of emergency commands that allows it to use restricted resources. It includes activation of a WR equipment inside the city, which seems to be some camera-based attack system that locks a target. The next second, it also issued a level 3 priority for removal of our mage, because his powers pose a threat to its system. Suddenly, it jumps and tries to flee from there, but our hunters do not plan on letting this metal warlord go away that easily as they chase it. However, it rotates one of the guns on its body and starts firing at them. This was a successful strategy, as it makes the hunter disperse and briefly stops them from chasing after it. Mr. Tsung now uses his magic prowess to activate a spell called Distortion Force Field, and he asks everyone to gather around. He creates a golden field around everyone that looks quite powerful, because the bullets are diverging after hitting its surface. One of his team members asks him what is this defensive magic that is forcing the bullets to change their trajectories. He tells him that this is a special grade magical tool, created to fight this Red Gates monster, although he feels ashamed that he used this tool way too early in the battle. The AI robot observes this abnormal phenomenon and issues a risk factor commencing the maintenance operation, and its analysis is completed in just a fraction of seconds. Oh boy, its system finishes off faster than me in bed. It has collected few points and notices the trajectory at which the bullets are being forced to curve, and just then it gives a command to fire. Shockingly, one of the bullets pierces through this magical shield and hits one of the mage's comrades. He gasps as blood gushes out of his mouth. T-Sung is completely shocked as he could not believe his eyes. He thinks that it is impossible how in the world this robot has calculated the angle at which the bullets will pierce through this shield. In his head, he is not able to grasp what the hell is that thing. After a while, another bullet hit one of their comrades, and there is a shriek. Meanwhile, they still fail to understand how it is able to do that. Our S-rank hunter desperately asks the mate to turn off this distortion force field, as it is making it a lot harder for them to understand the direction from which the bullets are hitting, and they are failing to dodge or block this onslaught. The mage gets his point, and immediately decides to turn off this magical tool because it is useless. Meanwhile, he asks them all to charge at this robot as soon as he takes the shield out. All of them are frustrated with what is going on, but they still get their shit together and wait for the distortion field to disappear because the countdown has begun. However, just as the countdown ends and they are about to counterattack, eventually our hammer guy stops because something unexpected happened, and he notices something. He orders everyone to stop where they are and does not move, while the mage and the female vice guildmaster are clueless why he stops them all of a sudden, and they are staring at him like, bro, what the fuck? Suddenly, the wider picture unveiled, and guys, this is the same technique robot used to destroy the first raid team, which is by laying deadly wire traps. Yes, you heard it right. This sneaky bastard of a monster just laid wire traps around them to restrict their movement. They are as surprised as they could be to see these wires, because they just realized that it is not trying to run away or evade, rather it was plotting a plan. Our raid team is still trying to figure out when it managed to install these wires around them, although all of them were on high alert. The robot still has some after effects of the magic that was used, but still it is working perfectly. It loads its deadly weapon in their direction as it prepares to attack them once more, but first it needs some charging to accumulate power for this attack. The mage cries no as he is still in shock to see its miraculous plotting. He realizes that he just made a mistake to gather everyone because of the force field, which failed miserably, and now because of this defensive failure they are struck, and will not be able to dodge its next attack. Are we going to witness another dirty annihilation of 4th raid party? Because the charging is now complete, and it is ready to launch an attack. It commands fire, but suddenly stops because it noticed something. This is the sound of hoofs of a running horse, rushing at full speed to the battleground. Everyone is shocked to hear it. Looks like our rank fire woman has recognized this sound. Oh my goodness, it is actually a horse which is hustling towards the wire traps, even cutting those wires with its teeth. However, it just stops as someone places his hand over its chest, while chatting with it that it has been a while since they saw each other. This is the horse of none other than Leon, who is patting the horse and calling it his old sworn friend. This is cinema guys, as they look like they are made for each other. He gets on the horse with swag, and I bet our badass girl is drooling over his aura. Leon is now in between the hunters, who were caught in the trap, while their faces are awestruck by this moment. Our king requires the attention of warriors because he wants them to listen about his courage to charge into the sea of enemies alone with just a horse. Leon is doing a weird sounding speech that honestly no one can grasp, except maybe the knights of his kingdom. He praises them as their king. Even the robot fails to understand what is happening. He continues that he bestows upon everyone the glory of being received in his presence, and the honor of a duel with him. Furthermore, he grants the royal permission to fight him. He shouts warriors to the hunters behind him, who are speechless. Their first honest reaction to this absurdity was exactly what everyone should have. They feel like he is on some crack, and have lost his mind. The next chapter begins with the hunter's mouth wide open over the speech he just made. The monster is also processing. However, it is ready to launch an attack again, and launches a series of commands to its system to increase the acceleration and generating capacity of its next attack. In addition, its system evaluated the threat level of Leon as 0. It honestly doesn't know what's coming. Leon brings out a fancy-looking formidable spear and orders his old friend to run in the direction of the monster. The eyes of the horse lighten up too. Seems like it is not an ordinary horse. The monster launches its attack too in Leon's direction from above. Our hero shouts at the monster that the knight is not affected by these cowardly long-range weapons, as he keeps charging towards it. The blue lighting laser bullet is on its way, and Leon has decided to take it on with his sharp fancy spear. Here is the moment of truth. As our knight takes on the attack of the monster, a big ball of golden energy erupts, so strong that the impact is evident from nearby infrastructure. After it diminishes, there are bolts and parts of the robot in the air. Leon just landed a headshot with his formidable weapon. It sustained great damage, and at this moment Jagged Spinner, high-performance AI calculations stopped working. It was the first time it failed to logically understand the phenomenon that just took place in front of it. Meanwhile, Leon is also impressed by the built quality of this robot. The machine finally at last evaluated the situation. The robot system evaluated that the weapon is an outdated joust, though it is fast, But still there is a limit to the impact it can cause depending on its mass. This same machine made the assessment earlier and designated the threat level of the Majesty as 0, and he can be easily killed by a railgun. But here we are. The result of this situation is that 3 seconds earlier Leon's shout created a thin barrier, which is a completely different pattern than the already recorded abnormal phenomenon and estimated scope. 2 seconds ago, there was a direct clash between the railgun's bullet and Leon, and according to calculations the follow-up attack would have finished the enemy even if he had blocked it. And 1 second ago, it deflected the bullet, and surprisingly, there was not any clash or blocking, rather the bullets just deflected. This is the special skill which is used by Knights Templar as easily as they breathe, and this is the miracle possessed by humanity's strongest fighters as a way to enforce the rules of the world. This is Divine Law, Blessing of the Arrow Shield, and it will deflect any long-range attack at once, no matter what, and this is the power of the King of the Lionheart. Now it's the time for some offensive display, as Leon launches another attack, and he is sitting on his horse as if he has won this. The jagged spinner has taken a good beating, and is in a really bad shape, lying in the rubble, and is unable to analyze or understand this latest phenomena. Its system updated the threat level of Leon, and changed it to level 5 forcefully, as it looked at the stunning victorious king in front of it. At this moment, it realized that it fucked up, and decides to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. It jumps and runs away from there. It is surprising that it can still move after this level of humiliation. Our king is disappointed that it ran away, leaving one of its broken legs on the field. We are not in some deserted building, and a weird-looking purple energy ball like a nebula is buzzing. The female scientist and robot is watching it. She asks it to protect this place, and to destroy anyone that approaches this place. This building looks like the base-cum workshop of Jag Spinner, where a lot of machinery and ammunition is present. Its system is calculating all the damage and ammunition which was not used. Almost all of the parts of the robot are damaged and unbalanced. It needs a lot of maintenance and upgrading to fight our king. This AI system is surely horrific, as it has devised a new model to upgrade all of its weapon to combat with the level 5 threat, and is commencing the modulation now. Electric signals emerge from the pillars of the machine in which the robot has commenced the modulation. Meanwhile, it gets a memory of its creator, who is thanking him for protecting the city. The strategic modulation of the robot is now complete, and the mission resumption is unlocked. While at the Block B of Chengju Sports Complex Gate, a fraction of Raid Team is looking at the outskirts of area. All of a sudden, their team lead asks them to pause, as he notices a machine gun of the jagged spinner, 250 meters ahead, across the street at the corner of building. He asks the hunters who are good in long-range dealing to carefully make their way as close as possible to the monster using their skills, while he orders the rest of the team to wait here, and distract it if he notices them. He is yet to complete his sentence, when a splash of blood colors his face red, and he looks back in an instant. All of his team is cut out by the wire traps out of nowhere, and their limbs are everywhere in pool of blood. He does not know what hell happened in a blink of an eye. Once again, he notices something behind, and with a swing of the sword tries to hit whatever was there. He exclaims, "You gross spider bastard," but there was no one behind. However, he is sure that he definitely felt something. But just with that swing, he got caught in its trap. There was a silent pause, and then his sword flies away to the ground, and he is cut down into pieces like a minced meat at the butcher's shop. Artwork of Jagged Spinner, the final boss of Redgate, who cleared 5 unidentified beings in a blink of an eye. Just then, it notices another personnel right behind him, who is running to save his life. This young boy in a green cloak and a bowl cut is crying badly. He surely doesn't want to die this way. The monster's system assess him and put a tag of threat level 0 on him. The boy dashes forward and falls into a cemetery after losing his balance. The monster is all over him in a second. He begs the monster to spare him as he does not want to die. And he could not fight either. He takes a refuge behind the tombstone of a grave. Surprisingly, the robot stops there and take a look around. It gets another flashback of the same girl, who seems to be calling it Yappy, such a cute name for a monster like this, and she is telling him that like everyone else she is going to be buried here too in FHE future, and this way she will be always a part of this city. After a little pause, she asks it if you will protect the city at that moment too. I am getting emotional, fellows. The robot is still on hold, as its system is giving commands on logical reasoning. Because the priority is to completely remove the invaders, another commands come right after it. Are you kidding me? The robot just hacked its logical reasoning and implied autonomous decision. I am not crying. Are you? It has just silenced the logical reasoning of the AI system and changed the priority forcefully. The boy is staring at the robot, while sobbing as he has no clue why it is completely motionless at the moment. It falls back, while the boy is think if he has just spared his life and let him laugh. The robot jumps and leave from there. Apparently, it does not want to destroy the cemetery or cause any damage here. After that, there is a voice of someone asking the boy if he is okay, and boy seems calm on hearing that voice. This is the voice of Gil Tisung, who just got there. The boy informs him that the robot just ran away instead of killing him, and he believes that it got tired. He gets back on his feet and tries to butter the mage by saying stuff like that it must have seen you coming and ran away to save its life because it is no match for Mr. Tisung. One of the mage's sidekick also joins in, and says that it might have some limitations too. The mage notices that they are at a cemetery, and by the looks of this place it is way too clean than the rest of the city. Someone else agrees too that he also did not realize it earlier, but definitely this is the only place that is clean in whole city. The robot is going from one place to another, taking an overview of the raid team's position for assessment. The chances of winning are 92% at the moment, and it decides to retreat for the moment. The mage is exhausted of this unpleasant place and wants to get out of there. The final decision of the robot is based upon the protection of the citizens, even if they are dead. The robot surely cared a lot about the people who used to live here. I'm sure there is more to the story how all the people here died, and why this robot is protecting this city at every cost. The robot is back to its base, and seems like having a little pedicure session. According to its count, there are only 49 left out of the total that entered, whereas the health of level 5 threat is still 100%. Meanwhile, it is calculating the probability of successful removal of level 1 plus level 3 threat. It notices someone's presence in the background. No way, this is Our Majesty, who has just located the hideout of this monster. He asks the monster, with his typical smirky smile, if it had fun with the commoners out there. The robot is surely not pleased with this infiltration. Next up, we're graded with a sigil of a lion on a golden shield, and Leon standing in front of him. Our Leon worships chivalry, which is the characteristic of a seasoned knight. There will be no exaggerating to state that he is the real incarnation of chivalry, and what it means. The King of the Lionheart hates cowardly ambushes more than anything else, and seeks fair battles, whatsoever. He asks the robot if it is ready for a fight. The monster is on alert, and suddenly there is a blast. Definition: an attack from robot, and it shows that it is not gonna play fair as per Leon's expectations. However, this is still not enough reason for the mighty knight to abandon his knightly morals, as he is standing in the midst of flames with his sword in his hands. This is his golden sword, and this incarnation of chivalry does not let anything break his will that easily. Honestly, this is what makes him strong, and that is the reason he is the chosen one, as he is unscathed even after this surprise attack. The robot has crawled up the wall using its spidery legs, while Leon is mocking him that he should not be expecting any honor from a machine with no emotions. The monster's system checks the equipment again, and activates the 60mm heavy machine gun to deal with level 5 threat. It fires straight at our brave knight, who is still standing in the flames of the blast with honor. He looks amused by the bullets coming in his direction, because he got the chance to use Divine Law, blessing of Arrow Shield again, and is protected by this divine power, which completely deflects the bullets. The AI system detects the identical pattern of abnormal phenomenon, and decides to analyze the curvatures at which the bullets can penetrate the shield, and jumps from its position. The next second, it shortlists 3 points that can work according to its analysis, and commands to fire. Grab some popcorn, as these bullets are simultaneously fired at supersonic speed towards our hero, who still has not moved a bit from his initial position. He smiles, and this is not his average smile, it is a naughty smile. Feels like he is about to pull another sexy move. Our Majesty smashes his right leg in the ground. The floor breaks, and big boulders in the shape of diamond rises from the ground to stop the bullets. These boulders have protected the king, by creating a wall around him to stop every bullet coming his way. The machine's honest reaction is, what is this sorcery? This is out of syllabus, as its system has no answer for this too. All of a sudden, the fancy spear-like weapon, which was used in the first clash, falls right in front of the robot from above. As a countermeasure, the robot launches a red laser to destroy it. However, to its surprise, Leon emerges from behind the stones, with the stallion, and cuts through the laser using that weapon. Our knight is now in his zone, with his eyes lightened up with pride of the lion, as he stares down at the robot. The jagged spinner evades Leon's advance, and jumps while firing the bullets to get out of the range of him. Its system fails again to comprehend what is going on, as none of the bullets hit the target. Our guy grips the reins of the stallion, and tells it that the enemy wants to play a game of hide and seek with them, so get ready to rush after the robot. Mr. Jagged is jumping like it is a monkey, from one place to another, creating distraction through blasts. However, these cowardly measures cannot make our honorable knight miss out on his target, as Leon's stallion is right at the tail of the monster. A sharp beam of golden light and blasts can be seen lighting up the area. Subsequently, the monstrous AI again fails to comprehend how a normal being can keep up with its high speed, as it has not seen anyone like that before. After a series of attempts to run, it finally gives up, and is forced to launch a mass attack, maybe the last attack in its arsenal. Leon also shouts stallion loudly as they are about to have a head-on-head this time. However, as they are about to clash, the robot spills grease on the ground, an extraordinarily sneaky move. This causes the horse's hoof to slip and lose its momentum. However, it keeps its balance and stays on its feet. This time the robot successfully dodges the head-on battle, but how long it can keep running from the wrath of King of the Lionheart. Leon seems impressed by this maneuver and even compliments the move as not so bad. However, the stallion is not that pleased, and is showing aggression like a bull. Mr. Jagged is now prepared again, as it can predict what is coming ahead. Both parties are ready to launch another attack, as the monster aims its machine gun, while the stallion charges towards it at full speed. The machine jumps and starts firing at a rapid rate. However, the speed of the stallion helps them to dodge this attack. The surroundings are lighted with the flashes of blast, an intense bombardment to be honest. This bombardment causes the ground to rupture, as well as it smartly blasts a building on top of Leon too, which creates a situation of chaos because our king got stuck in a situation where all sides pose a threat to his movement. The large pieces of boulders from the high building can be seen falling on the ground, like it is a rain of big stone. Just calm down guys, no need to panic because this is Leon the Lionheart, who cannot be stopped by such play. He shouts the stallion like he is telling it something, and you won't believe what just happened. The stallion is taking a flight using the falling boulders from one to the other in order to reach out the jagged spinner in midair. In a blink of an eye, Leon and his stallion are right above the robot, and our stallion is floating in the sky like it is Pegasus. What a visual. Immediately, the system commands to fire all the remaining ammo left, as it realizes that the last moments are coming. Leon is wading through these streams of bullets, like it is not an issue, with his weapon locked in the direction of the monster. Just how strong is this divide law? The AI robot is transforming into a metalcan every second, because it is failing again and again to comprehend the situation it is facing. And here comes Leon, literally chanting glory to the Lionhearts. The final blow lands, and jagged spinner is in bits and pieces in midair, as Leon tears through it like lightning falling from the sky. Almost half of its body is gone from this last attack. However, it is still hanging in midair. It has received lethal damage, and the operation limit has surpassed. Right at this moment, it reminds the last thing Mommy ordered Yappy is to protect the sealed jewel which should never be released. The system commences to proceed with the self-detonation, as bright red light on the robot intensifies. The machine has just ordered the detonation of all explosives for the landfill facilities, and a lot of places can be seen blasting, and it is red everywhere. Leon is watching it all happen as he is clueless of what is going on. Suddenly a large-scale blast occurs at a distance. It might be the facility where that item is sealed. The scene shifts to the time when this current jagged spinner opened its eyes for the first time after being stored in a container. The next second, it received an order from some worker to protect the city and carry out its duty as a protector of this place. After a while, the tentacles appeared from behind and killed this worker. It is a giant octopus-like monster with one eye and multiple tentacles like legs. This jagged spinner had only one goal, to support its allies and protect the city as it opened fire on the monster and destroyed it in seconds. This protection of the city became their purpose, and these hundreds of jagged spinner in the city immediately destroyed all the enemies and became heroes. This awarded them the title of City's Guardians. This story of unmanned tanks that saved the city from the worst scenario possible was a source of hope, and a sweet story to the people who were losing faith. They became a symbol of hope and Knights of Steel. These Knights of Steel were slaying monsters, day and night only to protect the city. All the jagged spinners, including the current one, were remodeled to work under the commander to protect everyone. They kept on fighting and protecting until there was nothing left to protect. Everything and everyone was finished. At this moment, its dying creator issued her last order to the jagged spinner. This last order was to protect the city, and that purple ball cannot be allowed to fall in hands of anyone or leave this place ever. This last remaining battle machine prepared everything from scratch, including its base and weaponry, and kept protecting it against the monsters and raiding teams. It prepared and protected to its last moment, until it can no longer protect it. The half-jagged spinner is on the floor when Leon locates it. He is glad that Blessing of the Arrow Shield worked, which resulted in defeat of this Guardian of City. Meanwhile, he notices the purple buzzing jewel that the JS 10253 has been trying to protect since beginning. Leon calls it the Jewel of Wisdom as he pulls out his sword. Now we finally know what this purple thing actually is. Our king walks toward it as saying that a thing like that should not exist, which shows that it could have been used for evil purposes if someone ended up with it. Clearly, all this time the jagged spinner was not a monster of the Red Gate. It still tries to move, as it might have thought that this guy is going to steal it. However, Leon notices that, because it just used its wire trap to hold one of Leon's legs, and Leon turns to ask if you are still trying to fight. Our guy asks the robot about how long it has been protecting this place, and how long has he fought alone. As he respects its chivalry, he turns around and praises it with these lines: a night of devotion and loyalty. All living beings across dimensions are indebted to you, thanks to your service, and Leon just knighted it officially as he calls it Sir Jagged Spinner. Our savior turns himself around towards the Jewel of Wisdom and raises his sword, while uttering the words, "I solemnly declare that your quest is complete." He swings his sword and cuts through everything with a huge ray of lightning. This blow literally divides the space into two halves, including the Jewel of Wisdom. The King of the Lionheart pray for the Guardian of City to rest in peace and bid it farewell. Finally, Sir Jagged Spinner shuts down as its lights and system power diminishes. Thank you, Yappy. The next chapter begins with a conversation going on between the president of the Korean Hunter Association and King of Lionheart in a hallway of the association building, and the president seems to understand something. Mr. O is talking about the destruction of the Jewel of Wisdom, and Leon hits back with the question if he is complaining about its destruction. The president smartly covers it up with a negative, and tells him that since Your Majesty defeated the Jagged Spinner, it was also his right to do whatever he wants to do with that jewel, and no one has any say or objection to that. Leon tells him not to be disappointed about it, because it was a poison and not an actual jewel. The boss's face is wide open, as he is shocked to hear that it was a poison. Our king, who definitely has knowledge about it, talks about the history of this item and how it was created. Surprisingly, this jewel was created by the evil of wisdom in a pursuit of wisdom. In other words, it is an item of a demon, and not a divine power blessed by gods. The president is shocked by this revelation, as he had no idea about its link with the demon. Furthermore, at first it grants the wishes of that person, but soon it changes into something darker, because it starts demanding payments in return for that. For example, like feeding a beast to tame it, and next it eats away at humans with temptation for eternal life that is not possible. What happens in return is that the person starts losing humanity, and in no time turns into a demon. Leon asks him if they have been discovered in any other places. They should be destroyed too as quickly as possible, because how it sounds, it is not something to play with. Mr. O is in a panic on hearing all of this, and wants to bring it to the attention of the US government as well to keep control over it. They are now standing at the front of a huge metal gate, which seems like an entry to a facility, while Leon has an assumption that the US officials might have already fallen under the seduction of this demon. However, the president still informs them about it, as is his duty. After that, the gate of the facility opens, and we are now in a potential laboratory with a couple of scientists doing their research work. Leon sees something in front of him, and asks if this is where it is resting, to which the old fellow replies yes, safe and sound. It is Sir Jagged Spinner, who is lying shattered on a raised platform, and the scientists around it are doing some paperwork. Most probably, some research work on the technology. The boss asks Leon what he wants to do with it, as he has no idea what is the purpose of them standing in that laboratory. After a brief pause, our honorable knight shows his intentions that he wants to bury him, and prays that he makes his way to the god banquet hall because he was an honorable knight. But before that, he wants to bless the robot, as he brings out a golden glass with jewels embedded on it. Old fellow is surprised that he can do this kind of stuff too. Leon blesses him with a golden wine imbued with divinity as it falls on the loyal knight, and he prays that this loyal knight may rest in peace. A bright golden light emits from the point where the divine wine has touched, as everyone is watching what is going on. Suddenly, it seems like there is a movement from the robot, whom everyone believed that he died. Someone questions from the background if the Jagged Spinner is moving, while Leon is surprised too, seeing one of its legs showing signs of life. The Jagged Spinner's lights are on now, and there is a smile on the face of Leon as he seems to be amused by the fact that this machine is not giving up. Meanwhile, one of its arms starts doing something more like maintenance. Our kind notices that this energy is divine power, because there is no other energy source that can make it happen, and this divine blessing has just created a miracle. Meanwhile, the robot's body parts are fixing itself on their own, and would you believe it, we have a tiny Jagged Spinner this time, as small as a palm of hand. Even our Jagged Spinner is confused about what is happening. However, Leon seems to understand something, and brings out his sword, and I bet it is not to destroy the robot, but rather he wants to check if it is really happening, then the goddess would choose Jagged Spinner too. He puts his golden sword on the ground, while the floor breaks because of its divine power. All the humans there are completely shocked, as they have never seen something like this happening. After Leon has concentrated the divine power, and then swings the sword, bringing out the bright golden magical hue in the space around. After a few seconds, when the golden array diminishes, the mesmerizing blonde goddess appears right in front of our hero. The only thing the president says is wow, as he is down on his knees, along with the scientists, as their mouths are wide open because they can feel the presence of something that is not human at all. Obviously, this woman of brilliant light is a divine being incomparable to anyone else, and her presence is extraordinary. Leon kneels down and greets her. She is Goddess Ariana, and she in turn says, Lionheart, my first knight, and she asks him what it is that he needs help with. Lionheart, with a smile, tells her that Sir Jagged Spinner here is an honorable knight, and a role model for all the knights, while he asks her to bless this honorable knight because it deserves her care. The goddess takes a look at Jagged Spinner, and tells Leon that this knight has not fulfilled her quest. Also, he has not proved his honor, nor has he offered his glory to her. Leon waits for her to complete her statement, and then gives a guarantee as her first knight, that the Jagged Spinner would be befitting of the King of Lionheart's glory if Leon had no existence. Such high remarks coming from our hero for this great knight, who has approved himself in the eyes of Leon. The goddess is moved by his words as she trusts him completely, and she tells him that if you describe Jagged Spinner like that, then there is no further need for her to look into this, but she needs to be certain on one thing before that, as she brings her hand forward. She raises both of her hands and asks the other world Steel Knight if it will worship the light, and sings the justice by enlisting itself into her knight's military. Funny it is, when the Jagged Spinner counters this question in a robotic sound, as it has no clue about what she is talking about. She smiles and goes on that you might be full of honor and knowledge, but your heart is still of a child, and she asks the jagged spinner to help her knight to get rid of the evil in the world, and then he will be a knight too. The robot now seems to have a grip of the conversation as it looks towards Leon, who is also looking at him, and then he rotates excitedly towards the goddess with weird robotic sounds, as if it is saying something. However, none of them are able to understand what jagged spinner means by that. After that, its system gets a hang of something and proceeds with the language module installation after hacking the language pattern. After a few seconds, it checks the system and then says its first words demon, attack and good plan in the language of humans. Meanwhile, the goddess is amused by its brilliance. She now lights up her hands and agrees to bless her jagged spinner as long as it is loyal and supportive of her first knight, and tells it that she will be with it in glory. Suddenly, a golden light of blessing falls on our new knight, who is being granted light and justice and turned into a Grail Knight. Its new name will be Grail Knight Jagged Spin 10,253. Such a fancy name, I reckon. Meanwhile, we are teleported to the USA, because at the United States Magic Tower, something weird is going on, as someone is apologizing to the Great Being. It is a Gothic-style clock tower where the headquarters is established. It is the chamber of Magic Tower's Master Reynold Sherman, and there is a voice of someone who failed to fulfill the command. Now, there is another voice who is rebuking him for failing to accomplish this simple task. As we head into the room, it is a red buzzing ball, just like the purple jewel of wisdom we have seen earlier, and it is speaking to an old fellow who is on knees in front of it, apologizing. This is surely a demon who has got its scapegoat, a human with temptation for eternal life, and the demon is disappointed that after being taught wisdom and truth, this human still failed. Surprisingly, this old fellow is Reynold Sherman, the master of Magic Tower himself, who is telling the demon that they could do nothing, because a survivor, Leon, came out of nowhere, and it was a variable that they did not expect. The demon gets furious and glows more red as he feels like this old fellow is giving lame excuses for his failure, but as soon as he takes the name of survivor, he stops right there like a lightning bolt fell on him. The evil of Red Ball just pissed himself and asked the master on knees what fucking name he has just taken. Instantly, the demon asks him to turn on the television as he wants to see the news quickly, and the master rushes to grab the remote as he can't ignore the command of the Great Being. He hurriedly turns on the TV and selects the news channel as both have their attention on the news. On the news, there is our hero sitting, along with our redhead cutie pie, whom we have not seen since her conversation at Red Gate. Leon is introducing himself on the international news channel that he is the king of Lionheart, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and as soon as the demon hears this introduction, he forgets everything and blabbers something in weird language. The demon is in a state of panic, cursing Leon for appearing here out of nowhere as he is still ranting about it. Mr. Reynold is surprised at his master's behavior, who is afraid, and he has never seen him behaving in such a cowardly manner. The demon runs away like he is Leon's ex, and they have a history. The red jewel just turned dead as the demon runs away on the plain sight of Leon, while blabbering that he gives up, and is not going to continue whatever evil plan that he wants to carry out in future. This clearly shows the might of King of Lionheart, and what his name means in all dimensions. The head of Magic Tower is plain dead on seeing this sight, as he grabs the jewel because he could see his dreams dying. Surely, he had the temptation of eternal life too, and he is calling Master, trying to bring him back. But to no avail, as the demon has left and does not plan to come back, at least until Leon leaves this dimension. From this time onward, the jewel never spoke up again, liberating the United States Magic Tower from evil. The story then continues from the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association, where the president has decided to consider Sir Jagged Spinner as a member of Leon's guild. However, the president adds that it might be hard to impose it immediately, so they have to wait a while, but for Leon it does not matter as it is already decided. Our guildmaster and his newly appointed member take their leave from the laboratory and heads out of there. It seems like a mini-robot noticed something happening. Suddenly, Leon pukes and a black substance comes out his mouth, and the goddess asks him if he is alright, to which he replies that he is okay, as he wipes his face and hands with a piece of cloth, and he is thinking that nominating a Grail Knight in the land which lacks divinity has taken quite a toll on him. The Jagged Spinner tries to pacify him, in his style, using one of his tiny legs to pat him. However, Leon gives a cold sigh, and tells him that this is his fault for not being that strong. The goddess interferes with how it can be his fault, and adds that it is her fault for lacking in strength, as he looks down thinking about something. He has one of his hands on his heart, and a golden beam is radiating from it like the goddess is reciting in her heart, as he tells her that one cannot blame divinity in any situation, and he tells her not to say things like that because Leon has great respect for divinity. Ariana continues that she is really grateful for his loyalty towards her, but even it is due to lack of divinity in this land. She blames herself and the other gods for not stepping in at the right time, whereas our king is speechless about this. She asks him to rest well for a while, and keeps his faith in gods, and waits for them to show their powers. Now, we are in the council of Goddess Ariana, who has called her brothers and sisters, they seem like gods too, for an urgent meeting to help their follower, Leon the Lionheart. Now it is the history lesson time, as we are taken to the time when the King of Lionheart turned 121. This was the day when the world saw its doom, and ended with only one night remaining. Definitely not the birthday present he had expected. This knight expelled all the divinity in his world, and directed it in his own heart, while these gods embarrassingly evacuated to the heart of this holy knight, and kept on watching him slaying monsters for next 180 years. These gods let the single person carry the burden of the whole world on his shoulders, as he alone fought with chivalry against these monsters. Therefore, all the gods in the pantheon are indebted to Leon of the Lionheart, because they owe him for all these years he fought to bring peace and get rid of the evil from the worlds. The female goddess, Demira, blessed with the divinity of life and fertility, in green cloak, asks Ariana about the condition of their boy, to which Ariana replies that it is not good at the moment. Life jumps from her seat and desperately asks Ariana what are they supposed to do, when she is told that Leon has pushed himself way too much. Meanwhile, another god punches the side of the chair in frustration over the fact that appointing a single Grail Knight has put that much pressure on his body. This god is Pedos, the god that has divinity of war and fire, and this funky-looking god is ranting that they have lost the King of the Lionheart, who used to shine brightly with the glory of gods. However, Ariana is not pleased with these words for her first night, as she stops and asks him to show some dignity because this guy has fought for 200 years in our place, and has never been defeated once. Pedos knows that perfectly, and says that this is the reason he is mad at himself in frustration, considering he had done nothing in this regard as a god. Everyone is silent, with their heads down, completely ashamed of themselves, remembering 180 years of the leisure that they enjoyed at his disposal. Suddenly, Ariana breaks the ice and announces that the time has come for them to break their silence, because she cannot keep on watching her knight suffering in pain any longer while all of her brothers and sisters look at her. After that, a hand is raised in the pantheon with a suggestion. Ariana gives that guy permission to go ahead and tell everyone his idea. This god is Hito, a muscular short guy with facial hair like a bear and a ponytail, and he has the divinity of steel and blacksmith. He suggests that we should give any blessing that is possible to raise the faith in society, exactly how life did it in the plains. Pedos interrupts and asks if he wants them to do missionary work, which is exactly what Hito wants, as he tells him that they will show the humanity miracles to attract their attention, and they have a perfect example of Life's followers, and how they are connected with each other through internet. On hearing this, Life's face glows with expressions of pride. Hito's second suggestion is that they will use this internet to their advantage to reach out to the whole world. Pedos argues again that if it was that good of an idea, why Leon has not thought about carrying it out, as he is the citizen of this world. Our short guy is not going to give up too easily, as he puts forward the fact that our knight used to be the part of civilization that came before this concept of internet, known as modern technology, became prevalent. No doubt, he has a solid point here. Our goddess of light and justice decides to join in too, and asks Steel about the trials and errors in carrying this out, as she puts forward an example of Leon's appearance on the news channel that took 20 years to happen. Our god of steel and blacksmith give a naughty smile, and proves with his next point that he obviously looks through the things in the best possible way, as he tells them that this is the time when our Grail Knight steps in. Now fast forward. This seems to be a headquarters because a lot of technology can be seen in the background of the manager, who is busy reading a manhwa, when one of his subordinates calls him to look at something he found. He gets up and reaches the table of a bald guy, who is asking him if this kind of stuff is permitted on YouTube. The manager gets alert on hearing about YouTube. Suddenly, his face changes from normal to gloomy in the blink of an eye, as he is trying to figure out what this stuff is. Kim is reading the name of the YouTube channel, and how this video about Naju Plains came up. The manager is completely shocked with the fact that this is an official Pantheon channel, and this latest trending video is about the miraculous field of rice that was blessed by the goddess Demira. The gods of Pantheon have already launched their missionary work. Surprisingly, the channel already has 170 Kelvin subscribers and 2.1 Kelvin videos. They have used algorithms to their best, using clickbaits to attract the audience. For example, a clickbait "Why Go to Hospital" linked to the story about an office worker who used to look down upon the farmers, and how a farmer's single sentence about the miracle of using just one spoon of rice that can change one's life turned the tables. Then another example, asking AI about God's shocking results. The whole channel is full of clickbaits to force the audience to watch these high-quality videos, and people are going crazy over it. One user is even interested in knowing the person behind the channel, as one is impressed that the video is translated in 104 languages. The manager asks the baldy about the owner of this channel. The bald guy takes a wild guess by relating Pantheon to His Majesty Leon, and asks the manager if that man would be on YouTube, to which he responds in negative. After that, the guy on the computer asks if the assistant manager Hanhari can do it. However, Mr. Kim remembers a moment of dumbness by the redhead that makes him sure that she cannot pull off something like this. He thinks deeply about it, and after a moment of reflection he says that the bigger issue is that these videos are authentic, and these are not clickbaits in reality, because he seems familiar with this godly stuff. Definitely, he seems worried and is thinking in his head what this man is doing. However, the string is being pulled from much greater forces. The next second the young fellow takes his leave and tells the egghead nerd and the other subordinate that he is heading out. They get a little surprised by this sudden decision to head out, and the computer guy asks him where he is going. He tells them that he is heading out to meet that Leon guy, as he wants to find out what is going on behind the scenes. The scene shifts to a fine-looking apartment building. Our Majesty is staying in the penthouse of this building. I hope it is according to the standards of our king. Meanwhile, in the penthouse of Leon, something is definitely happening under the nose of association. As we head into the penthouse, a laptop can be seen, with tiny robotic legs of Sir Jagged Spin, typing like a maniac on the keyboard, and it seems like the hero's idea is working. Our Grail Knight is definitely working on the video to be uploaded on the channel Pantheon as he completes the subtitles for this video. Now we have an answer for the question by some user on the channel about who is doing translation in 104 languages. After completing the subtitles creation task, our AI Knight proceeds to upload the video by clicking on the enter button. The next second, the door opens, and our cute assistant in a sleeveless shirt appears as she asks Sir Yappy if her laptop is now free. Seems like we got another answer about the operating system. Our redhead asks him what he is doing on the laptop, and our honest knight tells her about the noise marketing plan that he is working on, and its first phase is now done, whereas the second phase, which is about network hacking, is in process. I can smell and imagine the evilness behind the second plan from the visuals. Han seems to get something. However, the next second she ruins it because our innocent assistant thinks that Sir Yappy is playing some video game, and these are the missions that he is supposed to be talking about. This is the time to recall that meme women. This clearly proves the point of Kim at the headquarters, who completely removed Han Hari from the list of suspects behind the suspicious YouTube channel on the basis of her knowledge about computers. We are now in the miraculous field of Naju Plains that has just gone viral, and we are at the temporary branch of Pantheon Guild in this area of Naju Plains. It is a well-built old-style house in the midst of it. The door opens, and Mr. Kim comes rushing in to have a conversation with your majesty about the recent video that needs to be taken down. Our king is sitting by the sofa in front of air conditioner. It seems like he is actually taking a rest as per request of the goddess. Meanwhile, Hari and a cat are also present in that living area, wondering what is wrong with this guy. Our cute assistant offers him barley tea so he can relax a bit, as he seems terrorized by this. He takes the tea and thanks Hari for serving it, and the very next second he gulps it all like he is drinking water, showing how tense he is about this video. As soon as he ends the tea, he again jumps back to the same topic regarding the video. He is now talking to Leon, who is drinking his tea calmly, and asks him who uploaded that video. Our hero thinks for a second, and then tells him that it is the work of Sir Spin. He is shocked to hear this name, as he has no idea about who Sir Spin is at the moment, because this new guild member has not been announced officially, while Redhead gives him hint by pointing out in the direction of our Grail Knight, who is still working on the laptop in a corner. He is surprised that this killing machine has made this video, and wants an answer on how he accomplished it. The smarty is completely underestimating the power of AI, and the things it is capable of pulling off in fraction of seconds. Leon gets straight to the point, and asks him what he means by taking down the video because there must be some valid reason for it. However, Kim hangs a bit, and then goes on with his point of view that as we all know that the rice grains grown here in Naju Plains are totally different from the other average rice fields, and just eating it can create a miracle that saves lives, which is like a fairy tale. He adds that as soon as the other countries in the world will know about this, they will not sit idle, and will come hunting for it sooner or later. The Naju Plains will be overfilled with the thieves, and they will be pro-hunters and assassins and not any regular thieves. This is the main reason for his worry. He requests the Majesty to wait for a while, until they get the Food Administration permit. After that, the association is going to be at their disposal with their best. Leon listens to him carefully, and respects his opinion that you guys must have your laws and systems in place, and he totally understands it. However, Leon counters that this is not something you should be worrying about because it is needless, and the manager is astounded to hear this in return to what he just explained. The King of Lionheart is still relaxed as he takes a sip from his mug, and tells him that this is the plantation of Goddess, and not some ordinary crops that can be stolen by anyone, whether there is a thief or some assassin. Meanwhile, Kim is speechless about this as he wonders how in the world this guy is so confident about it. Oh boy, don't forget he is the King of Lionheart, and he is never wrong. Fast forward as the sun sets, and it's a beautiful starry night over the Naju Plains. However, it does not seem like it is going to stay pleasant for much longer as 4 vehicles approach the field, and there are at least a dozen of personnels. Looks like a party of bandits is already here, with a request of an anonymous person to secure the rice grains, and burn the remaining field in Naju Plains. The bandit who received this assignment on text now seems to believe that the rice grains must have been real. Meanwhile, one of the other bandits with a hoodie is surprised to see that there is no security here because he believes that this field should have the maximum security. He believes that this has made things easier, and all they have to do now is set the place on fire and secure the rice grains plus seeds as they watch over the vast unending plain filled with these divine crops. As we suspected, this is not a normal group of bandits, but rather they are the Viper Squad, a hitman group of demonic human association Korean branch. The leader of the squad asks his subordinates to bring out the gasoline tanks so they can quickly get this done because they have already been paid in advance. The members of the squad spread out in the field, and amusingly, they are wearing ninja-like outfits and a sword on their back. Seems like we just switched to Naruto. They have taken their positions in the field and strategically put gasoline on the field as well as securing the perimeter to start their collection of rice grains. Meanwhile, one of them notices something strange in the field and gasps like the ground has been removed from his feet. He alerts his squad and tells Hyungnim that it is a person, as an image of someone with a hat and a long coat can be seen in the dark. Meanwhile, he is pulling his sword out. However, as they get close to it, they find out that it is just a scarecrow. Rather, a fancy-looking scarecrow would be the right words for it. The other member calls him an idiot for mistaking this scarecrow for a human. However, he apologizes for it straight away and puts his sword back. However, he finds it strange because he believes he saw it moving. But the other person rebukes him by saying that it is probably due to wind as they start moving forward. He finds this scarecrow creepy as hell and is way too scared seeing the sight of it. After that, he alerts their leader again to look behind, and he turns around in panic to see what is there. Just then, a large number of scarecrows appear, and he asks the leader if their count is more than average. I bet that there were not that many scarecrows in the previous visual. It looks like a scene of evil scarecrows on rampage, as scarecrows in every pose and tool are in the field. The scarecrow detector guy is still on alert as he can definitely feel something is wrong here. However, Hyung taunts him for being a demonic human, and still shitting his pants at the sight of these scarecrows. He asks him to stop this nonsense and get to work, feel the direction of the wind so they can burn a largest area of field in the least amount of time, and for the seeds they can get them from the storage. They empty all the gallons of gasoline they have after sensing the direction of the wind. The leader advises them to keep some seeds for themselves too if they are really good. Meanwhile, he calls his two members, named Manhwa and Jinti, to order something. However, he is shocked to notice something. The two of them are not present nearby. However, one of them states that they were right behind him the entire time until now. After that, he notices that another guy, named Dusan, is not here too as there are no signs of these fellows. Suddenly, the leader gets shocked and asks the team if these scarecrows were always this close to them or something weird is happening because they all are surrounded by scarecrows from every direction. The next second, a scarecrow appears right behind Hyung with a spiky weapon in both hands. Hyung notices the movement instantly and turns around to take a look, and the face of the scarecrow changes from expressionless to funny. Finally, at this point he gets that something weird is happening and pulls out his sword to cut the scarecrow in two halves. One of his fellows asks him what happened, on which he shouts that they are actually moving, and they are not some regular scarecrows, rather they are monsters with abnormal aura. They are not able to process this horror, and are wondering if all of them are monsters, and what they should do at this moment because there is not even a dungeon break. Next, they take their leaves and evade them using ninja tactics. Our scarecrow detector is on the ground, crawling to get out of there as he asks the team lead about what these monsters are, because he has not seen anything like that even inside a gate. The team leader is frustrated and shouts in anger that he is not aware of this shit, while he is cursing them for rushing out in such a hurry that most of his subordinates are lost in there. Now he gets a flashback of the request, which he found to be strange but still decided to do it, and now he wants to show them what they will get in return of fucking them over. After that, one of his subordinates that is still present brings his attention towards something and points in the direction of something. As the scene unfolds, he is pointing in the direction of a silo, which is used for storing the grain or seeds of the rice. Finally, his mood lightens up, and he starts dreaming about the jackpot they have hit, because if the story about this field is true, they are going to become rich in no time. He orders his fellows to transport the maximum amount of rice to the cars, because he believes that those monsters are just limited to the field, and they will have no role to play around the storage. This demonic human seems so confident, and rushes towards the silo before everyone, while ordering them to let's go. However, as soon as he takes a step on the ground close to the silo, a large blast occurs, which blows him away. A perfect classical trap for the infiltrators. All his subordinates are shocked about what just happened. They try to check if he is alive by calling his name, and at the same time they are wondering why someone would put a landmine in such an open place. Now they are standing still and trying to figure out what to do next, as they are trying to comprehend the idea behind putting up landmines right in front of the storage. Right at the moment, when one of them is asking about the mastermind behind this, he hears a robotic sound, and his soul left his body right there. Our Grail Knight appears right in front of him, after detection of entry by unqualified humans. The sidekick cannot believe what he has just witnessed. The Viper Squad's member mind must be cursing itself to find out the former monster of Chingju's gate jagged spinner right in front of him, as he seems to be asking himself what this bitch is doing here. However, who cares if this former monster decides to become a holy knight and plans on removing the infiltrators. The next morning, all the members of Viper Squad can be seen tied with ropes and placed at the side wall of the temporary base of Pantheon Guild. They are ashamed and crying at their horrible luck for messing with the doctrines of life and fertility pasted on the wooden board. As we get a close-up of the board behind the broken leg of the team lead due to stepping on the landmine, we can read the doctrines, with the most critical one written in red. This red warning is the most important one as it warns about the death of thieves that try to mess with the field. And this is how this Viper Squad consisting of demonic humans takes a bait and are arrested. Conclusion of the incident is probably that you should never doubt Leon the Lionheart. This episode begins with the arrest of the Hitman Squad of Demonic Human Association, who are paraded in shame. And thanks to them, the value of Pantheon and the blessed rice increased by an insane amount. This is the incarnation of an algorithm devised by the Grail Knight. Meanwhile, our king is also working on the marketing, as he is publicizing Pantheon for the sake of rice circulation, and one of the prominent places is the Blue House, where so many reporters are present to witness the deal between Pantheon and this house. However, things didn't go as planned because of the little incident that happened, and what else it could be other than our king insulting a commoner. The headline of the incident is Survivor Insults Reporter, and it is funny that this is being categorized in the bracket of cultural difference by the media. At this event, Leon said how dare a peasant try to dine with the king, and this raised eyebrows. Anyways, the final result is here, and that is what matters the most. In the end, the entire internet is talking about Pantheon, and all of the top 5 searches on the internet are about Pantheon-related stuff with Naju Plains and Leon on number 1 and 2 respectively. The stocks are soaring high. Leon puts the newspaper on the table and takes a cold proud sigh, praising the extraordinary stuff that God's planned, and they are adjusting to the modern world faster than him, as he is wearing a modern casual attire for the first time in a while. All of a sudden, someone chants in excitement by calling Your Majesty that there is big news which attracts the attention of Leon towards that person. It is Hari, who is in her regular assistant attire, and she tells him that the evaluation results regarding the rice are out, and each pack is worth 230 million won. That is a huge amount for a single pack. However, Leon does not seem that happy about it, nor does he react. He thinks about it, and says that it needs to be cheaper than that. This is the reason he is not happy about hearing about the price. Hari is confused, and questions him if being expensive is not good in this regard. After that, he tells her the major reason behind, as he tells her that the market decides the price of the item. But this much high price for the rice will result in imbalance, as peasants will not be able to afford it, and in the end it will be only for the elite class. How thoughtful of our king. Our hero believes that God's favor should be equal for everyone, and no one should be deprived of it. The assistant seems satisfied with this reason, as she has nothing against it for the time being. Additionally, he adds that the president did not agree with his point about preaching the farmers about the divinity's favor when they met earlier because his position as a president needs him to be neutral about the religious stuff. Even Hari favors the president too. No worries, because Leon is smiling, so that means he already got something. He tells her that he still managed to get more faith from the people, and it should be enough to gather the lion heart power and force. After that, Leon gets up to leave for somewhere when the girl stops him to ask if it will be okay. Our king does not see the point of this question and asks what she is talking about. At this point, she reminds him of the yellow gate that he wished her to bathe. However, she is concerned that raiding this gate with the people you have selected is almost impossible. However, Leon seems confident about it and tells her that they will see what actually happens. The scene shifts, and we are now in the association building, where we see our D-rank hunter and the team manager of the mining team. Mr. Kim has recognized the D-rank hunter and greets him by confirming his identity, and our hunter also recognizes the old man. Mr. D-sung acts weird on meeting the old fellow again. It might be because he is still a D-rank hunter and failed the last test too. However, the team manager sarcastically asks him if he is here because of the text they received from the association regarding the president looking for useless hunters like them, as he wonders what this is about. Gu is also looking hesitant as he is wondering too, and at the same time he is observing everyone if they all are C or D rank hunters at most. Meanwhile, 2 young guys notice our redhead cutie approaching, and one of them knows her name too, while the other calls her a rank mage swordsman. Our assistant looks quite famous here, because she apparently had the highest record in last year's draft. After a while, our hunter looks behind abruptly, as there is an announcement of the entry of our King Leon Dragony Lionheart, and he is surprised to find out that this person is the survivor. Gu recalls the moment when Leon stopped the Null Captain's blow with just a finger, and it was the moment when he realized that the blonde fellow is not an ordinary human. But he had no idea that he belongs to a different world too. Our Majesty takes on the stage, which has a sigil of Lionheart behind it, and 2 guards on alert at his both sides. He welcomes all of them for coming on his invitation, and then tells them the real reason behind the invitation. Our guildmaster is looking for soldiers to enter his guild, Pantheon. He grants everyone who is qualified, have proven themselves, and have endured hard training, the honor of entering his military. There is a lot of murmur in the crowd on hearing the words of military and soldiers, as they are unusual terms for them. Meanwhile, the D-rank guy is wondering why the word military instead of guild. After a while, the bald security guy on the left end of stage steps up with a remote, as he announces to them about the entrance exam that they have to clear in order to be included in Pantheon. Suddenly, a panic situation is created in the crowd when the baldy announces that the text is to clear the yellow gate at Samjin Station. The young guy from earlier cries that it is the yellow gate, and how are we supposed to clear this? Surely, it feels like an invitation of death for these useless hunters. The old team manager and Gu Disung are stunned by this announcement, as they are unsure about the type of the test. They are obviously not wrong too in this situation, and these reactions were expected from them, because the gates are given colors on the basis of their ranks and difficulty level. They are categorized with black on top as the most difficult one. After that there is red, and we have already seen that red was not less than a hell for even S-rank hunters. Moving ahead, we have orange, and below those are yellow, green, and blue respectively. It is funny that the Seoul Station gate was blue, and it gave such a hard time to our D-rank hunter, so yellow means death for these C and D hunters at the moment. Meanwhile, the crowd erupts again, and they are furious for telling them to clear the yellow gate because they don't want to die just yet. However, the guard tries to calm them down and asks them to stay quiet or leave if any of them does not intend on proceeding with the test. That being said, a lot of hunters start leaving in anger that they wasted their time, and they would definitely leave even if the baldy tries to play reverse psychology. One of them even said that he is going home to take a nap, and this clearly shows why they are at these ranks, because they have no hunger or desire to do any extraordinary thing. However, being included in Pantheon is something big. To our surprise, the D-rank hunter is still standing and thinking if he should stop them or not, while almost more than 80% have left. After that, only a handful of people stayed there waiting for what is coming next, as they are ready to risk their lives to move ahead and race from everyone else. Leon takes a look at the people in front and gives a sound of approval. Suddenly, our king points out at someone in the crowd, and everyone's eyes are on him. The guy with the afro cut panics and asks if he is pointing at him. However, Leon ignores it and asks a question straight away to know why he did not leave. The afro guy, being tense, tells him that there might be some meaning to it, and he wants to see what it brings, while Leon is not that much impressed by the answer. After that, he asks a couple of people more who just stayed for no reason, or because their friends stayed. However, our king is barely impressed by it. A few seconds later, he points towards his old companion in the Soul Gate and asks his reason for staying. Gu takes a second to think that this guild is being built by a S-class hunter, so he confidently replies that he wants to avail this chance, and he believes that Leon would not let them die at any cost, so this is the reason for him staying. Leon smiles and seems impressed by his energy and attitude, as that is exactly what he wanted to hear. Our king carries on and tells them that he is here to gather soldiers. As he walks forward, he tells them loud and clear that a soldier's duty is to obey, while our poor gossip mongers are stunned by what he just said. He asks them to accept a knight's order and never doubt him, while keeping their trust and faith in the knight's honor and power, and this is all what these hunters have to do. In simpler words, as per Leon, it means just to listen like a soldier, who follows every command of their leader. Afterwards, he points in the direction of the portal which opens to the yellow gate, and commands that they are going in right away. Meanwhile, he gives them time to take their equipment as well as finish their necessary preparations. A portal for the yellow gate of Samjin Station is opened in the basement of the association's building. All of the soldiers are standing in a formation ready to storm in, wearing the old-fashioned silver armor, while Hari can be seen aligning their formation. Mr. Kim has also decided to visit Yellow Gate, while he can be seen complaining about the heavy armor, but at the same time he praises it for being high quality. The old fellows tells his gossip partner that these are rare ranked items, and this must have been expensive, costing at least 10 million won. Also, considering the items, it is nearly impossible for C and D ranked hunters to get their hands on these. Meanwhile, the hunter is wielding a shield, and seems more worried about it because he is a sword user. At the same time, the team manager notices that our king is not wearing any armor. Ah, poor old fellow. He does not have any idea about the blessing of arrow shield that Leon is blessed with. As soon as Han Hari passes by Disung's side, he stops her to ask if the Majesty does not need any armor. She is amusingly surprised by this question. However, she lessens his worry by telling him that the king's skin is harder than any armor in the world. Our D-rank hunter, who has already seen the strength of Leon, is confident that nothing bad will happen as long as the King of Lionheart is there. After their entry in the Yellow Gate, they come across a green monster straight away, who is instantaneously nullified by someone, while the soldiers in shield are surprised about what just happened. The slayer of the monster is none other than our honorable knight, who has just silenced the monster and is mocking him for not hearing the voices. He exclaims in fury that these monsters are not honorable warriors, and all of you are going to crawl like bugs here, meeting your death just like this, as this is the unwavering divine justice. The next chapter begins with our soldiers marching in a valley, where high mountains and trees are visible in the background. Meanwhile, our redhead assistant is also walking side by side with them. An armored guy looks up to the sky and feels that they are going to fight in fresh air. Right then, a message pops up informing them about the war between the two tribes, and they have to act as mercenaries, while choosing a side to support and make them win. According to another personnel, it is a NPC support quest, and their mission is quite simple. The boys already forgot that they are in the Yellow Gate. The old fellow, who is recognizable due to his short height, is telling Mr. Gu that this is a faction quest. Meanwhile, our hunter agrees with him too, and says that all they have to do is pick a side to support, and fight alongside them. However, Mr. Kim brings his attention towards the main problem, which is uncertainty about the side to pick that can help them win easily, and fulfill their mission. Suddenly, someone in armor notices a group approaching them from a distance, while pointing their direction, and raises a question if they are monsters as they are rushing towards them at great speed. As soon as they come close, they are the ugly-looking monkey-like green monsters, riding on the back of the wild boars having axes in their hands as they start to circle around them to restrict their advance, and block them from all sides. This is the territory of the Battle Axe tribe, and they definitely don't seem happy by the infiltration of these soldiers from outer territory in their land. One of them shouts and asks the soldiers about their identity and purpose of invading them. Right now, all the soldiers are shitting their pants, while the assistant hints something by calling Your Majesty, who seems really pissed at these monsters. He gives her a nod to proceed with whatever she had in mind. Sir Jagged Spinner is also here, who asks the Majesty's permission to proceed with their quest for time being. However, Leon seems quite pissed at the sight of these monsters, and does not seem happy with this quest too, because he tells them to do as they wish with disgusting expressions. The assistant covers it up, and thanks the Majesty for his permission, while Grail Knight is sitting like a hen on her head. She turns towards these monsters, and tells them that they are mercenaries from the other world, who are here to help their tribe win in the Great War, and get rewards in return for this favor. The bearded monster calms down on hearing that they are the mercenaries, as he recalls that their chief mentioned that some outsiders will be here. He asks them to follow them as he wants to take them to their chief. However, Leon is still displeased with what is happening. Seems like it was not what he expected or came across here. I suppose we have to wait a while for the reason behind this disgust. It is dark now, and they have reached the base of the Battle Axe tribe, made of rocks and wood. After that, they are in the presence of their chief, who seems to be assessing the mercenaries, while all other monsters have bowed their heads. This is Kartakarak, the chief of the tribe, an ugly-looking monster wearing leather armor with horns. He looks down upon the mercenaries, and judges that they are weaker than he expected. He passionately asks them to support his tribe, and get the most honorable death in this large-scale war, and the one to win the war will win everything. These words of honor and dignity just acted as fuel on the fire as our king seems more furious than ever, and a volcano is about to erupt. Leon interrupts him by saying that he can't take it any longer. All the soldiers turn around to look at the guildmaster, while the chief is furious at such an insult. Our hero steps forward as divine anger in him is overflowing at the word of honor by the mouth of this monster. He curses him for dreaming about an honorable death that these bunch of monsters do not deserve, nor they have any idea about it. Now, the chief is angry too, and could not bear this insult coming from Leon. In the blink of an eye, Leon slashes the orc's head from his body with just a single swing of his sword. This is what you get for pissing our king. The soldiers are astounded at what just happened as blood splashes on their armor. This is the might of Leon Dragony Lionheart, who hates orcs to his veins as he lashes at them for not being honorable warriors because they are the bugs who crawl on earth, and will die like that, as he stands on his body, because this is the unwavering justice of the night blessed with justice and light. And with this kill, the kill streak of orcs just increased to 8,769,653. Can you believe these numbers are just for orcs? Definitely, Orc Slayer and a legend. A wave of terror spreads in the orcs as their chief dies just in front of them, and suddenly they charge at the soldiers, declaring them enemies. The soldiers seem surprised at this attack from the orcs. Are you serious, fellows? Were you expecting a dinner from them after this? Leon orders them to raise their and form a circle to stop their advance from all sides. However, the soldiers are quite low in confidence in their skills as D-rank hunters because they don't think that they have a chance against these orcs, as they are mighty and bigger than them. Surprisingly, they are able to block the deadly attack from an orc wielding an axe. Mr. Gu, who was shivering in front of a null captain a while back, now just blocked an orc attack and couldn't believe himself. Suddenly, a message pops up again showing the effects of Leon's aura on all the soldiers' capabilities as well as equipment. Their mind is not able to process these reinforcements. After that, there is another message about the most prolific orc slayer and what this brings to the table. Again, the same reaction as they fail to comprehend these effects. Then the third message, listing some of the traits of Leon. However, most of these reinforcements traits could not be applied on the soldiers as their levels are lower, and the soldiers seem quite impressed by these traits. Our king orders them to raise their shields to push them away and stab them at the right moment to slay them. Surprisingly, this strategy works as they successfully kill them one after another. These reinforcements actually help to boost their skills as well as confidence. Suddenly, there is a prayer to God from one of the dying orcs to help the orc warriors. This infuriates the most prolific slayer of orcs, and he can't believe what the he just heard. He turns around with anger on hearing these monsters crying for God from their ugly mouth, and he asks the soldiers to cut off their tongues and also take their heads to insult their false god. Right at this moment, he calls for his stallion to come, and a white flash falls on the base of these orcs as they stand still witnessing the wonder happening in front of them. They are honestly feeling like, what have they done to face this hell? The next second, our holy knight, on a stallion, rushes towards the two of them in the front row, and he puts a sword in one's head, while the other's face is smashed by the powerful knees of the stallion. After that, he stops the stallion and turns towards another row of the orcs. He strikes a sexy pose, with his both hands parallel to each other as he brings out both of his holy swords. Suddenly, the orcs circle him from all sides. But this kind of maneuver is not going to work on our knight because he has made up his mind to kill all of them. And when he makes up his mind, no one can influence as he opens his both arms and attacks all of them at once with huge splashes of blood in every direction. After that, all of them fall on the ground with their heads in front. Our mighty hero finishes all of them in a fraction of a second. I believe the kill streak will be soaring at the moment. Leon raises his golden sword in the air like a knight and screams triumphantly an honorable victory as all of them cheer and jump to celebrate the victory. All of a sudden, Hari interrupts our hero while he is enjoying his moment. She seems a little worried, so Leon asks her what is the matter. She bluntly asks him why he did all of this, as bodies of monsters were lying in front of him. He seems surprised at this question by an rank hunter and counters her with remarks if one needs a reason to kill orcs. However, she tells him that the priority is quest, and not massacring a whole tribe of orcs. Our king ikes on hearing this and expresses his disgust over helping the orcs. He tells her that this is complete nonsense and he would rather die by throwing himself in the pit of fire rather than helping those green bastards. He clenches his teeth in anger because he believes that they do not deserve even a single ounce of respect from him, and their existence alone is enough evil to kill them at once because creatures like them do not deserve to live. Although they might be brave, how can one compare their aggressive shit nature to the chivalry and grace of a knight? Because they are just sickening beasts, and no one should treat them like humans, while Hari is speechless thinking how racist this sounds. Honestly, even I don't have such remarks for my toxic ex. After listening to that, she tries to advocate for these green ugly beasts with the fact that there might be some good kind orcs in the world too, just like us humans. Leon is amused by this, and after taking a cold sigh, he tells her that there are no good orcs in the world. In fact, my man is adamant that the only good orcs in the world are the dead ones that can't disgrace the Earth's air. Moving on with the story about countless orc survivors that entered the Earth, the gates of Earth were opened to give them a refuge. The humans were welcoming to them and gave them a place to settle, but they kept on their monstrous nature and instead of adjusting to the Earth's culture, became demonic humans by going around killing the people who welcomed them. These monstrous, ungrateful orcs became a problem even on Earth, and to slay them is the priority at every cost. Now the scene shifts to the river flowing in the valley. Maybe our soldiers are thirsty, however, it is our Grail Knight, who arrived at the destination with some plan. He checks the river and informs our king that if the planned task is carried out here, an all-kill is possible. I bet this is another trap of Jagged Spinner. Our hero and his assistant, both of them are wearing a red scarf to hide their hair color, maybe to avoid being recognized. Leon gives our robot to go ahead and carry out the plan because he trusts him fully. Sir Jagged Spinner, using divine power, gives himself a command to commence core overload. Meanwhile, a blue capsule-like thing generates, and he commands to increase the generating capacity to 99.99%. The next second, a yellow light radiates from the body of Jagged Spinner, which means that the production of that blue capsule is in its final stages. It definitely took a great toll on the robot system, as it processed a series of worrying commands like abnormal cooling system, core overload, fuel rods deterioration quickened, and core fusion occurring, while Hari's face is wide open on seeing what is going on with the robot. Suddenly, he rotates and turns his back towards the river, and what the hell is that blue capsule coming out of his ass, which falls into the river? Our redhead gives the most genuine reaction, as she thinks it is like a poop. However, Leon does not like it and asks her not to say these dirty words. Looks like our king is not fond of these gross words. Our assistant, who is twinning with the king in terms of her scarf, asks the majesty if what they are doing is right, while Leon is confused by this question and asks what this is about. She tells him that releasing a radioactive material in the river in order to kill the orcs, as it is a poison for these orcs, but does not go against the honor of the knight that he boasts about. Our king is paying attention to her words because she does have a point. However, he smiles and then asks both of his subordinates to listen carefully as it looks like he is about to do some revelation. He tells them that killing those green bastards is not a war, and definitely not a battle because they are simply beasts, and they have to eliminate them from the earth. Then he taunts her that what kind of a hunter will worry about the honor when hunting, and our cutie gets offended by it, and calls her racists for it. After that, Leon with his evil look of racism against these orcs, repeats the same punchline about how the only good orc is a dead one. This line surely turns him on. After that, we can see a big muscular orc with a ponytail killing the weak one with an axe. It looks like another base of this tribe, where a couple of orcs can be seen cheering for Grokter, who just broke the skull of the Galdan in a one-on-one battle, and they seem to be praising him for such a great battle as there are plenty of dead orcs lying in front of him. Grokter praises the dead one for fighting fiercely, so he believes that the god of the warriors will send him to the eternal fighting range. He asks them to raise their glasses to victory as he walks towards the river to drink some water. Time for a twist in his fairy tale. After that, he picks up the empty pitcher and fills it up with the fresh water of the river and drinks the whole bucket of it without taking a single breath. As soon as he finishes the bucket, he feels like the taste of water is a bit strange today because he can notice that it is prickly and itchy as he wipes his mouth with the other hand. He thinks about it and then concludes that it might be due to the blood he got in his mouth while battling around and starts walking back towards the base. However, just as he enters his camp in the base, he feels pain in his gut and falls down on his knees as he cries in unbearable pain. Suddenly, he calls for the witch doctor because he feels like something is seriously wrong with his body as he is unable to move because of the pain. After that, he crawls out of his camp, struggling to stand up, and gets shocked to see something. While all of his senses are weakened, poison has started to spread in his body. Shockingly, it is not just him who is suffering, and he was shocked to see all of his companions suffering from the same ailment, as they cry for witch doctor to save them from this death. Suddenly, a stick with skulls falls on the ground, while shouting that this is not something he has seen before, and he has no idea what it is. This is a witch doctor, with a brown cloak, as he is on the ground too in a panic state because he is not able to comprehend what is on. According to him, it is not a curse, not an enchantment, and surely he does not have any cure for this. Kudos to Sir Jagged Spinner. Suddenly, someone shouts a slogan honor to the Lionheart, and the witch doctor is completely stunned where it is coming from. The next moment, our hero comes out of nowhere on his stallion, while ordering everyone to kill all the beasts, and not miss out on the single one. What a grand entry. Right at this moment, the reinforcement trait corruption resistance is activated, as all of the soldiers rush to kill all the remaining orcs, as per the order from their king. After that, they storm in through the gates of the base to attack on the sick and dying beasts, who are unsure what they are supposed to do. In a blink of an eye, the soldiers are all over them, as they have no chance to put up a fight or run, because of the poison that has slowed them down, and at this moment, splashes of blood can be seen in air, while they all shout the cowardly humans. After a while, with these swings the whole tribe of Battle Axe is eliminated. However, the next message is a horrific one as all the orc species in the world are now their enemy. They are astounded as they have become a common enemy, and now they have to get rid of all the species of orcs in the hidden quest field, and beyond. Our assistant points out to the Majesty that the quest has changed, and now they have a more difficult one in hand. However, our king is pleased by this new quest, and is now feeling like it is a mission. Our king turns towards the soldiers, and tells them that they are the soldiers of Lionheart, and now is the time to uphold the light and just, however, someone interrupts him in between his speech. This is Witch Doctor who got up furiously, and everyone's attention including Leon's diverts towards him. We all know what is going to be the end of this insult from the Witch Doctor. After that, the witch doctor walks towards them, with a strange green aura radiating from his body, as he blames them for poisoning the river water, which resulted in the death of his tribe. He calls Leon's guild evil bastards and cowards for carrying out such a plan as he taunts them for calling themselves warriors. These words infuriate our king as he is about to break loose the hell. Leon hits back at him, and calls him foolish for his audacity as a beast to boast about honor in the presence of an honorable knight, and he tells him that merely looking at his ugly inferior face is no less than a shame for him. Call 911 as the shit is about to get real. He tells the witch doctor that even if he pulls out his eyes for just taking a look at their existence, still it would not be enough to atone for this great sin. Our king gives him a chance to kill himself with his own hands, so he can despair about his dirty existence. Although, the witch doctor has just invited his death, as he calls Leon arrogant bastard. Well, we have to agree with him too, but he is a king after all. What do you expect? The beast is now out of control over this insult, and tells him that Gokral will never forgive him for spitting out such ugly remarks on their existence. Meanwhile, it feels like he is powered up instantly, with some wild aura emitting out of his body. Leon braces for an attack too by bringing out his fancy spear-cum-sword, as he finds it interesting that a beast can wield chains too, which is an uncommon sight, which depicts that this is a dangerous situation. However, who cares about that because our hero has just thrown his divine weapon as a spear in the direction of the witch doctor, and the very next second, it hits the monster right in his chest, as he gets pushed back a bit by this lightning blow, and blood can be seen gushing out of the back too. However, he is still standing on his feet and responds that it is too late because it seems he has already activated some enchantment, as a big magical black hole can be seen on the ground. Something weird is happening, guys, because this does not seem like an average orc stuff. The witch doctor shouts loudly that the Gokrok is coming, as roots of this black hole can be seen gulping the dead bodies of the orcs, who became victims of the poisonous waters. All of a sudden, these magical roots rise up towards the sky, and give rise to a weirdly looking black cloud, emitting a green aura on the sky. Hari is completely shocked at this horrific sight, and asks the Majesty about the scene unfolding in front of them. However, Leon seems calm about it, sitting on his stallion, as he hints that it is an offering for the evil, which proves that they are not civilized at all, because he just sacrificed the dead bodies of his companions. Suddenly, a huge hand of a beast comes out of this cloud, and rests on the ground, showing the difference between an average orc and that hand, almost 50x of a difference between them. The witch doctor shouts, "Look, this is the great Gokrok's eye, and right arm as an eye can be seen in the midst of the dark cloud." The system gives a message that the hidden quest is now in front, and they have to eliminate the enchantment god of the orcs, Gokrok. Right as we head into the next chapter, we can see the monstrous arm and one eye of the so-called god of orcs, ready to be humbled by the king of Lionheart, riding his stallion. After that, the monster closes his fist in such a way that a gap can be seen, through which he is narrowing down his sight, like an aim of a sniper. The one-eyed monster visualizes our hero through this gap between his fist, and decides that this individual cannot be allowed to live any longer. This fool is dreaming with eyes opened. Gokrok gets furious, with his eyes firing green lasers through the gap, in order to kill Leon at every cost. All of a sudden, the eye glows more green, and a big lightning laser falls where our king is standing. All of the soldiers loudly shouted, "Your Majesty," because the attack landed right on Leon. However, the monster's eye widens as he notices that the enemy is still standing unscathed by the attack, and asks Leon about the god that is protecting him, because he believes that a being who is similar to him must have given Leon a power that made him immune to this attack. Our king is angry by these words coming from the monster's mouth as he compares the divine true god with himself. Obviously, what protected Leon is the divine law blessing of Arrow Shield, and it is not something ordinary. Our hero charges at him, while telling him that how something like him dares to compare himself with the entity of a god, just because he is a captain or some high figure in the world of orcs, does not mean he is a god. This is the moment when Leon pulls out his golden sword too, and rushes towards the monster at high speed, while he warns the monster that the King of Lionheart will not tolerate these words as well as his existence. After that, the monster is ready for a counter too as he raises up his huge hand, and shouts, "You inferior mortal, die with regrets," and smashes his humongous fist right at Leon, who is almost in his range. However, the stallion just got a nitro boost, and Leon slashes his sword through his arm, and with the speed of light gets out of sight. In the fraction of a second, the monster's arm divides in two, from the wrist onward, while his wrist is still closed, and yet to hit the ground. This all happened so fast that the monster could not believe it, as his eye was ready to pop out, showing the level of pain that he is feeling right now, while screaming loudly in pain. After that, the monster withdraws his arm as a reflex action, and his fist loosens up, falling on the ground. Meanwhile, Gokrok is wondering that it is not his original body that is cut through, then why is he feeling the pain, as he screams again in pain. Even the Doctor Witch, the summoner of this god, is wondering what has just happened, and calls his name Sir Gokrok as if he is questioning the god. What the fuck, come on, do something. The monster's arrogance just vanishes after this painful attack, and he looks closely at Leon. At this moment he realizes that the sword he is carrying is the Sword of Radiance. Looks like he got a hint who he is fighting with. He again takes a careful look at our knight on the stallion, and it is at this moment he recognizes that he is the greatest orc executioner and the demon slayer. Also, the only knight that was the sole survivor of that nightmarish world of disasters. The monster starts sweating in disbelief and realizes that he stands no chance against this knight, as he decides to fall back for now and disappears like a lizard, while the black cloud hosting this monster vanishes in thin air. Meanwhile, the last orc of Battle Axe is crying the name of his god, who just got informed that he is gonna pay for his reckless boldness to summon him by the so-called god himself. Now, our king approaches the orc whose faith just got shattered, and is on his knees looking at the vanishing black cloud. Leon mockingly tells him that this is the best you can get from a god, who surprisingly is god of the garbage beasts like you. However, this almost done beast still tries to challenge our king by lifting up his weapon, yelling about all the facade that Leon caused, and taking revenge for his dead comrades. Leon, with a dead-ass face, swings his sword and takes off the head of this shithead monster as he falls on his back headless. Our king, with expressions of disgust, praises him for the fight he tried to put up, but still curses their existence and repeats his stance of not letting any of this being alive, because they don't deserve it. After that, the message appears to indicate that they have cleared all the hidden quests, and all of the soldiers are awarded with the traits Orc Hunter and War Knight's Men-at-Arm as a reward for clearing the hidden quest. The specifications of these traits are also listed in the next message, which states that the Orc Hunter will give them a 30% more damage while fighting an Orc, and the trait War Knight's Men-at-Arm will give them 20% more physical attack resistance when they will fight alongside a knight with the War Knight's trait. Meanwhile, Gu is looking at these traits and wondering that they all gained a physical attack resistance, although this just applies to tankers. All of them are enjoying this amazing moment, although human nature cannot be changed, as one of them is still ranting about that this 30% increase in damage just applies to the orcs, while someone seems thankful that they got a physical attack resistance. After this victory, our king commands all of the soldiers to collect the loot like typical war stuff, and he tells them to hurry and make sure that they collect all loot because it is the right of the winner in a war, while the soldiers run in all directions to collect the loot as soon as possible. Leon is standing behind them and seems satisfied how they are planning to collect the loot, as they decides to prioritize to focus on the items of their ranked orcs, or some decorated advanced warriors like Witch Doctor, because they are supposed to have more valuable items and equipment which can help them in the times to come. Our cutie wants the attention of the Majesty too, as she calls him from behind, and the Majesty's attention is diverted towards her, and he asks what is the matter. She asks him what they should do after this, while looking at the dead orcs' bodies piled up in front of her, which makes Leon think about the next steps. He takes a look around, and tells her that the self-proclaimed hand is still here, as he must be thinking what they can do about it because it was after all a magical phenomenon. Suddenly, the Grail Knight jumps like a frog on the head of the assistant, and raises his arm to make a robotic sound like he wants to join in the conversation too. Our king asks him if he wants to give an idea about what to do with this hand. However, this is the message from Hito, who has the divinity of steel and blacksmith, and Sir Spinner is acting as the message relay center for this conversation. Seems like the AI has upgraded itself more than expected. After that, Sir Yappy projects a hologram from his front end, with the live imagery of Hito. He tells Lionheart that he can sense a large amount of mana from the amputated arm of the beast, as both Leon and Hari seem surprised at this holographic imagery. The god advises our hero to absorb this mana from the monster, using the Holy Grail, and then they will bless him with more power. Leon takes his advice gracefully, and brings out the Holy Grail to follow the suggestion of Hito, who seems quite confident about this stuff. Our knight approaches the huge hand of the beast, with the Holy Grail in his right hand, and then he tilts the mouth of Grail towards the hand, while a huge amount of mana can be seen radiating and making its way to the cup. Subsequently, as all the mana from the hand absorbs in the Grail, the hand starts to vanish from there, and our boy seems to be feeling the power of this mana as it keeps accumulating in the cup. Meanwhile, Leon is thinking that this power is almost similar to the divine power he has already experienced, and he passes a remark that this god must have liked the worship of these beasts to reach this level. However, he is still disgusted by their existence, as he believes that it is not possible to accept them because they do not love other creations of God, and still they are the forces of evil that must be extinguished from the world, as the hand of the beast is completely gone. As he is about to proceed with the final steps, there comes the voice of Ariana, who asks for his attention, and Leon immediately diverts his attention towards her. He asks the goddess why she pushed herself more than needed by bestowing her voice on him, as he is yet to set up the ritual because it will take a toll on both of them. However, the goddess tells him that the mana of the beast actually helped her, and made things easier for her to pull this off. At the Pantheon, Demira and Pedos have also joined Ariana in this conversation to the knight, as she informs him that she is approaching him, because he needs to make a decision right now to choose one of the sacred items that he wants to take to another level, from the power she got by absorbing the mana of the beast. Leon gets surprised at this, and couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, the god of war tries to give him a hint of upgrading the holy sword, however Ariana asks him to stay quiet, and tells Leon that she will respect his choice in this matter. After that, Leon thinks about all the 4 sacred items he got at the moment, which includes the holy spear, holy sword, holy grail, and finally the lion heart. He is trying to logically take the decision because this opportunity is very rare these days. He reasons that the holy sword at this moment is already way too powerful, and he does not need more than that at the moment. Then he opens his eyes like he has the answer for the goddess. Our king chooses to recover the power of the Holy Grail, and this decision seems quite reasonable because he had recently faced difficulty using the Holy Grail at its current level. The goddess of light and justice agrees to the choice he made. Suddenly, the Grail glows up bright and rises up in the air as it must be getting an upgrade. After it is done, the Grail lands back in his hands, as it looks bigger and fancier than before. Leon seems happy with the choice he made, as well as the power of Grail that got increased because he can feel it. After a while, Hari calls for your majesty as she wants his attention towards something, and Leon turns around to look at what she is hinting about. Meanwhile, he notices that Sir Spinner is no longer sitting on her head, and feels like this is exactly what she wants to discuss as she points her body in that direction. In the background, there is a voice of someone who is cursing the robot, asking him to let him go, while both of them are standing still clueless about what is going on. There is blood dripping, and our Grail Knight can be seen on top of one of the soldiers, while the soldier seems to be asking for help. Surprisingly, Sir Spinner has wrapped him in his wire and tied down his hands, while other soldiers are surprised about it too. Looks like the robot has either caught someone red-handed, or the system has been corrupted. The following chapter then begins with the soldier who is crying for help because the Grail Knight has tied his ass down, while some of the soldiers are trying to figure out the reason behind this arrest. The soldier is trying to fight the wires that have trapped him, but surely it is not going to be that easy to get rid of these without the permission of Sir Jagged Spinner. Suddenly, all of them diverts their attention towards the approaching footsteps of their king, who is assessing the situation. The arrested soldier is complaining to the Majesty regarding the attack by this robot, which infuriates our king, and he commands him to stop right there. Leon tells him to watch his mouth because Sir Spinner is a knight, and our king can never tolerate such words for the knights, and he warns him to shut his mouth if does not want his tongue to get severed. The soldier hits back at Leon as he asks the hero if he is defending the robot. This offends Leon more, and he shouts at the boy to stay quiet, because this is not the way to address the knight. It is completely inappropriate and intolerable, while the soldier seems clueless about this anger. Our king turns towards Sir Spinner and questions him about the reason for doing this, to which he replies that this guy is a loot thief, which infuriates the captured soldier. This guy informs the king that there must be some misunderstanding as he has not done it, while Leon decides that it will be decided after they will get through his stuff. Our hero orders his assistant to go through the soldier's loot and look if she can find anything unusual in it. This makes the soldier a little worried as Hari heads forward to search his stuff. Seems like hell is gonna break loose on him. As soon as she gets close to him, he cries to wait because he doesn't want her to go through his stuff and mocks them for believing the robot, while all the soldiers are anxiously looking at him. The cutie recovers some stuff wrapped with a piece of cloth from the soldier as he is looking down in shame. She opens it and seems surprised to find the heart of the Great Orc Warrior, which is the most valuable loot within the Orc Gate. The girl asks him the reason behind doing this, because swindling of loot is a grave sin, and everyone knows it. However, he still denies it and terms it a misunderstanding. It clearly seems like he is lying. He shouts back that he did not steal it, and he would never do such a thing. The guy is literally showing tantrums after committing a crime. Suddenly, Leon swings his sword without uttering a single word, and as he does that it seems like he has forgiven him. However, a splash of blood can be seen. This is the hand of the soldier that just got cut by this swing, as it falls away from his body on the ground, and he cries loudly, "My arm," while all of the soldiers as well as Hari are stunned at this scene. After that, Leon gives a speech that he knows that over here, the laws and the common sense he deems are completely opposite, but you are now part of the military of the King of the Lion Heart. He continues that here the laws in order that they know will not apply, and they will have to obey the laws of Lionheart, which simply means that they have to follow his laws. Our king informs them straight away that these are his rules, and if anyone cannot adhere to these rules, they can raise their hands and can leave straight away. The punishment to cut the hands of someone that steals is the law of the Lionheart Kingdom, and he as the king of that kingdom has to follow it, and it definitely looks hard for the modern people of Earth to comprehend these laws, as their reaction is expected of this rule being so harsh. However, they are too impressed by the traits they got, and the fact that they got a lot stronger than before as they upgraded from a D rank to C rank or maybe higher in such a short period. These benefits seem too great to give up due to these rules, so they don't plan on giving this up. Also, they conclude that this is the fault of their comrade to steal something like that, and these strict rules must be applied within these lawless gates. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers comes forward and calls His Majesty. Leon looks at him and asks for his name, while the soldier takes off his helmet, and this is Gu Disung, our old pal. The hero politely asks him about the reason to come forward at this time, and he stutters a bit initially. But soon he gets a hold of himself and requests Leon to allow the thief to retrieve his arm, while the thief can be seen crying in pain over the loss of his hand. However, Leon confirms from the hunter if he is asking for the permission to place the thief's hand back, on which he confidently says yes. A great exhibition of courage, I reckon. However, the king believes it will kill the purpose of his punishment, because he wants to set a living example of committing a sin, and this request defeats this purpose. The hunter is not stopping here as he tells Leon that he is aware of this. However, he puts forward a point that they have lived their lives in a different world, with different ideals. Since they just got to know about these laws, it would be appreciable if His Majesty can give this sinner a chance to repent. Leon seems weighted in his reasoning, and finds his point worthy. Meanwhile, the disgraceful soldier asks for Leon's mercy. After this reasoning, our king steps up, and after getting close to the soldier, brings out the Holy Grail, and tells him to be thankful that you have a comrade that speaks reason. Leon tilts the grail, and blessed liquid falls out of it, on the bleeding hand of the soldier, who is now in an upright position, watching a miracle happening in front of his eyes. Meanwhile, the thief soldier cannot believe his eyes, as he can see the power of the Holy Grail happening right in front of his eyes. And the very next second, his hand is back like it was never amputated. Who is surprised too on watching his hand getting regenerated. The hunter is wondering that the best an S-rank hunter can do is replace his amputated arm. However, in this case it got regenerated, which even an S rank can't do. Also, the king possesses an unbelievable extent of combat power, as well as healing power which goes beyond the level of any S rank healer, and he is trying to comprehend if a single person can possess such level of powers. Don't worry, you will get used to it, Mr. Hunter. After it's done, Leon asks the soldier to get out of his sight as soon as possible, although he forgives him this time. Because he respects the laws of Earth, however, he tells the soldier that he has lost the right. Meanwhile, the disgraceful soldier is ashamed of this, and thanks Leon for giving his hand back. Next, Leon announces that whoever wants to be part of this journey can stay, and the guys who do not want to continue can take their loot and return to their world right away. All the soldiers look at one another and look like they have made their decision, as all of them are staying because they want to take this chance to get in the higher ranks. After seeing the soldiers' intent, our holy knight with a smirk declares that they are going to begin their first training from this moment onward because he believes that they are capable of at least this much now. He orders them to take their loot and head back to their world. All the soldiers are jumping in glory. Meanwhile, Hari asks His Majesty about what kind of training he is going to begin. Leon smiles at this question and tells her that it is going to be physical training, and surely it is not going to be easy. The next morning, we are back on Earth with beautiful Naju Plains in sight. At the association's building, a group of soldiers can be seen in front of a stairs, where a podium is present for speech, and it seems our D-rank hunter is also there as someone calls his name. He looks back at this person who just called him to ask about what is the matter, though he recognizes the person immediately after just taking a look. This is his gossip partner, the old Kim, who is asking him about the gate raid that he recently did, apart from the yellow gate one, and Gu tells him that he is itching to do something because he didn't want to sit idle all day. Mr. Kim advises him to give rest to his body because this way he is going to overwork himself, which can be an issue later on. Mr. Disung agrees to that as he understands that his fellow man is not wrong. Suddenly, the assistant manager appears at the platform, and after collecting energy, she announces loudly that His Majesty, Leon Dragonia Lionheart and the Grail Knight Sir Jagged Spinner are entering. Seems like we are in a court of a king a few centuries back. All of them get straight and attentive like perfect soldiers in presence of their king as Leon enters there. He takes to the stage, with Hari and Sir Jagged Spinner on her head at his side, and congratulates all of them for passing this simple test. He continues that you guys are still lacking to be a part of this military, but it can be improved by working on the weaknesses, while all of them are questioning in their heads if the Orc Gate was a simple test. After that, Leon informs them that he was observing all of them when they were fighting in the gate, and he noticed various problems in their battle style. And the topmost issue is their body, while they are thinking how their body can be an issue as they are just D rank or C rank at most. Therefore, our king has decided to work on their bodies by increasing their physical strength, which will allow them to fight with much confidence and valor in a war. After that, he informs them that they have to go through strict training that follows my kingdom's standing army's training manual, which is a whole book for rigorous training. Some of them even imagined what kind of training would be, thinking that it would be middle-aged training. Meanwhile, our hero explains to them that the training of the body is training of the muscles, and one has to go through this training to push one's body beyond limit and overcome it. This standing army's training manual was devised by a Grail Knight, Sir Gradas the Giant Slayer, who once said humans become stronger the more you beat them up, which according to Leon are very wise words. The soldiers' jaws drip down on hearing these words of wisdom, as they are like, what the heck are you even talking about? Our king gets pumped on recalling these words, and yells that the soldier who protects a kingdom definitely has to train harder than a farmer to reach at a greater level. This is the reason the top knight said those words to devise a most efficient training. Our hero, who is not in full evil mode, tells them that shredding and beating the bodies of soldiers and healing them after actually prove beneficial because not only their muscles will become stronger but their dynamics, as well as visual activity, will also be improved in order to avoid more beatings. They must be regretting the moment when they got the chance to leave the military because they are afraid of this method of training. After that, Leon points out all of them and orders them to start beating each other up right now. He raises his index finger in the air while ordering them to start beating each other up to a pulp until all the muscles in their body are ripped to shreds and their fists are broken. He even asks them to make sure that their bones are broken. This agitates the D-rank hunter as he loudly says that this is nonsense, while at the same time agreeing that the king is not exactly wrong. But this method will lead to their body being broken down. However, Leon questions why he feels like that happening, as he brings out the Holy Grail that can do wonders. Leon tells them that they are fortunate to have someone as their leader, who is the guardian of Holy Grail, as he proudly looks at this divine item. Right at the moment, the team manager notices that something is happening to his partner's body, which alerts the hunter too. All of a sudden, Mr. Deason gets surprised to notice that his injuries from the recent raid are healing one by one. Leon gives them good news that all warriors near the Holy Grail will be healed automatically. However, to regenerate your broken part and heal your shredded muscles as well as broken bones, all you need to do is drink the holy water from this grail. Meanwhile, he gives them 5 hours to break everything they see in front of them, and by everything he means everything. However, the candidates are still hesitant about it. The Holy Knight warns them not to consider anyone their allies, and make sure to accept all the attack, while attacking them too at the same time without any hesitation. And if someone by any chance still seems fine after these 5 hours, our king is going to beat up his ass himself. Reminds me of my maths teacher in 5th grade. After that, our hero decides to take leave, and leaves the rest of the training manual to Sir Jagged Spinner, who will be monitoring all of them. They are wondering if this is the training manual, and they have to beat each other, while nobody has moved a bit to hit each other, and trying to cover up with fake expressions because no one wants to hit their comrade. However, our Grail Knight is not going to tolerate them doing nothing, and he raises an alarm of fraudulent behavior by the soldiers, while Hari gets it too why he has been left as in charge of this training. Suddenly, he whips the crowd to alert them, which gives an indication to proceed with the training because they have no other option, which creates panic among the soldiers. After that, he issues a command to suggest that they start fighting, and if anyone refrains from it, that person will have to deal with the might of Sir Jagged Spinner. The warning seems to be working on soldiers, as all of them are now serious about this training, and start to smash each other, because they do not want to risk getting beaten up by the robot or the king himself. Our goody-good hunter terms this an insanity, calling all of them to be out of their minds to be doing something like that, and right then, a strong punch lands right on his face, and I bet he just got his first lesson of the training that no one is going to act good. Now, it is time to look up at the daily routine of the hunters, who signed up to be part of Leon's military. The first phase of training starts at 9 AM, which is called Steel Skin Project, in which all of them have to beat each other like punching bags. After that at 12, they are going to have a lunch break, which only includes water with salt and sugar mixed in it, and that is it for the lunch. Meanwhile, our king and his 2 pals are standing by a water cooler and a few cups. One of them asks the assistant to confirm what is in the lunch, however she feels hesitant to answer this. Leon takes over from her and tells that it is lunch that includes sugar and salt mixed in water. As soon as they hear this, their souls have left their body because who the hell mixes salt and sugar in water? However, this is the manual rule number 0, which states that the soldier should be fed just enough to make sure they don't die, and they will be fed proper food after they become real soldiers. At 1 PM, the tactical training starts, in which they have to split into groups of 5, while Leon charges at him on his stallion, and soldiers start crying on hearing that because this situation is funny considering the might of the stallion. However, who is going to stop Leon from doing that, as he charges right away, tossing them around like a coin, while they are screaming like kids. Finally, they are allowed to pass out at 9 PM after such hellish training, and they are sleeping peacefully. You guys might be wondering how they were able to sleep with empty stomachs. Don't worry, as our cute assistant took care of them with special late-night snacks, which enabled them to endure this and sleep peacefully. This is all part of Leon's plan to serve them, but they obviously have no idea about it. The next morning, before the complete sunrise, a soldier can be seen training with a sword. This is our D-rank hunter, who seems to be practicing some kind of new move. However, it is tiring to practice because the shield is a lot heavier than expected, and he is facing difficulty in swinging the sword too because it is requiring a lot of effort. He is planning to learn stabbing online, to get a hold of using a sword in the formation, because his posture while using the shield in a formation is too restricted, which is a weakness. Our hunter is taking an online tutorial, and suddenly he hears a voice wrong from behind, and his attention diverges towards that person. The person is the king himself, who just criticized him for his posture, and after that he commands him to try doing it again. Leon asks him to correct his posture, and then try stabbing again, as he observes from behind. Gu says Roger to his command, and starts practicing again. He braces himself and shifts his focus completely to his stance, and then stabs the sword forward, while looking at our hero for approval. However, Leon still does not like it, and disapproves of it, gets close to the soldier, and lifts up his shield. Our experienced knight guides him that he is making a mistake by lowering his shield, while stabbing, as he has mentioned before that it is necessary to use the shield to protect the right shoulder of his comrade in a formation. He further tells him that he should not lower it even if the shield restricts his vision. Meanwhile, Gu is way too confused at this moment, and asks Leon the reason for it. Our king answers him that lowering the shield means creating a gap, which results in an opening to the enemy, and this can lead the enemy to use this opening for their benefit. Our D-rank hunter questions the Holy Knight about his tactics, as he says that his majesty tactics are to have soldiers with shields to stop the enemies, while the knights charge forward to slay the enemies, on which Leon completely agrees that it is his way, and he calls it hammer and anvil method. However, Mr. Gu has just crossed its limit by saying that our opponents in this case are monsters, and he feels that this method is a failure against these monsters, as they cannot be defeated using this. This just made our king furious, and he asks him how a mere D-rank hunter dares to try teaching him how to fight the otherworldly creatures, and suddenly Gu's confidence vanishes as he tries to calm Leon down by saying that he is not trying to do it. After that, the King of the Lionheart tells him about the countless monsters in his world too, which were way too horrible as well as more powerful than the monsters we see in the gates here. There used to be giants towering up to 20 meters, trolls that used to regenerate infinitely, snakes with multiple heads, a spider with dozens of goblins, and the most fearsome is a dragon who can crush a mountain with its one hand. In order to defeat these monsters, one needs to have an idea of multiple hunting methods, and also one needs to be adaptable to any unexpected situation. This can only be learned through real-life experiences, and Leon has 200 plus years of these real-life experiences. Further, our hero asks him if he has the decades of experience fighting a monster while serving the goddess, and if he has the triumphant spirit to bring upon the glory in any battlefield and with any weapon. Unfortunately, the low-rank hunter has no answers to these questions, and he is sitting dead. Moreover, this is the reason Leon teaches only a single thing to a soldier, while he believes that being well-rounded is the job of a knight. This is why you need to hone a single talent to increase your chances of survival in the battlefield. Du does seem to understand this fact. However, he wants to be something more than a soldier, as he does not want to become a mere soldier. Leon is moved by his intent and asks him with a smile if he dreams to become a knight, which shocks our hunter completely, and he counter-questions that how can a peasant like him can become a knight, because it is the stuff for aristocrats. The hero takes a cold sigh and tells him not to paint the kingdom of Lionheart with the colors of your world's logic. Leon corrects him by saying that a knight is not something only aristocrats can become, and Gu seems confused over this statement. The Holy Knight explains that any person who voluntarily walks the path of hardships with a noble duty, and who protects the people while upholding the good with courage, and who swears eternal loyalty to the goddess and the people, can become a knight if he stays true to that divine promise. Leon asks him if he has the courage and character to take on that duty. That will be enough to have Leon's respect. Our hunter was prejudiced before, but this explanation from Leon has just inspired him to make up his mind. Gu Disung, a D-rank unaffiliated hunter, is now en route to become a knight, with courage and character. Meanwhile, in the USA Magic Tower, the Jewel of Wisdom lightens up again as the devil has returned, but this time it's purple instead of red, and Mr. Sherman seems so happy seeing him return. The demon asks him to bow down and starts serving him by delivering offerings, as he is going to teach him truth and wisdom. Meanwhile, the master of the Magic Tower is thinking if the demon's voice has changed. The smart demon asks the mage to cast a space transfer spell around the crystal so he can blast it off in space in case of any emergency. However, Sherman seems confused as he believes that this crystal is for summoning him on Earth. This infuriates the demon as he tells him that he will never voluntarily walk into heaven. Furthermore, he tells the mage that he does not intend to step on this planet until the survivor is here. Meanwhile, the master of the Magic Tower is in doubt about this demon. Also, the demon tells him that he is thinking of a way to kill him, as this is the right time to kill this bastard because he still has no army. He commands the mage to enter into the same gate as him next time. Meanwhile, he is wishing for Leon's death. The episode begins with the ceremony for the graduation day of the Pantheon Guild's standing army, who are ready to storm a yellow gate, as someone asks Leon if he is really going to raid a yellow gate with trainee soldiers. Our king answers with a yes. Furthermore, we get to know that both Sir Yappy and the Redhead are excluded from this raid, and it looks like Leon wants to see the results of the training his soldiers had done. But instead of the usual team, the chief hunter Kim is heading into the gate this time with Leon, and seems to be flexing that he will have to handle all the work there, while Hari wishes him good luck for this raid. The Holy Knight is standing on a high pillar of an incomplete building, and all soldiers are aligned in front of him. He is talking to the soldiers about the strength and determination they have proved in the last 4 weeks of hard training. However, this is the time to show what you guys have learnt all this time under his leadership, because from now on he won't be ordering much. It seems like a final exam for the students who just went through their courses. He tries to raise their morale by saying that they will go in and raid this gate, which usually they don't even dare to try. But when they enter those gates, they will know what it means to be soldiers of the King of the Lionheart, who are known for their courage, and in these gates they are going to be facing the divinity that they will have to serve. Next, he commands them to go forth, and storms in through the portal of the Yellow Gate, and soon all of them will be gone. The total count of the soldiers that are D ranks is 49, and there is 1 hunter from the association, and the last, the leader of this guild, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, have entered this yellow gate. Suddenly, the Grail Knight notices something weird, and gives out a robotic sound to alert the assistant, but she tries to calm him down by saying that everything will be fine, because His Majesty is with them, and he does not need to worry about it. Still, Sir Spinner's caution is never wrong, as he tells her that there is a problem, and he gives her a count of 51 people that are entering the gate, while Hari agrees with this count as it is valid, and does not see where the problem is. After that, Sir Yappy tells her that 52 have entered the gate, and there is 1 additional guy who is entering the gate, as he projects a vision of his camera in front of Hari. This monitoring shows that another mysterious guy, wearing a cloak, is entering the gate, and surprisingly, our assistant has no idea about this mysterious guy too. This event troubles the Grail Knight, and he immediately launches an emergency response to deal with this situation, and rushes into the yellow gate behind that person, while our girl is yelling from behind to wait for her too. However, she is too late because Jag Spinner has already entered the gate, which is now closed, and her face gets stickered right on it, as she fades for a second and falls down on the ground. She is looking so hot in her tight-fitted dress, showing her perfect cleavage, with one hand on the bruises she got while trying to enter the gate. Suddenly, she notices a strange thing happening to the gate, as the gates start to waver, and its mana is changing too, which is not supposed to happen, while the officials are stunned to see this happening. Right at that moment, the gate starts changing its color from yellow to red, and soon it gets completely red. While the officials of the Hunter Association run to save themselves, our girl is standing right at its mouth trying to comprehend the situation. She is clueless how this happened, as she terms it a fluctuating gate, which is causing chaos on this side. On the other side of the gate, as soon as they land, a horde of demons is already there to welcome them, ranging from lower to upper demons, and it looks like this is the plan of that demon residing in the magic tower. These demons are already attacking a soldier who's standing alone in their crowd, not giving him a chance to get a hold of himself, as they yell at him to die. The soldiers of Lionheart are quite shocked at this because they had no clue that they will be fighting demons in their exams. They got a question paper which is out of syllabus. One of them shouts that this is a demon gate, and Leon is angry at this prank, because he just got tricked by the demon into entering this gate, while the demons are rushing towards them. But there is no need to worry, this is Leon Dragony Lionheart, as he commands his soldiers to raise their shields because it is a magic square, and to deal with it they have to get in the formation right away. There is another call from the soldier to raise their shields, as they make a perfect formation around the young lad from Association, and he seems to be wondering if they are really doing it that easily. This is the Lionheart's Testudo, which is perfect, and gives support to their comrades too, a perfect strategy for these advancing demons, and Leon is by their side on his stallion. After the formation is done, he commands them to start moving forward, and they are doing it without any doubt or hesitation. Meanwhile, Kim is wondering if they are moving forward, although this is a demon gate, and they should rather run for the time being. Furthermore, he notices that all of them are moving forward as per command, without any fear, as they seem really confident about their skills. Right at this moment, a message from System pops up, showing the list of effects of Lionheart's aura on the soldiers, and this list is huge. Meanwhile, the chief is completely stunned at this display of traits, which are even better than commander-level warrior, and these are being awarded to every soldier in this military. The demons notice this advance, and still decide to penetrate through this formation, as they just got a nitro boost, with weird demonic sounds. Leon tells the soldiers that the monsters are coming, and they should get ready by raising their shields, while blocking them at the first encounter. The soldiers do exactly that, and surprisingly, the demons' advance has been nullified, and they fall on the ground or hit breaks after getting critical damage from just hitting these shields. This sight shocks Mr. Kim a lot, as he is wondering that even a B-rank hunter struggles with a direct attack from a bloodhound, but these guys being a D-rank are completely blocking their attack by their willpower. He wonders what the hell happened during these 4 weeks that all of their characters have been changed. Dear poor fellow, the survivor Leon happened to them, who just commands them to take another step forward. After this step, he orders them to push the enemy back using the shield, and then counterattack, while making sure they don't get the chance to get up and hit back, as a lot of them can be seen on the ground by the impact of the shield. Right at this moment, he commands them to stab through these openings, and slay these monsters right there on the ground. And just like that, they slay these bloodhounds one after another. Furthermore, he is making sure that they don't stop for a bit, and keep pushing forward to disturb their line of attack. Suddenly, Kim notices something from the distance, and damn, it is Demon Troll, an ugly-looking giant fellow, and he asks the soldiers to watch out from this approaching demon. The soldiers can be heard yelling Troll Demon to alert each other to brace themselves to block this one. However, they are not confident in blocking its attack because this demon has more power and height, which can be a serious problem, and these heavy attacks are of an A-rank warrior. Anyways, as the demon is about to land his first attack, a soldier comes out of the formation with a perfect posture to block this attack. This soldier is the captain of Squad 3, Gu Disung, and as the blow lands on him, he uses his shield to block the attack, and the shield glows red at the point of the impact. But he notices that this blow is lighter than His Majesty's attack, and they have a good chance of blocking him. The troll demon gets furious at this failure, and roars in frustration, which allows the entry of our jagged spinner, who uses the air guns to launch an attack on the mid-sized troll. This attack hits the target, and creates a distraction, and Leon charges at the troll, while wondering why Sir Yappy is here, as he should have stayed with Hari. Meanwhile, he praises the captain of Squad 3 for such a good block, and lashes at this monster with a solid swing of Holy Sword, and turns the troll into minced meat in a second. Done and dusted in a blink of an eye. This is the might of Leon, as he is showing his heroic looks to the demons about who is coming next. This glance sends a wave of terror in these lower demons, who are shocked as they just witnessed a troll getting a warm welcome, and they can't believe it. The demons believe that it is supposed to be reverse summoned, but instead it dies at the spot, indicating that it is dangerous to fight this guy. The monsters decide to run, because they just don't want to die like this. The soldiers of this land see the demons running away, and take a breath of relief, as they are celebrating their victory over these monsters. They turn around to show their gratitude to our king and his military for saving the Sparrow Kingdom from this rampage. All of a sudden, the system shows a message that the Sparrow Kingdom is under attack, and they have to save this kingdom from the Demon King's invasion, and they have a week to get it done. The soldiers look at this message and wonder that this is a yellow gate, so how can a Demon King appear, while assuming that it might be a great demon and not the king? Suddenly, a soldier comes from behind and informs His Majesty that there is bad news, and Leon's attention is diverted towards him as he asks the soldiers, "What are you talking about?" The soldier points in the direction from where they entered and tells him that the portal has disappeared and they can't go back now, which creates a panic among soldiers. Leon orders them to calm down and don't act rashly while he gets closer to them, showing that he is still here with them. He looks in the direction of the vanished exit and tries to figure out the reason behind this. Suddenly, Sir Jagged Spinner jumps in and informs the king that there is an occurrence of unforeseen foreign invasion, and this gives Leon a hint of Spinner's appearance in this gate. After that, Leon turns around and asks if anyone can explain this situation to me, and a hand is raised among the soldiers with a yay. This is Gu Disung again, as he explains to His Majesty that this is a fluctuating gate, and to put it simply, it is a phenomenon where a gate's difficulty is increased exponentially, and one cannot leave out until it is all cleared. Also, this cannot be called a coincidence, and this makes Leon think about it in his signature expression. However, he decides that they are not going to change the plan, and will clear the gate, which shocks Gu as he reminds His Majesty that there might be demon kings. This statement gives Leon a chance to flex his name, and that he has killed 2 demon kings and 30 great demons, which is enough to have their trust in his abilities. These flexes makes the soldiers sing his praises that His Majesty have a bunch of demon-related traits too. Meanwhile, Leon is thinking that it was when he had a plenty of divine power back in his world, and at his current level he cannot guarantee a victory against the Demon King, although he believes that the knight needs to firm and dependable no matter what, and he is hope of the soldiers, who are dependent on him. Far away somewhere, the demon reciting in Jewel of Wisdom is observing all of this, and laughing about the things he has seen. The demon is laughing because he has noticed that Leon has gotten weaker than before, which proves that he is a mere human. After hearing this, Sherman asks if he can begin the ritual for the demon's descent. However, the demon is reluctant to land on the planet where Leon is present. He informs the mage that there is no need for him to step in, because the demons of sexual desires have been working on a creature for the last 100 years, and once that thing awakens as a demon king, he will be able to kill him. This creature surely looks like a thick girl with big bosoms, as she seems lifeless at the moment. In the next chapter, we have an outlook of the Sparrow Kingdom, which doesn't look bad at all, with a huge palace in between. The kingdom was quite peaceful and proud of their legacy, however soon all of it changed when they found themselves in a tough situation. There was disaster everywhere in the kingdom except the palace, because of the demon's rampage in the city, and the remaining survivors took refuge in the palace, guarded by soldiers embracing the last hope they could get, and fought for their lives. After that, it seems like the Pantheon Guild has also decided to stay in the palace, as Gu can be seen sitting on a wooden table, talking about some theme. It is definitely a resting place and palace because it looks quite fancy around with expensive chandelier and high walls. Meanwhile, our king is unsure about what theme is, and asks our hunter about it, who's sitting right opposite to Leon on the table with Kim, and few soldiers standing at the back. Leon thinks about something and then says that all the gates have different backdrops, but the captain of Squad 3 mentions that this gate is different from the others as it has a time limit, which they have never seen before. Gu explains that a dungeon break happens when monsters are neglected in a gate, but when it comes to the quests with time limits, the gate will not open until the conditions of quest are fulfilled. This makes Leon understand what is going on here, as it seems like he is thinking about the strategy to deal with this quest. After that, His Majesty shifts the attention towards the agent from the Hunter Association, and confirms his name, which makes him panic, and he in a breaking tone says, "Yes, Your Majesty." "What is it?" Leon tells him that he has no plans to step in, but as this situation is urgent he wants to do it. However, he wants confirmation from the representative of the association if he has any problem with Leon and Sir Spinner stepping in. Right then, Leon interrupts them and asks if there is one thing more that he wants to discuss, as he asks them about their feelings about the hidden quests. All of them get shocked at this, and Kim asks His Majesty what he is planning to do. Leon's devilish aura comes out, as he informs them that he is thinking about slaying a demon king for this hidden quest. The scene shifts and it seems like Leon is sitting still talking to himself about the troll's demonic energy, which does not yield good results as it is weaker in energy. Leon is sitting on the chair while staring at the Holy Grail, and thinking with this much energy all he can manage is a brief connection with the Pantheon, and then he puts his hand on his chest to get in connection with the gods living in his heart. This is the voice of Goddess Ariana, who got in touch with her first night, and Leon asks if she is doing well. However, they jump right to the main part because the energy is really low, and she asks if he noticed it too, on which Leon says that he did, but it took him quite a while to notice it, and he also informs her that an energy of different nature can be felt inside this gate too. Ariana tries to calm him and tells him that considering the human body he possesses, it wouldn't have been that easy. She continues to tell him that this energy has very naturally seeped into this world, as something strange is happening. Leon is still feeling low about the fact that this being is so powerful, yet he was not able to notice it for a long time, and he believes it must be some demon king or something of that level, or maybe a demon at the level of the Lord. But still, goddess find it strange that such entity must have possessed a stronger energy, which is strange. After that, she informs Leon that another deity of the pantheon wishes to tell you something more, and Leon, as respectful to the goddess as ever, tells her that he is listening. She tells him that Plu wishes to inspect this world because she can sense something strange, as she looks at someone standing beside her. She is a purple-haired hottie, with a strange lantern in her hand, and giving really strange vibes. Meanwhile, Leon has no issue with this, however he is worried about the energy that is needed for her descent. On hearing this, she gives him an indication that he already knows a way to do that, and he doesn't need her help in that. Obviously, Leon knows a way which he calls the definite method. After that, a royal buggy stops in front of the palace's main door, and this is the transport of our king and his comrades to the palace, as they notice some servants there to welcome them. This is head butler of the palace, Farco, who is here to welcome the saviors of their kingdom. The butler offers his best services to the guests and shows them the way to the inside of the palace, as he heads down a corridor with our hero and staff walking behind him, looking at everything being so majestic. Leon praises the interior of the palace, as he passes a remark that the owner of the palace has a great sense of art, which makes Farco impressed by Leon's insight. I bet he has no idea about the identity of the guy walking behind him. Butler tells them about the rich history of the Sparrow Kingdom, and the importance of the palace since the time of their first Queen Fiora to today's Queen Beatrice. And this kingdom has served countless queens, as they can be seen in front of huge portrait of a queen. And guys, this is a little strange because the curves look like someone we have already seen before. The gossip mongers got a chance to gossip as they concluded that they have an all-queen regime, so that means this is a matriarchal society. As soon as Leon hears this gossip, he turns around in anger, and they notice that His Majesty is looking right at them, which means they should shut up. Leon yells at them for being so insolent to gossip about the royals, while being peasants, and they clearly got an idea that they have to apologize. After that, our hero apologizes to the royal servant about the behavior of these two morons, who never learned any proper etiquettes, and he is ashamed that he has brought these two etiquette-lacking Morkins because it was an urgent situation. Meanwhile, the butler seems quite okay with it, and covers it up by saying it is alright as this happens sometimes. They have reached the door of the presence chamber, right at the end of the corridor, and our boys are well prepared for this entry. The royal guards ask them to go inside, as Her Majesty, the Queen, is waiting for their arrival, and they open the doors for them. The door opens, and as we head in, we see a large hall, with the Queen sitting on the throne, and a bunch of royal servants, knights, and stakeholders of the kingdom are present to welcome Sir Lionheart. As soon as Leon reaches the center of the court, a fat man steps down from the stage of the throne, walking towards Leon, and then confirms if he is Sir Lionheart, who contributed to the battle in front of the gates of palace. This guy is Duke Archium, the chancellor of this kingdom, who is a clever-looking fatty, as he opens a scroll and tells Leon that he has decided to bestow him with the position of the knight for his accomplishment in the last battle. After that, he starts a speech with the praise of the Queen, as Leon is silently watching these antics by this clown. Leon gives a weird look, and then skips him by saying that he wants to greet the Queen first, while the Duke is clueless about this insult. Just then, one of the knights stops Leon's advance towards the Queen, and asks him to stop right there, and Leon actually stops considering the fact that he is a knight too, and he respects knights a lot. After that, the Chancellor jumps in again, and yells at our king that he might have accomplished great things, but that doesn't mean he can be allowed to immediately approach the Queen like this. The king's soldiers are wondering if this is going to turn out fine because they know how stuff like this infuriates Leon. Although the Chancellor is right, but his yelling might be a problem, and they believe as long as he has a point, Leon might ignore this insult. Suddenly, the Queen gets upright at this ruckus, and makes a sound which alerts all of them, as they look towards the Queen. Meanwhile, Leon is desperate to tell everyone his identity as he can't longer contain it, and right at that moment, he calls the Queen to tell her that he is the King of the Lionheart from the Lionheart's kingdom, and his name is Leon Dragonia Lionheart. He continues that he must do this despite how rude it sounds at the moment, while Duke is shocked at this behavior. The fatty guy calls out to Leon at this behavior, and orders the captain to take Leon away from here. I think we already know what's about to happen next. The very next second, Leon grabs his head using both hands with a dark look, which causes chaos among his companions as they yell at His Majesty. After all, even they already know what's about to come. But who cares, as Leon just snaps his neck and turns his head 360 degrees, while all of them shout his name with utter disbelief. Simply put, my man couldn't bear the insult anymore, and he's not really known to care about the consequences of his actions. The next chapter begins with the wrath of Lionheart, who just a while back snapped the neck of the high-ranking official of Sparrow Kingdom. All the members of Queen's Guard encircle Leon and ask him the meaning of this action, while the old knight is on alert too. The king looks at the guy he just killed, who is motionless on his knees while concluding something. As all of the Queen's Guard covers Leon from all sides, with their swords out, Captain Gu calls for His Majesty to be alert. The soldiers of the palace are still asking our hero about the reason of his action, and what he means by that, because a maneuver like this means announcement of a war between kingdoms. However, Leon, irrespective of the surroundings, points out the Duke to finally show his true identity, as it is already getting silly at this point, and our king mocks him for believing that he can escape the eyes of King of the Lion Heart. Our boy orders him to show his true identity, as he calls him a dirty demon, who is playing the game under the fake identity. Suddenly, this dead guy shows ugly expression, and his eyes glow red. The next moment, the body of Duke starts to take weird shape, with ugly sounds of demons coming from it, while the soldiers seem stunned by this sight, and they can't believe it is actually a demon, who is working in disguise of the Chancellor, and turns into a large monstrous grasshopper. After that, one by one a lot of people start transitioning into demons, as their comrades have never thought that they could be the demons. Now the whole court is filled by the dirty demons, and the members of the chamber are panicking, and running everywhere to save themselves. But Leon commands these lowly beings to stop panicking, and get a hold of themselves. The next moment, he asks all of them to assemble and fight as one against these vicious infiltrators. This is the only way they will be able to win. However, Leon is yet to complete his sentence. When the grasshopper pounces on him from behind, our knight stops its advance using his bare fingers, and the demon is honestly thinking, what the fuck, bro? In the blink of an eye, the angry Leon slashes its head with a swing of his hand, as the monster falls on the ground in front of the knight by the stage, speechless at this display of power by Leon. Meanwhile, the old fellow is thinking about how these evil bastards managed to sneak into the castle and create a facade. The commoners are still running in an attempt to save their lives, as they have never faced a demon in their lives. Now it is time for the old knight to shine, as he dashes from the stage behind Leon and slays a couple of demons in the blink of an eye. He shouts loudly that the demons have infiltrated the palace, and they have to make sure to kill all of them, without sparing a single one, and all of the soldiers who are already fighting start fighting more fearlessly. Soon all of the demons present in the court are dead. Meanwhile, Leon is looking at the body of the demon, and then looks towards the queen, who seems like a doll sitting on the throne without any movement or expressions. Leon has definitely sensed something strange. Right when he steps forward to get close to her, the old knight stops our boy using his sword. This shifts Leon's attention towards the knight, and he tells the knight that he understands his loyalty to the queen. But in this emergency situation, he is not prioritizing the royal family by stopping him. However, Knight responds that he is only loyal to Her Majesty and will take every step to safeguard her interests. Leon finds it reasonable, while all three of his companions are looking worried because they know His Majesty really well. And that is what exactly happens, as the king sends the knight's sword to space using his fingers, which completely takes the knight by surprise. The King of the Lionheart is now angry as he tells the knight to know his place, because he is the king, who is in charge of asking questions and making judgments like the way the queen does. Still, the loyal servant, who is still in pain, tells Leon that the queen is not in a perfect state of mind to make clear judgments, and after the passing out of the chancellor, it is now up to him to handle this matter. Leon looks at him if he is making up his mind, and seems like he is going to trust this old man as he tells him that the energy of corruption is filling the castle at the moment, and they have to eliminate them as soon as possible. In the end, the old fellow still does not trust Leon wholly, and asks him if he is certain about this, on which Leon tells him that a king does not lie. The faithful knight thinks for a moment, and then asks our hero what he wants to do. Seems like Leon has already seen it coming, and tells him straight away that he wants the command over the soldiers plus the authority to get rid of the evil, as he looks towards the queen on the words of evil. A hint for everyone. He gracefully informs the queen that he is going to resolve this issue on her behalf, as she is powerless at the moment. We are now in the central square of Sparrow Kingdom, where all the remaining survivors of the kingdom are present in front of the stage on which Leon and the Sparrow's commander is standing. On the side of the stage, there is a huge fire lit up. After a brief pause, our honorable knight introduces himself among the masses and announces that he has been granted full authority to lead them out of this problem. He informs them that there are several infiltrators among them who have been possessed by the demons, and surely their plan is to start the revolution alongside the corruption of the castle. However, he tells them that there is no need to worry about who is possessed by the evil, because he has the perfect method to differentiate between the evil guys and people who are not possessed, while all of them ask together what is that method. Our hero asks them to just wait and watch, as he has caught two individuals, a girl and a soldier, while they are awaiting their fate. It looks like the survivors already got a hint about what is going to happen with them, as Leon orders all of them who are not evil, have not been corrupted, and are not heathens to throw themselves in this fire to prove their innocence. Quite hard for commoners to think about that. Leon informs them that he is going to first show them an example so they will have a perfect idea about this method, and he tosses both of those individuals in the fire, while they are screaming loudly. The people are frightened to their core and couldn't believe that he actually tossed them in fire and is going to kill all of them right here. The soldier is screaming loudly as his skin is burning, whereas the girl gets out of the fire unscathed, and all of them are surprised to see that the fire didn't even touch the girl. But screams were being heard, and suddenly, someone pointed out everyone to look at what was happening to the soldier's body in the fire. Meanwhile, Leon also asks them to watch the soldier's body turning into a demon, while telling them that these sacred flames only burn those who are evil. Right then, he asks them all to pay their gratitude to Pedos, the divinity of war and fire, and shout his name in glory as they walk through these flames, while all of them are still standing, not buying this. This really offends Leon as they seem to be doubting in this Pedos guy story, and confirming with each other if it actually doesn't burn innocent people. The king furiously orders them to run through this fire, or if they are all corrupted then he will slay them with his sword right away. On hearing this, all of them dashes towards the flames, while making sure that their faces are covered. After that, only a few remain standing in front of the stage. They all are the corrupted souls as they show their real faces too. Their stench is all over the place, and Leon is not going to bear it as he decides to punish them for this plan. He yells at them that he is going to rip them into pieces. However, these insolent demons starts to pull out their power, and tells Leon to know his place as a human because he is not going to die a peaceful death. And that is where they fucked up because the demon slayer is more furious than ever, and he yells at them loudly. Suddenly, their ears rupture just by this yelling of Leon, and blood is oozing out through their ears, while they are screaming in pain. Leon shouts at them, calling them garbage, arrogant worms who feed on human emotions, and despises them for walking on 2 feet among humans, and above all they dared pretending to be a group and acting as soldiers, like he is going to allow that anymore. Our demon kingslayer intends on making them scream, while they die, and these screams of despair and suffering will echo throughout the world. The demons are shitting their pants now as they now believe that they have messed up with the wrong guy, who is mad enough about seeing them walking on 2 feet, so what he is going to do with them considering all of their crimes. Meanwhile, at the faraway valley, Mr. Sherman and the devil are watching these scenes via some technology, while the old fellow believes that their plan of infiltration has completely failed. The jewel is shivering at this sight too, and the dialogues of Leon Dragony Lionheart about making them scream and cry loudly in pain, because it is the only thing that can satisfy and make him happy. He is cursing Leon, calling him a scary-ass bastard for ruining his mastermind plan. Now after all the purification is done, the citizens of Sparrow Kingdom are watching a spectacle of the King of Lionheart, standing on the stage with an ugly bat-like demon tied up with ropes on a pole like old-fashioned ways, while he is asking the citizens to have no fear. He tries to build their trust in him, and tells them that as long as he is standing with them, these evil species cannot harm them any longer. These evil things plant negative emotions in the mind of the people, and feed on them afterwards. On hearing these words, the demon gets excited, and tells them that this is not over because the corruption authority will make sure that all of them are dead. However, Leon shuts this demon's mouth right there by smashing him in his head, as this bat cries in pain over such treatment. Our boy asks them to look at this ugly monster, who is the reason for their succumbing to seduction and fear, and this specie is also the cause of their sickness, starvation, the disharmony among the families, their falling out, also it is the reason for their failure to get married, and the money they lost in gambling too, while the demon is clueless about all these allegations. The demon is about to open its mouth against these allegations, but Leon silences him by breaking off his horn, as he cries in pain again. All of them are angrily looking at the demon, while remembering all the harsh moments they have faced recently, including the death of one's mother, or a lover rejecting someone, or losing out a big chunk of money in gambling. The plan to create ultimate hate in the citizens is working perfectly. The demon again tries to reason with these people that this is all their fault. However, Leon breaks off his other horn, asking him to shut up. After that, the mighty knight informs them that the citizens who try to be good are being manipulated by these demons, and they bring misfortunes into their lives. He adds that everything that has gone wrong in their lives is the fault of these demons, and they are also the reason for their wrong faith, as the demon without horns is cursing himself. After that, he lights up a thick wooden bat with the flames of divinity, and asks them not to be afraid because the divinity of war and fire has granted them divine flames which they can use to beat these monsters, and take out their frustration. Our guy takes a look in the crowd, and pinpoints a red-headed boy to come up and hold this piece of wood burning in flames. The boy gets up on the stage, and now has been given this divine item, while he is clueless what he is supposed to do with this. Now, Leon orders him to start beating the demon to punish him for the sins it has committed, and doesn't stop until it has atoned for all the sins. However, the kid looks a little hesitant about it. This infuriates the king, and he asks the kid if he is taking pity on this demon, which sparks the anger in the kid, and he tells Leon that his father died because of these demons, as he gets right in front of the demon for giving him a good bashing. Now the demon tries to play its game, and tries to scare the kid by saying that it will follow him to the end of hell to kill him if he tried touching him with this divine fire. Poor fellow forgets that Leon is still standing there, who punches it, and tells the demon to make a softer expression because he is just a kid. The demon is so powerless at the moment, as it is getting no chance to play its manipulation game, and right then the kid hits its head with this wooden bat, which lands right between its head, and it screams in pain. The hornless bat is screaming in pain while cursing everyone around, calling them psychos for this level of torture, and it warns them that they will be cursed by the corruption, which makes His Majesty quite angry, and he goes ahead and tears it apart, because it is not gonna stop talking shit. The scene shifts to the prison in the palace, where demons of pleasure and corruption are confiscated. These demons are called Balters, weird-looking demons, tied with wires of Sir Spinner. I expected sexier demons for this job, anyways. This demon is in despair, and is thinking that he has lived 34 years, torturing and corrupting the humans. However, he never thought he would end up like this, which is surely shameful. Right there, the metallic legs of Sir Spinner appear, with signature robotic sound, and this alerts the demon, who is shivering at the robot's sight. Balter is thinking about how he can corrupt a machine because it is completely opposite to humans, and lacks emotions which he cannot play with. Sir Yappy comes straight to the point, and asks the demon to provide the information about this plan. A perfect interrogator for these demons. The demon starts laughing at this, and mocks the Grail Knight for being an inferior being, and he is not going to answer his questions. This makes Sir Jagged Spinner to the conclusion that the hostage number 14 is not cooperating, and he is going to use another method for that. Clearly, the demon is underestimating this beast of Redgate. After this command, a group of soldiers of Pantheon Guild marches in, and stands in front of the steel rods, which frightens the demon as he wonders what is going to happen now. But as soon as he sees humans, his evil nature springs back, and he tries to manipulate them by saying that they can kill him, but he's just going to come back. Suddenly, he notices something and he leaves his sentence incomplete, wondering what is going on. A soldier brings a big wooden bucket, and divinity can be seen radiating from it, which makes the demon sweat, and he worryingly asks what it is now. It is a holy water, made up by diluting divinity in the water, making its concentration up to 15%. The soldier puts down this bucket in the ground, which is glowing with divinity, and this just makes the demon shitting himself because he can imagine what he is going to endure from this moment onward. Sir Spinner sits over the edge of the bucket, and points out that it is derived after big data reference, and this has been concluded after a lot of evidence and reasoning that water knows the answer to every question. In short, it's torture time. After that, Sir Spinner whips his wire around his neck, and pulls his face into the holy water, although he tries to resist but all in vain. He pulls out his face from the holy water, painted in red, screaming in pain, because the divinity in the water is burning his skin, and senses putting him in a miserable state. He cries in pain that he is the Balters, the demon of pleasure and corruption, and they are fools for doing that to him. After that, he threatens the torturers that they will not end up fine for doing this, and on hearing this, Sir Spinner's system commands that he is uncooperative, and he chokes his face again in water. This time the monster of Redgate is all over him, and not letting him pull out his face, while he is choking and throwing his limbs here and there. The monster seems to be yelling for help, and to wait, while the soldiers are frightened too at this level of torture, but Sir Spinner is not letting him go over the commands of uncooperative. He finally succeeds in pulling out his face from the water, however he still tries to act smart by saying he doesn't know anything and he has no idea what he is supposed to say to please them. Again, the system recognizes him to be uncooperative, and here we go again, hearing the screams of demons making their way around. Finally, the captive number 14 gives up in the face of torture and provides the information that he have, which comprises of 30,564 characters according to Sir Yappy calculations. The knight does not seem satisfied by this information, because there was something missing in this information, as the average characters are 39,667 collected from the hostages 1 to 13. Meanwhile, the number 14 hostage character falls short by 9,013, which is a huge gap. The monster is surprised at these calculations, and does not seem to understand its meaning. However, Sir Spinner explains to him in simple words that he can provide more information than this. This makes Balters yell in frustration because he is unsure what the other demon has said that he should be telling too, and calls him a psycho for this conclusion. This of course doesn't matter to Sir Spinner as he proceeds with the interrogation. The robot's AI questions the necessity of keeping the hostage alive if it fails to deliver the necessary information, which completely shuts the demon brain down. This makes the demon think about his life, and he instantly changes his mind to telling everything else that he knows. Poor fellow, he is going to die either way. After that, Sir Yappy presents his final report to His Majesty, who's waiting for this moment for a while. The report is based on the information collected from all 32 demons held captive, and the information derived is similar by over 89%. This gives a sense of satisfaction to Leon because the information can be inferred true based on all the individual data, and he praises his Grail Knight for such quality work, while holding a glass of red wine. Our hero then asks the knight how he dealt with the demons after the interrogation was finished, and Sir Spinner tells him that he killed them at the average of 14 seconds, and maintained their scream levels at 127 decibels, which is very successful killing. Leon is impressed by this work, and decides to drink wine, while telling him that the Song of Justice is always lovely to hear because that is what he stands for. Suddenly, his expression changes to gloomy, and acting weirdly he throws his glass of wine on the floor, which shocks Sir Spinner too. He checks Leon's vitals, and deduces that the heart rate has increased, as well as there is a headache, pain in chest, and difficulty in breathing. His Majesty is clenching his fist, as he is in pain. Was there poison in the wine he just drank? Or something else is happening? Whatever it is, the king is not fine at the moment. Suddenly, he gets up from the chair and calls Sir Spinner loudly, and informs him that he cannot accept the fact that these evil species live and breathe on the same land as him, as flames of loath are burning in him. Thankfully it was not poison, just an infinite hate for the monsters breathing the same air as him. He asks Sir Spinner what they should do about this, as he wants his insight too in this matter. The Knight's system takes a while to think about something, and then concludes that they should eliminate the cause without any delay. I'll have to agree with the robot too, because evil can only be eradicated if taken out by the roots. This deduction boosts the confidence of Leon, as he finds getting rid of the evil cause to be the splendid plan, and only this can make him feel better about it. The next second, Leon jumps out, breaking the window of the place where they are staying. Meanwhile, Sir Spinner is with him too. He is not at all tired from the day's activity because the King of Lionheart, a demigod, does not feel exhaustion, and that applies to the machine too, as they both are quite determined on taking out the evil root without any delay. As Leon lands on the ground, it breaks apart with the might of the Holy Knight and his willpower. Even his pants shreds from the shoes end by this strong impact of his strength with the ground. After that, he dashes forward at the speed of lightning as he yells that it is the time for a late night outing, as he is not going to spare anyone. The cruel night has begun for the demons, because their plan is about to be ruined by our hero, simply because they dared to breathe in the same air as His Highness. We then continue with the Mage of the Tower and the Jewel of Wisdom, standing in the middle of a dozen demons at a really horrifying volcanic mountain, and it looks like there is a council meeting going on after the failure of their initial plan. All the demons are disgusted at the sight of only human present among them, and it looks like Mr. Sherman is not comfortable there too. You should have thought about it before, old fellow. After that, the mage asks the great being residing in the crystal if it is okay to be here among them. However, the demon advises him to not look at the inferior prostitutes because these sexy-looking demons can corrupt a mortal easily. Suddenly, the old fellow closes his eyes to protect himself from these demons of seduction, and one of the black-top demons melts down like an ice cream. Meanwhile, there is a loud call from someone to stop, and a giant foot appears in front of the crystal, which alerts Mr. Sherman too. It is a giant demon, with 8 muscular arms, carrying deadly weapons, and a crown on his head. He does not seem in a good mood because these guys have stepped in his venue of entertainment, and it feels like he is not interested in sharing it with anyone. He yells at them that they should know what fear is before they decide to land here. The mage senses an incredible amount of energy coming from this demon, and he is unable to comprehend that. Meanwhile, the crystal's demon asks him not to look at his crown. The jewel greets him with the title of Great Demon of Pleasure and Corruption, Androgen, while the great demon hits back at him by calling him the one without any common sense or backbone. He calls the crystal's demon the Goblin, who had tasted a little success and is residing in this jewel of wisdom. He is surely the ugliest goblin I have seen. The goblin without backbone tells Androgen that he has an offer to present, and it is an offer that he will not be able to decline. Meanwhile, this infuriates the great demon, and he yells at the crystal if he just said an offer. Suddenly, he is out of control, and tells the goblin to know his place before giving him an offer because the crystal's lore. And most of his great demons are already dead, but he still has the audacity to consider Androgen at the same footing as him, while the goblin is completely shunned as he seems to be thinking about something. After that, it is now his turn, and he tells the 8-hand monster to stop being arrogant about this, because his demons died out too, which surprises the great demon as he is like, what the fuck are you talking about? The goblin shows him a mirror by reminding him that the Lord of Corruption and Please also died 180 years ago, when the Lord of Crystal died too, and this makes the great demon uncomfortable and he curses the jewel for this throwback. I bet flashbacks are harsh. Furthermore, he adds that he has the perfect idea about the merciless things that happened 180 years ago in that nightmarish world. It is a history lesson, guys, as we are taking a time machine to 180 years ago, when 5 evil lords came together for the first time in order to take over the world and rule over it. However, the results were absolutely terrible in that battle as 3 of the demon lords died in that war, which is a shame for the demon community. And this is not the end, because the Leon of Lionheart did not spare any demon entity there, and kept on killing the demons mercilessly while they were running to save their lives. This is the time when our guy was way stronger than how he is at the moment, and he killed over 10 million demons in that moment with his absolute divine powers. Moreover, he continues his story and informs them that he is the survivor of that heaven-like world, because in the perspective of demons that was a heaven, as it was their golden period, but our boy ruined it for them. The great demon gets intrigued by this fact, and now seems interested in knowing more about what happened there, which makes the crystal give out its evil laugh. He now hits back at this huge beast for giving into his instincts earlier, and that he messed up the moment when the goblin was about to give him an offer that he will not have rejected, and now we surely got a hint that it is about trapping Leon. This story causes the Eight Hands to get out of control again, and he asks him to just start spitting about what the offer is, because he wants to push the guy who caused all this destruction years ago into the deepest hole there is. The Jewel of Wisdom tells him that he has heard that they were in the midst of carrying out an order that they received from the most distinguished great demon there is. However, Androgen with his evil smile tells him that it is almost over because they are almost done with the moral, even if she holds on until the end is near, as there is the same woman, having white hair and crow, from a few episodes back lying on the floor, and it surely looks like the Queen of Sparrow Kingdom. The scene shifts, and we are now in the dense forest, where the old fellow asks the Jewel if he is done with his plan, to which the Jewel replies that it is the most effective method that they can have. The demon tells him that the probability of winning in this plan is 7 to 3, with 7 to Androgen and 3 to our guy. Poor demon is again understanding the might of Leon. This probability boosts the confidence of the S-rank mage, who asks the demon that if they join their forces in this plan, then they would have an even better chance of winning against the survivor. But this looser demon runs away again from the battleground, as he tells the old fellow that he is not going. Meanwhile, the mage is literally cursing him and calling him a bastard. Now this demon is thinking about where they should go, because they are obviously not going in for the plan. Suddenly he gets an idea that they should go to the corpse harvesters near the palace forest. After that, he tells his slave human about the corpse harvesters that are insane and are known for their attack power. While the old fellow has no issue with this plan, it looks like he has noticed something in front of him. Mr. Sherman points out in the direction of a beast approaching them and asks the Jewel if it is the entity that he was telling about just now, and the Jewel's attention diverts there too. It is a weird-looking zombie-like monster with weird limbs, making ugly dead sounds, and now we have a perfect idea about why they are named corpse. As soon as the zombie-like demon notices them, the crystal asks the old fellow to hide. However, the next second, wire trap of Sir Spinner appears out of thin air and wraps the corpse harvester's legs with wire, making him lose his balance, while the human-demon duo have used a spell to hide themselves and are shitting their pants at the moment. Suddenly, the monster is being dragged on the ground, while crying for his life because he surely got an idea that death has arrived for him. The duo is shivering as they have no idea what is happening at the moment. After that, they hear the voice of Leon, who is asking Sir Spinner if he is done over there, and the duo's souls have definitely left the world, because they have never dreamt about encountering Leon here. There are dozens of corpse harvesters displayed as trophies on the trees, slayed by Sir Spinner, who is telling His Majesty that there are still more alive in this area. Leon is looking as badass as ever while hearing about Sir Spinner's assumption, which is based on the fact that the last one killed was looking at something in front of him. Meanwhile, our holy knight is wondering about how many were here, that the count is not ending at all. The demon is worried that Leon might notice him, so he confirms from the mage if the stealth is still active, and if he made sure to hide him well, to which mage replies that he did it of course, otherwise they would have been dead already. The mage is really anxious at the moment because somehow he is a traitor too, and the King of Justice is never going to spare him. But the Master of Magic Tower is still unsure about how these knights managed to come this far without being noticed by him, while Leon is standing right in front of them, as it seems he has sensed something. The Jewel tells him that this is because of Grail Knight's divine law of silence, and he explains that this divine power even blocks the sound of hundreds of horses running. And this knight has used this divine law of silence on whole forest, ultimately killing all of the demons that were living in this forest, while Leon is standing still right in front of them as he is sensing something strange. The Holy Knight is talking to himself that he can sense a strange kind of energy from this spot, however nothing is visible in front of him, while the duo is losing their mind hearing this. Leon takes his face as close as possible to the spot, as he is sure that the energy is coming from around here. What an incredible stealth that even Leon is having trouble with. Suddenly, Sir Yappy makes the robotic sound to attract Leon's attention, and he asks him what it is now. Sir Yappy informs His Majesty that the satellite has caught sight of another target at point 4B17, and there are still plenty of monsters left. This makes Leon move for that place as he decides to head out to that destination. However, he is still suspicious about the energy that he is feeling from that place. As soon as the knights leave from there, the duo takes a sigh of relief and sits down, finally calling it such a close call because they had a perfect idea what was going to happen if they were found. We are now at the palace, where His Majesty is living at the moment, and as we head in, there is a bucket of water with a cloth. Leon is cleaning his body with this water after slaying an infinite number of demons. He is of course worried about these demons of pleasure and corruption, who are a bunch of perverts that pursue a twisted kind of desire. Furthermore, he is finding it strange that on what basis so many of these demons have taken residence in this gate, because he notices that there are even high-ranked ones and elites too, which makes him sure that there is a great demon here too, and the main question is why they are here. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and comments about the disgusting smell of blood that Leon is washing from his body, which alerts our boy. The king is surprised that he did not notice the presence of the queen, who is right behind him, asking him to rest because he must be tired from all day's work. Why does it look like that this queen resembles the entity that the demons of pleasure and corruption have been working on for centuries? Looking really cute, the queen greets the shirtless Leon and asks him if she should call him a knight or the king of Lionheart. On hearing this, he closes his eyes thinking that she is so beautiful, who is exuding sensuality without even doing anything, and she is the cause of this conflict, a woman of great beauty that is the symbol of downfall for the kingdom, while picking up his shirt from the chair. Yo man, looks like our boy is getting some feels down there. Leon is yet to reply to her, and is busy wearing his shirt. Meanwhile, he is thinking that an ordinary person will not even notice their own downfall, and end up drowning. The queen speaks again, giving his introduction that her name is Beatrice Oligiera Sparrow, and she is the queen of this small kingdom. The king finally buttons up his shirt, and tells her that he is Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and he is the king of the kingdom of Lionheart. But Leon's mind is struck by the fact that he did not notice something beforehand that he should have noticed. Maybe he has sensed that there is something wrong with the queen. Beatrice, on seeing his cautious expressions, tells him not to be wary because she just came here to greet the person who saved my kingdom, but Leon does not seem fazed by it in the slightest. The Holy Knight, being a gentleman, tells her that this is not the appropriate time for a noble lady like her to be making random visits to a stranger, as he is fully aware of the customs of a royal family. This makes Queen a bit ashamed, and she hesitantly tells him that she is being watched, indicating that she is not just here to thank him, rather she needs his help in this regard. Leon gets shocked at this revelation, and asks her about the person who is keeping an eye on the queen, however she seems reluctant to give the name, while looking down. After that, she tells him that the general and his knights are watching her, while keeping her incarcerated all the time so she can't play any active role. This makes our hero question the general's character, whom he believes to be a loyal servant of the kingdom, and who is not something capable of disloyalty. Instantly, she grabs Leon's hands in both palms, and tells him that there is not much time so she needs a favor from him right away. Leon hangs up for a bit because he is not someone who will just jump to conclusions, and tells her that he will decide after hearing her out. The queen in her soft voice tells him to kill General and his knights, and if he does that she will give this kingdom to the king of Lionheart. It looks like the queen came to catch a fish in her hook. This stuns our hero, and he does not say anything about it. Suddenly she gets on the tips of her feet to get close to Leon's face. Are things about to go spicy? She gets her face as close as possible to Leon, and whispers in her ear to inspect the underground floors of the cast. I wish she had said to inspect her underground assets. She is looking absolutely stunning, being as close as possible to him, while her breasts touching Leon's bare chest, as she tells him that there is something that the general is hiding there. Miss, I believe you are hiding a lot behind these clothes. Suddenly, the general and his knights can be seen rushing through the corridors of the palace with rather seriousness. Right after, the old general takes the name of our king loudly, which diverts the attention of both royals in the room towards the door. The general apologizes to Leon for bothering him in the middle of the night, and informs him that he is opening the door of his room. After that, he opens the door and gets surprised to see that there is no one other than Leon in the room. Our holy knight hits back at him for this kind of impertinence as he dared barging into the king's bedroom at night, although the general agrees with him that it is rude, but there is a matter of urgency that forced him to do so. Leon thinks about something, and it looks like he is going to play reverse psychology on the general. He tells him straight away that he met Queen a while back. However, the old fellow does not seem worried by this fact, and very calmly covers it. After that, our boy asks him that he does not seem to be questioning about this despite the fact that his queen is out alone in the night, and General in a normal tone tells him that it is a usual thing because she has always been like this. Now, Leon hits back again, and mocks him for leaving the royal alone, while the kingdom is filled with the demons, and there is danger everywhere. The general very confidently points out that the demons do not attack in the night, although that is bullshit according to the demon king slayer. Meanwhile, the king is wondering about when did the demons become so sophisticated that they started caring about day or night, and he should know that too. And if he does not, then how the fuck has this dumbwits became a general of the kingdom, making Leon more suspicious about his intentions. Then, Leon criticizes him for believing in this theory as if he is certain about it. This makes the general completely blank, and he stands there watching Leon's face silently. After that, he turns around abruptly because he has to return, and apologizes to the king for such rudeness. Right then, Leon adds another spark to the conversation by telling him straight away that he got to know from the queen that the general is also keeping her incarcerated, and this makes the old fellow stop for a second. He then turns around and tells Leon openly that this is not the matter that an outsider should be concerning himself with, and leaves immediately after saying it. Our hero finds all of this so suspicious, and he believes that there is something about this place that he does not know, which is making him restless. In order to find out the real story behind this labyrinth, and the things Beatrice told him, he needs to investigate the underground floors to confirm everything. He calls Sir Spinner in the room, who appears from the broken window with his robotic sound, as if he has been waiting for the master's call. Leon informs him that he wants to use his investigation skills to inspect something on his behalf. The very next morning, the demons attack the palace again at full speed, ordering each other to get them and take off their heads and make them watch torturing their bodies. These monsters are yelling to corrupt and taint the remaining survivors in the palace. Such pretty dreams they are watching in broad daylight. Suddenly, someone announces that he got the news from Sir Androgen, the great demon, that the first one to climb the walls of the fortress will get a reward of 100 slaves. This news of the reward boosts their morale, and they start chanting their slogan of tainting and corrupting the humans again and again. As they are about to chant another slogan, the holy spear coming in their direction makes them stop, and with the large boom of spear impact, the hundreds of demons can be seen flying around like plastic bags. What a satisfying sight it is. The monsters who were behind are completely lost at what happened right now, as the holy spear has just blasted off the ground as well as dozens of monsters. This holy spear is the sacred weapon of Leon the Lionheart, and I believe the demons forgot that he is still here. Suddenly, the souls start to leave the dead bodies of the dead monsters, and they can be seen crying, while the survivors of the attack are stunned at the souls appearing in front of them. After that, these souls start to get sucked towards the palace walls as someone is pulling them, and they can be seen crying for their lives. No surprise, this is the holy grail of Leon that is sucking these souls, because our hero needs as much mana as possible to overcome the unknown disaster that is coming. All the souls of the killed demons have been absorbed by the grail, and it seems like Leon is feeling it too. Now it is time for the Demon Kingslayer to put these demons in their place, as he calls them the false living beings, who do not know anything about death. He tells them that they don't have any idea about anything, because they are the insect-like beasts that only chase after the instinctual desires, so how can they have knowledge about anything? Leon is enraged now, and ready to pull out his holy sword, while cursing these disgusting insects for their existence. He announces the death of these monsters by telling them that this king of the Lionheart, in place of Pantheon, will teach these evil bastards the preciousness of life, and he is now in complete mood to slay these lowly insects. Shit is about to get real. He yells at these dirty souls to come at him with all their might, because his might, the might of Lionheart, will vanish their existence, and their fear is here right in front of their eyes. Meanwhile, in the underground floors of the palace, General Ricardo can be seen approaching somewhere, as someone calls him that, and we finally came to know his name. The knights placed here get surprised to see this General Ricardo, because they were expecting him to be fighting outside of the walls against those nasty demons, who are after their kingdom. However, he informs them that the outsider, also known as Leon, will take care of them easily. The general seems more worried about some seal, and asks if the seal is working fine. It looks like this was the thing that the general was hiding. The knights reply with a yes, although one of them had a question. But he stopped as the general is more interested in seeing the seal. Meanwhile, Sir Spinner is right above him, secretly watching this, using stealth technology so he cannot be traced. After that, they start walking in, with the two knights walking behind him, as the general is saying that it is almost done, and they are not far away. With just a bit more patience it will complete. They approach a purple lighted royal bed setting, with curtains on all four sides of the bed, and he can be seen calling it 100 years of resentment. That is on the stage of completion. He pulls aside the curtain to take a look at what he is calling a seal, and this sight stuns Sir Spinner as he gives out a confusing robotic sound. We continue with the hundreds of dead demons lying on the outskirts of Sparrow Kingdom, and smoke from the volcano can be seen behind, giving it an absolute cinematic scene. The remaining demons are tied by ropes, and are being taken as prisoners in a line to the Sparrow Kingdom where they will meet their end. Suddenly, one of the demons falls on the ground, breaking the rhythm, which takes Gu's attention towards him. He turns around to make the demon stand on his feet as quickly as possible, and tells the demon to be careful, but gets surprised to see something. The hunter is really shocked to see that it is a hot girl, who is requesting him to untie her with her innocent killing eyes. After that, she tries to trick him by saying that if he will untie her, she will do something good for him too, with a naughty grin on her face. Meanwhile, Hunter is completely stunned and captivated by her charm, and he hesitantly moves forward his hand to pat her face. Suddenly, the Legion reinforcement for the corruption resistance gets activated, which is the effects of Leon's aura, and the next second, the pretty young girl turns into an ugly-looking one-eyed demon, who is trying to manipulate the human for his escape. As soon as the resistance activates, Gu realizes the truth, and with a flash he gets back, and slaps the demon so hard that his mouth gets swollen, as he is in complete shock about how it happened. The tricky bastard is wondering how an ordinary human can resist his power of seduction. Someone tells him that this human is a member of the Pantheon Guild. The D-rank hunter is cursing himself, because he almost fell for this trap of seduction laid by this monster. After that, there is a voice of His Majesty, and he is asking about the demon who has stopped the parade, and the demon is now shitting his pants. The stallion's hoofs are making a rhythmic sound, indicating that the mighty Leon is coming. There is a row of demons behind Leon too, which are tied with the ropes, and parading behind him in a line. After reaching there, our boy furiously asks for the demon who caused all this ruckus, and makes things difficult for his team. Both of them think for a minute, trying to get in their senses on his arrival. Then Gu points out that this bastard caused all this ruckus. Leon is enraged now, and he asks the demon how dare he try to seduce his soldier with such a disgusting body of his, while the demon is shivering, and for the forgiveness of Leon. However, he yells no at that, and kicks the demon's face with his boot right in his eye, which makes the demon cry in pain. Our antagonist, the ultimate hater of demons, keeps kicking him and cursing him for raising his voice so loud, although he is a dirty, disgusting creature. The demon is begging for mercy at this sin, but Leon is paying no heed to it, as he does not want to hear his voice at all. Meanwhile, all the demons are shivering because they have got an idea about the end they are going to meet. For low-level demons like them, this sight of Leon treating them like insects is enough to send chills down their spine, and they are thinking that this knight is more demonic than a demon. Now the scene changes and we are in the streets of Sparrow Kingdom, where people can be seen busy in their daily life activities, while our king, his soldiers, and the captive demons are walking through these streets. During this parade, Mr. Kim asks His Majesty if he finds something strange, which alerts Leon a little, and he asks the manager what he is talking about exactly. The young lad points out that they have indeed got a great victory, and even captured the demons too, but the reaction of people are so dead and lukewarm, as he cannot feel any excitement or happiness on their faces on this sight of demons tied in ropes. After that, Leon notices it too, and then tells Kim that even the low-level demons can easily seduce and corrupt a human easily, and this war against the demons is unending. This is the reason only few elites are happy about this victory. However, the commoners are still at the mercy of these demons because they can become dominant anytime. Furthermore, this is the reality of war against the demons, where common people are so hopeless about this situation, as we can see on the faces of this mother-daughter duo in the background. Therefore, he asks the representative of Hunter Association to make the citizens hang these demons themselves so they can watch the demons' disgusting souls leave out their body, and this will result in a ray of hope in these emotionally dead people. Kim understands his point very well, and agrees to it too, but he is rather worried about letting the citizens hang these demons. Now the Holy Knight and his guild has reached the gates of the palace, but surprisingly there is no one to welcome them, and Leon is really amused by this sight that even though they have got a big victory, none of them, even the general, didn't bother to come outside to receive them. Right then, there is a sharp red-colored laser light emitting from one of the windows of the palace, and this is Sir Spinner, who is definitely signaling to the winning party about something, and Sir Spinner's master has definitely got it, because Leon thinks that the robot has succeeded in his mission. Now we are inside the palace, where two of the royal guards are standing by the heavy door. Suddenly one of them notices that someone is approaching, and his attention diverts there. The arriving personalities include our antagonist, Sir Jagged Spinner, chief manager of Hunter Association, and the gossip mongers, and the guard orders them to wait and stop there. The fatty one tries to warn them by moving his weapon not to move forward, because they are not allowed to be here. This guy really believes he can stop our king by doing this, and as we know, the very next second, Leon kicks them away, breaking the door of the place where they want to enter. After that, he orders his companions, who are checking the pass-out soldiers, to keep moving forward, because they won't have that much time in hand. This surely looks like the staircase to the underground floors that the Queen gave the hint about, and the pathway is well lighted, showing that the underground floors are definitely in use. The manager asks the old fellow if it is okay to barge in like this. However, the old guy does not want to bother himself with such talk, and advises him to give up, because it is much easier if you give up worrying about such stuff. Suddenly, Gu, who is walking ahead of them, notices something and turns around, asking all of them to come fast and take a look at this. All of them get there at once, and it clearly looks like they are surprised to see what is in front of them. And Kim's response is their mutual response as he says, "What the hell is this?" on looking at such a place in the basement of the castle. After that, they get a clearer look at the object lying in front of them, and someone recognizes that it is a bed, and a shadow of someone lying there can be seen from the curtains. Leon is wondering if this is the secret that the Queen wanted him to find out, while telling everyone that there is definitely something that they are hiding from everyone. The king dashes right towards the bed to check it straight away, without any fear of potential trap in place, and the D-rank hunter goes right behind him, while the representative of Hunters Association definitely seems worried about it, and calls His Majesty to wait. Leon lifts off the curtains of the bed, and there is a woman lying on bed, dressed the same as the Queen, while a purple aura can be seen making its waves around. Both the human hunters that are behind Leon get mesmerized by this woman, and their faces are blushing. She is looking really incredible lying there in her pretty dark gown and gray hair, and anyone would be fazed by her charm. The manager is all over her as he can be seen calling her so beautiful, and suddenly not just him but all of the soldiers are losing their heads by this power of seduction coming from the woman, and are saying beautiful, beautiful repeatedly. Honestly, they are looking like zombies ready to pounce on human flesh. Leon looks behind, and yells at them to resist this seduction, and not get tempted by this dark energy. However, it is not working as they are still head over heels. This makes His Majesty worry a bit because his aura is not helping much in this case too, and he needs to think of something else to get them out of this zone. Thus, he decides to knock all of them out to stop this shit from going on, and he calls this the manual method. Leon keeps on using this manual method one by one on everyone, but as soon as he reaches Gu, he stops, and rather seems proudly happy at his sight. The king notices and questions the hunter that he harmed himself in order to resist this feeling of temptation, as it seems like Gu has used his dagger to make a cut on his arm, and quickly responds to his majesty asking him about it. After that, Leon takes out the Holy Grail and asks the captain of Squad 3 to inhale through his mouth and exhale slowly and clear his mind from any thoughts to heal his injury right away. Meanwhile, the footsteps approach, and this is General Ricardo with his knights, who is amazed by the fact that Leon is not seduced by the beauty of Her Majesty. As soon as our holy knight is done healing, he seems to understand the reality of the shit that is happening. Leon gives a smirk and points out that none of them are seduced by this evil pleasure. However, the general defends it by saying that they are used to it. But the king does not believe and terms it complete nonsense. He informs them that the queen's coquetry is a magic close to a curse, and it is not something one can get used to. And our demon slayer is sure about it because he has seen someone with such kind of power before, and she was a demon called Lady of Pleasure. This demon possesses the coquetry to tempt and seduce all living beings, and is a demonic pleasure that corrupts everyone it pulls. However, he finds something strange, as he adds on that he absolutely abhors and feels disgusted by demons more than anyone else, but he does not sense such energy from the queen, and above all that none of them are fazed by this demonic pleasure. Just then he drops a purple petal in the Holy Grail, which is enough source of energy to summon divinity of dreams and death in this kingdom. After that, the king of Lionheart requests the goddess that her guardian wishes for her blessings, and suddenly the goddess, mentioned earlier by Ariana, shows her mesmerizing presence, and the general is awestruck by her appearance. She responds to the calling of Ariana's knight, the owner of Lionheart, and agrees to bless the king of Lionheart. We continue on with the visuals of a Gothic-style goddess, looking as fine as red wine, and a lantern in her hands, ready to show her miracles to these lowly humans. Leon, a faithful holy knight, is greeting the divinity of dream and death, Plu, with his head bowed down in her respect, and she seems impressed by Ariana's knight as if she has heard a lot about the owner of Lionheart. She tells him that she has descended as per his request, and tells him that she can definitely feel the presence of demons of corruption and the mess they have caused in this kingdom, as she takes a look around. Meanwhile, the general could not believe his eyes upon seeing this miraculous summoning. In the blink of an eye she has seen the reality of this kingdom, and she informs him that in the endless dream, these demons are creating a subconsciousness of corruption, and according to her the dreams are something one needs to wake up from sooner or later, as her lanterns glow purple. Seems like a twist in A Tale of Sparrow Kingdom. The goddess whips her stick with a lantern in their direction, and orders them to show their true selves, and the purple light of the lanterns becomes brighter and covers the whole area. Suddenly, a weird phenomenon starts unfolding, and it feels like a sheet of subconsciousness is peeling off from their minds, and the kingdom is going to show and witness its actual reality that has been dormant for quite a while. Their eyes are finally opening, and a glass frame can be seen breaking, which is leading them to the ultimate reality, and Gu is also one of them as he has been awakened from a dream, and is surprised to see something in front of him. The true self of General Ricardo is now unveiled, as his eyes glow red, the face characters, and the aura around him is changing now, and oh boy, the general turns out to be a Death Knight, the strongest knight of the undead. Grab your popcorn fellows, things are going down from here. After this unveiling, Leon seems to finally understand why he was not able to see the general's true identity, and also failed to realize his motives because the general was neither a demon nor a human, and it was about the authority where he can create a new world itself based on facade. The Death Knight walks forward, asking Leon not to interrupt the queen as she is resting, and he orders his other knights to protect the queen and the seal in the back, while D-Rank Hunter, who is holding up the manager of Hunter Association, shouts to alert his majesty that there are other Death Knights in the back too. However, on seeing this sight, our hero concludes that the general is not the one imbued in viciousness, and if this is true then the Gate's dream started with the queen, as he pulls out his holy sword, while looking at the queen who is sleeping. He believes that if he greets the queen then there is a surety that this dream will end naturally too. While he is still in his thought process, the dead general attacks on him with his full might, and there is a roar of swords hitting each other, as two powerful knights are swinging their swords. The antagonist successfully nullifies this attack easily, however he notices that another Death Knight is coming his way with a spear, and Leon with the speed of lightning first diverges the sword, and then smashes his sword on the spear to pin it in the ground. So it turns into 1 versus 2, but even if they come up all together they still won't be able to defeat our hero. This scenario infuriates the Holy Knight, and he tells the general that it is a 1 versus 1, and he is betraying the honor of the knight. Although he is dead, Leon expects him to be an honorable knight. This makes the demon laugh, and he replies that he has betrayed this honor a long time ago, as he orders his subordinates to charge at Leon, who might be alone but is not weak. Leon, enraged over this cowardliness, yells at them if they think they will be able to block his mighty attacks, even if these guys are attacking him from all sides. There is no one more dangerous than an enraged owner of Lionheart. As soon as they get close to him, the power of Lionheart flames embodies him, and he gets ready with a sexy posture to give them a taste of the holy Lionheart that they might have never tasted in their lives. Leon, with the reflexes of a god, grabs the leg of one of the Death Knight and throws him away to the side. After that, he swings his sword, although the Death Knight apparently blocks his attack using his shield, but the impact and the aftershocks of the attack are so huge that it pushes and throws away the charging demons dashing towards him. The next second, he grabs the skull of one of them with his left hand, looks in his eyes, and buries his face into the ground, right beneath his legs, with all his might, rupturing his skull and breaking off the floor. Meanwhile, Leon is thinking that the old fellow is definitely stronger than these other knights, although after becoming an undead, he must have gotten weaker. Meanwhile, he is swinging his sword in all directions to dodge their attacks. However, this is not enough because with a distorted honor and pride he cannot protect anything, and he projects his sword in the ground, generating a large amount of divine power that spreads across the ground. After that, a huge blast takes place, as if it is the volcanic eruption. However, instead of lava, it is the divine flames oozing out of the surface of Earth. The leader of Death Knights is on his knees, completely shocked to witness what has just happened, because in a single blow, all of his royal bodyguards are done and dusted. The next second, there is a sword pointing right on his face, and this is the mighty king of Lionheart, looking down upon him, definitely wishing to hear from him that he is defeated. The king orders him to wake up from this vain dream and come into the reality, while the general is stuttering over what to say to him as he is blank at this moment. Leon lifts up his sword in the air, telling him if he cannot wake up from this dream, he will keep living in this absurd fantasy for eternity, and calls him a foolish knight for this lameness. As our boy is about to swing his sword to finish the general off, he stops while thinking about something. Leon finds it strange considering the fact that everyone around the queen became unfaithful. However, these apostles did not turn away their heads and kept standing by her side. And if all this is true, then why the queen will request him to kill these knights, making him believe that she is not the villain of this kingdom either, and there must be a lot more story behind this. This makes Leon put away his sword and intrigues him to know more, as he commands the general to speak about what he has done to the queen. Finally, the general decides to open his mouth as he starts telling him that the queen made a deal with a demon 100 years ago. The kingdom was in utter ruin. All of the chamber was dead. Only the queen and the general were left off that war. Suddenly, a demon appears in front of them, praising the queen for her bravery, and offers her to make a deal with the demonic powers. Queen asked him what kind of a deal he is talking about, and the demon informs her to harbor the essence of corruption and relive the collapse of the kingdom for 100 years. And if she will not get corrupted after these 100 years, he will save her and her people with the Jewel of Wisdom. The queen, who was already on the brink of ruin and was not in a perfect state of mind, decided to accept this deal as she had no other option in her hands. Although it was a trap from the demon, she made a deal with him. 5 years into the deal, the demons have corrupted the people and there was a live butchering of her people on the streets, making the corrupt ones more refreshed. After this endless corruption and torture, more corrupted people starting losing their mind, causing a huge ruckus everywhere. The soldiers had to take action and grab these corrupted people to stop them from their evil routine. During the day, she had to see the demons slaughtering her people, and at nighttime, corrupted individuals would whisper to her in order to seduce her. She was always loathing her existence for what she has done to her kingdom, although the first few years were doable, but her opponent was the great demon of pleasure, who made such a deal which had no loopholes, depicting how crafty and cunning the demon's trap was. There were 2 conditions in the deal that made it a perfect trap. The number 1 was that the people who will commit suicide to escape the contract will become a spirit and wander the netherworld. And the second one was, after the end of 100 years deal, everyone will become servant of corruption. As a result, she started going crazy over time. She was seeing her kingdom falling slowly, which was not less than any torture, and the essence of corruption planted within her body continuously seduced her, affecting other people around. After the 50 years of the deal, one of her loyal knights could no longer reject his desires, and tried to get in the bed of Her Majesty, who was ultimately killed by General. This scenario made General Ricardo Bunce take a decision, which was so harsh. He and his knights ultimately did suicide by their own swords, in order to endure the seduction, because it only works on the alive, and they have a better chance of protecting the queen as they will not get seduced by her. They pledged their allegiance to protect the queen at every cost, even if they dirtied the royal fabric, became the spirits that wander the netherworld, and became the servants of corruption at the end of the 100-year deal for having gone against this contract with the demon. They did all of this to protect their queen, and died for her sake. There should be a film made on what these knights are made of. Finally, we got the idea that everything was indeed planned by these nasty demons who made a cunning scheme to manipulate the queen of the kingdom, forcing her to make a deal that ultimately resulted in the greater benefit to the demons in every way because they got a kingdom in their fists. However, our mighty hero's work is not yet finished, as he just got to know the real story behind all this ruckus. But of course, the actual course of action is yet to be decided. That will give a finishing touch to this story. After all, the real plan of the Goblin of the Jewel and the greater demon Androgen is yet to come into play. The saga continues with the general still on his knees, telling Leon that they killed themselves to become Death Knights, so the queen's temptations do not work on them, and they have also sealed the queen. He tells the king that it has been 80 years since they sealed her, and all they can manage is to keep her asleep for half of the day. Leon is impressed by such loyalty that they did everything in their power for Her Majesty, even if it meant throwing away their lives. Meanwhile, he realizes that this is the reason the queen wants to kill all of them. After that, the goddess calls Leon's name, which diverts his attention towards her, and she asks him if he can feel it, to which His Majesty replies that he can feel it, as he looks towards the staircase through which they entered the underground floors. These waves of demon energy are spread across the Sparrow Kingdom, leading all the way to the gate of the palace, where the great demon, Androgen, and his sidekicks have arrived. Leon also feels that the demons are nearby, and yells at the soldiers of Lionheart to arise from their state of unconsciousness due to Leon's manual method. The manager and the old fellow wake up suddenly, and His Majesty grips the collar of the old soldier and shakes him well to bring him to his senses. After that, Leon drags them all to fulfill their duties, which is to slay the demons, leaving behind Goddess and the dead general, who seems like is interested too in joining them. However, it seems like Plu is yet to have a conversation with the Death Knight, as she asks him if they should resume their incomplete conversation. Suddenly, the remaining soldiers of Lionheart, who are guarding the entry to underground floors, notice the arrival of their master. They gather around His Majesty and inform him that the demons have managed to trespass the walls of the castle, and in no time they will be all over them. Kim is absolutely shocked to hear this, and is looking gloomy at the sight of an infinite number of demons ready to attack them. The king notices it too, and seems a bit worried about making a strategy to deal with this ruckus, because there are too many of them. Suddenly, someone steps up, and this is no other than the captain of Squad 3, Gu Disung, who is looking absolutely like an alpha, walking like this to lead the soldiers. He puts down his helmet and orders everyone to raise their shields, and everyone starts to make a formation while chanting to raise their shields. Soon they all are in their formation, completely hooked up on fighting the enemies, and following the only thing that His Majesty ever asked them is to maintain their positions and deter the enemies as long as possible. They have complete faith in their knight that if they just hold out for a bit, His Majesty will take care of it, as both the Grail Knights stand at the opposite sides of the formation to battle these demons. After that, the 8-arms monster orders his slaves to attack them, and struggle with pleasure and the feeling of pain. All the demons start roaring in pain, as this starts to give them pleasure, and this phenomenon is called frenzification, which is the special power of the great demon of pleasure. Later, these infinite number of monsters pounce on the guardians of the palace, while yelling death for these guardians. Meanwhile, both the Holy Knight and Sir Jagged Spinner are ready to take them on, with all their weapons and divine power. Leon then calls for his stallion to appear too, because it is not a time to hold back, as the demon forces are right on their heads. They are hitting on the shields like flies on the dunk, innumerable and out of control. The soldiers on the other hand are trying their best to hold them up, but they are too much for them too. Still, they believe that His Majesty will surely protect them, so all they have to do is keep holding them for a while. One of the soldiers looks at the side where Leon is fighting the monsters, and gets tense to see the shit that's happening there. Our hero is buried in the storm of these bastards, and they are all over him like it is a rugby match. The soldiers couldn't get the vision of His Majesty, and they think that it might be over for them too. And right then, the light of justice cuts through them, reaching the sky, and there is a huge blast which sends the demons flying away insects. The soldiers have just got their hopes back. Suddenly, through this blast appears Leon Dragonia Lionheart, yelling passionately about glory for the Lionhearts. The soldiers are worried to see their knight in such a state, because they had never seen him in such a troublesome situation. The demon of pleasure is strong because of their numbers, although they are not good at combat, but this kind of buff is even irritating for Leon to deal with too, as he looks at his stallion in a bad condition, lying motionless on the ground, and taking long breaths. Leon is thinking that this kind of trick is used by the great demons of pleasure, and to deal with such attacks he needs more charged power, although he is not sure if he will be able to pull out this charged attack with the amount of power he has at the moment. Only if it was his world, these great demons would have tasted death before putting a foot in this castle. Our hero closes his eyes, taking a moment of pause to think about something, and then opens his eyes, negating the reality, because he is sure that he needs to do it to win. As he is about to pull it off, he senses a strong mana coming from behind, with the command of charge forward. And Leon, including his soldiers, turns around to look where this is coming from. Oh my goodness, these are the Death Knights who have appeared right on time to assist our king, and they are charging at full speed on their armored stallions. They break into the group of two from the back of formation, and dashes forward to dismantle the rows of charging demons, and what an immense attack power they have as they send the demons flying around, tearing through their rows. General Ricardo approaches the King of Lionheart, as it seems that the goddess has allowed the general to leave. Leon looks happy at his appearance because he believes that he must have awakened from his dream now, and is ready to face the reality in front of him. However, he informs the king that his loyalty towards the queen still stays the same, and he will still protect her at all costs, and Leon has no issue with it because that is how it should be. The general still has something in his mind, and he calls Leon the king of foreign lands to inform him that they have already experienced countless defeats at the hands of these demons. I bet those were not just defeats, rather humiliation. He is not finished yet, as he tells Leon that if he can bring about any change in this history of defeats, these Death Knights of the kingdom, who gave their lives to save it, will stand by him and will place their bets on him, although he is from foreign lands. Meanwhile, Leon is carefully listening to him. This talk makes our hero smirk, and seems like he is even impressed by it. Leon draws out his holy sword, facing towards the demons, and informs the Death Knights to get ready if this is the case, because he is about to show them how he fights, and is going to live up to their expectations by guaranteeing them a win against these demons, changing their history and fate of Sparrow Kingdom forever. Time for some fucking action, nerds. After that, the golden flames of Lionheart start engulfing his body, as Leon is now in his zone, and he is the symbol of ultimate hope for his soldiers as well as the Sparrow Kingdom. Suddenly, he starts moving forward, and the golden flames around his body start turning into crimson red, as he is asking the divinity of war and fire for his blessings, and it feels like ultimate chaos is on the horizon for these nasty demons. The next second, his whole body is glowing red including his eyes, and with every step the aura around him is leveling up, and now these red flames are revolving around him like a tornado, and this is looking like absolute cinema. Are you kidding me? No flipping way that the short-haired Leon has just turned into a badass long-haired Chad, and it seems he finally got the reply from Pedos, the divinity of war and fire. Have we jumped into the Dragon Ball Z world? And this is a Super Saiyan transformation, to be honest. He was a symbol of hope even during the moments when the world had fallen into the hands of the demons, and even when the gods had to evacuate to his heart. At this moment too, he is the symbol of hope for the hunters and the Queen's loyal Death Knights. After that, a huge blast of red color occurs, whose rays are going up to the sky, and an unlimited amount of mana is emerging from Leon. Finally, Pedos, the divinity of war and fire, has shown his presence, and takes pity on Leon that he is still sacrificing himself, as the soldiers are looking clueless at this immense power. God praises him for his commitment to the cause, and tells Leon that without him this fire and flames will go out, as he is the fuel that is igniting this fire for a long time. And our hero is standing in the midst of the tornado of flames, bathing in the blessing of God. This makes His Majesty smile a bit, and he proudly responds that he will forever stand before all of them, making sure that this fire never goes out until they can stand on their own, as he seems all fired up with this intense transformation. This is the level of his faith in these gods. Furthermore, this is something Leon Dragonia Lionheart has always done through thick and thin, facing those hardships as he works towards the stars. With the majestic shadow of God of War and Fire right behind, our king is visibly engulfed in layers of crimson red flames. This is definitely a Super Saiyan transformation if I've ever seen one. Leon is looking so hot in these long golden hairs intermingling with the red mana of the fire, and he is staring down on these insect-like monsters as he is going to kill them with just his eyes. Meanwhile, the demons are witnessing an event of lifetime, crapping their pants. The Holy Knight puts his sword on the ground, and it pieces through the floor because of intense pressure, while he announces that he is the Lionheart, the best horseman of the divinity of war and fire, Pedos. He is yelling war and fire, and it feels like it is resounding on the ears of everyone, including the soldiers, as they are speechless too at this cinema. He requests the Death Knights that their greatest horseman requests for a fire of war from them, to punish the evil that resides in this kingdom. As he finishes these words, the Death Knights are also blessed with his aura, and their bodies are also glowing red. After that, he pulls out the sword from the ground, and a huge array of red light emerges from his back, leading all the way up to the space, while the demons are now taking a step back because they have realized that the real daddy of demons are now here, who is going to spank their asses until they die. Suddenly, a heavy golden hoof thumps on the ground, and these are the new holy bulls, with golden fur around their neck, and huge horns. These bulls are mounted to a single person standing piece in the back, and these bulls are definitely looking dangerous. Leon then jumps and stands on this cradle, bidding farewell to his old ride, who has suffered a lot of injuries in the last attack. He thanks it for his valor, and commands it to rest for a while as the stallion starts disappearing. Just then, our hero pulls out the holy spear and orders everyone to follow him as he points the spear in the direction of the demons. Leon assures them that he is going to lead them towards victory now as the bulls race towards the demons, with their horns facing in their direction, and all the Death Knights are riding behind Leon on their stallions to tear apart these clowns. Suddenly, the bull jumps to speed up, giving a roar, and now they are looking more like lions rather than bulls except for a few distinctive features. Surely in the Lionheart Kingdom they have been experimenting on breeding different species together. This speed created quite a distance between the Death Knights and His Majesty, which makes the general uncomfortable, and he yells at Leon that it is really dangerous to barge in their front lines alone like this because they are too many in numbers. However, Leon does not care about this, and keeps on rushing towards them at full speed, while the demons are on the back of ugly creatures, and weird weapons in their hands, are commanding each other to kill him as soon as he gets in their range. This sight of the monsters riding on an ugly creature with lame weapons makes Leon hang up for a bit, and after that he yells at these inferior beings for not even knowing what cavalry means in a war. He tells them that to charge in a war towards the enemy means to wield a sword or a spear, and not these lame weapons, and in a blink of an eye Leon's bulls are on the monsters' heads. The bulls are slaying the monsters through their horns and throwing them away as the trait's strongest attacker has been activated. Meanwhile, the spectators at both sides, the general and androgen, are completely clueless to see the might of Leon the Lionheart in action. The antagonist is holding the reins tightly and is wading through these waves of monsters, tossing them around like pebbles all over the place. The great demon's face is showing error 404 as he is completely dead at this moment and is not able to comprehend what is happening there. He is beating his head and yelling at his slave demons why they are not able to hold him back for a single second, although he is just one entity, while they are so large in number. He orders his back row of demons, who are holding cannons on their shoulders, to fire the magic cannons right away, and one of them commands his team to start firing the magic cannons. The purple magic balls start pulsating in the cannon's mouth, and within a few seconds, it starts raining with magic balls everywhere, some of them even hitting their flying demons, which alerts Leon too. However, our Holy Knight, who is known for his ultimate hate for the long-range cowardly attacks, infuriates over this attempt, and yells at them that there is no honor in such attacks, and effects of his aura are applied, which includes range hater, as well as divine law of arrow nullification is also applied. Even the Death Knights have been blessed with these effects. After that, the magic cannonballs fall on the raging knight from all directions like it is raining, and a huge blast occurs on the impact of cannons. But Leon's ride comes out of this attack unscathed, and it does not seem that they have been even slowed down from this. All thanks to the Lionheart's glory, as Leon is shouting the slogan for the Lionheart's glory. A number of other traits have been applied by the system too, which includes War Knight's blessings, evil species terror, charge bonus is increased, physical attack resistance increased by 35%, the demon's defense power decreased by 80%. Pedos' horsemen also imbued his allies with the flaming swords, and the most prolific demon slayer imbued all the demons within 1 kilometer area with decreased physical resistance, decreased divine law resistance, decreased close range defense, and most serious one, automatic soul return. I bet they are going to be turned into a pickle jar. Subsequently, our boy is all over them, and he is dragging, slaying, torturing, flying, and ruining them at the same time. Suddenly, Leon notices someone calling him a bastard, and is coming at him from above, while the shadow of this beast can be seen on Leon's face, and it is none other than the Great Demon. Androgen is right above the Holy Knight, with a couple of weapons in his hands, and is really furious over this rampage, yelling at him to die. Surprisingly, his blow lands right at Leon's carriage, giving him no time to defend himself, and the carriage breaks off, flying over his head, while the bulls are racing ahead down his legs. However, the racing bulls make the typical bulls sound, and stop as they have been blocked by the 8 arms monster, and cursing him and his ride for being arrogant. Surprisingly, he is not able to notice his presence, as he cannot see the carriage behind the bulls too, and wondering where the king has gone, looking here and there in tension. Our boy is right above his head, which is a blind spot for this demon, upside down in his carriage. Meanwhile, the monster is still tense as he is not able to locate Leon anywhere around. Suddenly, the knight shoots himself from the above, like a meteorite, using the holy spear right in his direction, and by the time the monster notices him it is already too late because he just lost his balance due to this surprising move. This frustrates the great demon, and he is beating his chest over this as he yells at his remaining sidekicks to stop doing nothing, and kill this knight right away. Leon gets on his feet, and pulls out the holy sword too. Now he has both his holy weapons, while he is saying 1 minute, and it seems like an ultimatum for the 8 arms death. Our hero is walking towards him, while chanting endure for 1 minute, and the Death Knights are wreaking havoc too on these nasty demons, and are now charging ahead of Leon. Androgen is cursing his luck because he believes it is just a single person more than before, and this single person created so much of a difference that even the dead knights of this fallen nation are much stronger than before as they are slaying the monsters more passionately than ever. The monster is now getting serious, and strong malicious mana is emitting from him as he calls the King of Lionheart, and furiously asks him if he is the one who killed Dothredin. Must be their ancient lord who was slayed by Leon 180 years ago. Leon hangs up for a minute, thinking about who the fuck is Dothredin. No surprise, the legendary demon slayer has killed millions of demons. It is surely going to take some time to remember the name of a nobody. After a few seconds, our boy got some hint, and he smirks and mockingly tells him that he was the sick demon who used to walk around with a giant bag of fat on him. After that, Leon in his full racist mode tells him that they are the inferior perverts, and he kills all of them by ripping them to shreds, and warns him that he is going to meet the same fate soon, while the great demon jaw is dropped at such an insult. Furthermore, His Majesty tells him that the only difference here is that he has more limbs than those bastards, and it is going to be fun for him to shred all of these. Hearing this, Androgen loses his mind, and yells that he is going to kill the King of Lionheart at every cost. After that, he throws his both weapons, immersed in dark mana, towards Leon, who is standing at quite a distance, with both his holy weapons too. The antagonist takes his stance by stretching her legs, and raising the spear over his head. Meanwhile, he tells him that he is not using his own power to throw these weapons. Rather, he is relying on the power of magic, and this is the reason all of them are so weak, and do not stand a chance against the mighty knight. The long-haired Leon throws his holy spear with the speed of light. That cuts through the androgen's weapons, breaking them off, and in a blink of an eye hits the great demon arm, tearing it apart from his body, while he is in complete shock over what just happened. After a moment, he realizes that Leon's attack not only destroyed his weapons but also took away his arm. The king shouts at him that he warned him already that he is going to rip all his limbs to shred one by one, as he braces for another attack, but this time it is an aerial using the holy sword. However, Androgen smiles at this aerial attack, as it seems he still has a secret weapon or trump card in his arsenal. As soon as Leon gets close to him, he activates his secret weapon called Desire, and his crown of desire starts glowing purple. This power succumbs any person to his instinctive and savage desires, and no living being can resist this skill. All of the Death Knights turn away their heads, while alerting the King of Lionheart that this attack is really dangerous, as they have experienced this before. Leon hangs up for a bit in the air seeing this light. But such pity tricks do not work on the owner of Lionhearts, and he slashes his sword through the demon's chest, making him cry out in pain. Androgen is unable to comprehend this situation, and asks Leon how he is able to escape the illusion of desire because it is not possible. Meanwhile, he is seriously injured with blood oozing out of his body. Our boy walks towards him telling that even the Lady of Pleasure could not tempt him, so how can a poor great demon tempt him using just a trick? This is at this moment the poor fellow realizes that he fucked up, because he believes that every living being has some desires, and it is so strange that it does not work on this guy, and he needs to run away as soon as possible. He yells at his subordinates to stop him, and stops messing around here and there as Leon is slowly approaching towards him with his fearsome face. Suddenly, one of the raging bulls hits the demon from behind and flips him over in the air, making him fall to the ground, and Leon mocks him for leaving his back wide open. Our knight steps on the demon's chest as he begs for him to wait and not kill him. The great demon tries using another petty trick and calls Leon a coward because a divine being interfered in their fight, and mocks him by saying that the knights are supposed to be all about fairness. Leon agrees with him too that it is surely not honorable for the third person to intervene in a duel. This gives a little hope to the demon as he believes his trick might have worked. However, Leon ruins his moment by telling him that the honor has no among the demons, and this is not a duel but extermination, as Leon is about to land a final blow to finish him off. All the demon could say on this statement that Leon is racist, and amusingly we all know that. A large mass blast occurs, and the great demon of pleasure and corruption has met his death. Although the evil forces are now defeated, His Majesty has yet to deal with the deal that the Queen made with the demon. The next chapter begins with Beatrice Aligiera Sparrow, Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom, who is telling about her early days when the kingdom was prospering, and its people enjoyed abundance and peace. Everyone thought that the peace would last forever, including her, but it all went south when the demon's invasion began. These demon forces have invaded and destroyed all the nearby kingdoms, and the wise mage queen was aware that the time is not far when the spirit of these inferior beings will reach her kingdom. She kept them on the edge using her influential magic as she was a royal. At first, it was a series of victories that gave hope to everyone. Thanks to Her Majesty, however, this hope and faith did not last that long, because she realized that these bastards did not die even after death, and she finally accepted the fate of her kingdom, saying that this war was a loss from the start. She was tired and weak from her continuous resistance against these demon forces. The queen is heartbroken about the fact that it does not matter how many demons they kill or how many victories they attain. In the end, the evil will return. And this is what she finds unfair. The destruction was approaching the kingdom, and Beatrice was also reaching her limits, making her unable to fight the demons any longer. This is the moment when the demon who struck the deal appeared in front of the queen, to make her fall in his trap, and secure the kingdom for the demon's prosperity. This demon offered a deal to the losing queen, and that deal was to harbor the essence of corruption and relive the collapse of the kingdom for 100 years. And if she did not get corrupted at the end of 100 years, we will cease the invasion of the world, and he will bring everything back to the normal. This deal feels more like a curse rather than an offer. This offer was so attractive in the words that the broken queen did not even question the demon about how she can believe in his words. No wonder the demon approached her in this state of helplessness. She accepted the deal straight away by putting her hands on the crystal, despite the deal being a demon's trap. This was the only way she could protect the one she loved, or that is what she thought. Still, the demon's trap was perfect. And just like that, the fate of Sparrow Kingdom began its journey towards the downfall, and began toggling between pleasure and corruption. After that, the bright, happy citizens, the forever loyal knights, and the prided queen quickly drowned in the pool of evilness, and among those who fell too deep and joined the evil forces turned into demons and never came back. In the end, one of the loyal knights could not suppress his feelings, succumbing to this corruption, and ultimately invaded the bedroom of the queen. Sadly, he was killed by the general at the right time. At this moment, the general asked Her Majesty to forgive him for his disloyalty, and sealed the queen in the underground chambers of the palace, and ended his own life along with the knights, to become a ghost so they can protect her without being tempted. She blames herself for these decades of regret and devastation, a fate of downfall that she had no choice but to repeat despite knowing its painful end, and she made them like this because she wished for this nightmare to quickly end. Now we are back in the underground chambers of the castle, where His Majesty and the Death Knights are present around a wooden box on which some items are present, while Leon is taking a look at them. Someone is asking if this is the crown and weapon that belongs to the great demon, as the dark energy is still emitting from them. Sir Yappy is also taking a good look at it, as if he is inspecting something. Suddenly he gives a robotic sound, and lifts the weapon using his wires. Leon, on noticing it, asks if he likes this, on which Sir Spinner tells him that it is a high-strength metallic material which can be useful for him. Leon informs him that it is corrupted by the evil energy, and he believes that it traps the soul. Meanwhile, the demon is crying from inside the weapon to let him out so he can curse the Holy Knight. Looks like he really has not learned his lesson. In the end, the Grail Knight is not someone that you can underestimate, as he informs Leon that the elimination of this evil curse is possible, which gives Leon a break, and he leaves it to Sir Spinner to handle this matter if it is actually possible. However, our boy is still worried about the crown because it is not at all a common item like those weapons, and he is thinking about what to do with this. Suddenly, the goddess Plu appears in the background, while Leon is still thinking about the crown, and calls for Lionheart's attention. The next second, the faithful knight turns around, and respectfully places his hand on the chest, asking the goddess to go ahead with her talk. The divinity of death and dream asks him to show her the crown that he got after killing the demon. Leon is hesitant because he believes that this cursed item will dirty her eyes, but the goddess assures him that it is okay, and she can handle this. After that, the antagonist presents the crown to Plu, who is making her observations and deduction about the crown, and does seem to recognize it. She tells him that this crown is shared by all the great evils of pleasure, and he may not be able to recall, which surprises Leon as he gets the flashback of the Lady of Pleasure, who tried to tempt him. Furthermore, she adds that those sickening sex-addict demons lure the young one in pointless illusions, taking advantage of them, and this is the level of power that this crown possesses. The goddess believes that she might be able to extract something useful out of this crown of desire, and Leon seems to be fine with it too because he was planning on getting rid of it anyway. He tells her that if she wants it, then he will give it to her, which makes her proud, and she praises him for his work, while being grateful to him. Moreover, she informs him that the Pantheon is happy and grateful too for his honor and glory as always, and Leon, being the most humble servant of the gods, tells her that this is what he should have done, as this is his duty. After that, Plu asks the divinity of war to at least say his greetings to Lionheart, on which he mockingly replies, "Ha. Greetings," like it is not going to happen. However, War shows himself, and after much consideration just says good work to Leon, which pisses off Plu, who asks him to learn more about being honest. Meanwhile, our hero interrupts them and asks both of them that he has a request to make, and both of them turn their heads towards the owner of Lionheart. This makes the face of Pedos glow, and he excitedly asks what is it that he wants to request, while Plu is still wondering at his lack of manners, as Pedos did not even say hi. But she also asks Leon to go ahead with his request. Seems like naughty Plu has a bit of a crush on War. The survivor turns his face around and asks them to take the souls of Death Knights, who are on their knees to show their respects for the gods, although they are also surprised at this request of His Majesty. The divinity of war and fire thinks about it for a second, and then confirms from Leon if he wants him to guide these corpses to the paradise of souls, although they have been outcasted from the cycle of life and death. Right then, Plu interferes and rebukes War for using such harsh words, as she reminds him that the cycle of life and death is her territory, and it is not his business to intervene in this, which offends Pedos, and he counter-questions her about what kind of divinity will grant these undeads an entrance to the paradise. This counter-question makes the goddess rethink her options, which satisfies long-haired God enough as he has raised a good point. After much reflection, she calls Leon Lionheart again, who is all ears, waiting for the goddess' answer. She informs him that those who have opposed the death warrant punishment. They have escaped the cycle of death. As she is yet to complete her words, someone steps up saying please to the goddess. This is the queen, who has just got up from her sleep, and she is humbly requesting the divinity to forgive these knights. This sudden appearance makes the general worrisome, and he asks Her Majesty to please take care of herself, but she ignores this request and keeps requesting the divinity of the other world. Meanwhile, the queen's hands are joined, and she begs the goddess to reconsider on behalf of this lacking queen of this fallen nation, even if it looks rude speaking like that. Plu looks at her while thinking about it, and informs these loyal knights of the queen that no one in the Pantheon will accept their souls into paradise, which makes the queen sad, who is now being supported by the general standing right beside her, while the general is trying to wrap his head around this fact. And here comes a however from the goddess, which makes them attentive and gives them a little hope. She tells them that their good deeds outweigh the bad, and their loyalty has touched the hearts of gods. Additionally, the King of Lionheart has also asked her to take care of these souls, as she looks at him proudly, and for her there is no greater approval than Leon's one, so she will purify their souls and give them a new chance at life. Saying that, she steps down on the ground and gets in front of Beatrice, as she has a suggestion for the queen of this foreign nation, which is the only way for her knights' souls to get rest. The goddess suggests that she become her priestess and help the king of Lionheart to spread faith. Subsequently, once the afterlife will be active again, whose domination is under her divinity, she will give these knights a chance at reincarnation, and this gives the queen a chance at redeeming herself for the grave mistake she had made a century ago. Beatrice Aligier Sparrow, the queen of the kingdom, accepts her suggestion right away, telling her that she will do whatever the goddess tells her to do. After that, we are now on the spot of the battleground, where Leon is standing, having the queen's hand in his hand, and Sir Spinner is also there, another addition to Leon's holy team. Suddenly, he notices something at his left side, where the soldiers have been standing in a group, looking at something. Gu Diseng approaches His Majesty, who is asked by the king to report the damages they have endured in this battle. The captain of Squad 3 is looking pale over this question, as he tells him that most of the injured ones have been healed thanks to the Holy Grail. But the 6 of their soldiers have passed away, as their friends can be seen mourning over their bodies, and a lot of them are crying. Leon takes it well, and then approaches their bodies, while he is thinking that against these endless demons this loss is rather minor. However, still a life lost is a life lost, and he pulls out his holy sword, telling them that it is time to pray for them. After that, he pins his sword in the ground, gets on his knees, bowing his head to pay his respect to these brave soldiers, and requests to the divinity of war and fire that the warriors here have met their honorable deaths, so please guide their souls. If they have committed any sins, wash them away, praise their courage before death, and above all let them enjoy their feasts with the gods. Meanwhile, the red mana of war and fire has engulfed their bodies. Their bodies are vanishing into thin air, and Gu is witnessing this event as surprised as we are. After finishing the prayer, Leon asks them to put together the list of those who have died and inform their families. He assures them that the Pantheon will never forget their sacrifices. After that, our boy orders them to return, while looking at the sky, where the gates of God's paradise has been opened. But their souls are denied entry into paradise for being unfit, low in faith, and not so strong in their honor. But don't worry, because King of the Lionheart is still here, whose special ability, the blessing for the dead, is granted to these souls, and they have been given entry to paradise right away. Next up, we continue with the activity of the Hunter Association on the mouth of the fluctuating Red Gate, and the association has deployed all the available hunters to respond to the unprecedented fluctuating gate. Suddenly, a Baldy shouts loudly that the hunters of Pantheon Guild are back. It has been a week since they went in, and now they are back after clearing the gate. Meanwhile, there is continuous noise that they are back, and one of the officials is asking the survivors to report this to executives right away. Now we are in the office of the president of the Korean Hunter Association, who is having a one-on-one conversation with His Majesty. In the meantime, the president, Oh Kang-hyuk, has registered Beatrice as the survivor of Red Gate 2, and is extremely saddened by the demise of multiple soldiers in this war. The president is showing full respect to the martyrs, and prays for them to rest in peace, and our boy does not respond that much to his prayer because he already knows that they are in heaven, resting in peace. Leon confirms from him that he must have already watched the videos from Sir Spinner, and the president affirms that he has watched the video of the fluctuating Red Gate, and the great demon inside. He thinks that it is a miracle that there were not more losses. The Guildmaster of Pantheon is very calmly hearing this with his eyes closed, and responds in a very non-caring manner, maybe hinting at the worth of his soldiers. After that, he opens his eyes as he has something to say, and he informs the old fellow that he is planning on meeting the families of the deceased, which surprises Mr. O, who asks him if he wants to do that on his own. Hearing this question, Leon tells him proudly that they were his soldiers, who died for his cause, and it is the least he can do. However, the old fellow warns him that he might face unpleasant things there. Well, considering his temper, I agree with the president too. The King of Lionheart tells him that he is perfectly capable of understanding how the deceased's family might feel, as he must have already done something like this because he is confident that they will be somehow assuaged, if they hear me out. After that, he takes the full name of the president, hinting that he has something more important to discuss, and this call also alerts the president as he seems to understand that it must be something important, asking him what it is. Leon tells him to reveal all the videos that were recorded in the Red Gate, and gather more hunters as soon as possible because the demons will invade their world soon, as they need to prepare more soldiers and knights. Mr. O understands the gravity of matter right away, and informs him that he will let His Majesty know after he will set up a schedule and plan all the things. Now we are at the Naju Plains, where Leon is sitting by himself in the Pantheon building, staring outside of the window over the fields, while he is thinking that the movements of the demons are suspicious, and urgent help is needed to deal with them. After this thought process, he puts up his hand on his heart, and decides that he is going to go by himself this time. Soon his heartbeat matches the frequency of the paradise, and he just teleports there in a blink of an eye, wearing comfortable loose clothes. As soon as he opens his eyes, there is someone there to welcome him, and these are the loyal servants of heaven, who are really delighted to see His Majesty. All the knights and guardians get down on their knees, welcoming the greatest Grail Knight of humanity. It is a beautiful-looking palace with an aura of divinity spread across its territory. Leon asks the woman walking by her side, whose name is Anjek, that it has been a while and how she is finding paradise now. She is the great saintess, Anjak Protesia. With her cute smile, she tells Leon that it is going great, which is all thanks to His Majesty's projections, and our boy seems happy with this answer. Suddenly, he notices two knights, named Sir Gildas and Sir Antok, and gives them a remark that they are looking in great shape. They laugh at this remark, and inform him that they would have come here earlier, only if they knew how good this place is, to which Leon tells them not to make such jokes. Right then, another guy appears, wearing a green shirt with brown hair, and grabs Leon's attention by calling him king, and our boy calls him a former king. This former king, Arjun Majesty Lionheart, who is the previous king of the Lionheart, tells Leon that it has been a while since they last met. Our holy knight bows down in respect, and apologizes to him if he has caused interruption in her rest, at which he laughs and tells him only if he actually did, because they share the same heart. Leon asks the former king if he has heard about the new souls who just have entered here recently, as the former king thinks for a minute, and points out behind him. The soldiers are clueless where they had just landed, although they have been treated greatly here, because these new souls arrived here after 180 years. He asks Leon about his reason for arriving here, because it is not common for him to just land here by himself. He informs him that he wants to greet the gods of Pantheon, and wants a reunion to have something important to discuss. However, the situation is way too urgent, so he needs the wisdom of his predecessor too. On hearing that, Arjun Majesty Lionheart tells him to head towards a forest for this conversation, and he will let him borrow Pithelion. I wonder if it is another palace or some kind of guild. Well, it's neither of them, because the Pithelion is a brown color horse with white wings, so basically it is a Pegasus, and our boy is flying on it over the meadows of heaven. Right then, he looks beneath him, and dreams of riding the stallion on these fields too, as others are doing. Unfortunately, he cannot do that without leaving behind a successor. After that, he orders Sir Pithelion to head in the right, and the Pegasus obeys his call. Sir Pithelion stops as soon as they reaches the forest, and lands on his feet. Leon informs the Pegasus that they have reached there. Suddenly a voice comes from the forest calling the Lionheart's name, referring to him as the lawful lord of Dragonia and the owner of the holy relics. At this welcome, Leon looks at the forest and calls upon the dear sages of the forest. He apologizes to them for intruding on their territory unannounced. However, the sages do not seem offended by it, and tells him that all of the living beings are indebted to King of the Lionheart, including gods, so the forest will always welcome his existence, and our hero seems delighted and flattered by their kindness. One of the forest sages asks the descendant of the glorious dragon slayer, and the successor of the King of Lionheart, for his reason to arrive here to the paradise of the dead. Leon takes the name of Sage Gunrar, as he would like to meet the youngest among them, who is also a dear friend of His Majesty. Suddenly, there are some movements in the forest as guardians call for Gunrar, the youngest sage, to come forward. Soon he is in front of our boy, and calls Leon his longtime friend, while Leon is also looking happy seeing Gunrar again. The youngest sage asks him what brings him here in front of him after all this time. Right then, our savior looks in the eyes of Gunrar and tells him that he needs his seedlings, which confuses the old tree, and Leon tells him that if he remembers correctly he went to the arms of paradise without planting a seedling, so he must have that safe. Gunrar is shocked at this, and counter-questions him if he is really in that much rush, to which Leon confirms it, and tells him that his home, the Earth, is under demonic invasion, and he became certain of this through a recent expedition. Furthermore, the monsters have realized that he is on the Earth, and have started their scheming. Also, he is sure that they have already infiltrated the Earth. This makes Gunrar recall some incidents, as he points out the events in their empire, and King of Lionheart validates his point by telling him that they will rot from inside out eventually. Gunrar agrees to give him the seedling as he is the only guy who can take things from this realm. After that, he joins his shoots, and through the divine power develops a seedling, which he presents to Leon by saying that he has trust in him that he will take good care of it. Our boy takes the seedling from the sage, and thanks Gunrar for this help. Meanwhile, the sage is feeling really good after meeting his old friend. Gunrar stops him to tell him about one more thing. As Leon is all ears to him, the sage advises him not to rush coming here, which definitely indicates the longing of Leon to enter paradise as he has been fighting for the last 2 centuries in different dimensions. Then, as Leon is about to leave paradise, someone calls him from behind, making him turn around to look for who is there. There are 3 individuals standing there, which includes former king Anjak, and a really strong marshmallow known as Sir Gratas. The former king asks him if he is already leaving, and Arjun Majesty Lionheart hands over something to take with him, and Leon asks what is this, so the former king tells him that it is a gift that he thinks Leon is going to need the most. After some discussion with others, although he knows that there is a limit to how much one can take from this realm. This item is the reins of a renowned animal trainer, who can even tame monsters, and he tells him that he gave it to him when he died, but his successor buried it with him. That's when the marshmallow head comes forward with a book in his hands, and hands it over to the holy knight as it seems Leon recognizes this book. Sir Gratis tells him that he heard that he was training his forces from the very beginning, and it must be very frustrating, while Leon is reading one of the titles named How to Use Serfs to Kill Giants, and ultimately recognizes that this is the legendary training manual, and they starts chittering if he really killed the giants using serfs. However, he informs him that only 300 died out of 500. But yes, he did that. After that, Anjak, the saintess, comes forward and puts over a holy relic in his hands, but Leon is hesitant to take this item as he believes that this holy relic can only be passed from one saintess to another, so how is it possible for him to accept this? Still, she assures him that no one is going to doubt the agent of Pantheon, and she is sure that this relic will protect him, at least until his sword is reborn, so she requests him to take it. Leon is taking a lot of legendary souvenirs with him, and he is thankful for everyone, while promising them that he will utilize these gifts to their very best. Now we are back on Earth, and Leon is standing in front of the door of a building, telling the person inside that he is king of the Lion Heart. This is the room of the former queen, and Leon waiting for her permission, who is yet to allow him inside. The door opens just then, but our respectable knight does not step in, so she asks him if he is coming in or not, while he tells her politely that she has not given him the permission. This makes Beatrice blush for a second, and she mocks him for being so serious, allowing him to come in while flaunting her glorious body. We continue the story with the beautiful Beatrice, as charming as ever, standing before our king with grace and poise. Leon has just entered the room and apologizes to her for not having a better place prepared, bowing respectfully. The former queen disagrees, saying that it would be unreasonable for a queen of a ruined nation to expect more, and she hopes he will forgive her rudeness. Leon doesn't mind at all, assuring her that she needn't worry, while wondering why she still struggles to control her aura. Perhaps this is why he keeps his eyes closed to avoid temptation. Smart move. He informs her that the divinity within her is trying to suppress the essence of corruption, but it hasn't been entirely successful, given that the essence has been rooted in her for decades. This is understandable. He adds that maintaining this balance for a while is crucial for overcoming it. Beatrice glances at the crescent and star symbol of divinity on her right hand, acknowledging his point. They then sit on the sofas around a round table with glasses of red wine before them. Leon asks if these are farewell drinks for the knights, and she sadly responds that it is all she can do for them. Seeing her sadness, Leon changes the subject, asking how she is adjusting after 2 days in their world. She admits she needs more time to get comfortable, noting that this world is completely opposite to hers. Leon counters that she doesn't necessarily have to adjust, surprising her. He explains that one needs determination in their own laws, as a king must have his rule of virtue regardless of his location. He adds that criminals from all worlds must follow the king's path, lightening his mood at the thought. This makes Beatrice smile, and she mockingly says it is quite the mindset of an invader. Leon clarifies that it is different. He explains that harming the world out of desire is an individual's ambition, but helping people and teaching them is the enlightenment of the King of Lionheart, devoid of desires. The queen chuckles and thinks that this must be the mindset needed to fight demons for 100 years. She concludes something and remarks that demons aren't the only enemy he faces. Leon proudly states that he has divine quests from the divinities to fulfill, placing his fist on his heart. He offers the Queen of Sparrow Kingdom to join him in his holy quest, making Beatrice feel proud. Right then, she places her hand on her chest, closes her eyes, and politely tells him that she is indebted to him. As the queen of the kingdom he saved, she must repay this debt. However, she is also concerned about Ki, the Archimedon of Pleasure, and asks him to teach her how to eliminate it herself. This invigorates Leon, and he stands up, declaring that when it comes to killing those parasites that feed on people's emotions, he can do anything. His heart races at the thought of showing them how he eliminates their souls with their feared divine laws while they cry in pain. The most prolific demon slayer of humanity then recounts how they used to execute these demons in his kingdom by boiling them, solely to torture them. Despite killing these demons multiple times, they always returned. He mocks their wisdom, noting how they rush back due to their selfish nature. Leon is visibly excited by the mere thoughts of his torture methods and asks if she has ever hammered nails under their claws, as this is when they scream the loudest. The queen laughs evilly and mentions that she skinned them alive and rolled them over nails. The two royals bond over their thoughts of torturing demons, cheering as Leon praises her creativity. It's a beautiful starry night in the Naju Plains, with a shooting star passing over the horizon. Hari enters the base of Pantheon, rushing and out of breath. She suddenly stops upon noticing Leon and Beatrice sitting on a bench by the wall. Respectfully bowing, she greets their majesties. The first thing the king asks is for her to pour some tea. Hari quickly brings out a thermos bottle and hands them paper cups, asking the queen if she prefers green tea or barley tea. The queen responds with anything warm, while she already knows Leon's choice. Meanwhile, Leon, holding a cup of hot tea, is lost in thought. He then orders Hari to work for Queen Beatrice for a while, pointing out that although he doesn't usually care about such matters, she needs to dress and act according to royal traditions in front of the queen. The redhead is visibly distressed by this order. Beatrice reassures Hari that she doesn't need to follow these formalities, but Leon insists. He believes that a royal deserves proper treatment and servants, while the poor assistant looks ready to throw up. It seems Leon needs to start hesitating now. After their conversation, Beatrice confirms Hari's name, startling her for a second. Beatrice then tells the redhead that she senses a strong fiery energy coming from her and, if Hari is okay with it, the queen would like to take a look. Meanwhile, Hari wonders how Her Majesty knows about her excuse skill. Leon wants to join in as well. He asks Hari to try swinging her sword as a reward for her service. He stands up, draws a sword, and asks Hari to demonstrate her special sword technique, promising to watch. Hari feels honored. The Holy Knight hands her a random sword and returns to the bench with Beatrice, while the rank special hunter gets into her zone. Suddenly, red flames light up and engulf the sword as Hari performs a beautiful flaming sword swing. However, the owner of the holy sword is not impressed and points out that her movements are too large, which is not what she wants to hear. He approaches her and asks if the reason behind the large movements is to use her ability. She confirms, and Leon understands the issue. Leon decides to demonstrate proper sword use, explaining that a swordsman should be powerful but precise. He swings the sword, dividing the ground in two, showcasing his high-level sword skills. He tells her that achieving this level of skill should be easy with 10,000 practices a day, which sounds overwhelming to Hari. She blabbers something in disbelief. Leon then seeks Beatrice's opinion, who comments that Hari lacks control over the fire. Beatrice gets up from the bench, explaining that fire dissipates easily. Instead of just imbuing the sword with fire mana, Hari should concentrate the mana on the sword and then use it for swinging. Beatrice demonstrates, causing the sword to glow red with concentrated flames, surprising Hari. By concentrating the mana, Hari can prevent flame dissipation. Beatrice steps up and swings the sword elegantly, creating a hue of concentrated mana, which looks stunning. She further advises Hari to release the concentrated flames when delivering a deadly blow, like a stab, demonstrating at the point of impact. This blows Hari's mind, as she never thought of using her technique this way. Beatrice tells her that it should be easy to concentrate enough flames for high heat. However, Hari thinks it is not easy at all. Later, Hari is back in the building, working on her laptop, feeling overwhelmed by the amount of work she needs to finish. Her tasks include reporting to the chief manager and the president, getting potatoes and sweet potatoes for the new soldiers in training, acquiring new weapons and equipment without a blacksmith, and doing taxes. All these tasks make her want to cry, and she is frustrated that the academy didn't prepare her for this kind of work. Suddenly, Sir Spinner appears from behind, observing that Hari is struggling with the accounting work, which scares her so much she jumps from her seat. Sir Yappy, now perched on her head, apologizes for startling her, but the robot system is more focused on problem solving. He requests the division of accounting work for maximized efficiency. This gives Hari hope because she believes Sir Jagged Spinner is a supercomputer, so handling all this should be easy for him. She proceeds to explain everything to him. After the necessary explanation, Sir Spinner is charged with energy. Within seconds, he uses his super skills to sort everything out, from referencing big data to applying Hunter's administration laws, calculating Hunter's meal costs, and completing equipment and armor production registration. Additionally, the prices of Naju plain crops have been increased, and special purchase tax benefits have been applied to them. The company division's Pantheon farm is now available for Agricultural Act benefits, and extra tax benefits have been applied to it as well. Hari is speechless at this display of computing skills. All the taxation work is done, making her feel like an absolute clown because she didn't understand a single thing that happened. She still praises Sir Yappy for his work, who tells her to report any future problems to him. After that, she asks for another favor, telling Sir Spinner that she needs a maid uniform because she has to work as a servant. Sir Spinner processes keywords like servant clothing and maid uniform and deduces that she needs clothing similar to that of middle-aged European kingdoms like Lionheart. She is happy to hear this theory because she is afraid she will get scolded if it looks like cosplay. He asks if she wants to order a reasonable maid uniform based on big data, to which she agrees and is grateful for his assistance. However, Hari does not realize that the big data Sir Yappy is referring to is from online brands, and the system buys the most popular item without considering its purpose. This is the evil influence of big data. The next chapter begins with a scene at a bus terminal, where passengers are getting off the bus. The first passenger to disembark is a young brat, Han Suho, from the Hunter Academy. Another guy, Kim Yi-hyuk, also a high-class hunter from the academy, joins Suho, noting that more people are here than he expected. Suho tells him it was to be expected after what they saw a few days ago. Earlier, Leon visited the Hunter Academy to gather more members for his guild, but this time he is looking for knight seedlings rather than soldiers. He informs them that he will teach them swordsmanship, spearmanship, horse riding, and theology. Among all these, theology comes as a big surprise to them. Suddenly, one of the students stands up and points out that they specialize in archery, which pisses Leon off. He immediately fails the student, believing that this attitude is for soldiers, and he doesn't need soldiers. The student, embarrassed, sits down. Initially, all the students disliked Leon, complaining about his audacious and arrogant attitude. The protagonist offers to teach them simple divine laws if they study theology, but the students misunderstand, thinking it's more about becoming priests than hunters. Leon then demonstrates the power of divine law, quickly convincing everyone with his overwhelming power. The students are shocked and surprised that it allows anyone to use magic. A girl gets off the bus behind them, correcting them that it is not magic. This girl, Shinsoyan, is also a high-class hunter from Hunter Academy. She tells them they cannot call it magic. A blonde student mocks her for being called a peasant by His Majesty, which makes her mad. Suho asks her about the Divine Sword Guild, as she is the granddaughter of the guildmaster and expected to join that guild. Shinsoyan shows them her phone, explaining she couldn't skip this after seeing it. The phone displays the YouTube page of Pantheon TV, surprising the boys. The Pantheon TV YouTube page has grown to 530 Kelvin subscribers, with recent videos on fluctuating gates. The students discuss whether the videos on divine law and fluctuating gates are permitted. Suddenly, Hansuho notices Hari in one of the videos and calls her Nuna, revealing he is the redhead's brother. He watches his sister slaying a demon with her flaming sword. His friend asks why he uses such an old phone despite having a lot of money, to which Suho responds that he has donated most of it to the orphanage. Such a sweet soul. Ihyuk remarks that both siblings are working hard and questions if Hari is working with Pantheon. Suho proudly says yes, confident his sister is doing a great job. Meanwhile, Hari is embarrassed, dressed in a 5-piece set of a sexy maid uniform designed for roleplay, exposing 75% of her body. Hari confirms with Suryapi if this is the correct order, and the tin can assures her that he referred to big data. He insists that numbers don't lie, and the information dependability rate is 99.999%, leaving no room for doubt. All the while, Hari is venting that the dress is way too short, trying to cover her panties from being visible. Now they are having a tussle because Sir Spinner is repeatedly asking if she is doubting the big data, while she insists that it is not exactly what was needed. Meanwhile, the new trainees, including her brother, are standing right across the gate, listening to the conversation. Excited to hear his sister's voice, Suho knocks on the gate, intending to surprise her. It's funny to imagine who is going to surprise whom. The knocking alerts both Pantheon Guild representatives. Hari tells Sir Spinner that they have guests, and he quickly prepares to receive them, thinking she is busy with her outfit. Hari yells at Sir Spinner to wait, but the robot knight has already used his wire to open the gate. The first face that appears is her brother's, and she is totally freaked out, trying to cover her sensitive parts, while Suho stands speechless. Hari, embarrassed, gathers the courage to greet them and asks about their journey. Suho is as shocked as any brother would be seeing his sister in such an outfit. He immediately covers his friend's eyes and asks his Nuna what in the world she is wearing. She replies that she didn't wear it by choice. In the middle of her sentence, Suryapi jumps in, questioning Suho if he is distrusting his big data too, with the judgment level of an organic matter. Meanwhile, Hari is yelling at the robot not to pull off her skirt. At this moment, Leon arrives and asks the same question about her attire, adding to Hari's embarrassment. She hesitantly addresses him as His Majesty. Leon is too pissed to see her in this look and immediately orders her to change, calling it a dirty dress that he cannot stand for a second. On the verge of tears, she looks at Suryapi, wanting him to see what he has done. The Grail Knight, realizing his blunder, runs away with the excuse that it is trainee food time and he must distribute salt water. He flies away, leaving Hari to face Leon's anger alone. Leon rebukes her for wearing the outfit and insists she change immediately. Suho's reunion with his Nuna turns out to be the worst. On the other hand, at Jeju Island, a red gate has opened, indicating another hard-tier raid is in front. Someone steps on the ground with heavy feet, complaining about being there. It's the same duo from the guild that raided the Qingju Sports Complex. The lady calls him greedy, mocking him for getting on the flight only when money was mentioned. However, he tells his sister that due to the guild's financial situation, he has to do it. Junchial remembers how everything was taken from them during the Qingju Gate, and they need to make up for it to restore the Golden Lion Guild's glory. Suddenly, a red-haired guy appears, saying it has been a while since they last met the guildmaster, which alerts Junchial's sister. The S-rank hunter mocks him for disappearing after the government blackmailing incident and asks if he has also been chosen for this mission. This guy, Lee Yongwon Sunbi, seems hurt by the insult but doesn't let it slide, retorting that at least he did not have to witness the deaths of his guild members, hitting Junchial where it hurts. In the next second, they are glaring at each other with butthurt evil laughs. Junchial asks if the payment will be split 50-50, but Sunbi calls that bullshit, saying he won't be doing that much work. The S-rank hunters mock him, calling him a traitor hunter, which infuriates Mr. Lee. He warns him not to cross the line. Negotiations continue, with the temperature rising. Sunbi offers a 60-40 split, which the S-class hunter agrees to on the condition that he treats them to meals. However, the redhead tells them to buy their own meals. Meanwhile, the lady from the Red Gate finds their bickering lame, thinking they are fighting like kids. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind, freaking her out, and she cries for Jesus. It is Ha-Yuri, an S-class hunter from the Phoenix Guild, who asks Junchial's sister to speak more nicely. She yells at Yuri to make some noise when walking around to avoid scaring people. Yuri points out that they have gathered before the dungeon break. With 3 S-rank hunters and 1 almost S-rank, they should be more than enough to clear a lower black S-rank gate. Yuri is confident they can pull it off. As they enter the gate, the Phoenix Guildmaster is horrified to see many hunters and warriors slain before them. A knight in metallic armor stands there, yelling that they dared come to save these insects in the presence of Geovric. He introduces himself as the Honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight. Geovric, wielding a shield with the Lionheart sigil and a hammer-like weapon. He declares he will bestow upon them divine punishment. What are we even witnessing at the moment? This is a serious twist in the tale. The quest for this mission is to save those beings from slaughter, and the clearing condition for this gate is to defeat the magnificent Geovric. The chapter ends on this high note, with Geovric claiming to be the Knight of Lionheart. Next up, we catch up once again with the raiding party finding itself in a precarious situation. They are internally dead at the sight before them. Geovric demands to know why they have harmed the royal military and warns that his hammer's next move depends on their answers. This frustrates the Lady of the Golden Lion Guild, as she struggles to comprehend what this canhead means. At this moment, the sharp-witted guildmaster of the Phoenix steps up, gesturing to his comrades to wait a second. He smartly tells Geovric that there must be some misunderstanding. He explains that the knight behind Geovric attacked them first, leaving them no choice but to defend themselves. However, the young knight without a helmet yells at him, calling them inferior mercenaries. Suddenly, Geovric smashes his hammer into the ground and rebukes the young knight, Delian him chain, reminding him that his impatience would bring ruin, and that he has sullied the name of the goddess with his rash actions. Delian, ashamed, apologizes for his behavior. Geovric then apologizes to the hunters for Delian's actions, calming the situation. Sunbi expresses relief that the misunderstanding has been cleared. However, internally, he thinks that this huge guy is easier to handle than expected, which should simplify their quest. His relief is short-lived as Geovric continues, saying that killing 6 soldiers of the kingdom is a grave sin. This alerts the Korean Hunter Association hunters. The hunters ready themselves, foreseeing what's coming. Geovric declares that since his 6 soldiers have died, he will take 6 of their heads and return to balance the scale. Meanwhile, in the Naju Plains, Hari is back in her normal combat attire, leading a pack of young trainees from the Hunters Academy, who hope to become Knights of Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Ihyuk is dismayed by the lack of modern facilities or medical lounges and wonders why the soldiers are only drinking water from the cafeteria. The poor chap has no idea that this water is the king's special treatment. As they reach the training grounds, Hari loudly announces their arrival, shocking the young trainees. Their expressions change as they try to comprehend what this place is and what's going on. Hari explains that this is the soldiers' training ground, which looks more like a wildlings camp. The soldiers are chanting and yelling, bursting their bodies, and hitting each other in every way possible, creating a chaotic and intense atmosphere. The young man couldn't believe his eyes and felt like he was dreaming. But he wasn't. He asked his Sunbi, Hari, what was going on, and she enthusiastically replied that it was a training session. He was truly shocked to learn this, witnessing one man biting the face of another, choking him, and screaming for him to die repeatedly. Hari tried to reassure them, explaining that there was a profound meaning behind this training, which everyone could experience. She recalled that His Majesty mentioned a separate manual for the knights, so they were fortunate not to have to endure this. However, Ihyuk remained unconvinced and determined to leave this insane place promptly. The moment he thought of escaping, Leon arrived, noticing that they were all there. The young lad's soul practically left his body upon hearing Leon's voice. He turned around abruptly to see Leon's face, while Hari welcomed His Majesty to the training grounds. Leon then ordered his soldiers to stop their training and take their seats because students had arrived to see if they wanted to join his military. Hari laid out a lovely purple fabric on the floor, inviting His Majesty to sit in that spot. All the soldiers halted and sat on the ground, while the students stood at the back, puzzled by her fixation on the term His Majesty. The Holy Knight ordered Hari, who was sitting by his side on the ground, to get up and stand with the students. This surprised her, and she tried to confirm what he just ordered. Leon explained that she needed to start preparing to become a mission knight and aim for higher levels, as she couldn't stay like this forever. This made her face glow with happiness. Leon had never asked her to participate in training or shown interest in her strengths before. She immediately complied with the order. As she moved to stand among the students, Leon decided to start their training. He told the students that he would choose the most talented among them to take as his disciples, and those chosen would be taught directly by him, which was an honor. Hari pulled her little brother's coat to grab his attention, requesting him not to be rude to His Majesty, as she was worried about him. However, Suho was completely clueless about these instructions and the reason behind them. After his brief speech, Leon said he was interested in seeing their skills first. He asked everyone to raise their swords and attack him, shocking them all. Only Hari was sad, knowing what the result of this attack would be. Leon gave them a few more instructions, mentioning there was no time limit. They could keep attacking until the last one fell. He also told them not to worry about injuries because he had the Holy Grail. The very next second, all of them encircled him. With a sly smile, Leon informed the students that there were 40 of them, and he would be happy if only one of them could attack him successfully. The redhead, Hari, takes charge and tells everyone to move. However, they are too slow. With a flash of lightning, Leon attacks one of the students who has not yet moved, flicking him away with his middle finger. The boy doesn't even see anything coming, and his head looks swollen. Seeing this, panic spreads among the students, and they yell to take out their weapons immediately. After flexing his might, Leon asks them to come at him now. Typical hero stuff. In just a split second and a few cries of pain, Leon takes them all out. They lie on the ground with swollen heads, gasping in pain. Leon remarks that they still have a long way to go and that he thought they would be at least at the level of a knight-errant. But this is not the case. Suho asks his pal, still recovering from Leon's finger snap, if they hesitated at all while attacking him. Yihyuk responds that initially, he was a bit taken aback. But after that, he gave it his all. Hari, who has suffered the same fate as the students, rants that His Majesty is surely strong and that it felt like she was in a boss raid because there was no opening at all, yet they still failed to land a single blow. She has a flashback of their orchestrated attack, one after another. At first, Suho and Yihyuk simultaneously launched an attack on Leon from opposite directions. Suho used a shield and blade, while Yihyuk wielded a spear. Once they got close to Leon, he seized their weapons and slammed them to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Hari attacked from behind with her unique flaming sword. As she unleashed her flames, Leon caught her sword with his bare hand and prevented her from retrieving it. Meanwhile, a girl came up behind him and jumped at the last second to execute her strike. She was the granddaughter of the guildmaster of the Divine Sword Guild, impressing Leon with her movements as he complimented that it was not bad. After a brief pause, Leon hoped that they had recuperated enough so he could continue his explanation. He started by saying that training soldiers is simple, involving endless pushing of the body. However, it is different in the case of the knights. There will be a group that endures until the end and needs to reach the level of kingdom knights, while the rest need to improve by at least one level too. Suddenly, Soyeon raised her hand, pointing out that she didn't understand the standards. Leon proceeded to explain the ranks of the knights. He enlightened their minds, telling them that in his kingdom, there are 5 categories of knights. Firstly, there is a knight-errant, who is yet to be appointed. After them, there are kingdom knights who prove themselves and get appointed. Then come war knights, who command kingdom knights. Next are the mission knights, and all of them listen carefully to this categorization. Meanwhile, Suho raises his eyebrows upon hearing about mission knights, wondering what they are. Leon explains that mission knights are those who wander in search of God's quest, leaving everything behind, and one needs to prepare to wander for decades. To explain this better, Leon quotes himself, saying that he too embarked on such a journey, received, and accomplished a quest from goddess Ariana, and that is how he became a Grail Knight. Another student raises his hand and asks if the Grail Knight is the highest level of knight. Leon decides to explain further. A proud smile appears on his face as he says, Grail Guardian. He explains that it is the title given to a single Grail Knight who has succeeded the King of the Lionheart. If someone wishes to possess this title, it means they are challenging Leon's kingship. He cautions them that any challenger will undoubtedly be killed on the spot, so they should keep this in mind, which makes them shriek. Furthermore, he adds that this is the only time they can challenge him because his power has been weakened, and he is more like a Grail Knight at the moment. The students wonder how in the world they could be weaker. Nevertheless, Yihyuk still confirms how strong a Grail Knight is, displaying such audacity from a young fellow. This makes Leon pause for a moment to think of a standard scale for them, but he doesn't have an exact answer. He simply says that the strength of a Grail Knight will be hard for them to grasp. A living example is the hunters who have just been smashed by a Grail Knight, Geovric, in the lower level Blackgate. The scene continues with Jimsoon regaining consciousness. Her head is covered with bandages, indicating an injury. She tries to get up from the bed of grass, but her head is so heavy that she feels it might explode. Confused about her condition, she questions why she was unconscious, unable to recall anything about her head injury. At that moment, a woman with red hair approaches her bed from behind a curtain, mentioning that she is awake, which shocks the A-class hunter. Jimsoon doesn't recognize the lady or understand her remarks. Immediately, she questions the redhead's identity. The tattooed woman, with a sigil on her head, reveals she is Hildir, the shaman of the Woodsling tribe. The shaman calls her a hero, which makes Yona wonder what this hero title means. Hildir tells her that they defended against the kingdom's ruthless knight, which was indeed an act of heroism. This gives Jimsoon a hint about the hero word. Suddenly, Jumcheol appears, mocking his sister, saying it seems like she is still in the world of the living. Although he seems relieved that she has woken up, his sister is already pissed off by his comment. The shaman greets hero Wang Jumcheol with joy, questioning if he has returned already. The S-class hunter responds that he managed to successfully shake them off, while his sister appears baffled because her memory is blank, and she cannot comprehend how they ended up here. The lady of the Woodsling tribe asks how much she can remember. Yona thinks hard and tells them she remembers the pulverized ground and somehow escaping, but nothing else. This gives Jumcheol a hint about how much his sister has lost. According to him, she lost a whole day's memories, which is understandable given the circumstances. He then tells her what actually happened. The spell failed initially, so they had to escape using smoke bombs. Fortunately, they managed to escape because their enemies were foot soldiers, making it difficult for them to pursue the hunters. However, the monster knight Geovric pursued them tirelessly until they received help from the Woodsling tribe. He informs her that the reason for her memory loss is that she was struck by Geovrik's hammer while escaping. Just the thought of being hit on the head sends chills down Yona's spine. Jumcheol asks her to be grateful to everyone, as she was on the brink of death for 2 days, and the esteemed shaman here saved her. This makes Yona mad, and she asks where the healers were for the last 2 days. Jumcheol explains that they couldn't heal her for some reason and that he has no clue why they were unable to recover her. At this moment, Hildur jumps in and tells them that Geovrik, the Grail Knight, can curse others, preventing them from healing their wounds by using the powers of recovery and regeneration in the opposite way, a troublesome use of power. Hildur shows Yona the markings on her back, visible through her crop top. Yona is shocked to see these markings and asks what they are. Hildur informs her that she has imprinted some spells on her body for healing, and these markings aided her recovery. These markings are unique skills of the local tribes, with each marking having a significant meaning. The one on her back is for healing power. This calms the A-class hunter, and she is impressed by how cool it looks. Her brother then asks if she can stand because they are going to have a meeting soon. The scene changes to the headquarters of the Woodsling tribe, with an old bald warrior sitting in the center chair, likely their chief, while the hunters from the other world are present in front of him. This old muscular fellow is Beldy, the tribal chief of the Woodsling tribe. He tells them how their tribe has withstood the slaughter and harassment of the Crown's army over the years, being branded as heretics. Furthermore, they skinned their comrades and executed them in gruesome ways, but they stood their ground and resisted the slaughter. The S-class hunters listen intently to his story. Eventually, 3 of their tribes were completely annihilated, so they turned to the gods for help. As a result, these hunters, deemed heroes, answered their call and came to save them. To be honest, the hunters are laughing inside because they came for money and have no faith in gods. The hammer guy tells the chief that Geovrik is incredibly strong. Yuri adds that despite having 3 S-class hunters and a 150-person raid team, they still failed badly. After they are finished, the shaman informs them that Geovrik has armor that can withstand the charge of a giant raging bull and regenerative abilities that heal even charred flesh. His army gains similar boons as long as he fights alongside them. The master of the Phoenix Guild agrees with this information. Mr. Lee chimes in that the only thing that worked on him was Yona's vambrace. She explains that it is designed for armor penetration, so they should get more items with armor penetrating abilities. This makes the shaman think about armor piercing items. The high-class hunter simplifies it by saying they need items that can ignore defense, which gives the shaman an idea. She excitedly shouts that their tribe's special molar markings might have a similar effect. The effects of Mazer's molar marking include a 35% increase in armor penetration, and a 20% increase in strength and endurance. This makes the trader hunter really excited, complimenting that this is amazing because, with this boost, they stand a chance against that monster. The chief then announces that the necessary preparations are done and requests the heroes to save them. He assures them that the tribe is willing to do anything to assist in this quest. Meanwhile, over on Jeju Island, the Academy cadets are at June Ranch, following the completion of their initial tests and training, courtesy of His Majesty. Beautiful and strong horses are galloping on the ranch. Yihyuk is really excited to see the horses for the first time in real life, and the other students are surprised to be there too. Suddenly, someone approaches Leon from behind and excitedly says that His Majesty has arrived, diverting Leon's attention from the horses to the person behind. The Holy Knight compliments the horses and thanks the owner for accommodating them on such short notice. He informs the owner that he is here for a warhorse, making the owner very happy and honored, boasting about their top-notch breeding stock with famous racehorse bloodlines. Leon puts a hand on the farmer's shoulder and tells him that a horse is only as good as its sire, so he will take a good look himself. He then turns to the students and asks for their attention. He states that for a knight, a horse is a lifelong partner, so it is important to develop a strong relationship and move in sync. Leon orders the students to approach a horse they like, try to connect with it, and then ride it. Hearing this, the students' faces light up as they rush towards the horses through the fence. Leon also informs the owner that he is counting on his support, to which the caretaker says he will do his best. Someone approaches the fence and gets delighted at the sight. It is Queen Beatrice, with Hari in a maid outfit, holding an umbrella to shield the queen from the sun, looking quite uncomfortable with the task. Leon greets her with royal manners, holding and kissing her hand, and thanks her for agreeing to meet him on such short notice. She responds that she couldn't refuse His Majesty's invitation. Leon then asks for the honor to assist a noble lady like her, which she grants with pleasure, while Hari cringes at the scene. I wonder if this is how nobles used to flirt in the Middle Ages. In the center of the ranch, the horses are grazing peacefully. The royal duo finds the horses decent and in good shape. Leon playfully asks if she wants to ride. Beatrice giggles and is actually interested in riding a horse, asking for his recommendation. Leon suggests a black steed galloping elegantly through the field. He also asks Hari to pick one, as she has to become a mission knight too. She is initially surprised but then looks through the field, spotting a white horse. However, Leon orders her to choose the yellow one instead, as it is muscular and sturdy. Though disappointed at first, she finds it adorable upon closer inspection. Suddenly, the boy notices something and rudely asks Hari to move aside, accidentally hitting her shoulder and causing her to gasp in pain. He rushes to assist the queen in mounting the horse. Beatrice is charmed by his attitude, while Hari, who is about to cry, finds it mean. Leon assists Beatrice onto the horse, causing her to blush as he holds the reins and walks beside her. Meanwhile, Hari stands by her yellow horse, feeling jealous. Suddenly, someone yells for His Majesty, rushing from behind and spooking the horses. This makes Leon ask what the fuss is about. It is Kim, the chief manager, who informs him of an urgent call from the association's president, Oh Kang-hyuk. Leon asks him to put it through. The president extends his regards and seeks Leon's help regarding a dungeon break. Leon straightaway tells him that assisting the association is not his responsibility, and that he is not here to clean up their messes. However, the president tells him that this particular issue might catch his interest. He informs Leon that a knight who claims to be the knight of the goddess of life and abundance is the gate's field boss, leaving Leon completely stunned and speechless. Looks like we're getting a hint for a potential war between two Grail Knights of the mighty goddesses. The next chapter begins with a mind-blowing scenic view of a desolate land, devoid of any signs of life. King Leon, Queen Beatrice, Assistant Hari, and 3 newbies enter the land of Sir Geovric through a portal. As they step in, Hari is absolutely stunned and unconsciously exclaims, "What on earth has happened here?" Before her eyes fall on a horrific sight, dead bodies crucified on poles and left to rot, with crows and other creatures eating their flesh. Leon and his company pass through the annihilated settlement. Leon closely observes everything, trying to understand what has transpired, while the young lads gag and puke from the stench of the decaying bodies. A flashback explains the storyline that led King Leon to enter this gate, despite having no plans to clean up the mess of the Korean Hunter Association. In a medical lounge of the association, a critically injured hunter, a survivor of this gate, lies on a bed. Leon wants to ask him some questions, but the president informs him that the hunter has been sedated and they will have to wait. Leon, however, insists that there is no need to wait. He hints something to Beatrice, who immediately understands. She steps forward and asks if it is her turn to help, to which Leon assures her that he is entrusting the task to her, showing his confidence. Beatrice approaches the injured hunter and activates a spell using her right hand, which bears the blessing of divinity. Leon motivates her, telling her it is not difficult and she just needs to create a space in his dreams. Beatrice chants, "For the creator of the world that went on cycles within the gate was absolutely you," and hues of purple envelop the room. The spell seems to work, as her expressions indicate she is gaining information. She starts to narrate the dream's information, mentioning a knight with a warhammer who claims to be blessed by the goddess of life and fertility. This revelation baffles Leon, indicating he knows something about it. Leon panics and immediately asks her to find out the name of this knight. Beatrice opens her eyes and mentions the name Geovric, confirming Leon's suspicions about majestic Geovric. Back in the settlement, Leon's team continues investigating the surroundings. Beatrice theorizes that a lot of time has passed since the execution grounds were set up and asks Leon if he thinks they were hunters. Leon, however, doesn't believe they were hunters, judging by the looks of the scene. Leon adds that after carrying out their burning field tactics, they killed everyone, intending not to leave a single seed on this land. Beatrice remarks that he seems quite knowledgeable on the matter, to which Leon confesses that he had done something similar during the orc cleansing. Afterwards, Leon turns his horse around and tells his team that it has been a long time since the massacre occurred. If they trail back the tracks, they might understand what is happening on this land. It is clear that his team doesn't like this idea very much. Shortly after, they are riding their horses swiftly across the terrain. The potential priestess calls out to His Majesty, prompting Leon to pay attention to her. She points out that he seems to be in a bit of a rush because he did not wait for Sir Yappy and the troops to arrive. She questions if something unusual is happening. Leon admits that he might have been inconsiderate. He quotes one of his sayings, "Half-baked skills are dangerous," explaining that this is because a Grail Knight is present here. She asks if he is referring to Sir Geovric. Leon explains that Sir Geovric was Demara's favorite, a Grail Knight 3 generations before him, whose martial arts skills were passed down through many generations. He continues, explaining that 800 years ago, Sir Geovric was said to have ascended to heaven when he set out to hunt a savage tribe. This terminology confuses Hari, but her brother clarifies that it means he passed away. However, the thing is, Sir Geovric did not make it to paradise. Although a Grail Knight is a saint who naturally receives God's love, his soul was not accepted. This surprises Beatrice, who questions how that could be possible. Leon continues the story, telling them that he even tracked the sacred item's energy but could not find Geovric or the hunting troops that went with him anywhere. With serious expressions, he tells them he has 3 theories about his disappearance. The first possibility is that Sir Geovric is still alive. The second is that his soul has wandered off, and the most heartbreaking possibility is that he has switched allegiances. Apart from this, Leon's biggest worry is that this matter involves a Grail Knight with superpowers. If there is a battle, it will not be in the realm of mortals but will have to be settled in the presence of gods. Determined, he states that they have to get to the bottom of this, whatever the case. While tracking the possible movements of those responsible for this cruelty, they stumble upon another settlement where dozens of bodies hang from wooden poles, with nasty crows all over them. Hari tells the students that they might have done it to make a statement. Leon, looking at these bodies with disgust, finds these atrocities utterly unacceptable. His Majesty is furious, and decides straight away that these atrocious criminals ought to be killed. These words alert Hari, as she knows what happens when Leon's mood is fouled like this. However, she seems happy because she believes that these atrocities have outraged His Majesty, as expected. Although Leon is a bit strange, in the end, the King of Lionheart is the most righteous person. Leon calls for everyone's attention. Once everyone is ready, he orders them to follow him, regardless of what happens next. He also warns them not to trust their eyes and minds, as they have no idea what is happening here. Everyone understands his point and seems content with his advice, acting like they had any other choice. After everything is settled, Leon appreciates their obedience and asks them to hurry up, as they have a great ordeal ahead. He believes that the perpetrators of this havoc are nearby, and if they hurry, they will be able to catch them. They arrive at a settlement where armored soldiers are killing marked villagers, regardless of their gender, and setting everything on fire. One soldier, laughing like a devil, orders his subordinates to kill everyone and leave no one alive. Leon's team arrives at the settlement, and Hari points out to His Majesty that it is a village being attacked by the soldiers. This stuns Leon, who cannot believe his eyes. Furious, he shouts that these vermin and scumbags are in danger. Leon charges towards the village, yelling that friendly forces are in danger, while Hari calls for him to slow down. Hari is happy that Leon is enraged because he can't tolerate people falling prey to slaughter. Leon rushes at full speed, pulling out the holy spear, while Yihak worries they won't be able to keep up with him. Considering the level of his enragement, Hari recalls a similar moment when they were battling the battle-axe tribe of orcs in the Yellow Gate, where Leon annihilated the tribes in the most gruesome ways. Recalling that moment, her aura changes, indicating she got some notion from the word orcs. A twist seems to be coming. Leon charges at the battleground at full speed, with his holy spear pointed in their direction and his eyes glowing golden, representing demonic forces at work. Hari thinks that there is no way this is happening. In the distance, the kingdom's troops and the tribe's warriors exchange blows. The old bald warrior with a furry cape notices Leon charging towards them on a stallion. However, his reflexes are too slow. Leon is all over him, yelling glory to the Lionheart. As he yells, Leon tears through the tribe's rows, whom they initially planned to save. Hari shouts loudly at His Majesty, realizing what Leon is planning to do. She points out that it is not the right direction, but Leon seems ready to slaughter everyone alongside the Knights of Demira. Hari forgets Leon's earlier advice not to trust their eyes and minds. She knows the King of Lionheart wouldn't act without proper reasoning, so he must have an idea about the situation. The scene resumes with a beam of justice falling from the sky, shattering the ground and slaying all the vermin within range. The siblings are terrified, while Suho, on his first expedition with Leon, is bewildered. Hari is also unsure about the king's actions. In seconds, Leon has killed dozens of warriors. Coincidentally, one warrior coughs blood, showing a remnant of life. Frustrated, Leon calls them insects, saying they are insects he doesn't want to listen to, as he penetrates his spear through the coughing warrior to silence him forever. After finishing this guy, Leon, looking like a maniac, plans to slaughter the next prey and orders his stallion to move. His team is perplexed, with some newbies questioning if the king is out of his mind. Hari, who has always seen Leon as the most righteous among the righteous, is baffled. She finds it unbelievable that he sided with the soldiers, killing those they were supposed to protect. She can't control herself anymore, ready to draw her sword to stop him, but a purple aura from Beatrice hinders her. The queen commands her to hold off for now. Beatrice confidently advises Hari to have faith in His Majesty, as there is always a rationale behind his actions. This prompts Hari to question her belief. Given the short time Beatrice has been with Leon, her level of trust is commendable. Meanwhile, Leon laughs hysterically, yelling at the scumbags to die and counting his kills, even making records. Both ladies are disturbed by this. Hari asks Beatrice if she is sure Leon is not acting out of resentment. Beatrice now has confusing views, believing he is getting too excited. Yihak remarks that they have no choice, and Soyeon agrees they won't be able to stop him. Hari despises her helplessness, but their inaction was not due to a lack of a sense of justice. The real logic behind Leon's actions is that these people are fake. The NPCs within gates are all fakes created from past memories, excluding the very few who are survivors like Queen Beatrice. The monsters and NPCs within gates are nothing more than remnants of memories from past incidents. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether they are massacred or hanged for execution, it will not be considered a sin. Meanwhile, the subordinates are really worried now as Leon is not stopping at all and going really hard at them. Leon warns them that he is not going to spare a single one and that they will die in misery and pain. It looks like the King of Lionheart is racist toward these marked tribes too. However, we are yet to find out the real reason behind Leon's carnage. A few killings later, almost all the villagers and houses are destroyed completely, and a huge cloud of smoke can be seen erupting from the burnt houses. Armored soldiers walk through the piles of dead bodies, approaching Leon and his company, who are anxiously waiting for them to take off their helmets. To be honest, we are interested to see what these people look like under the armor. After that, they take off their helmets, revealing themselves as young soldiers who don't seem like they've been stuck here for 800 years. Suddenly, they bend down on their knees in front of Leon, greeting the Grail Knight, the living saint. Leon orders them to rise and stand up because they are still on the battlefield and anything can happen at any time, so they must not let their guards down. The knight with golden hair, leading these troops, steps forward and introduces himself as Tiscata Vendelik, the brother of Lord Vendelik, and affiliated with the Labanine Dawn Knights. Leon recalls that Vendelik is the city by Lanquil and confirms if his brother was the lord of that city. Tiscata informs him that he was the only one whose talent as a knight was acknowledged. Leon assumes that he is yet to embark on the pilgrimage, to which Tiscata confirms he will embark on that journey after this raid. This gives Leon a hint that he does not recall the name Tiscata Vendelik. If anyone with that name had become a Grail Knight, Leon would have met them in paradise, where the honorable knights reside. This must mean that Tiscata either failed his mission or died in this raid, because if he had succeeded in his pilgrimage, the story would have been different for him. Moreover, Leon does not recognize any of these faces, because if they had entered heaven, he would have recognized them immediately. This means these honorable knights must have also failed to write their names in history. Following that, it is time for Leon's introduction, which is due, and we are waiting for their reactions upon hearing it. He informs these kingdom's knights that he is Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the lord of Dragonia and the owner of the Lionheart, appointed by the goddess of light and justice, Ariana. The holy Lionheart glows in his chest, a living proof of his identity. This revelation absolutely surprises the knights. The blonde knight says he is the one enveloped in the presence of glorious light, as they can't believe it. Subsequently, the knight's first response is this some kind of joke? But Leon stays calm and replies, what are you talking about? What kind of knight would pretend to be the king of Lionheart? This indirectly means that the Grail Knight who claims to have that title must have challenged his predecessor. Listening to the discussion, Hari figures out that in their era, the king of Lionheart must have been a different person, so one can't blame these guys for finding it a joke. However, to her surprise, the knight still shows trust in Leon's word. Considering the display of might, the divine light, and the holy weapons that Leon carries, anyone should believe him straight away. Leon points out that the knights are here to raid the barbarians, which they confirm immediately. Then comes the main question. Leon asks if the war knight commanding them is actually a Grail Knight of life and fertility named Sergiovric. This information initially disturbs Tiscata, who didn't think Leon would know about their Grail Knight, and he hesitantly says yes. This validation worries Leon. After a brief moment, he tells the troops that he needs an urgent meeting with Sergiovric, which worries Queen Beatrice too. Leon asks where Sergiovric is at the moment, thinking that by the looks of this group, they hunt for remnants. Considering their reasoning for the skinning and the things happening here, Leon deduces that Sergiovric is not with them. One of the soldiers speaks up, saying that Sergiovric is currently on his way to fight the barbarians and will soon massacre all of these dirty savages. The thought of this excites the soldiers, and their faces light up. Leon closes his eyes, contemplating their words. Leon finally deduces that Grail Knight Geovric goes through a mishap in this war. Meanwhile, at the Woodsling tribe base, a camp and military base is established with sharp barricades on the outskirts to halt troop movements, and personnel stand on wooden towers to observe enemy movements. The hunters of the Korean Hunter Association, in alliance with the Woodsling tribe, have taken their positions, ready to take on the Grail Knight and his army. They look all charged up, especially since they received those markings on their hands that boosted their powers. S-rank hunter Jumcheol notices the enemy arriving, led by the enemy's leader on a flying stallion with white wings, just like the ones seen in Paradise. The armored soldiers arrive in formation, ready to annihilate the tribe. Seeing this lineup, Yona asks Yuri if she is sure this is a red gate because its difficulty seems closer to a black gate. However, the S-class hunter remains optimistic, assuring her that the gate is still doable. Yuri tells Yona that all the tribes in this area have united because the kingdom's troops went around attacking all of them. The tribe's personnel outnumber the kingdom's troops. Additionally, they have the Mazer's molar marking engraved on them, which has increased their defense penetration, stamina, and concentration. They also bear the White Tiger's tribe seal, which imbues them with enhanced pace and agility, among other traits. This seal is something one can only receive if one worships the beast gods, which the tribes here do, so they believe it should be doable with this much power. Sergiovric recognizes the hunters at once as the mercenaries who somehow survived last time. He decides to let them go out of mercy, despite considering them inferior, and asks the hunters what they are doing here. The clever guildmaster of Phoenix aims a fiery arrow at the Grail Knight, sarcastically remarking that they are preparing to defeat him. What else would he expect? He thinks that the only way to close this gate is by defeating Geovric, otherwise, it will not work for them. Upon hearing this, the Knight of Demra becomes enraged and offers them one opportunity to surrender their weapons and leave, as none of them have committed any great sin. This upsets Lee, who objects to the knight discussing sin when they are the ones who torture and kill people by skinning them alive. He asks if it is just to not even spare innocent children and elderly individuals. Sergio Vrick lifts his hammer and announces that he has nothing to be ashamed of, nor does he have anything to be embarrassed about, because all of his actions are based on justice. Since the hunters have crossed a line, they will receive divine punishment. The shaman desperately calls the warriors, and Lee orders everyone to use their defense arts, believing they might block the attack just once. He is interrupted when he notices green mana emerging from the surface and reaching towards the Grail Knight in the air, leaving him stunned. All the soldiers raise their swords towards the sky, swearing to protect the kingdom and leaving their fates to the gods. Their rigid faith is concentrated into one. The hunters are shocked to see the knights of the kingdom, who obey the honorable Grail Knight, give their power to erase all evil. All the power is concentrated in one attack by Sergio Vrick. The Grail Knight of Life and Fertility, still riding his stallion imbued with green light, chants, in the face of the glory of the real gods, kneel. He launches his attack onto the savages standing on the ground. At this moment, when that miracle manifests into reality, the earth falls. The next chapter opens with a stunning visual. Sergio Vrick, astride his mythical creature, unleashes a powerful attack. These knights, chosen by the gods and bestowed with divine power by the goddess of light and justice, have transcended into saints. This particular attack, known as divine punishment, is a rare and overwhelming force, occurring once in a blue moon. It creates a massive crater in the ground, as if a bullet had torn through paper. Divine punishment is a sacred law wielded by the knights, its nature varying depending on the deity each Grail Knight serves. For the Grail Knight of Demera, the divinity of life and fertility, the attack devastates the earth itself. The Guildmaster of the Phoenix Guild is left mentally shattered, having narrowly escaped falling into the abyss by mere inches. The onlookers are in shock, their jaws dropping in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of the attack's power. The Guildmaster of the Golden Lion Guild is terrified to witness 3,000 tribal warriors evaporated in the blink of an eye. He considers himself and his comrades fortunate to have been out of its range, knowing they would have shared the same fate. This single blow forces them to realize that even the S-rank hunters of the Korean Hunter Association stand no chance against Sergio Vrick. They begin to doubt if he is even human. After the attack, Sergio Vrick bows his head in prayer, asking the goddess to protect them on any land they tread, to be the foundation beneath their feet, and to carry them forward. He also prays for those who have strayed from the righteous path, asking the goddess to grant them a chance for purification. As his prayer ends, Sergio Vrick notices a figure in the crowd, Sherman, and loses control. In an instant, he shouts for the sick heathens to die. Meanwhile, Lee is horrified to see the knights on the ground moving swiftly toward them. He frantically yells at his main dealers to hold them back, to engage directly, and surround them, believing they still have the advantage in numbers. But panic spreads among the heathens, and they flee for their lives, allowing the knights to penetrate deep into their base. Suddenly, an attack comes from the left of the leading knight, which he blocks with his shield. He is surprised to find that the attacker is merely a mercenary, wondering how he could have become so strong. Realizing the cause, he asks the hunter if it is due to the marking of the heathen imprinted on him. Despite this newfound strength, the hunter still stands no chance against these mighty knights. What the hunters fail to understand is that, although they may not have followed the honorable path of the quests of the gods, these knights are true heroes, having traveled the continent to prove their worth. In that moment, the knight not only blocks the mercenary's attack but, with incredible skill, erases him from existence. The leading knight, a kingdom knight, removes his helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome face adorned with golden markings. He commands his soldiers to dismount and form ranks against the garbage heathens. I apologize if this sounds a bit admiring, but he is undeniably good-looking. For decades, these knights have wielded their swords in countless battles. This particular knight, with likely over 100 years of experience, has every reason to take pride in his prowess. These warriors have slaughtered green beasts, crushed heathens, and halted invasions from outsiders. Their experience against powerful beasts means that these mercenaries, who have received a slight boost from the beast gods, stand no chance against the knights of the realm. With a cry of glory to the pantheon, they charge toward the hunters. The self-proclaimed strongest individual in his world is now losing hope and literally wetting his pants. Junqiao informs the group that the soldiers stationed at the rear are also advancing, and their situation is looking dire. To everyone's surprise, Lee agrees with him for the first time. The hammer-wielding hunter has completely lost hope, suggesting their only option is to flee. His sister is shocked and lashes out, asking what he means by running away. He explains that they can't even handle the knights on the ground, let alone the field boss. In this situation, they simply aren't strong enough. Mr. Lee is desperately trying to think of a solution and finally suggests seeking help from the top 10 guilds in the nation. However, he quickly realizes that a dungeon break will occur before they can get any assistance. What a waste of brainpower, Guildmaster. Junqiao proposes another idea, hinting at a smoother way to resolve the situation. The red-headed fire mage, intrigued, asks him what he has in mind. The S-rank hammer hunter then asks if they've heard of Ariana, the goddess of light and justice, and Demera, the goddess of life and fertility. Sunbi chuckles at this, flexing that he's not the religious type, and sarcastically questions what a gate has to do with religion in the first place. Annoyed by this dismissive attitude, Jumcheol hints that he should consider the King of the Lionheart and his YouTube channel, which goes by the name Pantheon. This hint immediately dawns on the red-headed mage, who suddenly falls silent. Jumcheol goes on to say that he believes the king is from this very gate's kingdom because something fell off when he heard them talking about the God's Knights. This theory completely crushes the last shred of Lee's hope. He realizes that if the King of the Knights is indeed from the same place as these knights, their best option is to retreat immediately. As they were deep in discussion, Miss Hilder suddenly intervenes, her innocent face masking a deeper concern. She asks the warriors if they're planning to leave and abandon them. Lee tries to calm her down, lying that they'll return with reinforcements. He informs her that they must retreat for now, though inwardly. He finds chatting with an NPC utterly pointless. He then orders his guild members to fall back and hurry to exit the gate. Meanwhile, Miss Hilder's expression turns increasingly gloomy. A mysterious aura begins to emanate from her as she murmurs that these monsters will not be defeated this time either. Her words disturb Lee, who calls her name with concern. Suddenly, she bites down on her thumb, cursing the disgusting creatures for never having been able to close the gate, all while clenching her thumb with as much force as possible. In a state of confusion, Lee asks her what she's doing. She responds that she must use an expedient again, knowing it will likely anger him, but blaming their failure on their own inadequacy. With that, she snaps her fingers, and a mysterious red energy engulfs her and the bodies of the tribe's warriors. The sight startles the Kingdom Knight, who shouts that they are now resorting to dark magic. The warriors' eyes begin to vanish as they cough up black blood. Suddenly, their eyes transform into those of beasts, and they roar like wild animals. The remaining tribal warriors rejoice, believing that the great beast god has blessed them and that they too will soon receive these powerful blessings. Meanwhile, the hunter's body markings begin to glow, sending strange sensations through their bodies. Hilder warns them that resistance is futile. The markings may be new, but it's only a matter of time before they unleash their full power, and the hunters begin to undergo a frightening transformation. She then claps her hands, addressing them as kids, and commands them to kill all the knights. Astonishingly, the hunters now move like puppets, following her orders without question. Hilder, seemingly losing her sanity, rambles that they must start over. Despite traveling through countless worlds, they've never succeeded in killing these knights. At that moment, Sergiovric, engaged in battle with the heathen warriors, notices the hunters advancing toward him. He blocks the first attack from Jumcheol. The Holy Knight feels pity for these poor souls, marked and controlled by heathens. He shouts to his soldiers, instructing them that the markings on their skin are a weak point. Despite this, the S-rank hunters, now empowered by the beast gods, have lost all control. Jumcheol uses his hammer to create a shockwave by smashing the ground, and simultaneously, two women strike Sergiovric from behind, sending him flying. Lee seizes the opportunity, firing a flaming arrow that ignites upon contact with the knight. It's an impressive combination of attacks. Though injured, the Grail Knight still stands, calling them arrogant little fools. Realizing the dire situation, he decides he must send the survivors back to the kingdom, even if it means sacrificing his life. He slams the handle of his warhammer into the ground, steam rising from his body, and challenges the attackers to come at him all at once. And then, the moment we've all been waiting for arrives. The King of the Lionheart appears, shouting his battle cry, "Glory to the Lionheart." Golden lightning strikes from the sky, ripping through the ground and forcing the attackers back, far from Sergiovric. The Grail Knight of Demra is utterly shocked by what he has just witnessed. He demands to know the identity of the newcomer, who now stands before him in an iconic pose, wielding the Holy Spear. Our hero, with his hair styled to perfection and glowing with the golden mana of justice, looks at Sergiovric and introduces himself as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the King of the Lionheart. He radiates the aura of a hot model, no less impressive in battle than in appearance. So, the two Grail Knights of the two goddesses from different generations have finally come face to face. Glory to the Lionheart. The scene then continues with the extravagant Beatrice flying on a white stallion, using the former king's reins that once belonged to Arjun Majesty Lionheart, and can tame even the most aggressive beasts with the ability to awaken ancient blood. One might wonder why the Queen of Another World is using such a sacred item. The answer lies in the fact that Leon left the reins with her when he jumped into the fight, trusting her with this important responsibility, something His Majesty would certainly expect. She thanks the majestic stallion for allowing her to hold its reins, knowing that under normal circumstances, getting her hands on Leon's majestic Pegasus would have been impossible. 5 minutes earlier, our boy, an absolute hater of these heathens, was telling his companions that these heathens are like rats. No matter how many are raided to bring down their numbers, they somehow keep multiplying, galloping at supersonic speeds to reach Sergiovric. Despite this, Hari remains disgusted by what she witnessed. She expresses to Leon that it's inhumane to skin even children to kill them. Leon, with a serious expression, explains that the kingdom and its knights are not foolish. The markings on their bodies are of devilish origin. This revelation shocks the assistant, who repeats the word markings as if questioning their significance. Leon's face contorts with loathing as he explains that these markings are symbols of their allegiance to the beast god. When they receive these markings to harness these powers, their souls begin to erode, slowly transforming them into beasts so they can exploit humans further. At that moment, Hari finally understands the gravity of the situation and comments that they are no different from demons. Following this, the King of the Lionheart puts his subordinates in their place, admonishing them that their peaceful mindset and naive ideals of human rights are useless in this cruel fight. His words send chills down the spines of the Gen Z warriors. He passionately declares that what they need now is the truth and absolute justice, the very principles for which he stands, fights, and dedicates his all. This clear message of justice and truth also inspires the Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom. Feeling the need to fulfill her duties, she mounts her stallion atop the battleground. Raising her hand, she activates a majestic spell to display her power and warns the heathens to stay back and not dare cross her path. Meanwhile, Sergio Vrick, who has just learned Leon's identity, is still a bit perplexed as he hesitantly mutters, "King of Lionheart." Leon, noticing that the enemy's markings are still functioning despite the Holy Grail Knight's attack, realizes that something is wrong with Sergio Vrick's divine law. It should have been enough to break the marked hunters' connection to their dark powers. Leon then calls out to the Knight of Demra, telling him they need to overcome this challenge first, to which Sergio Vrick agrees, though unanswered questions still linger in his mind. Understanding they don't have much time, Leon tells him that their priority should be to sever the connection between these fools and the beast gods. The hunters, no longer in their right minds, roar like beasts, their eyes glowing red. Now fully in his element, Leon declares himself the King of the Lionheart, here to lead them to paradise. He then brings forth another holy item. The sight of this sacred object shocks the Grail Knight, who recognizes it immediately as the Holy Grail and questions why it's here after centuries of being unseen. Our hero holds the Holy Grail close to his face, engulfed in golden mana, and shouts, "Great divine law of brilliant light." The light is so brilliant that it dominates everything, rendering the surroundings colorless. Soon, the entire battleground is bathed in this great divine law, immersed in the blessings of the divinity of light and justice. Even Sergio Vrick is baffled by this majestic miracle of Leon Dragonia Lionheart, recognizing this law well. In the next moment, all the injured knights are healed. Soldiers' arms, which were amputated, are miraculously restored, leaving them in awe of this divine intervention. Meanwhile, the markings imprinted on the skins of the Korean Hunter Association members begin to peel off, causing them intense pain as they throw tantrums in their distress. This sight convinces the Grail Knight of Demra that this is the true divine miracle, the one he failed to recognize all along. He looks at the sky with mixed feelings, realizing the divine power he had been oblivious to. Suddenly, the goddess herself appears, calling out to her child, the lost knight Sergio Vrick. He is surprised to see her after so long, which hints that he had no idea something strange was happening within this gate. The goddess clasps her hands before him, commanding him to go and assist the true king of the knights. With this divine command, all the doubts, questions, and mixed feelings that the holy knight harbored for the past 800 years vanish. He steps forward, immersed in green mana, promising to carry out her command, for obedience is all that remains after this newfound clarity. As soon as Leon sees Sergio Vrick approaching him with the shield of Lionheart, he realizes that things are about to get intense. Leon tells Sergio Vrick that he is honored to share the battlefield with one of the greatest knights of all time. In turn, Sergio Vrick, the wielder of the sacred warhammer, feels equally honored and informs Leon that he will stand alongside the guardian of the Holy Grail from this moment forward. The two Grail Knights stand side by side, watching as the dead beasts begin to gather in one place, forming what appears to be a host for their kind. The shaman of the Woodsling tribe is frustrated, cursing her luck. She laments that dealing with a halfling Grail Knight, whose soul is bound, is already challenging enough. Now, there's the added threat of another Grail Knight about whom she knows nothing. In desperation, she summons the Great Iron Bear, sacrificing slaves as an offering to this monstrous beast. The bear emerges from a dark abyss, crying out, "Lionheart, Lionheart," as if recognizing an old foe. It seems Leon has dealt with this creature before. The Iron Bear charges at the Grail Knights, accompanied by a horde of other beasts, threatening to chew Leon into bits. The poor creature appears as if it's under the influence of something sinister. From a bird's eye view, Queen Beatrice observes the battle and decides to clear a path for Leon as she sees the beasts rushing toward him. She halts her stallion's flight and conjures a massive purple magic spell, the blessing of the divinity of dream and death. This mana of purple light brings a smile to Leon's face, as he knows exactly what she is about to do. In the next instant, she unleashes the great prophecy of Death's Eye, and a blistering purple array rains down on the battlefield, tearing the beasts apart. Their agonized roars echo across the land. All the beasts are obliterated except for the Great Iron Bear, who remains on his paws despite the critical damage to his face. He covers his wounds with his claws as the beast god curses Lionheart for once again disrupting his plans. Leon addresses the entire battlefield, calling out to his brothers, sisters, glorious knights, and devoted soldiers. He urges them to listen as he declares that the time has come to punish these sickening heathens. His words resonate with the same intensity as when he faced the orcs. A few moments later, Miss Hildur is seen fleeing through the forest, her body covered in bruises. She curses the knights and the Grail Knight for ruining their plans, believing that dealing with halfling Geovric was already difficult enough. She questions the origins of the King of the Lionheart and the Witch, recalling how Leon had slain the Iron Bear and mocked it as nothing more than nourishment for the soil after its death. Suddenly, a voice calls out, asking her where she thinks she's going. Shocked, she turns just as she is ensnared by the tendrils of purple mana conjured by Beatrice. Miss Hildur cries out in desperation, realizing too late that there is no escape. The Queen, with a sharp gaze, questions Miss Hildur about a peculiar purple stone known as the Mana Stone. She had heard that it was a new resource containing concentrated mana, something that could be earned through hunts within the gate. Beatrice continues, pointing out that the production rate of these stones in the gate is unusually high. The scattered mana throughout the area suggests that hundreds, thousands, or even millions of monsters have been slain, which offends the red-headed witch, causing her to lash out at Her Majesty. Beatrice presses further, asking if this gate is stuck in a loop, and subtly mentions how she was once in her kingdom. The Queen hints that they are on the verge of uncovering the mystery of this gate and why Sir Geovric has been trapped in this cycle for 8 centuries. Sherman retorts, claiming that while Beatrice may not look like a demon, she certainly acts like one. In that instant, she realizes something crucial. Beatrice knows that Miss Hildur isn't just an NPC. Meanwhile, Beatrice begins to close in on her, revealing that she has many questions that need answers. Oh, damn girl. Here we go. The Queen's demeanor shifts as her eyes begin to glow red, and a crimson aura of mana surrounds her. She admits that this isn't the type of power she usually favors, but she doesn't like to waste anything useful. The red-headed witch is stunned, realizing that this is the power of seduction. Suddenly, Miss Hildur utters the word master, gazing into the Queen's eyes. Her Majesty smiles, affirming, yes, that's right. I am your master from now on. At that moment, the beast gods take offense, realizing that Sherman is failing them once more. They reprimand her harshly, which causes her to shift her focus from Beatrice to the beast gods, leaving her in a state of extreme panic. Trembling and stuttering, she tries to appease them, but she is also overwhelmed by the seductive influence of Beatrice's power. Her Majesty, fully in control, caresses Miss Hildur with her elegant hands, informing the beast gods that their slave is now hers. This power play, this master-slave dynamic, might just be hitting all the right notes for some of you out there. Beatrice wraps her arms around Sherman, mocking the beast gods, daring them to act now. Meanwhile, the redhead's face flushes with embarrassment. Her cheeks as red as her hair. Lucky her, I'd do anything for a warm hug from the Queen, let alone feel those. Well, you know. This bold act of dominance infuriates the beast gods, and they warn the wicked bearer of pleasure that they will chew her up. Suddenly, the sky begins to crack, fissures appearing everywhere. Still held in the Queen's embrace, Miss Hildur cries out in terror, warning Beatrice that the gods will descend because this gate is their territory. This revelation startles Her Majesty as well. Sherman, still trembling, tells Beatrice that while these may not be the true forms of the beast gods, if they descend, this gate will almost certainly collapse. This revelation leaves the Queen visibly concerned, as she realizes that the situation may not turn out well for them after all. The next chapter in the adventures of our hero begins with the crumbling of the gate, as the beast gods, in their fury, decide to bring down this place with them. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Leon's companions are helping the hunters from the Association, who had come to raid the gate but were nearly killed in their naive attempt. Both Grail Knights share a moment of reflection as Leon tells Sir Geovric that the 11th King of the Lionheart often spoke of him and the other knights who embarked on this sacred journey. Hearing this, Sir Geovric asks Leon if he had met the 11th King. The Knight of Demra is taken aback when Leon reveals that the former king is now in God's paradise, and his reaction is priceless. Hari then asks Sir Geovric if he remembers anything from the past. He responds that he has no recollection of anything outside this gate. He and the other knights have been trapped in this loop for so long that all they know is what happens within these cursed walls. Hearing this, the red-headed assistant hesitates but then calls out to His Majesty, hinting at something important. With Leon's permission, she gathers the courage to deliver the bad news. Sir Geovric and the other knights cannot leave the gate because they are just characters bound to this place. To close the gate, Sir Geovric must be defeated. This revelation causes the Holy Knight to burst out in laughter, leaving Hari and the others baffled. He then smashes the grip of his warhammer into the ground and, addressing Leon, remarks that it has been a very long time since anyone has even attempted to defeat him. So long, in fact, that he has yet to lose a single battle. Leon smiles at this, commenting that if Sir Geovric had ever been defeated, he wouldn't have had the chance to meet the 12th King of the Lionheart. Meanwhile, the crackling of the gate escalates, and suddenly, the sharp, thunderous voice of the beast god echoes through the air, warning Leon Dragonia Lionheart that he will be torn to pieces and spat out, such is the depth of their hatred for him. As the beast gods begin their descent, Leon announces to everyone that it has begun. He turns to Miss Hildur, asking if there is any way to prevent the descent of these incarnations. She chuckles darkly, informing him that there is no way to stop it now. The gate is doomed to fall, as the beast gods will expend all their power to bring it down. Faced with this dire situation, Leon makes a decision. He has no choice but to fight these beasts. He refuses to leave the Knights of Glory behind, and he will stand and face the Beast Gods head-on. Beatrice approaches Leon, cautioning him that taking on the Beast Gods head-on might not be the wisest decision. However, Leon, ever the resolute hero, insists that there's no other choice. If the dungeon break occurs, these gods will be unleashed into the real world, and the consequences would be catastrophic. But Sir Geovric disagrees. Looking up at the sky, he cryptically suggests that there is another way, causing Leon to wonder what he means. The Grail Knight of Demra glances at his fist, seemingly deep in thought, before suddenly using it to break his armor, extracting something hidden within. With his back turned to Leon and Hari, Sir Geovric's actions are shrouded in mystery, making them both uneasy. Then, in a shocking turn, Sir Geovric reveals a mana stone, similar to the one the Queen held earlier. He calmly informs His Majesty that the condition for closing the gate is his own demise. Therefore, he requests that all outsiders retreat and use their power to protect the living, as there is no point in fighting in a gate that will soon disappear. Leon and his assistant are stunned, struggling to comprehend what they are hearing. Sir Geovric then turns to his knights, addressing them as brothers and sisters, and declares that the final battle is upon them. He acknowledges the presence of the King of the Lionheart, who represents the glory of the gods, and urges the dead to sacrifice themselves for the future of the living. Leon is overwhelmed, suffocating under the weight of this solemn address, finding himself at a loss for words for the first time. The hunters of the association are left in awe, their jaws dropped as they witness such a profound act of sacrifice for the sake of humanity and their gods. Sir Geovric then asks his knights if they will stand with him in this decision. They all agree, raising their hands in unison, and in the next moment, each knight breaks off a piece of their existence within the gate, transforming it into a mana stone. The world as Leon knows it has been turned upside down. Leon bows his head in reverence, his heart heavy with shame at their loyalty, and recognizes the enormous task they have left for him. As he is still gathering his thoughts, Sir Geovric asks him to wait a moment longer, as there is one more favor he wishes to ask. Leon listens intently, all ears. Though Sir Geovric's smile is hidden by his helmet, his eyes reflect a warmth and sincerity. For his final wish, he calls upon the goddess Demra, asking her to grant him this one request. Raising his warhammer high into the air, he declares, chosen by the goddess Demra and loyal to the King of the Lionheart, through this hammer I shall impart my powers. Green mana, symbolizing life and fertility, envelops the warhammer in the purple mana stone. In an incredible transformation, the stone turns green, infused with the blessing of the divinity of life and fertility. Sir Geovric, with great reverence, presents the warhammer to Leon, who is equally shocked to see it offered to him. Tears well up as Sir Geovric requests His Majesty to take the hammer until someone worthy of it appears before him. Leon steps forward, gripping the hammer with his right hand, and humbly tells Sir Geovric that he doubts there will ever be anyone who can wield this weapon as skillfully as the knight before him. After that, Leon slides his hand down the handle of the warhammer and places it on Sir Geovric's hand. In this moment, they exchange their final words of admiration. Sir Geovric mentions that it has been an honor and glory to fight alongside His Majesty, and Leon, in turn, compliments him, saying that he will always remember his honor. There is no greater compliment for a knight, and I have literal tears in my eyes right now. They turn to face their respective teams, bidding farewell to each other. Sir Geovric looks at his knights, informing them that this will be his last order, to protect the king until the last one of them falls. Without hesitation, they respond with a resounding Roger, though Leon is drenched in despair at the thought. Yet, he knows there is no other option. Leon prays for their honorable lives, wishing for the gods' blessings upon them, and orders his team to fall back, as they can no longer remain here. As Leon begins to leave, Sir Geovric takes one last look at him, no doubt with a stream of emotions rushing through his mind. A blonde kingdom knight, seeing that Sir Geovric is now without a weapon, presents his sword to the Grail Knight. The mighty knight of Demra takes the sword and lifts it high into the air, shouting that he is Geovric, who has slain over 10,000 enemies, defeated more than 5 million foes as a war knight, protected his motherland from 300,000 orcs, and claimed victory over the ogre chief. One of the greatest knights of the Lionheart Kingdom is now heading into his final battle. As he marches toward the heathen gods, he motivates his knights by reminding them that Goddess Demra has protected them. Goddess Ariana has watched over them, and they have brought joy to Pedos, the divinity of war and fire, through their courageous feats. A dark hand of the beast god emerges from the portal, and Sir Geovric shouts that he is the Grail Knight of life and fertility. He then takes command of the knights, leading them from the front as he addresses them. Let us go, for today we die for justice. May God look after us. In the meantime, one giant beast god has already descended, with others following from their domains. The kingdom's troops rush toward the monsters, fully aware that they will likely die. But for the glory of Lionheart, they charge forward. Everyone begins to leave, except for Leon, who lingers, watching the battlefield with the warhammer in his hand. Someone calls out to His Majesty, hinting that it's time to go. He turns and says, I already ordered you to leave. Why are you still here? But it's clear they aren't planning to leave before him. Hari has something on her mind as well. She tells him she wishes to watch until the very end. Leon considers this for a moment but ultimately has no issue with it. He tells her to do what she wants, allowing her to stay. Now, both of them watch the battle from a distance, silently, as they have no other choice. After a few minutes, Hari suggests that they should leave, as the end is near. But Leon, overcome with emotion, keeps repeating, "Not yet." Again and again, he refuses to leave. On the battlefield, Sergiovric's armor is shattered, his royal cape torn to pieces, and his face partially visible through the broken armor. Yet he fights with all his might, doing everything he can. Suddenly, Leon notices something that makes his jaw drop. This sight alarms Hari, who asks him what's wrong. Leon watches in horror as the monster chews on something with its head tilted toward the sky. The scene fills Leon with pain. A heavy silence follows, and Leon's expression turns grim. Hari, sensing something terrible, asks him for confirmation. Leon, erupting with rage, informs his companions that Sergiovric has ascended, lighting a fire of vengeance in his heart. He is all fired up, yelling at the monsters that they will pay for this, and that the beasts they follow will meet their worst, most pitiful, and violent deaths. With that, he heads toward the gate's entry, telling his companions that it's time to fall back. Grail Knights forcefully bring about results using divine laws, so the question is whether the words this great Grail Guardian uttered will have any lasting influence. Those words, "I will remember this day," will be realized through the actions of the Night King. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that Leon will fulfill these words, as he will not let Sergiovric's sacrifice be in vain. The next scene shows Leon's outfit lying on a bench as he trains with both of his swords, wearing a simple black t-shirt. It's clear that our boy has to prepare himself for future challenges. He is deep in focus, recalling the deaths of his loved ones from when he was much younger. After swinging a few more times, he grabs his head and sighs, feeling the weight of exhaustion. This surprises him because he didn't even feel tired when he was massacring those demon entities. So why is he feeling it now? Suddenly, he gets flashbacks of the people standing beside him, his companions, subordinates, and advisors. He pauses to think for a moment, and then a strange smile spreads across his face. Leon realizes that he is afraid of losing everything dear to him once again. He dreads a future where he might see the deaths of those he loves and be forced to fight alone once more. The fear of having to cry again, with no shoulder to lean on, haunts him deeply. However, Leon knows that he must shoulder this burden alone, unable to share it with anyone. Just then, someone approaches from behind, calling out, "Your Majesty," relieved to find him there. He turns to see the ever-adorable assistant, Hari, wearing a training suit. She informs Leon that he's really late. Leon is surprised to see her at this hour, expecting her to be resting or perhaps watching a drama, which makes her feel a bit awkward. She giggles to cover it up, looking slightly shy as she tries to explain what has changed recently. Gathering her courage, she admits that she feels the need to train more. Leon raises an eyebrow, curious about this sudden change, and moves closer, asking why she suddenly feels this way. Hari quickly clarifies that it isn't a sudden decision. Leon, now more like Sherlock Holmes, presses further, seriously questioning the reason behind it. Hari hesitates, unsure how much to reveal, but tries to cover by saying that many of them have recently realized and learned a lot. This seems to satisfy Leon, who isn't exactly known for his social skills. Turning away, the Holy Knight orders her to wield her sword and show how much she has improved. Hari's face lights up at this command, and she eagerly responds with a firm "Yes, sir." She clasps her fist and palm together, expressing her deep honor in a formal, old Korean dialect, which makes Leon cringe inwardly as he wonders when she'll stop speaking like that. They stand facing each other, wooden swords in hand. Leon instructs her to raise her sword as he does and to try blocking one of his attacks. In an instant, he vanishes from his spot, reappearing behind her to land his first blow. Hari, momentarily stunned by his speed, barely manages to block the attack at the last second, marveling at the strength behind even his normal strike. The owner of the Holy Sword advises her to always keep her sword above her belly. He explains that if she holds it lower, she'll be at least 0.2 seconds slower, and her speed will decrease significantly. Without pausing, Leon continues his relentless assault. Hari grows increasingly anxious under the barrage of attacks, yet she's also beginning to improve, gradually anticipating and understanding his movements. When Leon leaps to deliver a vertical swing, Hari is caught off guard but manages to defend herself, though barely. Seeing her struggle, Leon instructs her that defense involves not just the arms and sword but the entire body. He orders her to step back with one foot to avoid being pushed back by the sword's weight. Surprisingly, Hari blocks his next vertical attack more smoothly and proudly exclaims her success. But her moment of triumph is short-lived as Leon swiftly delivers a light side fist to her forehead, a reminder not to let her guard down. Hari feels like a clown after being hit, while Leon remarks that her movements are too big. If you ask me though, her movements aren't the only thing that's big. Leon is behaving like a strict teacher, scolding her for not being quick and precise despite his repeated reminders. He questions her reasoning behind leaving an opening for the enemy, saying it's like inviting them to take her head off. Hari tries to pull the same excuse, claiming she needs those large movements to use her abilities. However, Leon finds this excuse absurd and cuts her off, telling her not to repeat the same logic over and over again. He then attempts to convey that simply using her skills efficiently isn't the only path to victory. There's no value in these abilities if they cost her life. His words seem to resonate with her, as she visibly lights up at the last line. Leon notices the glow on her face and becomes suspicious. He questions her reaction, but she quickly turns away, dismissing it as nothing. However, His Majesty isn't one to give up easily. He steps closer, repeating the question, though she avoids making eye contact. A brief silence falls between them as they look at each other without saying anything. Finally, Hari gives in, admitting that she believed Leon would ask her to sacrifice her life if necessary, in the name of honor and glory. This admission surprises Leon, and he lightly taps her head with the sword, calling her a fool for thinking that way. He then asks her if she has anyone she can dedicate that honor and glory to. He questions the point of copying the Kingdom Knights, who have their ideals and thoughts perfectly aligned, if she doesn't have a similar purpose. This makes Hari think about who she could dedicate her honor and glory to, as she repeats the words under her breath, her expression pensive. Leon smiles, seeing her struggle with the thought, knowing he has just planted a seed in her mind to find someone worthy of her dedication. With that, Leon turns away and tells her that's enough for today and she should go rest. As she prepares to leave, Hari notices that Leon is acting strangely, emitting a negative energy that concerns her. She's been by his side since he first entered the Hunter Association, and this change in him worries her deeply. The scene shifts to where the Pantheon is currently residing. Hari is confiding in Sir Spinner, expressing her concern that His Majesty seems to be lacking energy these days. Sir Yappy, observing the situation, notes that it's an abnormal biological reaction caused by some pressure. This gives Hari a little hint, but she asks him to explain further. The robot system responds that His Majesty is stressed and in need of relief to return to normal. Now that she understands, Hari curiously asks Sir Yappy if he knows what His Majesty enjoys doing for fun. After a brief moment of calculation, Sir Yappy presents his findings based on available data. He mentions that living organisms often enjoy playing games for entertainment, so the king might consider a fun activity to boost his morale during leisure time. He suggests that games are the perfect treatment for distress, but Hari has her doubts. She can't quite imagine the King of Lionheart playing games, though she still asks Sir Yappy if he can think of any particular game that might be useful. To her surprise, Sir Spinner rejects this request, stating that choosing games suitable for an organic being's dopamine increase isn't within his scope of consideration. It's clear he's avoiding the topic, likely due to the previous incident involving the maid dress. Hari gives him a puzzled look, thinking he could have just said he didn't know instead of making it so complicated. Then, something clicks in her mind, and her face lights up as she thinks of an idea she believes His Majesty would enjoy. This catches Sir Yappy's attention as well. She eagerly explains her idea to him. Even the AI system seems surprised by her suggestion, remarking that while he can't disagree that it's a reasonable plan, he's a bit jealous, calling it a mere coincidence that she came up with it. He adds that she'll never reach his level of calculation ability. Hari takes this opportunity to mock him with a sneaky, yeah, I'm sure, which offends Sir Yappy. He sternly reminds her that this isn't the attitude a mere organic being should take, but Hari smugly points out that she won anyway. Meanwhile, Goddess Ariana and Leon are having a conversation of their own. The goddess praises him for his voluntary efforts, noting that they make the gods very happy, but she also expresses concern for him. The King Knight, kneeling before Ariana, apologizes for causing her to worry. The goddess continues, reminding him that he's fought for 200 years without rest and suggesting that he enjoy some entertainment as a way to take a break. This makes Leon chuckle. It's been a long time since he heard that word. Ariana, with a mischievous glint in her eye, mentions that there are many different forms of entertainment in this era, though she's not sure what her knight might enjoy. However, it seems she has an idea, as she suggests that the best entertainment transcends time. Leon, intrigued, asks if there really is something like that. With a playful tone, Ariana drops the bombshell, "You should sleep with a woman." Leon is left utterly speechless by her suggestion. She continues, saying that, in her eyes, the queen would make a good partner, or perhaps the red-headed assistant could work as well. Leon, trying to maintain his composure, points out that she is a very young woman, so how could she suggest such a thing? Ariana, unfazed, reminds him that she is a fully grown woman and that humans find joy and relief through lovemaking. She also highlights the practical need for him to build a royal family. Meanwhile, it seems that the red-headed cutie, who could potentially be a partner for him, is standing right in front of Leon's establishment. The person standing in the chapel is none other than Hari, who arrived to convey some important news to Leon. However, our boy is not pleased with her behavior, as he has reminded her countless times to mind her manners. Despite this, the redhead is too eager to share something she has prepared, and in her overly excited state, she trips and falls to the floor, leaving Leon even more annoyed. Disappointed, Leon taunts her, saying that despite possessing transcendental capabilities, she acts like a fish out of water. Hari is left speechless, unable to defend herself. As she gets up, bruised from the fall, Leon asks her what was so important that made her rush in like this. She reveals that she has a surprise prepared for him, leaving Leon shocked as he asks if it's really for him. Hari then discloses that she enlisted Sir Yappy's guidance and assistance, which makes Leon instantly remember the maid outfit incident. Cautiously, he asks if she followed Sir Yappy's guidance again. Hearing this, Leon loses his temper and yells at her, warning that if she shows up in that ridiculous outfit again, he'll have her parade around the neighborhood completely naked, as he grabs the cute little tuft of hair on her head. Frankly, let's just say some of us wouldn't mind doing a little research ourselves. Haru's face turns bright red with embarrassment, mortified at being falsely accused of something she hadn't even considered. The scene shifts, and we find ourselves in the presence of several officials from the Korean Hunters Association. A green gate is open in front of the chamber, with a lot of activity around it. Chief Manager Jinsu Kim notices the arrival of His Majesty, which alerts the other colleagues as well. Leon and Hari, now dressed in her work attire, arrive at the location. Upon arrival, Leon asks Kim what it is that Hari mentioned to him. The manager explains that the association has gathered to assist Assistant Manager Han Hari with an event she has planned. The word plan catches Leon's attention. He initially thought it wouldn't be anything strange since Sir Spinner also helped. But now he's curious. Hari, glowing with excitement and confidence, requests His Majesty to enter the gate, promising that he'll definitely like it. Leon looks at her beaming face and decides to give her a chance, agreeing to enter the gate. Inside, the landscape is entirely different from any gate he's seen before. There are signs of life here. Surprisingly, not only have Leon and Hari entered the gate, but nearly everyone in the room has followed. Leon can't quite comprehend what is happening around him. Hari positions herself next to Chief Manager Kim in a very intriguing manner, catching Leon's attention, as he's never seen her act like this before. Hari then begins to explain the gate. She introduces it as Suhi, a place where various monsters and animals live. She hands Leon a scorecard to provide a point system for 3 different species, while Kim awkwardly holds the board. Though uncomfortable, the manager puts on a business smile because it's the organization's work. Hari continues explaining the scorecard, informing Leon that small animals are worth 1 point. Medium ones are worth 3, and then there are orcs, Leon's favorite prey, worth 10 points each because they are rarer. The Holy Knight now understands what she has planned and tells her that this is a kind of hunting game. Hari, charged with excitement, confirms that it's indeed a hunting game. She blushes as she explains that she thought hunting might have been a popular activity in the kingdom of Lionheart, where he used to reside. She's acting like a bashful Pookie, clearly proud of her idea. Leon smiles, touched by her thoughtfulness in preparing a hunting ground to help him distress. Her heart swells with joy at his reaction, and she chuckles. Our boy is relieved to learn that the surprise is actually hunting. He admits that it's been a long time since he last hunted and modestly says he's not sure if he'll be any good. Our boy is playing it humble. But moments later, Leon lands a perfect headshot on an orc using a bow and arrow, and he suddenly transforms into a maniac on a rampage, laughing hysterically and shouting that hunting is just as thrilling as fighting. This headshot sends waves of terror through the orcs, with one of them crying out in alarm, demanding to know who dared to kill one of their tribe members. Leon, filled with adrenaline, rushes toward them like he's holding a gun, shouting at the filthy creatures for having the audacity to bare their teeth at him. He declares their death sentence and vows to send them all to hell immediately. Meanwhile, Hari is completely stunned, remembering how just moments ago Leon had said he wasn't sure if he'd be any good at hunting. Now, seeing him thoroughly enjoying it, she's thrilled because this is exactly the outcome she had hoped for. After the killings, Leon breaks off the teeth of one of the orcs, remarking that one should always take back a souvenir from hunting. He collects the teeth in a bag. Hari, impressed, compliments him on his skill with the bow and arrow, though she's puzzled because she thought he disliked long-range weapons. Leon clarifies that just because he's a knight doesn't mean he doesn't know how to use long-range weapons. He explains that hunting is a noble virtue and a hobby, especially for knight-errants and mission knights who need to provide for themselves wherever they are. Therefore, knights have no choice but to become experts at hunting. Hari, however, still marvels at how exceptionally good he is at it. Leon, flexing his achievements, tells her that while he was known as the strongest champion of all time, he was also the second most excellent hunter. This revelation surprises Hari, and she can't believe he wasn't the first. She asks if the first was also a Grail Knight. Leon shakes his head, explaining that the first wasn't exactly a Grail Knight, she was more of a hunter than a knight. The goddess of the moon and hunting watched over her. This woman was the head of the Temple of the Moon and hunting, so she was actually a priestess. Leon smiles fondly as he recalls her, his memories clearly warm. He describes her arrows as being like meteors, capable of crossing mountains if she used her full strength. Hari finds this incredible, though she muses that it might be possible in his world. As their conversation winds down, Hari asks why he only hunted orcs, complaining that she didn't need to prepare people to herd the animals after all. Leon immediately apologizes but also explains that to win first place in the competition, one must hunt the creatures worth the most points. This reasoning satisfies Hari, though she still notes that he really seems to treat orcs like prey. At that moment, Leon reveals something strange he found on the orcs, a cursed object filled with dark energy. Hari agrees with his assessment, identifying it as a cursed totem, a rare item that looks like a mini-cross. Leon casually tosses the totem to Hari, ordering her to sell it and give the money to those who herded the animals. Hari barely catches it and, shocked, asks if he's sure because it's worth 100 million. Leon is certain, saying it'll be a nice treat for those who worked hard in the heat on their day off. As he starts walking forward, he orders Hari to follow him, explaining that he can see the footsteps of the orcs who escaped. Hari, surprised, asks if he plans to continue hunting, not expecting him to do so. My guy turns around with a dark aura, telling her that as long as those beasts are alive, they're dirtying the forest. Even though they may be fake, orcs still need to be eliminated. Hari's reaction shows she's taken aback but determined to follow. Our hero then asks her to follow him closely, as he plans to demonstrate how to properly use a bow and arrow. Hari starts following his lead, but it's clear she still wants to say something. Noticing this, Leon gives her a sideways glance, encouraging her to speak. Blushing, Hari admits she's glad he's feeling better now. Leon, feeling a rush of emotions, flips his hair with a wide smile, reflecting on how long it's been since someone was kind to him without expecting anything in return. He murmurs that he's proud of her for her efforts, but Hari doesn't quite hear him and asks him to repeat it. However, Leon, true to his character, quickly changes the subject, ordering her to use the techniques he showed her to kill at least 3 orcs. He warns her that if she doesn't, he'll be mad at her. Hari, though a bit uncertain, agrees, noting that she's only used a bow and arrow a couple of times before. The hunting game concludes, and the scene shifts to the Pantheon Guild training facility. Hari is seen rushing through the corridor with a trolley of weapons, chirping happily to herself, pleased that her efforts helped lift His Majesty's spirits. Suddenly, Chief Manager Jinsu Kim appears out of nowhere, addressing Assistant Manager Han. Hari, surprised, asks what brings him there. He explains that the tractor broke, so he had to stop by the supply room, which hasn't been used since the Naju incident. The redhead decides to join him, intrigued by what he might need. Now standing in front of the Pantheon Guild supply room, Chief Manager Jinsu Kim asks if this is where Sir Geovrick's warhammer is stored. Hari confirms it is and mutters a prayer, may he achieve nirvana, which causes Kim to lose his mind as she inadvertently mixes Buddhism and Christianity. Kim then asks if the hammer has been kept here since then, to which Hari responds that no one can wield it right now, so it's being stored temporarily. However, when she opens the storage room, she's shocked to find the hammer missing, causing her to panic. The next chapter begins with a luxury car pulling up to the Pantheon Guild's training facility. 2 wealthy gentlemen step out, curious about the facility and eager to see the nation's most powerful epic item, Sir Geovrick's warhammer. As they approach the entrance, Mr. Jagged Spinner drops from the sky with his robotic voice, startling the gentlemen so much that they jump in fear. One of them recognizes Jagged Spinner from the Chengju Gate and remarks that the rumors about him being with the Pantheon Guild weren't just stories. Sir Spinner examines them and asks if they are here to challenge the hammer. One of the men confirms they are. Upon hearing this, the AI robot greets them warmly, and they express gratitude, surprised by his politeness compared to their expectations. However, as they try to enter, Sir Yappy's red light flares, and he swings his cables on the ground in front of the challengers, causing them to recoil in fear. One of them angrily demands to know why he pulled this move, to which the knight replies that they must pay an entry fee. Now enraged, Sir Spinner insists that they pay the fee, otherwise, they can't participate in the challenge. He shows them a card listing the event's entrance fees, 5 million won for hunters and 500,000 won for civilians. It's expensive, but they are dealing with an epic item. One of the hunters yells about the unfairness of the fee structure, pointing out that civilians only pay 500,000 won while hunters have to pay 5 million won. Sir Spinner cleverly explains that civilians are there to appreciate the glorious item, while hunters are there to challenge it, and the fees are necessary to maintain holy relics. The hunters, frustrated by the steep price difference, are shocked by the extra digit in the figure but ultimately decide to pay, considering the value of the epic item. They take out their phones and ask the AI Knight if they can pay with Samsung Pay. Sir Spinner responds that bank transfer is acceptable. The hunters reluctantly pay the 5 million won and enter the challenge, feeling financially drained. As they enter, a figure in a strange outfit greets them enthusiastically, catching them off guard. It's assistant manager Han Hari, dressed as a lion to represent Lionheart. She warmly welcomes the civilians and introduces herself as an assistant manager of the Korean Hunters Association. The hunters are surprised to see her, especially in such a costume, and recognize her as the special rookie from last year. They find it hard to believe she's dressed as a clown to welcome them for this challenge. The backstory unfolds. The warhammer had mysteriously disappeared from storage a week ago, only to be found in the training ground. Despite numerous attempts by the training soldiers to lift it, the hammer wouldn't budge. When Leon arrived, he was informed that the hammer had been standing there since morning and that no one could move it. Leon took a closer look, then effortlessly lifted the hammer, shocking everyone as their jaws dropped. As Leon held the hammer, he felt a strange sensation, asking the hammer what it was trying to do. Suddenly, the hammer forcefully returned to its initial position, surprising even Leon. Beatrice, observing, remarked that the hammer was quite expressive, while Leon speculated that the hammer seemed to want something. Hari, touching the hammer with her finger, asked if it could have a consciousness of its own. Leon explained that a holy relic like this could indeed develop a mind of its own, especially if it had been with a priest or divine being for a long time, making it difficult to handle. Leon then reflected on the moment he received the hammer, realizing he hadn't felt this consciousness then. He now suspected that the change was due to Sergio Rick's final wish, which the goddess Demra had granted. Leon looks at the warhammer again and asks it directly if it wants him to find a new owner. There's a subtle response from the sacred item, something only Leon seems to understand in an instant. He then turns to Han Hari and instructs her to inform the organization. Confused, Hari asks what exactly he wants her to tell them. With a smile, the Grail Knight tells her to announce that whoever can lift the hammer will be allowed to keep it. This declaration shocks everyone present, including Hari. She suggests that they should have someone assess its value first, and His Majesty agrees. Later, an official from the association arrives to evaluate the hammer and is immediately astounded by its stats. Hari, noticing his reaction, asks what's wrong. The poor evaluator is shaking, barely able to believe the assessment, and blurts out the word epic. Hari repeats the word, trying to grasp its significance. The evaluator loudly declares that the warhammer is an epic item. Leon remains unfazed, as he already knows it's a divine item. The assessor then explains that hunters use special equipment to fight monsters, and for convenience, these items are ranked. The ranks are categorized as normal, rare, unique, and legendary. He continues, explaining that the starting point for luxury equipment is made by regular blacksmiths, and classified as unique items. The equipment made with extraordinary effort, financial backing, and labor in a controlled environment is classified as legendary. In the last 30 years, only a handful of items have been deemed epic, surpassing even the legendary rank. The evaluator lists some of the world's most famous epic items. 1. The Heavenly Demon's Heaven Destruction Sword from Showan Mountain. 2. The 12-Ring Kakara, a great mage staff said to cause world-changing disasters. 3. The Frost Queen's Heart, which continues to expand the snowy fields of Siberia. 4. The Wandering Demon Sword, lost in the world after the Black Gate disaster in London. These items wield tremendous influence and power, capable of securing victory in seemingly impossible situations. And now, right before them, stood another epic item, Sergio Rick's Warhammer. The official asks Leon if he really intends to give the hammer to whoever can lift it. Leon, with a firm voice, confirms his intention. He reiterates that the person who can lift the hammer will be its rightful owner. Despite Leon's clarity, the glasses-wearing evaluator tries to persuade him to reconsider, pointing out the incredible value of the hammer. He shows Leon the assessment, which details the warhammer's mind-blowing effects, blessed by the divinity of life and fertility. It increases the wielder's defense power by 400% and healing power by 300%, with all subordinates receiving half of these benefits. Additionally, the wielder of the hammer will never tire. The system, however, fails to evaluate the true strength of Sergio Rick or the divine being. Leon and Hari glance at the assessment, with Hari's reaction mirroring the astonishment most would feel. But Leon remains resolute, unfazed by the value, and orders the representative to inform the association immediately. The evaluator, Lee Chansu, takes a brief break to make a call, directly informing the president about this epic item. Mr. O's reaction is priceless, as he struggles to believe what he's hearing. The next day, news spreads that the nation's first epic item is up for grabs, attracting a flood of challengers. On the day of the challenge, the hunters are abuzz with curiosity about the warhammer, making a fuss about it. Hari tells one of them to be careful with their words, as the hammer belongs to Sergio Rick. She further informs them that in the Pantheon Guild, one must address someone respectable, like Sergio Rick, as they would a knight. The hunters, initially dismissive, quickly correct themselves, stating they wish to challenge Sergio Rick's warhammer, which satisfies Hari. As they approach the hammer, they are awestruck by the powerful aura it emits, even while lying still. One hunter, whom Hari mentally dubs Turnip Head, steps forward to try his luck. The moment he grabs the hammer, he's hit with a heavy shock that sends him sprawling to the ground, leaving his companion trembling. The hunters are stunned to see that a hammer could do such a thing. Hari calmly explains that it shocks those unworthy of wielding it, prompting the hunters to yell at her for not warning them earlier. Turnip Head's hairstyle is now comically disheveled as he listens to Hari explain that the hammer itself decides who is worthy, and they have no way of knowing its conditions. Just then, Sir Spinner arrives, and the shocked hunter groans at his appearance. Sir Yappy, in a surprisingly cute tone, asks them to pay the tithe. One hunter, still recovering, complains that they've already paid the entrance fee, and now they're being asked to donate money too. Meanwhile, Turnip Head, now somewhat recovered, tries to piece together the meaning behind the tithe and the holy relics, realizing what the robot is asking for. Without hesitation, the hunter approaches Sir Yappy and declares that he'll pay 10 million won as tithe, much to his partner's outrage, who questions his sanity. The robot knight promptly accepts the generous donation, expressing his gratitude for the gesture. The hunter, emboldened by his decision, turns back to the warhammer and grips it once more. To everyone's shock, he manages to lift it slightly without being electrocuted this time, a stark contrast to his previous attempt where he couldn't even make contact with it. At this moment, Sir Spinner appears on the floor, announcing that he is collecting tithes for the construction of the Pantheon Guild. This declaration sparks a flurry of donations, as the challengers, their faith in the gods seemingly restored, scramble to pay more money in hopes of increasing their chances of lifting the hammer. Everyone is fighting to pay, throwing money at the opportunity. Hari, puzzled and concerned, quietly asks Sir Yappy if this is really okay, expressing her doubts as it seems almost sacrilegious. The AI Knight, however, firmly retorts, questioning if she's doubting his efficient method of collection, and orders her to follow the plan without question. Hari can't help but feel that this approach is a bit evil, as the challengers seem to believe that the more they pay, the better their chances of lifting the warhammer. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy is fully embracing his role as the guild's unofficial financial director, calling the warhammer a business opportunity. Our story continues at the base of the Pantheon Guild, where a red-haired young woman informs Sir Spinner that Starbucks has expressed interest in opening a branch within the Pantheon, a significant breakthrough for the guild. Meanwhile, the Robot Knight is busy compiling a tithe report on a laptop. The Pantheon Guild has recently gained immense popularity, largely due to the hunters who entered the challenge to lift the sacred hammer. In doing so, not only did they attempt to obtain the holy weapon, but many found their chronic illnesses completely healed, a miraculous effect attributed to simply being near Pantheon relics. This, coupled with the viral success of their social media campaigns, has drawn even more people to the guild. Sir Yappy, utilizing his advanced AI skills, has played a pivotal role in raising funds for the guild. He has also been tirelessly working to elevate the guild's fame and influence, all with the aim of upgrading the Pantheon training facility to incorporate the latest cutting-edge technology. The assistant manager, dressed in an outfit that accentuates her figure, is taken aback by the extensive upgrades. She questions the robot responsible, asking what the facility is for. The robot explains that it's a high-intensity forging facility. The entire facility gleams with new, high-tech equipment, and at the center of the room sits a pink diamond, encased in glass. Hari, the assistant manager, is skeptical and asks if he's sure it's a smithy. The robot confirms, stating that it's the most basic level of a forging facility he could find in his database. He adds that given Earth's rudimentary metallurgy, this was the best he could do. Despite its simplicity compared to Sir Spinner's city, Hari finds the facility impressive. Hearing this, Sir Yappy teases her, suggesting that her organic brain is the reason she finds it impressive, a remark that offends the young woman, who calls him mean. She then asks Sir Yappy if he is indeed the Grail Knight of Divinity of Steel and Blacksmith, which he confirms. She finally gets to the point, requesting him to forge a sword for her. However, Sir Yappy declines, leaving her disappointed and feeling like an outsider, unworthy of the Holy Knight's craftsmanship. But Mr. Jag reassures her that his refusal isn't due to her being an outsider. The facility is currently incomplete and requires an additional setup to handle adamantite. This revelation brings a small sense of relief and hope. Afterward, Sir Yappy hops off, stating that he needs to earn some money and she wishes him luck. Her expression turns lifeless when she realizes that he even prepared a small escape route leading to a minimal-level forging facility, just as he announces that the seed money acquisition is complete. Inside this modest facility, multiple screens display various parameters, with some even showing cryptocurrency trends. Sir Spinner glances at the screens and decides that it's time to become a righteous thief once again, likely hinting at manipulating the stock market. Recently, the global stock market has been in turmoil, with stocks plummeting rapidly. At the headquarters of a major stock market player, chaos reigns. A man in a brown coat is shouting at his colleague, furious that the stories being published are the exact opposite of what they had planned. Meanwhile, his assistant is angrily swearing at someone on the phone, expressing disgust that despite a significant bribe, the person failed to manipulate the news as intended. The person on the other end of the call mentions a ghost-like entity interfering with their stock manipulation schemes, prompting the man at headquarters to demand the identity of this bastard. Of course, we know exactly who that righteous bastard is. This mysterious figure disrupts the timing of sales, takes all the profits for himself, and then vanishes without a trace. As members of the Pantheon Guild, we are well aware that this elusive ghost is none other than Mr. Yappy. Recently, Yappy has been focusing on financial assets related to food, recognizing that in the 21st century, the global food situation is dire. Large swaths of land have been corrupted by demonic elements, making them unfit for cultivation. During the early stages of the Great Change, the powerful nations of the West and East Asia responded effectively. However, dungeon breaks continue to wreak havoc, especially in poorer nations already grappling with issues like colonization, dictatorship, and power struggles, particularly in Eastern Europe and the Middle East. In this era of conflict, Sir Spinner seized the opportunity to buy up these corrupted lands, starting with the grain industry in Heilongjiang. After the Shanghai disaster 20 years ago, Heilongjiang, one of the 50 warlord nations, suffered severe corruption. Yappy took advantage of this situation, purchasing a portion of the grain industry and spreading the faith of Demira, the goddess of life and fertility, to purify the soil. While it wasn't possible to achieve the rapid purification or crop production seen in Leon's domain, the soil would soon be capable of producing blessed rice, corn, and other grains, turning the industry profitable once more. All these steps were taken to monopolize the world's food resources under the Pantheon Guild's control. However, there remains the looming threat of invasion. Big data analysis shows that global politics and war are ultimately futile wastes of natural resources, especially as the threat levels of gates around the world continue to rise. Sir Spinner logically concludes that a rational human leader should avoid the illogical use of armed forces, believing that the land will eventually rise from the ashes. Meanwhile, breaking news on TV announces a coup d'etat in Jilin, causing a stir in the cafeteria. Conversations about an impending war catch everyone's attention, including Hari and the financial director. Surprisingly, Mr. Yappy experiences mechanical chills upon hearing the news, as if something has gone terribly wrong. He then pulls Hari aside, confiding in her that he owns a private equity firm, a method of asset management that has been steadily rising in popularity. He encourages her to register today, offering to manage her funds. Hari, somewhat puzzled, asks if he's seeking an investment. Yappy clarifies that he wants to manage her finances, which impresses the naive assistant, who finds his involvement in the stock market quite amazing. However, Yappy quickly hits a sore spot by pointing out that her financial situation is weak, and that she needs a professional to help manage her money. This stings Hari, who defensively mentions that she has saved up a decent amount for her age. The AI robot, however, bluntly informs her that she's only saved 15% of the average savings of high-rank hunters and that her salary is meager. He adds that she donates her bonuses from clearing gates to charity. This revelation leaves Hari feeling downcast as she explains that she donates the money she doesn't need to the orphanage where she grew up. Undeterred, the robot suggests that with proper financial management, she could offer even larger donations. Still, Hari isn't interested in the offer. As a last resort, Sir Spinner sternly advises her that in modern civilization, neglecting financial education is akin to giving up on life. She should be grateful that he's offering to manage her finances. Reluctantly, she agrees to invest 2 million won. But Yappy isn't satisfied with that amount. He demands 20 million won and orders her to sell her semi-basement apartment in Seoul, which leaves her baffled. After some contemplation, she decides that if Sir Yappy is handling it, there must be nothing suspicious, so she agrees to his demands. As Yappy's plan unfolds, he promotes Hari from bronze to silver as a goodwill gesture. However, the naive redhead doesn't fully grasp what this means. When she inquires about silver members, the AI system explains that bronze members receive a 100% return, while silver members get 200%. Intrigued, Sir Spinner then asks if she wants to advance to an even higher level, tempting Hari with the prospect of greater rewards. Succumbing to greed, she opts for the higher level. Yappy then presents his final offer. If she can recruit 5 additional members, she'll be upgraded to gold, increasing her profit rate to 300%. Hari, shocked but enticed, agrees to the proposal. Poor Hari, at just 20 years old and still new to society, is naive enough to not recognize that this is a classic multi-level marketing scheme. Trusting in Yappy's promises, she begins recruiting her friends, believing she's making a wise decision. She even ropes in her brother, Suho, who trusts his elder Nuna and agrees to join the scheme. Both siblings end up investing all their savings and property in hopes of gaining a 300% profit. Hari compiles a list of 8 individuals, including her brother, classmates, a few soldiers from the Pantheon Guild, and some officials from the Korean Hunters Association. She genuinely believes they've made a smart choice by joining this financial management program, but only time will tell how it turns out for them. This is how Mr. Yappy's pyramid scheme gained momentum. At this point, it's questionable whether we can still call him a righteous thief. The next morning, a fancy car pulls up in front of the Pantheon Guild's base. It seems that the nation's authorities have taken notice of the activities happening at the Guild's facility. 3 officials in expensive 2-piece suits exit the car, barge into the establishment, and inform Sir Spinner and the robot knight that they are from the district court. The central figure writes something on the papers and informs the group that it's a formal warning regarding the imminent confiscation of the Guild's assets. This revelation from the district court's representatives leaves both Grail Knights completely baffled. Leon, shocked, demands an explanation for what this means. It seems the financial director of the guild understands all too well why they're being issued this warning, as he's the one responsible for the financial mishaps. We then see an enraged guildmaster seated at the table, and every person who invested in Sir Yappy's pyramid scheme standing before him. It looks like a trial for Sir Yappy. Leon is furious about the situation that has unfolded and demands an explanation. Sir Spinner, looking utterly defeated, realizes his scheme has been exposed. The situation has spiraled out of control. First, the financial director failed to repay loans taken out in the name of the Pantheon Guild. Second, many of the guild's employees went bankrupt after investing in Yappy's scheme, and they are now demanding their money back. The most serious issue, however, is that private equity has plummeted, leaving Leon deeply anxious as things look increasingly grim. The innocent assistant, Hari, is crying uncontrollably, telling Sir Yappy that the 87 million won she invested was all the money she had, including her only property, a semi-basement apartment in Seoul. Not just Hari, but all the people she convinced to join the program are also in tears. Chief Manager Kim lost his wife's entire savings, and Gu Disung invested all his savings from 5 years, hoping for a miracle. Farmers who put up their land as collateral for Yappy's investment are also in despair, which only adds to Leon's discomfort. With a dead serious expression, Leon asks Sir Spinner how much he has lost. The robot system begins calculating and reveals that the losses amount to a staggering 87,054,340,000 won. The losses are not static either, they are increasing hourly, with an additional 49,853,655 won lost every hour. This revelation sends another wave of shock through the hall, nearly causing the assistant manager to collapse. The room erupts into chaos, with people crying and beating their chests over their lost savings. Some can be heard shouting that they should seize assets from the Pantheon's base to compensate for their losses. Leon, now cursing his luck, remains silent, the calm before the storm. Suddenly, an employee emerges holding the cursed weapon of androgen, exclaiming that he found an expensive item in storage that could help offset some of the losses. The Grail Knight of Blacksmith and Steel is immediately on edge at the sight. This cursed object had been passed to Sir Yappy by Leon to craft something from its material. Yappy leaps from the table to seize the weapon from the employee, warning him not to touch it as it belongs to him, while others urge capturing the Grail Knight. In the midst of the turmoil, Hari is sprawled on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, reflecting on the financial losses caused by her greed. Suho, her brother, appears lifeless, but his best friend sits by his side, trying to reassure him that everything will be okay. Suho, devastated, laments the effort he put into making that money, while workers restrain Sir Yappy, who is desperately ordering them to release him. Meanwhile, others are eyeing the fancy pillars of the building, considering stripping the guild of its assets. Leon is pushed to his limits, on the verge of losing his temper as the situation escalates. He's dangerously close to snapping, ready to unleash his fury on everyone if the chaos continues any longer. I feel really bad for the naive assistant as she tells Chief Manager Kim that she isn't feeling well. Concerned, Kim urges her to pull herself together. At that moment, Leon overhears Hari's distress and feels a surge of protectiveness. The commanding aura of the king takes over him as he loses patience with the tantrums of these inferior beings. He stands on the table and lets out a loud roar, ordering everyone to stop the fuss. The room falls silent, everyone frozen in place, staring at Leon with wide eyes and pounding hearts. Leon turns to Sir Yappy, who is being restrained by the bankrupt employees, and places his trust in the robot, confident that Yappy can resolve this issue with his level of intelligence. He then asks Yappy how much time he needs to fix everything and ensure everyone gets their money back. After a brief calculation, the system informs Leon that it will take until tomorrow, and Leon agrees, leaving the matter in the robot's hands. At the same time, Leon reassures everyone that he will personally act as a financial guarantor for their debts, urging them to return to their duties without causing any more fuss. This assurance from Leon himself calms everyone down, as they trust his word. Though they respect Leon and respond with a resounding Roger to his order, there are still lingering doubts. Can all of this really be resolved in a single day? Well, who knows what this next generation AI robot, Sir Yappy, is capable of. Sir Spinner, however, is seething with fury at the level of humiliation he's endured over the past few hours, nearly breaking Leon's trust in his abilities. Determined to redeem himself, he enters the advanced level forging facility and issues multiple emergency commands, even bypassing the safety protocols of some monstrous creation he's been working on. He activates a special-grade exoskeleton with an integration armor platform, MK1, a sleek, Ironman-like suit, but without the flashy colors. It's a formidable AI soldier robot, designed for high-level destruction. Sir Yappy appears ready to go to any lengths to restore the lost funds. He launches mission code, Fund Restoration, and the exoskeleton's helmet glows ominously red. The scene shifts to Heilongjiang, in Northeast Asia, where a recent war has left the city's infrastructure in ruins. The territory is now under the control of grotesque orcs. Ruyo, a high-ranking orc officer in the Jilin Republican Army, is lazily yawning when a few of his subordinates approach him, addressing him as boss and asking about the enemies they've come to fight. Ruyo stops yawning, giving them his attention. Soon, two massive, muscular orcs arrive, reporting that the neighboring humans are cowardly and run away at the sight of them, showing no honor. The orc corporal, however, couldn't care less about honor. All he cares about is having enough food. As he picks his nose, he orders them to wait before invading other neighborhoods again, conserving energy and resources unless food is involved. One of the long-haired orcs enthusiastically agrees, pounding his fist and exclaiming that they'll soon be feasting on humans too. The three orcs become visibly excited, relishing the thought of consuming human meals. They start leaping and shouting, eagerly anticipating their next ransack. As they revel in their plans, the orc boss glances at the sky and orders them to wrap up their current tasks quickly so they can move on. Suddenly, he spots a red light in the sky and wonders what it could be. In the clear blue sky, a fast-approaching red missile streaks toward the orc commander's base. Ruyo, unable to comprehend what it is at first, assumes it's a meteor as it gets closer. But whatever it is, it makes no difference. It leads to a massive explosion, obliterating everything nearby in an instant. Following the attack, the scene shifts to Minister Julius of the U.S. Department of Defense, who is losing his composure over the fact that a divine staff has been hacked. A divine staff is a code name for a weapon fired from a satellite towards Earth. Julius is frantic, wondering who could be responsible for launching such an attack, as only 3 people have the passkey to authorize it. One of his agents informs him that neither the White House nor the Special Hunter headquarters know anything about the incident. The minister is in disbelief. How could the security system, which was supposed to be foolproof, have been breached? The passcode key changes every minute. The agent explains that there are 100 million unique passcode combinations, and even if the world's most powerful supercomputer attempted to crack it, it would take approximately 13 years. Hearing this, Minister Julius is left wondering who in the world could carry out such an advanced hack. He frantically orders his agents to stop the attack somehow and asks if there's even the slightest chance of halting it. But the agent grimly informs him that it's impossible. The passcode pattern has been reinforced, leaving no way to intervene. Currently, there are over 10 billion possible combinations for the passcode. This realization hits Minister Julius like a ton of bricks, leaving him sweating profusely. But the situation only worsens when another agent urgently informs him that Grizzly has been activated, a high-tech, moving lens weapon. The countdown for Grizzly has begun, and simultaneous activations have been prepared. The agent wearing glasses is stunned to learn that Grizzly's target is the Jilin Republic, prompting the minister to wonder why this specific location is being targeted. As he processes this, one of his assistants hands him a phone, urging him to take a look. The minister is shocked to see a surprising turn of events. In the video, he is leading a press conference, announcing that the Jilin Republic has caused a disturbance in the US. Simultaneously, the Russian minister is holding his own press conference, declaring that Russia will not tolerate provocations from other nations and will collaborate with the US to address the issue. But the minister knows he's at headquarters, dealing with the Grizzly crisis. His assistant then informs him that the video is a deepfake, an expertly manipulated fake video, leaving him in disbelief. Suddenly, all the computers and screens in the room shut down, displaying a message in various languages. "I came to finish this war." The minister is shocked and increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, in the Jilin Republic, General Lin Cheng Kazak is feeling immense pressure, questioning how they ended up in this situation. He informs his cabinet that they are now the most powerful nation, but that war is inevitable. This worries the other top-ranking orcs, and one of them voices concern about how they will handle this dire situation. The general orders them to gather the remaining funds and head to the fields to increase their numbers before initiating another rebellion. The orcs agree, but one of them lets slip his intrusive thoughts, suggesting that they hunt female humans afterward. A split second later, his head is brutally smashed into the table. Standing there is the Korean Ironman, Sir Yappy's advanced exoskeleton, making a dramatic entrance that sends chills down the orcs' spines. They're left wondering what on earth this terrifying figure is. The robot, now fully activated, issues a command. The target, a species of non-human orcs, is identified and ready to be neutralized in order to retrieve the stolen funds. The scene continues with Sir Yappy's exoskeleton, having successfully infiltrated the orcs' general hideout. Inside the base, the robot stands with its weapons aimed directly at General Lin Cheng, who remains seated calmly, unfazed by the threat. The general, with a hint of curiosity, remarks that while he doesn't know who the robot is, it must be very brave to step into their stronghold. Suddenly, one of the orc commanders lunges to attack the robot, but his strike misses as the exoskeleton leaps like a frog, effortlessly evading the assault. The system immediately activates assassination mode, and high-speed bullets begin to rip through the orcs' bodies, causing them to cry out in pain. The gunfire is relentless, tearing through the room in all directions. However, the general manages to shield himself behind a boulder that fell during the robot's infiltration. Just then, an orc armed with a shield and axe tries to sneak up from behind, charging at the Ironman while cursing it to die. The orc doesn't realize who he's up against. This is the Grail Knight of Hito. The exoskeleton swiftly pivots, extending its arm toward the charging orc. We know what's coming, but the unfortunate orc remains oblivious to the fact that these are his last moments. A powerful blast erupts at close range, the force of which is evident as the recoil of the robot's hand sends shockwaves through the room, and the orc's body is reduced to minced meat. The exoskeleton then rises again, turning to face the general and the remaining orcs, who are now huddled in the corner of the room, terrified and unsure of how to deal with this metallic menace. Their situation grows increasingly dire as the AI system initiates a special modification, arming the exoskeleton with an ultra-high-mass 12-gauge bullet set. It becomes clear that these orcs stand no chance against Sir Jagged Spinner of the Red Gate. Once the modification is complete, the Iron Man aims all its weapons, including nozzles in its hands, at the few remaining orcs. Focusing on the 3 lead commanders, the robot releases the conditional firearm restriction, allowing all its weapons to fire simultaneously. The red light on the helmet glows a menacing crimson as the exoskeleton unleashes a devastating barrage of firepower, obliterating windows and walls alike. The relentless hail of ultra-heavy bullets decimates the orcs, who lose limbs and more, screaming in agony with whatever strength they have left. The exoskeleton doesn't relent until it has fired round after round, splattering blood across the room. When the Iron Man of Sir Yappy finally ceases fire, the carnage is evident. All the orcs lie defeated before him. But wait, against all odds, one orc remains standing. Amidst the wreckage and bloodshed, his red eyes glow fiercely in the darkness. Could this orc still pose a threat after enduring such a horrific onslaught? The surviving orc stands tall, holding a gleaming, pristine axe that looks as if it has never been used. He compliments the robot on its effort, saying it wasn't bad. This is General Lincheng Kazak, the blonde, long-haired orc, who seems more amused than concerned, admiring the robot for killing orcs that were supposed to be promoted to generals in just a few days. Recognizing this orc as a potential threat, the AI system orders a resumption of the assassination, which offends General Lincheng. He scoffs at the robot, questioning if a mere hunk of metal could even comprehend the concept of assassination. The weaponry begins firing again, but to the robot's surprise, Lincheng effortlessly dodges and deflects the supersonic bullets with his axe, moving with astonishing speed and precision. In the blink of an eye, the general is upon the robot, ready to strike. With a powerful swing of his axe, he slices off one of the robot's weapons, inflicting significant damage on its metallic arm, leaving the AI system momentarily puzzled. The system quickly analyzes the situation and identifies the weapon as adamantite. The general confirms this, proudly announcing that his axe is made entirely from the rare, nearly indestructible material. Without hesitation, Lincheng prepares to land another devastating blow, boasting that even a drake couldn't survive an attack from his axe. In a matter of seconds, he delivers multiple strikes, tearing apart the robot's remaining weapons. The system, realizing the gravity of the situation, categorizes the general as an S-rank warrior. Worse yet, the robot is now out of ammo, facing a seemingly unbeatable foe. But the robot still has one last trick up its sleeve, no surprise, considering it was designed by Sir Yappy, the warlord of the Qingju Gate, who has mastered survival in every possible scenario. The secret lies in the palm of its hand. The robot feigns vulnerability, tricking the general into targeting one of its hands. As Lincheng moves in for the strike, the robot swiftly dodges and positions its hand directly in front of the general's face, attempting to blast it off. However, the attack falls short, leaving only a few cuts on the general's face. The orc laughs, acknowledging the cleverness of the trick but unimpressed by its effectiveness. Now it's Lincheng's turn to retaliate. He body slams the exoskeleton, causing it to lose balance, and looks down on the robot, taunting it for daring to think that a mere chunk of metal could stand a chance against him, the great general, blessed by the warrior god, Helkin. Just as Lincheng prepares to deliver a fatal, vertical blow to the robot's head, intending to split it open, an unexpected command echoes through the system, insufficient time and scenario failure. The general freezes, shocked and unable to comprehend what has just happened. The truth is, Sir Jagged Spinner has executed his final gambit. The blonde orc finds himself entangled in a wire trap, with the thin, nearly invisible wires wrapping around him from all directions, restraining his movements. As the exoskeleton collapses to the ground, seemingly drained of power, it's revealed that the robot hasn't lost power at all. Instead, Sir Yappy, the master controlling it, emerges from the exoskeleton, pleased with the valuable data he has gathered from the real battle, much to the shock of the orc general. Furious, the monster lashes out at Sir Spinner, demanding to know what he's babbling about with all this talk of big data in the midst of their fight. But now it's time for the Grail Knight of Divinity of Blacksmith and Steel to truly shine. Sir Yappy activates the tactical divine law, causing golden mana to engulf him. More wires wrap tightly around General Lincheng's body, binding him from head to toe. In mere seconds, the Holy Knight unleashes a flashback to his first attack at the Qingju Sports Complex during the initial raiding party. The result is devastating. The once mighty general is reduced to nothing more than chunks of meat, leaving only the remnants of what was once a formidable opponent. After dispatching the orc commander, Sir Yappy collects the adamantite weapon, planning to use it in his future research. He then declares that all witnesses have been eliminated, completing the assassination. The scene shifts back to the cafeteria, where a breaking news report on the TV announces that the situation regarding the Jilin Republic's coup d'etat has been resolved. The newly rectified Jilin Republic government issues an apology for the chaos caused, and blessed crops have been discovered in the rice fields of Beidawang. This news delights the red-haired Hari, who happily tells Sir Yappy that it's great news. Little does she know that her partner is the true cause behind these developments. As she checks her phone, thrilled that the war is over, Hari suddenly receives a notification that the fund's profit margin has reached 200%. She's overwhelmed with excitement, nearly fainting from the rush of hormones, while Sir Yappy calmly sips his barley tea in the background. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Leon, examines a clipboard in his hands, carefully studying the progress of Suho, who has shown improvement in areas such as swordsmanship, shield techniques, spearmanship, and horseback riding. The Holy Knight is impressed and considers connecting Suho with the gods soon. However, he notes that Suho's faith is still lacking and needs to be strengthened, though time is running short. The gods, aware of the impending danger, have simplified the process, so Leon needs to act quickly. Turning to the next page, Leon reviews the stats of Chinsoyan, whose abilities surpass those of Suho. Despite her impressive stats, Leon believes that a knight should adhere to the rules of virtue. Upon reading that Soyeon is the granddaughter of the guild master of one of Korea's top guilds, greed crosses Leon's mind. He assumes that this affluent child joined the pantheon out of a desire for divine laws. This thought triggers a flashback to a time when Leon himself was consumed by greed. In the memory, a woman stands behind him, accusing him of killing the greatest king in Lionheart history. As Leon becomes lost in his thoughts, an intuition strikes him, sending chills down his spine. Suddenly, the king of Lionheart leaps from his seat, sensing that the hammer has moved. But the real question is, who lifted the hammer? With lightning speed, Leon dashes through the cafeteria doors, heading straight for the training ground where the hammer has stood for days. The staff of Pantheon is left bewildered by his sudden urgency, having no idea what's happening. Sir Yappy, perched like a hen on Hari's head, is also puzzled by the king's actions. Despite being blessed by the gods, even he doesn't realize that someone has moved the hammer. When Leon reaches the training ground, it's empty, with no one in sight. But his attention is fixed on the hammer, now hovering in the air. A proud smile crosses Leon's face, though he hadn't expected this particular person to lift the warhammer. The one who has lifted the warhammer is none other than the captain of Squad 3, once a D-rank unaffiliated hunter, Mr. Gu Disung. He looks confused, caught red-handed by Leon while attempting this feat without permission. The chapter ends here, and honestly, it's been a long time coming. I've been rooting for Gu Disung to pick up the warhammer since the challenge began. Moving forward, the next chapter begins with a landscape shot of the area beside the Naju Plain, featuring empty fields where no crops have been planted for some time. The yellow horse that Leon ordered Hari to take is nibbling on her braided red hair, while other students, including Suho, are also present. Leon announces that today they will be welcoming a new student, sending a wave of confusion among the group, who wonder why this is happening so suddenly. Yihyuk whispers to a comrade that most students from the academy must have already joined guilds, leaving them to speculate who might be joining now. Leon looks to his right and informs everyone that this person will train alongside them to pursue the title of knight. Hari's jaw drops when she sees the newcomer. It's safe to say we all know who this person is. Enter Mr. Gu Disung, struggling to control a stallion, yet managing to do surprisingly well for a first-timer. He finally gets the horse under control, stopping in front of the students, and introduces himself as Gu Disung, the first-generation student of Man-at-Arms, expressing his pleasure at meeting them. Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunters Association headquarters, an agent is briefing the president on the current state of their naval patrols. He informs the president that the Eastern Sea Fleet, 7 American fleets, and Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force have all checked in. The president, visibly shaken, mutters that the Dragon Palace, once thought to be a myth, is now a terrifying reality. The Dragon Palace, a gate located in the middle of the ocean, was discovered 25 years ago in Tokyo Bay. Now, this mythical gate is at the center of a looming crisis. At that time, people believed that gates only appeared on land, and there were no satellites in place to observe or search for gates in the oceans. As a result, humanity didn't look to the seas for potential dangers. The Tokyo Bay Gate was completely neglected by authorities until a catastrophic dungeon break occurred, leading to the destruction of Tokyo. The nearby beaches became corrupted, and things worsened when ocean creatures mutated into monstrous beings, almost like Godzilla rising from the depths. This manhwa really knows how to capture the imagination of its fanbase. The Tokyo Bay incident quickly became one of the worst gate disasters in history, prompting nations to cooperate in raiding the gate, starting with the collaboration between South Korea's Blue House and Japan's leadership. Further worsening the situation, the agent reports that Hurricane Nabai, initially heading towards the Pacific Ocean, has abruptly changed direction and is now heading toward Along Island. This news puts the president in a tough spot as he struggles to figure out how to respond. His anxiety reaches new heights when he learns that Nabai is expected to be the worst hurricane of the year. He curses his luck, lamenting that this disaster had to strike now. Forecasters on the news report that the hurricane is moving at 64.5 meters per second, comparable to Hurricane Mimi in 2003, and serious damage is expected on Along Island. The president, Mr. O, calls his assistant and orders him to contact His Majesty Leon of the Pantheon Guild immediately. In a situation like this, who else could he turn to? About half an hour later, Lee Youngwon of the Phoenix Guild arrives, asking why no one else is there yet. The president feels slightly relieved to see that one of the guilds has shown up promptly. He greets Mr. Lee with a remark that Lee seems to have changed, recalling how he used to ignore drafts, but is now the first to arrive. It's clear that this wasn't easy for Lee, who looks a bit embarrassed. However, Lee fires back, questioning why their guild was selected as the priority draft candidate when there are better guilds out there. The president tries to mask his desperation by flattering Lee, with an older official chiming in that it's hard to find a guild as great as Phoenix Guild. Lee, however, points out that they are still suffering from the damages they incurred during the Jeju Island incident. The president, grinning wickedly, remarks that he's sure they're better off now. This condescending tone deeply offends the red-haired fire mage, who silently curses the old man for forcing his authority on him so suddenly. Lee suspects that this must have something to do with Leon. Lee then asks if they're being sent alone or if the president's ace card is stepping in, which catches the old man off guard. Playing coy, the president pretends not to understand, but Lee isn't fooled. The president eventually informs the S-rank hunter that His Majesty isn't someone Lee can evaluate, which disappoints Lee. Feeling let down, Lee turns away, muttering that things aren't working out as he'd hoped, which amuses the spooky Yuri. She taunts the guildmaster, saying that one reaps what one sows. This further enrages the red-haired mage, who seethes with anger at her remarks. As Lee turns away, he recalls a flashback from their time in the Jeju Island Gate. He remembers how one of the Kingdom Knights handed him the reins of his horse, urging him to take it even though he wasn't a great rider, because the horse would follow the lead of the King of Lionheart. The knight prayed for Lee to live honorably until the end, under God's blessings. This memory weighs heavily on Lee's conscience, considering the mistakes of his past life, and he begins to feel unwell again. Suddenly, the bald assistant rushes into the room, eyes glued to his phone. Reaching the president, he shows him the screen, announcing that the VIP is arriving in a few minutes. This news startles the Phoenix Guildmaster as well. The elderly president quickly becomes anxious, adjusting his tie and coat, and even freshening his breath with a mouth spray. Lee watches in disbelief at the lengths Mr. O is going to in order to appear presentable for the VIP. The VIP arrives, and who else could it be but Leon Dragonia Lionheart, accompanied by Han Hari and Kim Jingsu. Our hero definitely carries an undeniable aura. The president bows deeply to welcome Leon, thanking His Majesty for gracing them with his presence. However, Leon barely acknowledges the formalities, more interested in the reason he was summoned. After the initial greetings, Leon warns the president that he better have a good reason for calling him all the way here, noting that he was in the middle of leading a training session at the Naju Plains. The president laughs awkwardly, assuring him that the reason is indeed important. The president then leads Leon to the Central Command, where he begins explaining the precarious situation in detail. Within moments, Leon grasps the issue at hand. He crosses his arms and settles into a seat as he processes the gravity of the situation. The president uses a projector to illustrate all possible angles, and Leon quickly summarizes. A gate has appeared in the middle of the ocean, and the real problem is that a hurricane is approaching, complicating any raid efforts. The president then clicks another button on the remote, informing Leon that the US and Japanese naval fleets will assist in the raid, while other guilds will be on standby as a backup plan. In an attempt to persuade Leon to join the operation, the president bows slightly and cleverly frames it as an opportunity to further elevate the honor of the King of Lionheart. He requests Leon to bless them with his heroic abilities. The president is clearly adept with words, no wonder he's in his position, willing to do anything to handle the situation. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Leon, amused by the president's flattery, acknowledges his skill with words and agrees to the offer. However, as he stands up, he reminds the president that the king's value is heavy and that he should prepare a worthy tribute. The president, desperate to secure Leon's participation, asks what His Majesty would like in return. Leon smirks mischievously and replies that a king doesn't count coins. He suggests the president discuss the price with Sir Spinner, which visibly unsettles the president. After all, we know how Sir Spinner handles financial matters. Though not thrilled, the president begrudgingly accepts this demand, realizing how difficult it is to deal with His Majesty, who has essentially given him an open-ended commitment instead of the decisive leadership he expected. Meanwhile, Leon orders Hari to bring the name list of individuals under their guild. As they head out of the association's building, Leon reads the list of soldiers and newbie trainees in the Pantheon Guild. He begins calling out the names of those who will participate in the raid, starting with Sir Spinner, then moving on to students Han Suho, Kim Yi-hyuk, and Gu Disung. He then lists the soldiers, including Kim Gapsu, Hwang Junchul, Park Cheolgan, and finally Ma Cheoldu. However, as the list grows, Hari's expression turns gloomy as she notices something odd. She looks at Leon with a puzzled expression and calls out to him, catching his attention. "What's the matter?" Leon asks. Hari points out something unusual. None of the people he named are women. Who would have guessed our little Pookie would turn out to be a feminist? This observation makes Leon a bit uncomfortable as he struggles to come up with a response, knowing Hari might hold a grudge. Meanwhile, Hari critically thinks that even if Leon differentiates between women and men, he's not the type to discriminate in a situation like this. She continues to stare at him, expecting a reasonable answer. Leon, however, responds in his usual confident tone, suggesting that the answer should be obvious. But Hari is still puzzled by what he means. "No way, our boy has just turned into Andrew Tate," as he exasperatedly explains that it's bad luck to have women on board. The redhead instantly loses her cool, and it seems like a Pandora's box is about to open. Now we get an aerial shot of 3 black helicopters flying over the ocean, approaching a warship, South Korea's first fleet. The helicopters land smoothly on the helipads, where multiple naval officers in white uniforms stand ready to welcome the passengers. I'm practically melting at the sight of what looks like Tom Cruise stepping out of the helicopter. But wait, this isn't a Hollywood star. It's our king of Lionheart, Leon, looking effortlessly cool in black sunglasses and a black and white combo outfit. Honestly, I could go homo for this moment. As the chopper doors open, the Pantheon Guild disembarks, led by Leon, followed by Hari, Kim, Gu, and several soldiers from their guild. Wasting no time on formalities, Leon immediately asks the nearest officer if he's the commander of the base. The officer, without his cap, responds that he is Lieutenant General Choi Yi-sung of the First Fleet. After a brief introduction, the general expresses his deep honor in finally meeting His Majesty, revealing that his granddaughter's chronic illness was cured by the blessed crops of the goddess Demara. He earnestly requests Leon to convey his gratitude to the goddess on his behalf, which would mean the world to him. This pleases Leon, who smiles as he removes his sunglasses and tells the general that if he truly wishes to thank the goddess for her blessings, then he is Leon's brother. Choi chuckles at the remark, saying it's a great honor for him. He then leads Leon and the Pantheon Guild, eager not to waste any more time. As they walk, General Choi mentions that before they begin the briefing, he would like to introduce Leon to the Allied forces. The scene shifts to the base of the naval fleet. Inside a large building, the red-haired fire mage, Lee Yongwon, is present, visibly surprised by something he sees. A group of individuals is engaged in a discussion near the stage. Lee asks Lieutenant General Choi if they are part of the U.S. raid team, to which Choi confirms that they flew in as quickly as possible on a cargo aircraft. Choi adds that while the U.S. raid team is known for being passive, what he's observed so far has been surprising. Meanwhile, the Guildmaster of Phoenix Guild notices someone famous among the crowd. Lee points out that the man is Reynolds Sherman, the master of the American Magic Tower, and remarks on how this traitor, known for playing into the hands of demons, is present. Lee is tense, recognizing that someone as high profile as Sherman wouldn't be here without a significant reason. Sherman, who overhears Lee's remarks, feels a swell of pride, delighted to know that he's famous even in Korea. His presence adds an unexpected twist to the gathering, leaving the South Korean party, especially Lee, wary of what might unfold next. Surprisingly, Sherman is still carrying the purple jewel with him as he turns around to greet the Korean hunters, offering a formal introduction. At this moment, he has no idea that both Leon and Sir Spinner are present, and they will instantly recognize the Jewel of Wisdom. As Sherman is in the middle of his introduction, his eyes land on Leon standing in the group. He begins to stutter, panic setting in as both he and the demon inside the jewel realize they are in serious trouble. The old mage visibly trembles, asking the so-called great being what they should do now that Leon is right in front of them. The demon, equally unnerved but trying to maintain control, urges Sherman to stay calm, reminding him that if Leon had truly noticed the demon, they would have already been killed. Meanwhile, Leon lifts his sunglasses, scrutinizing the group. The crystal tries to reassure Sherman, telling him that they haven't been discovered yet and urging him to trust in the power of the ring that the demon crafted specifically for him. Sherman glances at the ring with the red stone, trying to take comfort in the demon's words, thinking that such a creation from a wise, great demon should be foolproof. The demon insists that the ring can conceal demonic mana, assuring Sherman that they won't be detected by anyone. However, it quickly becomes apparent that the ring isn't working as well as intended. Demonic mana begins to leak from it, causing Sherman to panic even more. The demon, though also trembling, demands that Sherman calm down immediately. The demon explains that Leon's divine power is overwhelming the ring's concealment ability, and orders Sherman to distance himself from Leon to prevent his mana from dominating the ring again. But Sherman hesitates, knowing that moving away suddenly would only raise Leon's suspicions further, much to the demon's frustration. As Sherman stands frozen in fear, Leon steps forward and places himself directly in front of the old mage. Master Reynolds Sherman awkwardly greets Leon, claiming that he's long wanted to meet him, as Leon's fame has spread far and wide. However, Sherman is internally terrified, knowing that he can't risk shaking hands with Leon, as the king would instantly discover his secret. Leon, smirking slightly, seems to sense that something is off. Still, he decides to pass by Sherman, mocking the old mage with a comment about knowing his place. Sherman is left puzzled, wondering why Leon seemed satisfied with such a brief interaction. Panicking, Sherman mentally communicates with the jewel, insisting that they should leave immediately, as it would be safest for both of them. However, the demon disagrees, arguing that they must take advantage of this rare opportunity and enter the gate. Sherman silently curses his luck for being stuck with such a stubborn demon. Meanwhile, Hari is outside, walking alone and cursing her own bad luck that His Majesty didn't allow women on the ship. Suddenly, she spots Gu Disung helping the workers with logistics. Surprised, she rushes over to him, calling his name and offering him a soft drink. She asks why he's doing such hard labor when it's supposed to be handled by the association staff. Gu, ever humble, replies that he feels he should help out too. Hari reminds him that he's now a trainee and assures him that His Majesty wouldn't have expected him to do menial tasks like these. Gu, still modest, explains that he thinks he's being treated too highly just for lifting the hammer, which annoys Hari. She points out that she couldn't even move the hammer an inch, and more than 1,000 people tried before him. The fact that he succeeded shows that he was chosen by the goddess. Despite her words, Gu remains skeptical, finding it hard to believe that he was truly chosen by the goddess, insisting that it couldn't be possible. Hari, frustrated by his humility, continues to emphasize how special his achievement is, but Gu remains unconvinced, still in disbelief at his own fortune. Hari, in a playful mood, starts imitating Leon, saying, if His Majesty were here, he would have said, how can a lowly peasant doubt the decision of a king? The hunter Gu Disung, standing nearby, looks like he's seen a ghost. It's absolutely hilarious, especially since Leon is standing right behind her as she continues her impersonation, mimicking his stern tone. How dare you undervalue the judgment of the goddess? Or something like this won't do. You're having all these doubts because you're not working your body hard enough. Meanwhile, Gu tries to signal to her that His Majesty is right behind them. Hari continues, saying, back in my day, we trained without even sleeping a wink. Gu desperately calls her name again, trying to warn her of the danger looming behind her. Finally, Hari picks up on Gu's signals and pauses, a brief silence hanging in the air as she nervously asks, is the king right behind me? Gu remains silent, and in that moment, Leon grabs her by the hair, scolding her for her insolence in mocking and imitating a king. Hari, now in tears, begs for forgiveness, asking Leon to finish her off. Leon, taking pity on her, informs her that she is the one who is getting blessed, which shocks Hari. She asks what kind of blessing he means. Leon sighs and explains that she's being blessed by the divinity of sea and waves, revealing that Poma has decided to take her in as a saintess. Hari, still bewildered, struggles to comprehend what's happening. With a hand on her shoulder, Leon tells her that she's going to join them on the raid. But Hari notices something suspicious in his tone and expression. Moments later, Hari finds herself tied up with ropes, crying and yelling that this is wrong, as Leon had mentioned she would become a saintess. This bizarre scene makes Li Yongwen uncomfortable as well, prompting him to ask how a saint could be treated this way, calling out to her in desperation. Meanwhile, Hari, tied to a wooden pillar, is carried away on the shoulders of several trainees, as if it's some kind of funeral procession. Leon arrives on the scene, stating that having a woman on board is bad luck, but there's a way to undo the bad omen. Lee seems to catch on to what Leon is implying. With a proud grin, Leon suggests that they use her as a figurehead on the front of the ship, just like in ancient times. Hari, helpless and crying, protests that this isn't what she expected, pleading with her little brother Suho to help her. However, Suho, who is among the people loading her onto the ship, isn't interested in helping her, leading Hari to angrily call him a traitor. The hunters hurry to complete their task as Hari becomes more frantic, pleading with them to stop if they have any sense of reason. But they bluntly ignore her cries. Finally, they secure the wooden pillar at the front of the boat, positioning Hari as the figurehead of the expedition. It's a scene reminiscent of Titanic, except instead of a man, it's Hari at the bow. Hari continues to struggle and make a fuss, trying to escape, but she's tied so securely that there's no chance of freeing herself. As the warship begins to move forward, cutting through the ocean waves, she starts crying again, begging someone to help her. The warships are currently roaring through the ocean, though the weather conditions have taken a turn for the worse. Flashes of thunder and towering waves make the journey all the more perilous, and it looks like a hurricane is soon approaching. Hari, still serving as the figurehead, shouts for help when she hears that Hurricane Nabai is approaching at 64.5 meters per second. Meanwhile, Leon, unfazed by the storm, is fishing in the rough weather. Tired of her yelling, he orders her to shut up, complaining that she's scaring the fish. This deeply hurts Hari, who can't believe that His Majesty is fishing while she's being used as a figurehead in such tormenting conditions. Leon, frustrated that all the fish seem to have fled because of her, grumbles, while Hari retorts that there's no chance fish would be near a military ship like this. Suddenly, Leon feels a tug on his fishing rod and pulls it out of the water, revealing a surprisingly large catch. He then requests the Lieutenant General to prepare the items he had asked for earlier. The general, amazed at the size of the fish Leon caught, says that preparations are already underway. Leon places the fish on the wooden surface of the deck, and just when it seems like he might be about to cook it, he kneels down, placing a hand on his chest. He solemnly calls upon the Master of the Graceful Sea to appear before them, daring to step into their territory. Suddenly, the fish begins to radiate a blue light that quickly ascends into the sky, signaling the arrival of something, or someone, truly powerful. The maritime staff is utterly stunned, having never witnessed anything like this in their lifetimes. One of the officers nervously asks if it's a wave, although he knows this isn't any ordinary wave they've seen in their service. A massive wave, towering between 100 to 200 feet, appears to form above the ship, creating a roof-like structure over them. But this wave soon morphs into a glowing blue energy ball. A divine being, addressing Leon, refers to him as the beloved watchtower and protector of his realm. Leon, unfazed, greets Poma, the divinity of sea and waves, who, unlike other gods, appears as a gigantic, majestic shark. After the greetings, Poma remarks that this sea is quite senseless, as Plu mentioned, and he doesn't sense the presence of any divinity on this land. He criticizes the ships for lacking sails, suggesting that humans no longer understand the grace of the sea. Leon diplomatically explains that this world has yet to receive the teachings of the sea, and pleads with Poma to take pity on them and look over their efforts. Poma, laughing heartily, dismisses the idea of pity, stating that there is no reason to watch over those who lack faith. He insists that grace can only be received through fear and respect. Leon, realizing there's no point in arguing, shifts the conversation, asking why Poma chose Hari to be his saintess, noting that she's currently crying at the sight of a shark. Poma chuckles, admitting that he barely managed to convince Pitos of the decision but believes it was worth it because Hari is a great vessel. This surprises Leon, who seems to need further explanation. Poma clarifies that although Hari is a good vessel, she's not as exceptional as Leon, who can carry all the divinities within him. Leon, contemplating this, remarks that he knew Hari's fate was filled with misfortune, and now it seems he was right. Poma, unimpressed, challenges Leon's choice of words, asking why he calls divine blessings misfortune. Leon explains that the attention of the gods can be toxic to a human who lacks faith, but Poma dismisses this concern, expressing his trust in Leon to handle the task. Meanwhile, Hari, still tied to the pole, is stuck on the negative parts of the conversation, unable to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. The big shark, Poma, then addresses Hari directly, declaring her his new saintess. He grants her authority over the waves and the blessings of water, urging her to accept these gifts with joy and to spread his teachings. Hari, still tied up, accepts the blessing but immediately asks the shark to untie her, clearly not making the best impression. Poma continues, saying that with his saintess as a sacrifice, no wave will surge through her boat. With that, he disappears in a flash of lightning, leaving Hari wondering if that was it. She doesn't feel any immediate change or extraordinary power, while Suho looks thrilled for her in the background. Just then, the Navy men shout that a hurricane is approaching with waves as high as 10 meters. They order everyone to rush inside to avoid being swept away. Hari, still tied up, curses her luck, feeling utterly alone in this hurricane. But she's not alone. Leon remains by her side, calmly telling her that she lacks faith. Hari, surprised by his presence, listens as Leon explains that Poma must like her, which is why he overlooked her lack of faith. However, Hari isn't interested in hearing about faith or forgiveness. All she wants is for someone to get her down from the pole. Leon, smiling as he watches the approaching hurricane, advises her to calm down and trust in nature, assuring her that if she does, nature will embrace her. But Hari, terrified, yells that she wants to live, revealing that she still doesn't have enough faith in the gods. The storm looms closer, and it becomes clear that Hari's trial of faith is far from over. Our boy, who had been striking a titanic pose earlier, asks Hari if she notices anything strange. She perks up, wondering what he means. Leon directs her attention to the hurricane that was supposed to be approaching them, yet none of the waves have reached the ship. This revelation surprises Hari, and as she thinks about it, she realizes the ship hasn't been rocking for a while. From a bird's eye view, we see the ships in the midst of the hurricane. But strangely, there's no storm in the immediate vicinity of the ships. The waves dissipate as they near the vessels. Leon explains that Poma, the divinity of sea and waves, is using Hari as his medium to pacify the waves, ensuring a safe journey through the hurricane. He adds that since no one believes in Poma, the god has no choice but to use his saintess as a conduit to demonstrate his power, which makes Hari feel better. She realizes that Leon didn't tie her up out of spite but because he knew she had a bigger purpose to fulfill. As they continue their conversation, the ropes binding Hari start to loosen, and in a moment of unexpected fan service, her blouse opens slightly, catching the attention of onlookers. Just as she notices the ropes coming undone, she falls onto the deck, gasping in pain, and is soon thrown to the back of the boat as it rocks violently. It seems the legends about women being bad omens on boats might have some truth to them, because as soon as Hari leaves her position as the figurehead, the waves begin to surge toward the ship, tossing it around like a toy in the water. Realizing her mistake, Hari quickly apologizes to Leon, pleading for him to tie her back up. Despite her discomfort, they have no choice but to secure her again. Leon ties her up once more, restoring the ship's stability. The storm eventually calms down, and on the U.S. Arleigh Burke-class ship, Mr. Sherman breathes a sigh of relief, muttering that he thought the ship would flip over, but it's stable now thanks to following the lead of the South Korean vessel. The Jewel of Wisdom informs Sherman that Leon used the authority of the sea and waves, ensuring that any ship blessed by that divinity will always have a rich harvest and never be sunk by storms. The old mage is impressed by this feat, though he curses the demon within the jewel for being so useless, only knowing when to run away. Suddenly, the ship's captain delivers bad news. The Mirasama-class ship that departed earlier from Sasebo has capsized in the hurricane and is currently being rescued. This makes Sherman uneasy, as he realizes they've lost 1/3 of their forces before the mission has even begun, which could be disastrous for the upcoming raid. The goblin demon within the Jewel of Wisdom, offended by Sherman's remarks, reminds him that the only thing that matters is the gate. Sherman, bound to obey, reluctantly agrees. Meanwhile, on the South Korean ship, orders from Gwanggaeto the Great command the raid teams to proceed. Several soldiers board boats, heading toward the Red Gate. The Allied forces gather in front of the gate, with only the boats carrying soldiers and raid teams entering, while the remaining forces and guilds stay on standby in case of an emergency. The mission commences as the boats begin to enter the gate. Leon, aboard a boat with the newbie trainees, stays close to them, aware of their inexperience. The senior members of the Pantheon Guild are on another raft, with Hari still tied up as the figurehead, blessing the mini-boats with her connection to Poma. Hari is silent, tears streaming down her cheeks, clearly experiencing an existential crisis. It's a heartbreaking sight, and one can't help but feel sorry for her. As soon as they enter the Red Gate, chaos erupts. Soldiers shout warnings to each other as a massive hurricane tornado hybrid wreaks havoc within the gate. They watch in horror as soldiers are swept up into the vortex, spinning like clothes in a washing machine. A few seconds later, the Pantheon Guild is caught in the hurricane, flying through the air like plastic bags in a storm. Our story continues with the view of a serene coastline. A red-haired assistant lies unconscious on the sand, seemingly lifeless. In her dazed state, she mutters complaints about the kimchi being too salty, though in reality, it's the salty seawater in her mouth. The sharp taste jolts her back to consciousness, and she abruptly sits up, spitting out the water. As clarity returns, she gets a flashback. They were swept away by a tornado. Panic sets in as she wonders where everyone is. She rises unsteadily and scans the area. Not far from her, she spots her brother and a few soldiers scattered on the shore, lying a few feet apart from each other. Mustering her strength, she shouts, "Get up." Her voice works like magic, stirring everyone into consciousness, though they all appear battered and weary. Her brother Suho groans, holding his head, clearly suffering from a splitting headache and parched throat. "Did we really get caught in a tornado?" he asks, but Hari, lost in thought, ignores his question entirely. Her eyes sweep over the group, noticing something disturbing. His Majesty, Sir Yappy, and a few hunters are missing. Before she can panic, a calm voice interrupts her thoughts. It tells her that everyone is safe, and she has nothing to fear. Rather than feeling reassured, Hari is startled, not accustomed to conversations with divine entities. In a panic, she frantically searches for the source of the voice. Amused by her confusion, the voice offers a hint, "Look down." Hari glances down and, to her disbelief, sees a small turtle on the sand. With a confused expression, she mutters, "A turtle." The divine voice explains that this turtle is indeed the source. Poma, the god speaking to her, reveals that the turtle is a messenger sent to assist them. Unimpressed, Hari skeptically remarks that the messenger seems too tiny for such an important task. Offended, Poma chastises her for her impudence, reminding her to show respect for divine creatures. The comment triggers a memory of the beast gods on Jeju Island, but she shakes it off. Turning back to the turtle, she asks if it knows what happened to the others. The turtle, now standing proudly on 2 feet, is eager to boast. Poma explains that the turtle carried them safely to shore using the authority of the waves, but was unable to keep the entire group together, hence the separation. Hari, amazed by the divine intervention, praises the god's power. Afterward, Poma requests that Hari lend the turtle her shoulder, as its form is not ideal for movement. She complies, though a sense of unease creeps in, wondering what will happen next. Suddenly, her attention is drawn to something alarming, and it's not just her. The soldiers, including Gu Disung, are on edge. With urgency in her voice, she yells for everyone to stay alert. These are the biggest crabs I've ever seen, absolute monsters, and they're charging toward the Pantheon soldiers with alarming speed. Their anger is palpable. Both top-ranking members of the guild brace themselves for battle. Captain Gu commands his troops to raise their shields while Hari, wielding her flaming sword, realizes they haven't even had time to recover from the last ordeal. Hari, an rank hunter, ignites her sword and moves with fiery grace, preparing to take down the crabs in one sweeping strike. She looks like a deadly dancer, ready to unleash her power. Just as she's about to strike, her flames are suddenly doused by a surge of water. Surprised, the assistant stares in disbelief. The divinity of the sea and waves declares that a saintess blessed by the ocean should not wield fire, as it goes against her divine nature. Enraged, Hari lashes out at the turtle messenger, furious that her fire has been forbidden. She grabs the turtle off her shoulder and angrily declares that she no longer wishes to serve as his saintess. Poma, desperate, begs her to reconsider and pleads to be put back on her shoulder. In that moment, Hari looks more like an executioner than a saintess, poised to crush the turtle. Meanwhile, the monstrous crabs are just feet away from the soldiers, who have formed a defensive line, preparing for the onslaught. Across the battlefield, a different scene unfolds. The master of the magic tower has already dealt with a variety of crabs, dispatching them effortlessly with his immense power. But despite their battle against these monsters, the true threat remains Leon Dragonia Lionheart, standing a short distance away. The demon in command, seemingly unfazed, remarks that while things went awry in the beginning, everything is now falling into place. He instructs the old mage to leave the remaining American hunters behind to build a shelter, as they have more urgent matters to address. Following the demon's orders, the old mage casts a spell that engulfs the fallen crabs in mana. Their lifeless bodies twitch and rise, animated by magic. The old man commands them to lead the way toward the stone statue. Moments later, the party finds themselves deep in the forest, standing before a mysterious object. Mr. Sherman turns to the demon and asks if this is the stone statue they were searching for. The goblin demon nods, confirming that it is indeed the one, but mentions there are more to be found. With the statue identified, the master mage begins casting another spell, only to be interrupted by an unexpected voice. Someone calls out for him to wait, drawing the mage's attention toward the newcomer. It's the Phoenix Guild, who have arrived at the scene as well. Mr. Lee, the guildmaster, confronts the master of the magic tower, asking if he understands what they've found. Surprised by their sudden appearance, the old mage asks if the 2S rank hunters are alright, then mutters to the demon that he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. The demon remains unfazed, only interested in Leon. Ignoring the tension, the guildmaster responds that he too saw the quest. Both parties are tasked with destroying the statue of Rakchar the Great. The smart old mage smirks and fires back that if Lee has seen the quest, he knows what they must do. Mr. Yongwon, however, is filled with doubt, recalling the incident on Jeju Island, where the goal of the Red Gate was supposedly to bring down Sir Geovric, though there was more beneath the surface. In other words, Lee now questions the authenticity of this quest. He voices his concerns, stating they don't have enough information on this gate or its true purpose. The old mage, puzzled by the remark, asks what Lee means by not enough information. The red-haired mage elaborates, suggesting that this statue could be a trap. He emphasizes that they need to learn more about Rakchar before proceeding. The Jeju Island incident has clearly left a lasting impact on his judgment. This line of reasoning catches on. Sherman points it out to the demon, the jewel, who orders his human subordinate to step back, knowing he can't take on all of them at once. Mr. Sherman praises Lee Yongwon's wisdom, agreeing that the logic is sound. Both S-rank hunters of the Phoenix Guild are left speechless, now suspecting the American hunters might be more passive than they'd originally thought. The old mage, without even putting up a fight, suggests they return to the beach where the Maverick Guild members are waiting, so they can formulate a new strategy based on this logical argument. Meanwhile, back on the coast, the Pantheon Guild has just finished dealing with the monstrous crabs. The red-haired assistant, now acting as the leader, checks in on the group. Is anyone injured? She asks. Suho assures her that everyone is fine. She turns to Hunter Park Desik, inquiring about his condition. He too responds that he's unharmed. Just as she is about to relax, the wielder of Sir Geovric's warhammer calls out for her attention. Ari turns to face Gu, who looks unusually tense. He's staring at his hands as if trying to grasp something intangible. We can't feel His Majesty's aura anymore, he says, his voice laced with concern. Hari takes it lightly, responding with a sarcastic quip. Well, that's bad. Those buffs were nice. But Gu's expression remains serious. That's not the real issue, he insists. He explains that they have previously tested His Majesty's aura to determine its range, and their research showed that the demon resentment buff covers a radius of 30 kilometers. Yet now, none of them are under its effect. Hari's expression changes as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Her face pales as she realizes the island is smaller than 30 kilometers in both length and width. Gu's conclusion is clear. The King of the Lionheart isn't on this island, nor is he on any nearby islands. The captain's critical reasoning has paid off. Shaken, Hari looks to Poma for answers, hoping the divinity of sea and waves might shed light on the situation. But even Poma delivers bad news. The connection to the king has been severed from his end as well. Everyone stares out at the vast, unforgiving ocean, wondering where their king could be. The rank hunter grows more anxious, realizing they haven't even found the other soldiers yet. Things are looking grim. Hari's tension builds as she gazes out over the endless ocean, searching for any clue that might lead them to their king. Knowing His Majesty, he's probably off battling demons on some faraway land. The scene shifts, taking us deep beneath the ocean's surface. On the ocean bed lies a grand, established pathway, as if built for travelers. There, standing without any diving equipment, is the King of Lionheart himself, looking as serious as ever. Amusingly, he's still wearing his signature sunglasses, perhaps a blessing from one of the gods. Leon gazes at a slumbering beast, whose awakening within this gate appears imminent. The disgust is clear on Leon's face as he regards the creature, unwilling to let it continue its reign. What a hideous fish-like creature. It's most likely a mutant piranha, with enormous teeth and glowing red eyes. The beast grumbles in frustration, claiming it's sick of eating seafood, as it's been feeding on nothing but fish for the past 5 centuries. Without warning, it lunges at the holy knight, mocking him with the remark, "I wonder what a knight of God tastes like." The beast, however, has no idea what's about to strike it. Meanwhile, the next chapter opens with the AI system of Sir Jagged Spinner struggling to reboot. The system is detecting unrecognized materials inside the device, and after several failed attempts, it resorts to a limited resource reboot. Finally, signs of life flicker as the red light on Sir Spinner begins to blink. He realizes he's lying at the bottom of the ocean. Suddenly, with a whirring mechanical sound, Sir Spinner rises to his feet, only to be greeted by hundreds of crabs standing before him. Oddly enough, the crabs seem to be mimicking his movements, snapping their claws in unison. They appear to be in a cheerful mood, perhaps mistaking the tiny robot knight for one of their own. Confused by the situation, the Holy Knight of Hito, Sir Yappy, decides to test his theory. He moves left, then right, making a mechanical sound as he does so. To his astonishment, the crabs follow his every move. However, his limited AI resources prevent him from understanding this bizarre behavior. Back on the shore, the guild members begin listing those still missing, including the 2 Grail Knights. Surprisingly, all 3 Kims are missing. Kim Doohan, Kim Yihak, and the chief manager, Kim Jingsu. Soyeon is deeply concerned, not expecting the trainees and soldiers to have disappeared as well. Suho, trying to calm his sister, reassures her that everyone will be fine. But Hari doesn't seem as optimistic. Afterward, Hari turns to thank the American Guild hunters for their help, acknowledging that they couldn't have defeated the monsters without their assistance. The blonde American hunter greets the Korean hunters with a salute and introduces himself as Mistral from the Maverick Guild, explaining that it's his call sign. Hari introduces herself as well. Upon hearing the name Mistral, something clicks in Hari's memory. Excitedly, she blurts out that he's Alan Taylor, the S-rank hunter ranked 6th in the Maverick Guild. Mistral, a little uncomfortable, reminds her that there's no point in using a call sign if she's just going to use his real name. Hari quickly realizes her mistake and apologizes for addressing him by his real name instead of his call sign. Mistral reassures her that it's no big deal, she doesn't need to apologize. Meanwhile, a couple of hunters are quietly gossiping about the famous S-rank hunter, mentioning how they've seen him on YouTube. Hari, still recovering from her earlier embarrassment, admits that she didn't know Mistral was part of the raid team. This surprises Mistral, who wonders aloud if they weren't notified. He covers it up by suggesting that they might have left in a hurry, causing the association to fail in notifying the team properly. Mistral then points out that it seems like their guildmaster has been separated from them, and their priority now should be finding the missing people. Hari, who's clearly infatuated by Mistral's good looks and kind heart, insists that they can manage on their own. Mistral, confused, asks if they're sure. With a smile, Hari explains that they've been blessed by the Lord of the Ocean. She adds that if His Majesty had been searching for them, he would have found them already. Suho, always eager to support his sister, jumps in and enthusiastically agrees. He also reminds everyone that His Majesty owns a Pegasus, which would make it easy for him to track them down quickly. Anyone who hasn't witnessed the sheer power of Leon Dragonia Lionheart would likely react just like the blonde hunter, who looks utterly baffled, almost as if their brain has hit a 404 error when faced with these mythical beasts. Suddenly, the system chimes in, announcing the commencement of the first wave, immediately putting everyone on high alert. Hari, still unsure if the system means a literal massive wave or a wave of monsters, quickly realizes it's the latter. Mistral, now all business, tells her they'll discuss it later, as they need to deal with the impending threat. As the notification predicted, terrifying monsters begin to emerge from the ocean. The system informs the hunters that they have 3 hours to deal with the first wave of monsters, a generous amount of time for this skilled group of hunters. A massive, deadly octopus, accompanied by numerous minions, makes its way toward the shore. All are rank field bosses, and it's clear the hunters are in for a challenging fight. The minions are armed with tridents, resembling Aquaman's weapon, while the poisonous tentacles of the octopus can extend anywhere from 100 to 200 feet. This battle won't be easy, especially for attack-type hunters, as these long-range weapons can only be neutralized with defensive powers, creating much-needed openings. Stepping up to the challenge are none other than the soldiers trained by Leon himself. Gu Diseng takes command, leading the soldiers forward and ordering them to raise their shields. However, the rank monster's tentacles prove too powerful for the weakened soldiers, who no longer benefit from Lionheart's buffs. In a split second, the force of the monster's attack sends them all flying. Hari screams for the squad leader, asking if he's okay. Diseng, battered but unbroken, reassures her that they're fine and urges the hunters to keep fighting. Frustrated, Hari thinks to herself that if only she could use her fire-based abilities, she could finish the monsters off with ease. Despite this, she charges forward, slashing the monsters apart with her regular sword. Her strike's as precise as ever. In between her battle maneuvers, she jabs at Poma, sarcastically complaining that as his saintess, she should have some impressive abilities, like summoning a tsunami or breathing underwater. Poma retorts, teasing her for watching too much anime. Offended, Hari fires back, yelling that he's more like an anime character than she is. In the heat of their banter, Hari lets her guard down for a moment. Just then, Mistral saves her by a hair's breadth, advising her not to get distracted during such a dangerous fight. Embarrassed, Hari feels the sting of shame. As she regains focus, she notices that almost all the monsters have already been taken down. Surprised, she asks Mistral if he's the one who killed them all. Mistral, ever confident, brushes it off with a boast, claiming the monsters weren't that tough for rank creatures. Meanwhile, Suho and Soyeon look in awe at the slain octopus, clearly impressed by Mistral's strength. It's exactly what they'd expect from one of America's top hunter guilds. Alan Taylor, still radiating confidence, tells Hari to finish off the remaining monsters, as there are only a few left. She nods, determined to prove herself once again. Meanwhile, on another island, the third wave of monsters has already been dealt with. It's been 36 hours since Sir Yappy was saved by the crab monsters. In an unexpected twist, Yappy managed to fend off waves of enemies using the very crabs that now willingly obey him, treating him as their king. According to Sir Spinner's system, the waves arrive every 12 hours, and strangely enough, these crustacean monsters seem to grow and multiply at unnatural speeds. Spinner is still trying to understand how these creatures can evolve so quickly. Normally, living beings need time to absorb nutrients and expand their skeletal structure, but these monsters defy logic. As the robot knight processes this information, someone calls out to him from behind. He turns to see Kim Yi-hyuk, one of the missing Kims, casually hanging around with the king crabs. Yi-hyuk informs Sir Spinner that the system window has been crafted. He goes on to explain that none of the Rakshar statues have been destroyed yet, a fact that Sir Spinner notes down. Yi-hyuk adds that the blonde was saved by Sir Yappy on the first day. Confused, Suho's pal mentions that the survivors don't seem to be able to see the system window, gesturing to it with his finger as if it were obvious. Sir Spinner confirms this while grumbling that information sharing between systems is critical in these situations. The word information snaps Yi-hyuk back to the system window, where he reads the quest's directive to destroy the statues. Simultaneously, the robot system presents a hypothesis. The crab monsters have been at war with other creatures for a long time, and the ones behind the monster waves are likely trying to eliminate the statues. Yi-hyuk finds this strange but thought-provoking. The blonde boy, using his mind at full capacity, concludes that the statues of crabs must be the target of the monsters. Sir Yappy agrees, saying it makes the most sense. Yi-hyuk then glances at the crabs, noting that many of the Kikirik tribe have perished. He questions whether they'll be able to fend off another wave. Despite the rapid reproduction of the crabs, Sir Yappy expresses concern. It's unlikely they'll survive another wave, especially as the difficulty increases with each one. He predicts that by the 5th wave, defeat is almost certain. Worried, Yi-hyuk asks if survival will be impossible, even with Sir Spinner's power. The robot responds that they need more than just strength, they need weapons. Yi-hyuk, in a moment of comedic naivety, suggests arming the crabs with knives. But then, something catches his eye, and he gets excited. He tells Sir Spinner that he's found something interesting, piquing the robot's curiosity. They arrive at a waterfall, and Yi-hyuk reveals that behind the cascading water is a hidden cave, which leads to signs of an advanced civilization. He speculates that the Kikirik tribe may have been far more developed than anyone imagined. Meanwhile, far below the ocean, surrounded by deadly piranhas, Leon Dragonia Lionheart is finding this mission to be an absolute pain. But this isn't just the ocean floor, it's the ruins of a fallen civilization, a world long lost to time. As he explores a building, he recalls the moment when their boat flipped and Poma's power was cut off, likely because they had trespassed into the territory of another powerful being. This being, our hero concludes, must either be a deity or an evil god. The thought of an evil being ignites Lionheart's fiery spirit. He shouts into the depths, challenging the evil to reveal itself. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoes through the water, addressing Leon as the god's hound with the heart of a lion, the successor of the Dragon Slayer, the one who has slain the most demons, the Knight of Knights, the King of Kings, and the Guardian of the Radiant Kingdom. Even in the depths of the ocean, it seems Leon's fame precedes him. The source of the voice emerges, an evil octopus lurking behind him. The demon mocks Leon, noting that while he might have earned those titles, he now appears weaker than ever. The octopus's tentacles sway ominously in the water, bound by golden magical chains. Our hero, unfazed, asks if the octopus truly knows who he is. The demon laughs, responding that no demon in the world is unaware of the King of Lionheart. Leon was a hero even among demons. The octopus continues, explaining that many heroes have sought this place, but none were strong enough to defeat him. The demon then challenges our boy, asking if he's any different from the others. Fury flashes in his eyes because how dare a filthy demon question his worth. Still, the octopus cackles as it rises higher in the water, using its tentacles bound in magical chains. He combines his tentacles, and with a sneer, thanks Leon for killing Malice, a task the octopus had been burdened with for centuries. This comment catches Leon off guard. He starts to wonder who Malice was. Meanwhile, the demon octopus prepares for the final showdown, declaring that his 5 centuries of waiting are about to end. His ambition to kill Leon burns brightly as he readies himself for battle. The scene shifts as the third wave concludes, marking the arrival of the fourth. Meanwhile, Pantheon Guild's rank hunter, Hari, is seen playing with the waters, performing stunts with full focus, while the divinity of sea and waves, Poma, perches on her head, visibly frustrated. If you really want to play in the water, Poma grumbles, you should do it naked. Would be better to watch. His naughty comment irritates Hari, who snaps back at him, saying she's working hard to awaken her powers, not messing around. But Poma continues his taunts, pointing out that all she's doing is splashing around and that no amount of playing will awaken her abilities. Hari pauses, staring at her hands. She reflects on how the path to power varies with different gods. With goddess Ariana, it's through upholding justice and acting honorably. With goddess Demira, it's by farming and expressing gratitude to the earth. For Pito, the blessings come through winning battles with determination. She turns back to Poma, assuming she must do something related to the ocean to awaken her powers. But Poma dismisses this notion, reminding her that playing in the water doesn't count. Desperate to find His Majesty, Hari begs Poma to reveal how to awaken her abilities, as he mentioned they needed to save their king. Poma agrees, adding that their king isn't trapped on land, but likely underwater. This revelation heightens Hari's anxiety, and she tries to push Poma into telling her how to awaken her power quickly, thinking they don't have time to waste. But Poma doesn't seem in the mood to share the secret easily. Instead, he begins a lesson. He explains that learning the creed of the sea and waves is simple because she is the source of infinite life. Just being thankful for that will help her build faith. But he cautions her, being a saintess isn't the same as being a mere believer. How do you compare the wisdom of a knight to that of a soldier? He asks rhetorically, clearly hoping to inspire deeper thought. Hari seems to understand, responding that she will try harder, which pleases Poma. Their conversation is cut short as Suho rushes onto the beach, calling out for his sister in desperation. Gasping for breath, he informs her that they've found something important. Upon hearing that Maverick Guild has discovered one of the statues of Rakshar, Hari is alarmed. She hadn't expected them to find it so soon. On the other side of the island, the old man and his demon master stand before the statue of Rakshar, which is heavily guarded by the Phoenix Guild. The old man muses aloud, wondering why the Phoenix Guild is so determined to protect something no one asked them to. His final conclusion is that they must be doubting the quest, which is why they haven't destroyed the statue yet. The old mage suggests that they destroy the statue in secret during the night, but the demon Jewel advises against it, warning that such actions could raise suspicion among the other hunters. He assures the old man that the true reason for destroying the statues will reveal itself soon enough. Suddenly, a masked figure in a superhero costume, none other than Maverick Guild's S-rank hunter Minuteman, chimes in, questioning whether the Koreans shouldn't just go ahead and destroy the statue. He points out that it's been 3 days, and it's time to take action. Yuri, standing beside Lee Yongwon, agrees that they have no other choice. With that, Lee reluctantly orders the destruction of the statue, which excites Minuteman. He takes on a heroic stance, his fist glowing with mana, and with one powerful punch, shatters the ancient statue that has stood for centuries. As the statue crumbles to dust, the system window appears, notifying them that the statue of Rakshar the Great has been destroyed. 2 more statues remain. Despite the destruction, the jewel-like red orb remains intact, hinting at a deeper mystery behind the statues. Minuteman, fired up from his success, boasts that destroying the statue was the right call. Lee Yongwon lets out a sigh of relief, comforted by the system's confirmation. For now, it seems there's no immediate threat. Yuri reassures him that they made the right choice, and the red-headed mage begrudgingly accepts it. However, Yuri then shifts focus, reminding Lee that they should start preparing for the next wave. Glancing toward the shore, Lee realizes with surprise that they've spent more time here than expected. They're now waiting for the system window to inform them about the next wave, but moments pass and nothing happens. Lee exchanges a puzzled look with the Vice Guild Master. There's no notification, and no wave is coming. Just as Reynolds Sherman calls out to the red-haired mage, Lee Yongwon, he reassures him that destroying the statue was indeed the right decision. Lee, however, struggles to accept it, given that delaying the destruction forced them to deal with waves of monsters. The old geezer chuckles, motioning for everyone to gather as he prepares to summarize the situation. Sherman explains that the 3 statues of Rakshar the Great are spread across the island, each linked to the waves. Yuri weighs in, suggesting that they find the remaining expedition members quickly to destroy the remaining statues and avoid any more monster waves. Mr. Yongwon listens intently and begins sketching a strategy on the ground with a stick. He draws 3 islands, representing the locations of the statues, pointing out that 2 statues remain and proposing they split into 2 teams to make the process more efficient. Sherman approves of this plan, adding that whichever team destroys their statue first should regroup with the other. Lee agrees, noting that they have boats on the shore, so moving between islands shouldn't be difficult. The superhero, Minuteman, clenches his fist with excitement and yells, "Let's go and destroy the remaining 2. The Phoenix Guild promptly departs. Moments later, everyone is on boats, heading toward their destinations. As Phoenix Guild approaches their island, one of its members notices something strange, alerting the guildmaster. Lee's eyes widen in shock at the sight of broken armor and machinery scattered across the beach, as though a war had taken place. He surveys the remnants, cannons, machines, weapons, wondering why this island is so different from the others. Realizing they may face an even greater challenge, he orders his subordinates to retreat and prepare for what's to come. Suddenly, the eerie clicking of crabs fills the air, and glowing red eyes appear from the darkness of the forest. The monstrous crabs of the Kikirik tribe have arrived, but this time they are upgraded. Armed with modern weapons and armor, the Phoenix Guild braces for battle, realizing the situation has escalated. The Lady of Phoenix Guild shouts in alarm, warning her master that the crabs have weapons. The guildmaster, having already knocked a flaming arrow, wonders aloud why this island's monsters are so different. His initial assumption that the weapons were mere showpieces is shattered when a cannon fires, narrowly missing his head. The resulting blast sends a massive splash rising 10 to 15 feet into the air. Yangwen's shock is palpable as he stares at the countless armed crabs, realizing these weapons are very real. He curses his luck, knowing they won't escape unscathed. But just as despair begins to settle, hope arrives in the form of Yiheak, emerging from the shadows. He orders them to kneel, declaring the arrival of the Kikirik tribe's tribal chief. Yuri, recognizing the voice, reacts with a mix of shock and disbelief. In a dramatic turn, Sir Yappy, the Grail Knight of the divinity of blacksmith and steel, appears, sitting atop a massive crab on a bed of flowers. Yiheak proudly presents him, as the knight orders the mortals to surrender, claiming they have no chance against these upgraded crabs. The Phoenix Guild is utterly dumbfounded as they witness Sir Jagged Spinner, along with Yiheak and the monstrous crabs, leading the charge. Though confused, the sight of their unlikely allies brings a glimmer of hope for their survival. The next chapter begins with the allied hunters heading toward 2 different islands to destroy the remaining statues of Rakshar. Phoenix Guild has encountered Sir Yappy on the right island, while Maverick Guild, along with Reynold Sherman, has set out for the left island, where Hari and the others are waiting. 2 statues remain, and the quest's completion is now within reach. The old man's team stumbles upon the statue and the remaining members of Maverick Guild earlier than anticipated. However, what they witness surprises and frustrates him. Hari, standing in front of the statue, is preventing anyone from destroying it. She tries to convince Mistral not to destroy the statue, explaining that she had a vision of the future, which she has already shared with him. Surprisingly, Alan believes her. Reluctantly, he tells his subordinates that he's out of options and can't break the statue if she claims to have prophetic abilities. Hari thanks him, her gaze fixed on the statue, wondering how they can't perceive the dark, malevolent aura the statue is holding back. She knows this statue is a trap, and that the red jewel contains an unimaginable demon power. Just as she is contemplating the terrible consequences of destroying it, a magical attack strikes the statue from behind, catching everyone, including Hari, off guard. Spinning around, she spots the master of the magic tower. He is the one responsible for the attack, having launched it without hesitation or reasoning. He calmly informs everyone present that the quest is clear, they must close the gate by destroying the statues. Logic or debate has no place here. As the statue crumbles to the ground, Hari senses a surge of dark energy spilling from its remains. Almost immediately, the ground begins to tremble violently. The hunters, including Alan Taylor, turn in shock, staring southward to discover the source of the quake. Even the usually calm Minuteman glances back, sensing something ominous. His expression quickly turns to terror as he realizes what's happening. Emerging from the water is a monstrous being, larger than any of them could have imagined, with glowing red eyes that pierce the darkness. This is the Godzilla of the gate, the monster they've all feared. The creature breaks the chains that have bound it for so long and roars, demanding submission from all present. I am your chaos, it bellows. I will shatter the order you cling to. I am your despair, come to stop your beating hearts. I am your misery, here to crush your hopes. The hunters are paralyzed, staring at the creature in a hypnotic trance. The monster reveals itself as the Great Rakshar, the demon of chaos, who has awakened due to the destruction of 2 of the statues. His dark aura begins to spread, and with it comes a wave of fear and confusion. Rakshar's aura overwhelms all living beings, causing their eyes to morph into demonic forms. They begin clawing at their faces, crying out in agony. His aura doesn't just spread terror, it brings about total chaos, infecting the hunters with panic, hopelessness, and a deep, maddening despair. Weakness sets in, and soon their bodies begin to break down, both physically and mentally. This legendary demon's power is beyond anything they've ever encountered. And this is only with 2 statues destroyed. The full horror of what will happen if the 3rd statue falls is almost unimaginable. Standing before the towering Rakshar, Hari looks like an insect. The demon mocks the stench of humanity, though he is uninterested in them. His true target is the being that sealed him here. Without another word, he leaps back into the ocean, leaving behind an ultimatum: enjoy these brief moments of hope. This land is now corrupted with chaos, but as a parting gift, Rakshar leaves the hunters in a state of utter madness. Every living being is now afflicted with the deranged status. The hunters begin screaming and writhing in pain, blood pouring from their eyes, ears, and mouths. Madness overtakes them as they turn on each other, driven by chaos to slaughter anyone nearby. Hari, seemingly untouched by the demon's curse due to her divine blessing, stands horrified by the scene unfolding around her. She watches as her comrades are consumed by despair, killing each other in senseless agony. She cries out, pleading for them to stop, to calm down, but her voice is lost amidst the screams. Chaos reigns, and the hope of survival seems bleak. Hari, the red-haired saintess, is in the middle of trying to reason with the others when the blonde hunter from the Maverick Guild suddenly attacks her, shouting that they must endure the deranged status. Hari deflects his strike with her sword, urging him to snap out of it and realize what's happening around them. However, it's clear that the despair and madness induced by Rakshar's curse have taken over his mind. Despite this, he still calls her Miss Han Hari with a lingering touch of respect, though his reasoning is warped. He stands there, like a zombie, murmuring that they all need to die and that he will help her achieve that. This is yet another effect of the great demon Rakshar's curse. Those who have succumbed to it long for death, believing it is their only escape. Once more, he charges at Hari with his lightsaber, determined to finish her off. Hari fights back with all her strength, desperately trying to break through his madness and save him from this fatal ignorance. But he's relentless, attacking over and over without hesitation, lost to the curse's influence. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful punch lands squarely on the blonde's face, snapping him out of his trance with a single blow. To everyone's surprise, it's Minuteman, a fellow Maverick Guild member. Although Minuteman is also under Rakshar's curse, his punch sends the S-rank hunter flying as if it were effortless. Hari breathes a brief sigh of relief, thinking she's been saved. She thanks him, assuming he stepped in to protect her. But that illusion shatters the moment Minuteman turns to face her, his eyes glowing with a demonic red light. The curse has him in its grip too. Without hesitation, Minuteman shifts his weight back and delivers a devastating punch straight into Hari's abdomen. The force of the impact is so overwhelming that she doesn't even have time to react. Blood spills from her mouth as tears roll down her cheeks, her body rocketing through the air. She crashes through rocks and trees before finally landing in the ocean with a colossal splash, unconscious. Her body sinks deeper and deeper into the water, her long red hair flowing freely around her for the first time, making her appear like a goddess of the ocean. She looks more ethereal, her figure even more pronounced as the water envelops her. As she drifts toward the bottom, half conscious, she begins to wonder if this is truly the end. Is this her fate as a saintess of God? Her mind fills with memories from her childhood, of the day she learned her parents had died heroically, saving the world. She remembers her tears as a young girl, crying over the news. The image of the man at the computer appears in her mind. He had patted her head that day, telling her he didn't know what kind of person she would become as an adult, but he made her promise to live with honor and become someone great. The memory makes Hari grit her teeth in frustration and helplessness. She curses herself and wonders what good it ever did to be a hunter of justice. What does it matter if she's God's saintess if she can never be as strong as Sir Geovric, let alone His Majesty? She laments her fate, thinking how even Sir Geovric died with honor, sacrificing himself for a greater cause, while here she is, drowning at the bottom of the ocean, powerless to save anyone. As she continues to sink, a familiar sight swims toward her, Palma's turtle. Surprised, she weakly lifts her gaze as the turtle reaches her. Palma's voice rings gently in her mind. Hari, he says, there is no use in trying to grasp the ocean. No matter how much you try, all you will hold is a handful of seawater. Palma gently advises Hari, instead of trying to grasp the ocean, fill your heart with faith and trust. Acknowledge the greatness you possess. But Hari, still confused, struggles to understand his cryptic message. After all, it's only been a few days since she became the saintess, so it's no surprise that she's overwhelmed. Sensing her confusion, Palma simplifies things. He tells her to listen to the ocean, to feel the embrace she's been in all along. Feel the flow of the ocean, the whispers of the coral reefs, he urges, and listen to the great song of the sea, because now you bear the blessing of sea and waves. Palma kisses her forehead and, in a soothing tone, reminds her of her mortality. If you truly wish to earn immortal power, don't try to seize it. Infinity isn't something you grab, it's something you wrap around yourself. Hari's eyes widen as the realization dawns on her. Her dusky golden eyes begin to glow, transforming into a brilliant blue that mirrors the color of the ocean. She is no longer a helpless mortal, she has embraced the infinity of the sea. Blue mana swirls around her crimson hair, and instead of sinking, she becomes one with the water, suspended effortlessly within it. Her newfound clarity sharpens her senses. Hari can now feel the presence of His Majesty on the ocean floor, her connection to the sea revealing his location through the songs of the waves, the fish, and the coral reefs. Her heart surges with understanding, and with a confident swing of her hand, she splits the water itself. In a stunning display of divine power, Hari unleashes her first divine law, sea-splitting. The ocean parts before her, revealing a vast rift that plunges down to the very bed of the sea. In the depths of this exposed underworld stands His Majesty, like a lion waiting for battle. The rift extends all the way to the ocean bed, where the remnants of the fallen world lie. And there, in the center of it all, is His Majesty, poised and ready to face Rakshar the Great. His stallion, freed from the water's depths, stands beside him, summoned by his call during a brief respite from the crushing ocean. Thanks to Hari's newfound connection to the divinity of sea and waves, His Majesty is now ready for the final showdown. The moment of reckoning has arrived. Rakshar the Great will soon face the combined fury of a king and his saintess. The stallion soars high above the island, its reins held firmly by the king of Lionheart, while the saintess of sea and waves rests in his arms, only partially conscious. The scene is like something out of a dream, majestic and serene. As Hari starts to regain her senses, she's surprised to find herself cradled by none other than His Majesty. Shocked and trembling, she tries to gather her thoughts. Leon, noticing her confusion, calmly advises her to remain still. She vaguely remembers being in the water, so she nervously asks how she ended up in the sky. Leon responds with a small grin. I'm just glad I didn't witness the saintess of water drowning to death. That would have been a real irony. Suddenly, panic fills Hari's eyes as the memory returns. The great demon has been resurrected. Everyone went mad and tried to kill each other, she exclaims. Leon, already aware of the situation, reassures her that he's been keeping an eye on things. With urgency in his voice, Leon directs the stallion toward the island. He explains that an ordinary person can't withstand the evil influence of such a powerful demon, so they must hurry to save the others. As they land, the Holy Knight wastes no time. He dismounts and pulls out the Holy Grail, allowing the sacred aura of Lionheart to flow out in a radiant burst of golden light. The brilliance spreads across the corrupted hunters, and as the light touches them, their resistance to Rakshar's curse activates. One by one, they return to normal, confused and bewildered by what they had just experienced. The aura of Lionheart, a living miracle, had once again saved the day. Gu, stepping forward, immediately inquires about the condition of His Majesty. Leon praises the squad for their courage and honor in fighting without the buffs of Lionheart, a rare occurrence. The captain of Squad 3 informs him that the mission soldiers and trainees are doing fine according to Poma's reports, though concern lingers in his voice. Leon reassures him, though, explaining that he can sense their aura and that they are, for now, safe. In fact, they're being cared for by the Kirirek tribe. But Leon's expression darkens as he warns them that time is running out. Rakshar is actively hunting for those responsible for his imprisonment, and it's only a matter of time before he finds them. Suddenly, Leon issues an unexpected command. "We must leave this gate immediately," he declares. Thanks to the blessings of the Saintess, they can now walk on water as long as they have a little faith. Run toward the gate, he orders. Gu, taken aback, double-checks that he heard correctly. Walk on water, he echoes, astonished by the command. Before they can discuss further, Mistral, still recovering from the madness, interrupts, asking what will happen to the others still trapped. Leon calmly responds that they will rescue as many survivors as they can, and they will hold off Rakshar to buy everyone else time to escape. For the first time in a long while, Hari smiles brightly. His Majesty is sharing the battlefield with her, and she feels honored. Meanwhile, deep in the chaos of the island, Rakshar is furiously searching for those responsible for his confinement. His massive form crashes through the island, and he soon finds himself near Sir Yappy and the Phoenix Guild. The crabs that had been protecting the statues catch Rakshar's attention. With an ominous snarl, he calls them out as little parasites who had been hiding from him all this time. He relishes the moment, declaring that he's waited for this encounter for centuries. The demon then demands that the monstrous crabs submit to him. But before he can act, a massive explosion rocks the area. A blast of powerful energy strikes Rakshar, sending him reeling. The great demon staggers, stunned by the attack. He sniffs the air and senses a familiar aura, one that can only belong to a Grail Knight. Confused and enraged, Rakshar wonders aloud how they could still be alive when they should have been dead long ago. Ignoring Rakshar's ranting, Sir Yappy begins firing from gun number 3, and the upgraded crabs join in, their synchronized blasts lighting up the sky like fireworks. Explosions ripple across the sky, but Rakshar is now enraged. He accuses the Grail Knight of switching the ammunition to divine artifacts. Still, he scoffs, claiming that even divine weapons are meaningless against the great Rakshar. His massive poisonous tentacles emerge, and with tremendous force, he slams them into the ocean repeatedly, generating a monstrous wave aimed directly at the hunters on the coast. The hunters quickly realize that their powers alone won't be enough to counter such a massive, wide-reaching wave. But hope remains as long as the King of Lionheart is there. Just then, the divine law of wave manipulation activates, and the wave reverses direction, crashing back onto Rakshar, engulfing him from all sides. Realizing this is the divine power of the waves, the demon glares at the sky, spotting the Pantheon Guild's leadership. His red eyes burn with hatred as they lock onto the Grail Guardian, Leon Dragonia Lionheart. The sheer strength of the divine law encapsulates Rakshar in a massive bubble of water. Furious, he curses the Grail Guardian while the king, unfazed, calmly speaks to his holy knight. Our hero orders Sir Spinner to close the gate immediately so they can escape. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy is busy calculating the situation, suggesting that the enemy is severely injured and may soon retreat. However, His Majesty quickly dismisses this, insisting that they must destroy the final statue as soon as possible to shut the gate. For the first time, our boy appears desperate to leave the battlefield and escape the gate. He admits he cannot defeat a demon of Rakshar's level without the Holy Sword and believes their priority should be rescuing as many survivors as possible. Meanwhile, Rakshar's rage only grows, his hatred for Lionheart intensifying. Sir Spinner proposes taking the native Kikirik tribe with them, catching the MC by surprise. The robot elaborates, explaining that the Kikirik tribe sealed the demons and acted as their guardians, not mere NPCs. Still wary of time, the king asks whether they have enough of it before the demon breaks free. Sir Yappy reassures him that it's possible, as he plans to use the Kikirik tribe's last resort for their escape. Now, all of them are walking on the surface of the ocean, a miracle granted by the Saintess of Sea and Waves. This blessing gives them a 35% advantage in all movement on the sea, ensures no penalties underwater, and allows them to walk on water itself. Suho, amazed, exclaims that he never thought he'd be able to walk on water, but Hari urges him to hurry, time is running out, and they must escape before the great demon breaks free. As the survivors race toward the gate, the king remains on his stallion, standing guard over the imprisoned Rakshar to buy time should the demon escape the divine law. Rakshar, seething, addresses his nemesis, acknowledging his reputation as the demon's arch-nemesis. But then, with a surge of power, the demon breaks through the water bubble. Rakshar lashes out, flying through the air toward the MC, bellowing that he will not allow the king to escape his wrath. Fully prepared for the battle ahead, His Majesty draws the holy spear and urges his stallion forward. This is going to be a head-on confrontation with the great Rakshar. As the demon charges up his power, he bellows for his enemy to die, unleashing a barrage of destructive purple lasers that tear through everything in their path. Our hero narrowly avoids the attack by leaping off his stallion and landing gracefully on one of Rakshar's tentacles. Moving with lightning speed, he jumps from one tentacle to another, with the stallion following close behind, flying in perfect sync with his movements. Despite the incredible speed, Rakshar scoffs at the effort, calling it pitiful as he thrusts two of his massive tentacles toward the king's position. In an instant, the MC slices through the tentacles, turning them into neatly severed pieces. The precision and swiftness of his move are awe-inspiring. But Rakshar, now even more enraged, launches another deadly purple laser attack from his eyes. Yet again, the Grail Guardian evades, and through the smoke, he can be seen perched atop his stallion, unharmed. Rakshar taunts his adversary, mocking him for darting around like an insignificant fruit fly, oblivious to the fact that His Majesty is intentionally stalling him, giving his soldiers and students enough time to escape. The demon's words finally trigger the king's fury. Channeling the divine law of punish evil, flames of retribution engulf the holy spear, radiating an intense heat that even stuns the guildmaster of Phoenix Guild, a fire magic expert. His eyes widen in disbelief as he watches the massive surge of energy, filled with flames and the king's aura, hanging in the sky like a newborn sun. Everyone present is in awe of the sight. The holy spear glows, burning bright crimson as if it had been tempered in the hottest furnace. His Majesty's eyes, now glowing red with divine fury, focus on Rakshar. This is the fire that scorched the Lord of Chaos, he growls, and his screams still echo in my ears. But the demon, undeterred, prepares for his own attack, challenging the MC's power and vowing to kill him before the spear can land. Just as Rakshar is about to strike, something rises from the depths of the water and seizes his tentacles, halting his movements. Massive king crabs, holy warriors of the Kikirik tribe, have emerged, clutching Rakshar's tentacles in their powerful claws. Rakshar screams in desperation, shocked that these parasites are still alive and interfering with his plans. 3 colossal king crabs now hold him down, preventing his escape. Furious, Rakshar thrashes about, demanding they release him. But the crabs hold fast. Seizing the moment, Leon raises the flaming holy spear high into the air. His body becomes one with the flames as he roars, "Glory to the name of Lionheart." The power of his divine attack intensifies. With a powerful thrust, our hero launches the holy spear like a missile, its flames blazing brightly against the sky. The crabs continue to restrain Rakshar, who yells in frustration, cursing Lionheart for putting him in such a miserable state. But the spear hits its mark, landing directly on Rakshar's head. The demon's agonizing cries reverberate across the battlefield. The members of the Maverick Guild stand in stunned silence, jaws dropped in disbelief. They can hardly comprehend the sheer power of the attack, wondering if such a feat is even possible for a human. But they are witnessing the might of the king whose heart is the home of the gods for the first time. Following the successful blow, His Majesty's stallion lands gracefully on the water where the survivors have gathered. Wasting no time, he informs them that they don't have long and urges them to hurry toward the gate. The group responds in unison, Roger, fully understanding the urgency of the situation. The king then turns to Sir Yappy, requesting a status report on the evacuation. Sir Yappy reports that progress is at 80%, and the main supplies and records have already been secured. His Majesty nods, concluding that they need just a bit more time. Sir Spinner assures him that they'll hold out, no matter what. Glancing back at the crab monsters, the MC sees them continuing to fight with unwavering determination. He compliments their efforts before turning to address Sir Spinner. Sir Spinner declares that he has waited 5 centuries for this moment, finally getting the chance to end the monster once and for all. Meanwhile, Sir Yappy's AI system analyzes the language, discovering that the enemy is chanting prosperity to Craceteria. Our hero repeats the name of their kingdom, Craceteria, praising its honor alongside their noble actions. He then orders the Grail Knight of Hito to fall back, warning that the gate will soon close. Suddenly, the monster, still alive despite the brutal attack, addresses Lionheart, taunting him for retreating. Surprised that the creature survived such a powerful strike, the MC turns back. The monster, engulfed in the flames of war, mocks him, claiming he heard that a holy knight never gives up and dares him to stay and fight. A deadly smile spreads across the king's face, even shocking the robot knight nearby. With a dark expression, the king looks down at the demon and coldly declares that the virtues of a knight don't apply to such vile creatures. He adds fuel to the fire by stating that green beasts and evil species are beneath his respect. What a burn. Mic drop. This deeply wounds the great demon's pride. Furious, he vows to kill the king no matter what. Poor demon, his agony just escalated. Unfazed by the threat, the Grail Guardian ignores the demon's rage and urges his stallion forward, knowing time is running out. As the gate of the Dragon Palace finally closes, His Majesty rides through. Back in the real world, there's an uproar. The first sighting of an Archduke-level demon in history has shaken humanity, especially given the immense losses suffered in previous encounters with great demons. The news heralds potential disaster and a dark future ahead. Despite the grim situation, there's a silver lining. Several individuals withstood the mind-corrupting powers of the great demon, something even famous S-rank hunters couldn't manage. The Pantheon Guild's achievements in the Dragon Palace Gate are broadcast worldwide on YouTube, and the raid's highlights are trending. Fans are buzzing in the comments, and the popularity of both Hari and the guild is soaring. On the political front, things are looking good for the President of the Republic of South Korea. Leon expresses his gratitude for lifting a burden from his shoulders, to which the President modestly replies that it was nothing. The President admits he was initially surprised by the report of 10,000 survivors, thinking they were human. Much to his relief, they turned out to be crabs. As a gesture, he granted Craceteria a special self-governing area where the crabs could live freely. Leon reassures the President that these honorable beings have fought demons for the last 5 centuries and will be fine in their new home. However, the President still has some questions. Pointing toward the beach, where a sculpture of Leon and Sir Yappy stands, he asks what it signifies, wondering if it's some kind of territorial marker. Leon glances at the statues and explains that they are monuments to honor the great heroes who sacrificed themselves in the battle against the Archduke Demon. He adds that the statue in the center represents Poma, the divinity of the sea and waves. The President, not letting it slide, points out that there are other statues as well. Leon quickly tries to cover by mentioning Sir Spinner, saying that he's the representative of the Kikirik tribe. The first thought that crosses the old man's mind is that they might be idol worshippers, which is difficult for him to accept as a Protestant. The President then asks about the unfinished statue. Leon, impressed by his observation, praises his keen eye. He informs him that the incomplete statue is in honor of the President himself, as a gesture of gratitude for granting them the land. Leon assures him that they won't worship him, but notes that the Kikirik tribe will bow when they pass by the statue. The thought of a tribe bowing before his statue makes the President panic internally, and he mentally cries out, begging Leon to take the statue down. Meanwhile, Leon finds amusement in the President's discomfort, laughing and reminding him that, as the leader of a nation, he shouldn't be embarrassed by such trivial things. Leon then takes his leave, and an assistant steps in to speak with the President. Wiping sweat from his brow, the President feels like he's just aged 10 years. He asks his assistant what's on his mind. The assistant responds that while this is unrelated to security matters, there's urgent intelligence from the National Intelligence Service. The assistant hands over the document, explaining that it's related to North Korea. The President, finding humor in the situation, remarks that things have been too quiet lately. He wonders aloud what North Korea could possibly want now, especially after giving up on their nuclear program. The assistant then drops a bombshell. All contact with North Korea was cut off last night. The President's face goes pale as he reads the document. The assistant further reveals that satellite coverage over North Korea has been lost, with no way to monitor activity in the region, a massive problem for their counterparts. Meanwhile, in what used to be Pyongyang, North Korea, dimensional rifts that first opened 30 years ago have worsened. The country has been relying on help from the South Korean bastards ever since. A white-haired man stands amidst the carnage, kicking a lifeless body into a pit filled with hundreds of corpses. His aura radiates malevolence as he laughs maniacally, boasting that soon North Korea will rise as the most powerful nation, using demons to gain the upper hand. A mysterious figure in a dark cloak appears, handing the man a transmitter and informing him that the Yankee mage wants to speak. To everyone's surprise, the Yankee mage is Reynold Sherman, a demon slave. He informs Chairman Kim that all preparations are complete. Grinning, Chairman Kim hurls the transmitter into the pit and orders his comrades, cloaked in mysterious garb, to begin the summoning. Without hesitation, they raise their right hands and cast a spell to summon a demon. All the bodies in the pit are sacrifices, prepared as a feast for the demon. A massive red magic circle forms in the sky, with crimson fog rising from the pit. No way. The tentacles look eerily familiar. The demon's appearance shocks the summoners and Chairman Kim, who struggles to comprehend what he's seeing. It's the same Archduke-level demon, Rakshar, who was given a thorough beating by our boy Leon. And Rakshar is in terrible shape, every inch of his body covered in injuries. Chairman Kim turns to his comrades, asking if they are sure the summoning was perfect. He clearly didn't expect to begin his plans with a battered, weakened demon. Rakshar is aware of his condition, informing the summoners that his wounds are far worse than he had imagined. This confuses the humans before him. The demon tells them he needs to recover and that it will take time until the other great demons regroup. In the meantime, Rakshar announces his intention to devour all the food available on the land. Chairman Kim yells in frustration, demanding that he wait. But this is what happens when you trust a demon. Ignoring the protests, Rakshar orders the humans to submit to him, as a red lightning bolt crashes down into the pit. It seems they are destined to become servants of chaos. The scene shifts to a dimly lit, jail-like place where Miss Hildir, the shaman of the Woodsling tribe, is bound by magical wires to a wooden chair. She's being interrogated by Queen Beatrice, who attempts to seduce her into revealing more information. Miss Hildir insists she has already told her everything, pleading with her master. Queen Beatrice, intrigued by the information, lifts the shaman's chin with a finger, a seductive smile playing on her lips. Hildir, now seemingly under Beatrice's spell, smiles in response. The Saintess of Plu draws a chilling conclusion from this interrogation. Demons can enter any gate they choose. We continue observing the residential area allocated by the government to the Kikirik tribe, where the crabs are thriving and adapting well to the new climate. Nearby, 2 senior members of the Pantheon Guild, blessed by the gods, stand by a side wall, chatting about the crabs. The Saintess of Sea and Waves, casually playing with a kitten in her lap, asks Sir Yappy if the crabs will manage to settle here, despite their ability to breathe underwater. In response, the king of the Kikirik tribe assures her it won't be a problem, explaining that as long as the tribe has a nest and a hunting ground, they can live comfortably, a surprising revelation for Hari. She takes a moment to process this new information before pointing out that, given their numbers, it must require significant effort to secure enough food. Her concern is valid, considering there are 10,000 crabs, a number that could potentially upset Earth's ecological balance. Sir Spinner reassures her, explaining that the Kikirik tribe is working closely with the coastal cities and is also registered with the Pantheon Assurance Service, which will help them integrate into modern society. Hari is surprised once again to learn about the existence of such a service. The financial manager of the Pantheon Guild elaborates, explaining that the service provides a range of benefits, including legal assistance, which catches the attention of the red-haired assistant. Intrigued, she asks if she can sign up for it as well. Another surprise hits her when the robot reveals that she's already registered for the service and has been receiving its benefits since last month. Her reaction is all too relatable, akin to how one feels when an unexpected bill arrives at the end of the month. Suddenly, she grabs Sir Yappy by the sensors, staring him down as if she's about to devour him alive. Even the kitten, sensing the tension, scurries away. She squeezes him, demanding to know how much she's paying for this service. When he responds with the staggering figure of 19 trillion won, it feels like her soul has left her body. The mention of such astronomical sums hints at an economy under immense strain, where everything seems to be measured in billions and trillions. The once cheerful redhead is no longer a cute, carefree assistant, she's a fury on the rampage, unleashing her frustration on Sir Yappy. In the midst of this chaotic scene, the protagonist arrives on his stallion, asking what's going on. Instantly, both of them freeze at the sound of his voice, as if they've heard the angel of death. Without a second thought, they drop to their knees, addressing His Majesty with the utmost respect. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist announces that he must return to the guild but unexpectedly invites Hari to ride with him. Her shock mirrors our own, as she hesitates, wondering if it's truly okay. After all, the horse is the king's and, to her knowledge, only the Queen and Sir Spinner have ever ridden it. Though she had taken a ride once before, it had been an emergency at the Eastern Gate. Leon notices Hari is conflicted, so, like a gentleman, he extends his hand and respectfully invites her to join him on the stallion. Hari, overwhelmed by the gesture, can hardly believe it. Just a few chapters earlier, she had been jealous of the Queen receiving such treatment. Still processing everything, Hari nervously asks why Leon is treating her this way, admitting that his sudden kindness feels unsettling. This reaction irritates Leon, but he keeps his composure. He hands her an envelope and informs her that the contents are property rights, now in her name. Today has been full of surprises for Hari, and this is yet another. Leon explains that it's customary for a king to reward a knight with property, and although her faith may not be extraordinary, she has been chosen by the gods. It is only right that she be honored in this way. He goes on to tell her that from now on, she will be treated as both a knight of the kingdom and a saintess, so she must recognize her position and spread the faith. Hari's joy is palpable. She's never looked so happy throughout the series. Her face lights up as if she's received everything she ever wanted. As she starts to express her gratitude, Leon interrupts, reminding her that she needs to stop speaking in such a formal manner. He firmly tells her that while she no longer needs to act like a noble, she also can't lower her standards. Hari feels a bit embarrassed, recalling how she used to address the king as if he were just another lord from an old Korean historical drama. Despite the warning, she continues thanking him in the same overly polite way, which disappoints Leon. With a stern command, he orders her to mount the stallion, signaling that the conversation is over. As they ride through the streets, Hari, Leon, and Sir Yappy draw stares from onlookers, puzzled by the unusual trio. Mid-ride, Hari asks the king if this promotion means she's a noble now. After a moment's thought, Leon confirms that she is, ranking just below the Queen and Sir Spinner, which astonishes her. Upon hearing this, Hari smugly calls over Sir Yappy and warns him to treat her with more respect now that she's a noble. The AI knight eyes her for a moment before whipping her lightly with his wires, mocking her by saying he doesn't respect monkeys with zero intelligence. Frustrated, Hari complains to Leon about the robot's disrespect, but Leon looks like a parent who regrets spoiling their unruly child. Eventually, they arrive at Beatrice's workshop in the Pantheon Guild headquarters. Leon inquires about the results of an experiment she has been conducting on the Crown of Seduction, recovered from the great demon Androgen after the battle at Sparrow Kingdom. Beatrice confirms the experiment was a success and reveals that the demons are indeed using gates at their discretion, as Leon suspected. He finds this intriguing, having wondered about it since the Jeju Island Gate incident. While the mission had appeared to be about justice, it had instead forced them to save barbarians who had sold their souls to devils, and even brought down an honorable Grail Knight, Sergio Vrick. Leon concludes that the system and quests are no longer righteous but have been corrupted by dark forces seeking control over the Awakened. He further remarks that Earth has been subdued by mana stones, and even though people may sense something strange about the quests, they will continue pursuing them due to financial or other reasons. Unfortunately, he says, this can't be helped, as most people are ignorant of the true cost of their actions. Leon addresses Beatrice by name, causing her to blush as she acknowledges him. He informs her that the demons are becoming more active and asks if she can also control these gates. She explains that while her power is limited to gates in fallen realms, she can specify a beacon to control gates with survivors or demons, though she'll need a vessel for the process. Her demeanor is surprisingly coy, not at all like her usual self. Leon carefully listens and then lifts the crown of seduction, asking if she plans to use it as the vessel. Beatrice confirms that, since it's a demonic item, it could indeed serve that purpose. She then suggests trying something else, which catches Leon off guard. He asks what she means, and her response leaves him stunned. She proposes using one of the holy relics as a beacon. This bold suggestion shocks Leon, as it's not something he expected. However, Leon remains open to the idea, acknowledging its potential and asking what he needs to do to make it work. Beatrice, suddenly producing a purple mana stone, tells him they will need a significant number of mana stones, as they are the fuel required to summon a gate. This leads Leon to wonder where he can possibly gather such a large quantity of mana stones. To his surprise, Beatrice already has the answer. She reassures him that it's not as difficult as it seems, mentioning several places from which they can easily acquire them. It seems Leon catches her hint immediately. With a newfound resolve, he announces that he knows what must be done. He orders Beatrice to gather everyone because he has an important announcement to make. The announcement: from now on, they will raid every gate across South Korea. His passionate determination is clear, and his inner lion's heart roars with enthusiasm. Thus, the Pantheon Guild begins deploying its forces across the South Korean peninsula, and their presence generates a massive following. People everywhere are eagerly anticipating the guild's arrival in their area. All over the internet, the Pantheon Guild is going viral, with people posting updates and captions about their activities. The guild's numbers have now swelled to nearly 1,000, including both men-at-arms and knight trainees. In addition, the Kikarik tribe has contributed 2,000 warriors. The Pantheon Guild's appearance is giving hope to those who were previously despairing over the looming dungeon breaks, especially in areas where gates had recently appeared. The Pantheon Guild has now evolved into a full-fledged military force, strategically spread across the entire country. Divided into multiple teams, each led by top guild members, they are organized and efficient. Officially, the guild has divided its 3,000 soldiers into 20 teams, tasked with clearing gates nationwide. Under the leadership of Guildmaster Leon, Queen Beatrice, Sir Yappy, and Saintess Hari, the teams are operating at an extraordinary pace. A typical guild might conduct 2 raids a month, but the Pantheon Guild has closed over 20 gates in just 4 days, devastating the monsters lurking within. It has become clear that the monsters are manipulating the quests inside the gates to gain the upper hand. During one particular raid, Leon faces a group of grotesque orcs who question his actions, accusing him of killing their elders when the quest had instructed him to save them. Leon, a knight who has slain millions of orcs, merely smirks at their words. He mockingly asks if these inferior creatures are now trying to imitate human society, an idea he finds utterly laughable. Leon, fully racist toward the orcs, is fired up, demanding to know who among them dares to challenge him next. The orcs, terrified, begin to cower in fear. And so, the Pantheon Guild continues to dominate every gate that appears in South Korea, establishing their supremacy. The scene shifts to Chief Manager Kim Jin-soo, who looks as though he's seen a ghost. He is utterly stunned by the sight before him: 13 unique ranked pieces of equipment, 89 rare items, 500 random objects, and, most notably, a seemingly endless supply of mana stones. The sheer quantity of items collected from the raids is staggering, forming a mountain of treasure. Sir Spinner compiles a report on the items, revealing that the total weight is 3.83 tons. Categorized by rank, their estimated value reaches a jaw-dropping 38.3 billion won, with auction prices expected to fetch an additional 12.7 billion won. Hari, witnessing these figures, reacts with the same shock and awe as any of us would. Leon, however, is absolutely thrilled. Smiling broadly, he comments that this should be more than enough to keep them well prepared for the next gate they open. Just to remind everyone, the purpose of all this effort is to collect enough mana stones to use the holy relics in order to open gates and uncover the demon's true game. After doing a rough calculation, Leon turns to Beatrice to confirm if the collection is sufficient for their needs. Beatrice laughs and assures him that it's more than enough. Now, Leon turns to address the entire room, declaring that a highly confidential raid is about to take place. It will be carried out by a small elite force, and no information about this raid is to be shared. Everything seems to be going smoothly, except ... What are these two academy students doing here? Leon then addresses the two representatives from the Korean Hunters Association, Kim Jin-soo and Han Hari, and orders them to keep the details of this raid a secret, even from their own organization. He asks them directly if they are capable of doing that. Both representatives exchange uneasy glances, clearly unsure if they can carry out such a betrayal against their parent organization. Doubts flicker in their eyes as they contemplate the weight of Leon's request. Hari steps forward, her voice steady as she asks His Majesty if he's certain that his plan won't harm the nation. Leon reassures her confidently that nothing he's doing will hurt the country. Relieved by his assurance, knowing the King of the Lion Heart would never lie, she tells him she trusts him and agrees to keep everything a secret. It's exactly the response Leon was hoping for. With that, he looks down and orders Beatrice to begin the process. A purple magic circle forms on the ground, and Leon steps into its center, drawing out his holy sword and pinning it into the middle of the circle. As soon as he does, Beatrice informs him that she is inputting the coordinates into the spell. Suddenly, a vast and mysterious mana starts to rise from the circle, spreading across the room. The sight leaves everyone astounded. Meanwhile, the Saintess of Plu is lost in her own world, completely focused on turning her research into reality. Moments later, the entire room is in shock, jaws dropped as they witness a miracle unfolding before them. It's the first time anyone has ever seen an artificially created gate, and it's nothing short of incredible. Soyeon is quick to share her thoughts, admitting that she used to believe gates appeared randomly, but that theory has just been debunked. Yihyuk, on the other hand, is mesmerized by the sheer brilliance of the event. Leon and Beatrice stand in front of the newly formed gate, which looks like a starry night sky. Beatrice informs him that all preparations are complete and they are ready to enter. Leon praises her for her excellent work before giving the order for the elite team to enter the gate. Though the group doesn't seem entirely confident, they have little choice but to follow the command. Inside the gate, they find themselves in the midst of a battlefield where armored knights are locked in combat with hideous green creatures. Suho, panicking, asks His Majesty where they are, all while trying to help Yihyuk, who has fallen to the ground. Leon calmly explains that this is a battlefield, though he suspects something went wrong with the gate, as the group has been split up again. Suddenly, the trainees notice a large orc with an axe charging toward them, yelling for them to die. Just as the orc is about to strike, one of the armored soldiers' body slams the creature with such force that it crashes to the ground, coughing up blood. Taking advantage of the moment, the soldier swiftly slays the orc. Impressed by the soldier's skill with his spiked sword, the trainees watch in awe as he turns to them and sternly reminds them that this is a battlefield. If they sit idle, they'll be dead in seconds. He is mid-speech when he notices Leon and immediately drops to his knees, addressing him as His Majesty. The soldier asks why the king is here, hinting that this gate might actually belong to Leon's own kingdom, with the knights here being his comrades. Leon recognizes the group and identifies them as Volteric's orc shredders, sending chills through the soldier. The man introduces himself as Babel, a company commander in the Volteric Army Corps. Leon orders him to rise, reminding him that they're on a battlefield. However, Babel refuses, insisting that he cannot stand in front of his king. Babel explains that they are in the heart of Riam Valley and were in the midst of transporting Cerseria's holy relic. This makes Leon cautious, as he recalls that something like this did indeed happen. Memories flood back of Ceria of the Twilight, the Grail Knight of Divinity of Dreams and Death, whose final mission had been here. They had failed that mission, and Ceria had been killed by every weapon imaginable at the time. The group begins to follow Babel, while Leon reflects that if he had known they would end up here, he would have gathered more information from the paradise. However, since it's already happened, he resolves to get a better grasp of the current situation. Babel points towards Ceria, and Leon looks to see an old man casting a spell through his sword while soldiers continue fighting the orcs around him. The sight triggers even more memories for Leon, as he prepares for what comes next. Ceria of the Twilight is looking every bit the legendary warrior, with his white hair and beard flowing as he bathes in the mana of dreams and death. One of the nearby knights whispers that Ceria is manifesting his fantasy territory. His sword glows with an eerie purple light, which intensifies with each passing second. As the mysterious energy spreads across the battlefield, it engulfs the ugly green orcs. In a sudden wave of agony, the creatures clutch their heads, screaming in pain before collapsing dead to the ground. It's an incredible display of raw power from the Grail Knight. After this impressive attack, Ceria calmly orders his comrades to retreat 20 steps and take a moment to recuperate, granting them a brief respite from the chaos. At that moment, Leon steps forward, commenting on the poor state of the orcs after the divine strike. This catches Ceria's attention, and he's surprised to see His Majesty on the battlefield. Bowing deeply, he and his knights honor Leon, the first knight of Goddess Ariana and the agent of divinity. Leon gestures for them to rise, his mind flashing back to how Grail Knights obtain their powers. The moment a Grail Knight drinks from the Holy Grail and awakens, their body reforms to its peak physical condition. Leon remembers how unusual his own case was, as he became a Grail Knight at such a young age. By contrast, the Grail Knight before him was much older when he ascended, indicating that this current version of Ceria represents his prime. Leon smiles, recalling that Surya is known as the Millennial Mission Knight, or Foolish Surya, the oldest Mission Knight as well as the oldest Grail Knight in history. Some things never change, Leon thinks, as he tells the knight to rise once more. Once all the soldiers are on their feet, Leon addresses Surya, stating that he will explain everything soon. But first, he needs Surya to brief him on the current situation. He's unaware of how things are playing out in this artificially made gate. Surya explains that their mission was to obtain the Holy Relic, which they successfully did. They were en route to the borders of the Lionheart Empire when the Green Orcs and the followers of the Beast Gods launched a surprise attack. This revelation concerns Leon, as such a coordinated ambush is unusual for these inferior beings. The Grail Knight continues, detailing how they devised the strategy to divide their forces. While some soldiers remained behind to fend off the attackers, the rest were tasked with transporting the relic. They split into 5 groups, a strategy Leon finds clever and effective, commending Surya for its soundness. After the briefing, Leon gets to the crucial question: the location of the group carrying the real holy relic. Surya hesitates, visibly uncomfortable, as though reluctant to reveal such sensitive information. However, given that the person asking is none other than the king of the Lionheart Empire, he has no choice. Surya finally admits that Team 5, positioned in the southwest, is the group carrying the real holy relic. Leon's expression hardens as Surya delivers the final blow. Team 5 is led by none other than his former comrade and Pantheon Guild member, Gu Disung, the wielder of the legendary Warhammer. This revelation hits Leon harder than the ambush itself. The mission just got a lot more complicated. The next chapter opens in Riem Valley, though it looks nothing like a valley. Instead, it resembles a barren wasteland of rocky mountains and sandy dunes, devoid of rivers or any signs of greenery. The scene shifts to a dead bear, its skull crushed and jaw broken. Nearby, Hunter Gu Disung lies on the ground while someone laughs at his state, asking if he's awake. Gu, however, doesn't seem fully aware of his surroundings. The one laughing is none other than the past version of Surya of the Twilight, who sarcastically asks how reckless he must have been to throw himself at the bear, solving the mystery of the dead beast as several knights drag its body away. Gu, however, seems unaware of what has just happened, surprised to even see the bear at all. Hari is there as well, and she approaches the hunter, concerned. She asks if he's alright, and Gu, in his disoriented state, is shocked to see her, the assistant manager, present, which clearly suggests he hit his head hard on the rocks during the fall. Despite his confusion, Gu tries to gather himself and get back on his feet while Hari informs him that they seem to have been separated again, just like during the raid on the Dragon Palace. Their conversation is interrupted when the old knight Surya jumps in, asking how knight-errants managed to get this far. With a chuckle, he adds that he didn't realize there were others crazy enough to attempt something like this. He laughs at his own joke, leaving Gu bewildered, especially at the mention of knight-errants, a title far beyond his current standing. At that moment, a system window appears with a quest. Help Grail Knight Surya of the Twilight transport the holy relic to the borders of the Lionheart Empire. The captain of Squad 3 reads the quest aloud, which shocks the old knight, Surya, since survivors like him aren't able to view the system windows. When he hears the message, he confirms that it's accurate. They had recently reclaimed a holy relic from the Savage Lands. Surya then explains to them that they are a bit behind on recent news, noting it makes sense given their location in the middle of nowhere. Gu awkwardly expresses his appreciation, addressing the knight hesitantly as Surya of the Twilight. This makes the Grail Knight visibly uncomfortable, as he wasn't expecting to hear that title from someone he's never met. Surya places a hand on his chest and informs them that the title Surya of the Twilight is an honorable one he will receive in the future. For now, he is just a mission knight. However, Gu, being a modern hunter, has no grasp of this timeline or the significance of the situation. This sets the stage for a brief autobiography of Surya Bertham. For a very long time, Surya did not receive any divine quests, and he spent 10 years wandering as a knight-errant from the age of 15. Afterward, he served for another 10 years as a kingdom knight. As a kingdom knight, he continued wandering the world for 50 years, waiting for a divine quest from the gods. 50 years spent solely in search of this purpose. Surya was acknowledged as an excellent knight, and his loyalty was unquestioned. But the issue was that he wasn't a superhuman like those who received divine quests and etched their names into history. These heroes had supernatural abilities that changed the tides of battle. Despite this, Surya never gave up. Even when people admired him from afar, they eventually mocked him, and in the end, they pitied him. One day, however, a mysterious woman appeared in his dreams, Goddess Plu, the divinity of dreams and death. She asked him why he subjected himself to endless suffering. She revealed that the Pantheon was aware of his efforts and advised him to return to the kingdom and fulfill his duties. Surya responded, saying that while she might blame him for his lack of talent, she could not deny him the right to pursue his journey of honor. For Surya, trying was all he knew how to do. And so, Surya Bertham kept trying. He wandered from place to place, fighting against the forces of evil, often slogging through mud rather than walking the noble path of other knights. Even though poets and singers mocked his determination, calling it foolishness, Surya never complained. He continued his journey of honor, relentless in his pursuit, undeterred by the ridicule or the hardships he faced. Finally, Sir Surya became a Grail Knight at the age of 100. his hair and beard having turned gray with time. He was the oldest person in history to achieve the rank of Grail Knight. The scene returns to the present, where Leon Dragony Lionheart and Cerzeria of the Twilight are observing their knight-errants forming a defensive line to face an incoming wave of monsters. The soldiers shout to raise their shields as the company commander orders the axe wielders to be on standby. Hundreds of grotesque orcs and barbarians charge toward them at full speed, with their commander shouting to kill the knights, boosting the morale of the monsters. The knights hold the line with all their might, halting the monsters' advance. At the commander's signal, the axe wielders rush forward and strike, cutting down the first row of enemies, who fall to the ground in agony. Cries of pain echo throughout the valley as the commander orders the axe wielders back behind the shields, repeating the sequence. The combination of defensive strategy and brutal offense leaves a trail of fallen monsters, the sounds of their defeat like music to Leon's ears. He despises these creatures. For both Grail Knights, this sight is routine, but for the new recruits, it's a breathtaking display of teamwork and power. Suho, in particular, is awestruck as he glances at Leon, realizing that this isn't just about raw strength. It's the Knights' exceptional combat coordination that sets them apart. Even the S-rank hunters of Earth would pale in comparison to these knights. Suddenly, Cerzeria, still seated on his stallion, calls out to Leon, hinting at something approaching. Leon's sharp eyes catch it too, a boulder troll, a massive demon similar to the one they fought in Sparrow Kingdom. But this one is far more dangerous, clad in armor and leading a group of heathens. Despite the looming threat, Leon smiles confidently, telling the newbies to pay close attention. What they are about to witness, he says, is the level of mastery they should aim to achieve in the future. Behind him, more than a dozen knights on horseback appear, ready to join the fray. Raising his right hand, Leon signals the knights to charge. Cerzeria takes the lead, wielding a fearsome spear. The oldest Grail Knight orders his subordinates to gallop at full speed toward the troll. Watching this, Kim Yi-hyuk and Han Suho are stunned. Yi-hyuk exclaims that the passage is too narrow for such a charge, while Suho warns that this kind of maneuver is too dangerous and could lead to friendly fire. Their concerns are valid. For those unfamiliar with the skill of these knights, the charge seems reckless. But they're underestimating the precision of the Grail Knights. Suddenly, Cerzeria's stallion veers off course, running horizontally along the mountain wall above the first line of defense. It's a shocking sight, not just to the trainees but to the monsters as well. Their jaws drop in disbelief as Zeria's horse runs parallel to the ground. What's more astonishing is that it's not a unique ability of the Grail Knight. Every knight in the company is performing the same gravity-defying maneuver. The monsters, never having witnessed anything like this, freeze in place, unsure how to react. As the knights pass over the shield wielders, their stallions leap from the mountain, soaring through the air toward the enemy. Ceria, mid-air, calls upon the holy flames of war and fire, striking the monsters below with divine power, incinerating them in a blaze of righteous fury. The monsters are left writhing in agony, cursing their pitiful existence. The display leaves an indelible mark on both Yi-hyuk and Suho. Yi-hyuk, unable to contain his excitement, shouts that they will surely kill all the monsters at this rate. However, Leon, calm and composed, warns him not to get too excited. The enemy has yet to reveal their full strength. Yi-hyuk, ever blunt, then asks if His Majesty plans to participate in the battle. The question catches Leon slightly off guard, but he responds coolly, reminding the young blonde that their quest only requires them to transport the holy relic. Leon reflects on the quest's details, remembering that there is a bonus mission: defend Cerzeria's forces until the very end. He considers chasing after the real transport squad with the holy relic, as his stallion could easily catch up. But he's resolved to stay with the oldest Grail Knight for his final mission. This time, Leon is determined to witness Cerzeria the Twilight's journey until its honorable conclusion. Returning to the present, Leon asks the newbies if they followed his earlier instructions. Yi-hyuk responds that they did search the orc corpses as instructed, but unfortunately, they found no mana stones, disappointing Leon slightly. However, this discovery is a blessing in disguise, as it confirms that this quest doesn't carry the hidden malicious intent like the ones in other gates. Leon concludes that this gate feels neutral, unlike the corrupted ones they've encountered before. He also realizes that the gates themselves are inherently neutral, and it is possible to manipulate the quests. This is a major breakthrough, as their first attempt at creating an artificial gate has provided valuable information. Leon then orders the students to scout the area and check if any others are nearby. Just as he finishes speaking, a spear suddenly hurtles toward his head. Without hesitation, Leon blocks it with his bare fist, stunning the students, who immediately ask if he's alright. The attack came from a bald orc, flying on a mythical creature above. The orc, frustrated by his failure, considers the miss a personal disgrace. But Leon's rage begins to build, and he snaps the spear in half with his fist, disgusted by the long-range attack. The orc has unknowingly sealed his fate. Leon, infamous for his disdain for long-range weapons and his deep-seated hatred for green monsters, activates his Ranger Hater buff. In his natural aura of dominance, he snarls at the orc, calling him a filthy beast for daring to use such a weapon against him. His golden eyes gleam with fury as he orders Cerzeria to bring him the orc's head for the insult. Cerzeria, equally enraged by the disrespect toward His Majesty, vows to offer the monster's head to Leon. With a deadly calm, he draws a holy sword adorned with a red gemstone and a green strap. Meanwhile, the orc laughs at the arrogance of the Grail Knights, mocking them as if they were powerless. The monster taunts them, thinking they are just boasting without action. But before the orc can finish his sentence, Cerzeria is already airborne, moving with such speed that the creature hasn't even realized it. In a flash, the Grail Knight strikes the orc with the blunt side of his sword, sending him crashing to the ground like a baseball hit out of the park, a home run. The monster lands hard, coughing up blood, while his mount lies dead beside him. Dazed and infuriated, the orc demands to know what just happened. Cerzeria, embodying the dignity of a holy knight, rebukes the beast for daring to invade a realm meant for kings, reminding him that creatures like him are meant to crawl on the ground. His words cut deep, infuriating the monster even further. The orc, clearly offended, warns Cerzeria that his arrogance will be his downfall, boasting that his army will overwhelm him and make him regret coming here alone. But Cerzeria remains unfazed. As he surveys the scene, he acknowledges that the orc indeed brought a large number of beasts, which was unexpected. The orc, standing back on his feet, arrogantly claims that Cerzeria's strength won't matter against such overwhelming numbers. He believes that his army will crush the Grail Knight. However, Ceria, having faced countless adversaries over 100 years, remains calm. He scoffs at the orc's claim, coldly stating that while they may be many, they are nothing more than trash to him. It's time for a display of divine power, and the monster leader can sense that something terrible is about to happen. A feeling of dread creeps over him as Cerzeria places his hand on his chest, calling upon the divinity of dreams and death, Goddess Plu. Purple mana begins to envelop the battlefield, swirling around like a menacing storm. The monster, realizing the danger, yells at his comrades to flee, ordering them to get as far away from the human as possible. He knows something catastrophic is coming. Cerzeria's sword ignites with divine light as he declares to the goddess that he has completed his mission. He requests that she bring death upon these unfaithful beings, trapping them in a nightmare from which they will never wake. The surroundings turn gray, a bleak void with only Cerzeria glowing like a beacon in the emptiness. The monsters are frozen in shock. Suddenly, magical wires shoot out, covering the entire area and binding the monsters and the space around them. This is the ultimate divine move granted by the divinity of dreams and death. The scene then shifts to Team 5, where the past version of Cerzeria gently presses down on Gu Disung's head, advising him to be cautious in these parts, as most of the creatures active at night are not animals but monsters. Gu apologizes for his recklessness. The older knight, full of youthful spirit, laughs and reassures Gu that it's fine. He's young, after all, and recklessness is to be expected at his age. The red-headed mage comments that it's good there in the forest now, safer than the open land they'd just passed through. But Cerzeria isn't fully convinced, advising them that it's still not safe enough. He suggests they move to a nearby cave, which would offer better protection. He hoists a heavy wooden box onto his shoulders, but Dame Stella, another red-haired knight, rushes over, offering to carry it, remarking that someone as noble as him shouldn't burden himself with such labor. Cerzeria, however, insists that as a mission knight, she need not treat him with such reverence. Stella seems frustrated, clearly wanting to assist him. Meanwhile, Gu, utterly confused, asks what this whole mission knight business is about. Clearly out of his depth, Cerzeria directs them to move stealthily as they make their way toward the cave. Finally, after what feels like a never-ending night, they reach the cave, safe, at least for now. Cerzeria seals the cave entrance with magical leaves, a move that amazes Hari. She comments that she never knew divine laws could be used in such a way. The Grail Knight, trying to remain humble, shrugs it off as a mere trick, though the continuous compliments clearly make him a little shy. After blocking the entrance, he instructs them to set up camp for the night, warning that it will be a long one. In a comical moment, the stallions seem to have taken a liking to Hari's hair, chewing on it whenever they get the chance. Dame Stella, holding a wooden box with golden edges, asks Cerzeria if she can watch over it. Cerzeria, somewhat amused, replies that she doesn't need his permission. After all, as a kingdom knight, she technically outranks him, a mere mission knight. Stella, however, humbly defers to him, stating that as a Grail Knight chosen by the divinity of dreams and death, he is more deserving of the responsibility. Cerzeria sighs, clearly uncomfortable with being treated as the person he will one day become. He insists that he is not yet the Grail Knight they speak of, merely a knight on a mission. Hari and Gu listen in confusion, unable to make sense of the conversation. Finally, Gu raises his hand, apologizing for the interruption, and asks what they mean by the future and past versions of Cerzeria. The question alerts both knights, and Cerzeria acknowledges that for the newcomers, this situation must be baffling. He admits it's understandable since they've only just begun their journey together. The knight then reveals a divine gift bestowed upon him by the goddess Plu, a reward for his relentless pursuit of honor. After finally becoming a Grail Knight, Plu granted him a special power, the ability to seize victory within the endless dreams. This power allows him to summon a clone of himself from the past into the present. The version of himself he summons is from when he was 85 years old, the age when he first received a quest from the gods. Hearing this, Gu Disung's jaw drops in amazement, questioning how such a feat is possible under divine law. Hari, always analytical, raises a critical question. Does summoning this clone split Surzuria's current power between his real self and the past version? Suria, with a proud smile, clarifies that the clone is merely a copy of his past self and does not drain any power from his present form. This revelation excites the Saintess of Poma, who exclaims that this makes him practically invincible. Surzuria laughs it off, humbly stating that, despite this ability, he's still just a mission knight and nothing compared to a true Grail knight. Before he can finish, the cave is suddenly shaken by the roar of a fearsome beast. Both knights immediately go on guard, drawing their swords in anticipation. Gu asks what they've just heard, but Surzuria quickly signals for silence, hinting that the creatures know they're hiding here. The Pantheon Guild members ready themselves, drawing their weapons as well. Suddenly, the cave ceiling begins to crack, indicating that something is approaching from above, the worst possible way to breach a cave. Moments later, a monstrous dog-like beast crashes through the ceiling directly above Surzuria. Move, Surzuria commands, as rocks rain down on the group. Everyone scrambles to avoid the falling debris, but the Grail Knight is left to face the beast head-on. Despite the surprise attack, Surzuria blocks the creature's deadly strike by lodging his sword into its jaws while gripping its tail with his left hand. However, the beast has already managed to land a blow on his right shoulder. This is a subordinate of a demon, Surzuria shouts, warning everyone of the beast's lethality. He instructs Dame Stella to retreat immediately, emphasizing the danger of the creature's poison. Meanwhile, Hari frantically tries to wake up Hunter Disung, but to her horror, she notices that the hunter's right arm has already been affected by the poison. He's writhing in excruciating pain, his condition rapidly deteriorating. The next chapter begins with Gu Disung, a D-rank hunter, writhing in pain from a poisonous cut on his right hand. Hari, the assistant manager, is desperately trying to cover the wound and prevent the poison from entering his bloodstream. Gu, filled with guilt, feels awful that she's worrying about him instead of protecting herself. Despite her confusion, Hari refuses to give up. She believes she should have been able to stop the poison, but nothing seems to be working. With a serious expression, she tells Gu not to move and to wait for a moment, her demeanor alarming him. The Saintess of Poma then strides toward the battleground where Surzuria and the junior demon are locked in combat. Surzuria spots her approaching and immediately warns her to stay back, it's too dangerous. However, he's taken aback when he sees the divine flames surrounding her. He hadn't realized just how close she was to the gods. The sight of one of her guild members being injured by a demon has awakened the flames of Pedos within her. It's an epic moment, as these divine flames are not to be trifled with. A flashback shows Hari riding in Leon's arms on a Pegasus. At that moment, Leon had told her he was sure she was chosen by the divinity of war and fire, but he also warned her that divine powers don't follow petty rules. He had explained that divine flames are like the sea, flowing according to one's will, just as currents move through the ocean. Leon had instructed her to remember that divine laws reform the rules of the world. Back in the present, Hari, now wielding those flames, unleashes a powerful slash downward, cutting the demon cleanly in half. Its dying cries echo throughout the cave, and Surzuria, stunned, is left speechless. He had never expected such a move from her, especially one using divine power. With the battle over, the group turns their attention to the deadly poison. Surzuria identifies it as Coral's poison, which prompts a puzzled response from Hari, who points out that they're far from the sea. Surya then explains that it comes from a chimera created by the Empire's dark mages, but the good news is that he can make an antidote. The relief is short-lived, as Dame Stella, the red-headed Kingdom Knight, informs them that they only have enough antidote for one person. Hari is disheartened, apologizing for accidentally burning part of the antidote with her flames. Surzuria reassures her, telling her that on a battlefield, things happen unpredictably, and she shouldn't blame herself. Surya then walks over to Gu Disung, who has removed his armor and is lying against the cave wall. He confirms Gu's identity and offers him the antidote, telling him that he deserves it. Gu is taken aback by this generosity and hesitates, asking if it's really okay for him to take it. Surzuria, future Grail Knight, responds that someone as young as Gu has much more potential than an old man like himself. Gu drinks the antidote in one go, expressing his gratitude. Perhaps they could have shared it, but that's not for me to decide. Surzuria then informs the group that he has hidden the cave entrance more securely this time. He's confident that even with their keen sense of smell, the enemy won't be able to track them. However, just as he finishes speaking, his energy fades, and he collapses to the ground. Everyone rushes to his aid, realizing that the poison has begun to take its toll. The fact that even the future Grail Knight is brought to his knees by this poison shows just how deadly it is. Gu helps Surya sit up, asking if there's any other way to save him. Surya, however, eases their concerns by telling them not to worry. Even if he dies, another version of him from the past will continue to assist them on their journey. But Gu is visibly shaken, struggling to accept that someone must die to save his life. He insists that there is only one of Surzuria here. Gu places Surzuria by a large rock so he can rest. Surya then reminds them that even his clone has been blessed by the Lady of Death and that she has granted his clone a gift. He tells them not to mourn his death, as his passing will be far more comfortable than anyone else's. This, he says, is one of the gifts his clone received for serving the Pantheon for over a century. At this moment, Surzuria's only concern is that someone is after the holy relic. To deliver it safely to the King of the Lion Heart, they'll need to treat his clone like just another consumable resource. This grim reality weighs heavily on everyone, leaving the air thick with sorrow and no words to be spoken. Suddenly, the Lady of Death, Plu, appears. Cerzeria, his eyes now dark purple, speaks to her as if his soul has already departed. "You needn't have come all this way to see me," he murmurs. Then, with one final breath, he chants, "Glory to Lionheart," before passing away. Back on the battlefield with Team 1, Leon watches Cerzeria's clone fight valiantly and praises him for his strength. The oldest Grail Knight credits his prowess to both the Lady of Death and the King of the Lion Heart. Leon acknowledges the praise and then asks Ceria if he was trying to bait the leader of the orcs out of hiding. Cerzeria confirms that was his plan, but admits it hasn't worked. Leon, a little surprised, comments that the orcs are more patient than he expected, especially for such a feral species. He suggests that if they didn't react to such a provocation, their leader must be unusually charismatic. Ceria, considering this, asks if it's possible that a great chief is leading these monsters. Leon agrees, fearing that there may indeed be an orc champion in their midst. Orc champions are rare, chosen by the orc god to unite the orcs and wage great wars. Leon explains that, during his time in the kingdom, he never encountered a great chief, but he hesitates to draw conclusions just yet. He's prepared to wait and see. Leon then asks to speak privately with Cerzeria. They retreat to a temporary base camp set up in the valley, where they find a secluded tent for their conversation. Inside, Cerzeria is visibly distraught, slamming his fist onto the table as he learns that his true self has already died and is now in paradise. His shame is compounded by the knowledge that Leon, the King of the Lion Heart, fought alone against evil for 2 centuries. Ceria, filled with guilt, begs for forgiveness, calling himself a disloyal and worthless knight. But Leon reassures him, telling him not to apologize. What happened, happened, and Ceria should not carry that burden. This news, however, leads Cerzeria to a chilling conclusion. If he had been killed by an orc, it would almost certainly mean that the great chief is present. Only an orc of such status would be powerful enough to bring down a Grail Knight. Leon agrees, believing that the champion chosen by the orc god is indeed on the battlefield, although Leon has never encountered him in the timeline after this event, which he finds strange. Following this revelation, Cerzeria asks Leon the true purpose of his venture into this gate. Leon explains that it's part of an experiment, and any loot they gain from the raid is of secondary importance. But he also admits there is another goal now that he's here. Curious, Ceria presses for more details. Leon's expression softens as he reveals that this time, he wishes to remain alongside his friend until the very end, a sentiment born from his regret over the incident at Jeju Island, where he had been forced to leave Sir Geovric's side in his final moments. As the sun sets and night blankets the land, we shift to a different base, the camp of the heathens and orcs. Unlike the human troops, the orc camp is rugged and primal. Commoner orcs are scattered across the ground, sleeping soundly. The lives of orcs are simple and predictable. They wake, eat breakfast, fight, eat lunch, fight again, have dinner, and then sleep. They live by a brutal but straightforward routine. Their strength lies in their simplicity, yet this very lifestyle makes them vulnerable to night ambushes, as most of them are fast asleep once the sun goes down. Leon, brimming with mischief, ignites the divine flame on his fingertip and sets the entire orc base ablaze. Chaos erupts instantly. The camp fills with shrieks and angry roars as food supplies go up in flames and guards are chastised for their negligence. The orcs yell among themselves, cursing the disgusting humans who they believe are behind the attack. In truth, both Grail Knights, Leon and Cerzeria, have become living nightmares for these inferior creatures, offering them no respite. Leon relishes their suffering, declaring with satisfaction that the smell of burning beasts is heaven to his nose. Cerzeria, equally entertained, agrees as they both feed off the chaos they've created. Cerzeria turns to Leon, promising to provide him with all the information necessary about the current timeline. He suspects that the presence of His Majesty may have altered the course of history, including his own death. If this gate has indeed successfully copied the Lionheart Kingdom, then that man will inevitably appear, the one considered a true match for the King of the Lionheart. This man is none other than the strongest Grail Knight, a warrior whose imposing figure is encased in heavy armor, complete with a horned helmet. He's a formidable force, a hard nut to crack. The narrative then takes a moment to describe the Grail Knights. These knights, chosen by the gods and having drunk from the Holy Grail, become agents of divine power. Their strength is fueled by the faith of their believers, making them unique compared to ordinary knights. While regular knights are limited by their personal divine power, Grail Knights can convert the faith directed toward their respective gods into boundless divine energy. Essentially, they act as vast reservoirs of faith, meaning they never tire and are not bound by the same physical limits as others. Meanwhile, in the camp of the Alliance forces who worship the beast god, their supreme leader, a bearded heathen, rages in frustration. For 3 straight days, their camp has been under constant ambush, yet they haven't been able to stop it. One of the warriors reports that this is their 300th ambush in just 3 days, which shocks the leader. There are tens of thousands of us here. The old heathen bellows in disbelief. How is it possible for 2 people to attack us day and night when we outnumber them by such a margin? The warrior, looking grim, explains that their attackers are Grail Knights. Hearing this, the heathen curses under his breath, growing increasingly tense. "We can't let this continue," the bearded heathen mutters, desperate for a solution. Suddenly, something heavy is thrown toward the barbarian leader, who recoils in shock. It's a dead iron bear, one of their mightiest and most revered beast gods, slain brutally. The sight of the fallen beast causes him to rise from his chair, his eyes wide in disbelief. Standing before him is a massive orc, towering over everyone. This isn't just any orc, it's the Great Chief, a colossal figure oozing power and disdain. The Great Chief gazes down at the dead beast mockingly, calling it weak. The heathen leader trembles at the sight of him, realizing he is in the presence of a monster beyond anything he has ever faced. Hesitantly, the bearded heathen addresses the champion of Helkan, asking for an explanation. In response, the Great Chief grabs him by the collar, effortlessly lifting him into the air. The heathen struggles to breathe, his hands and feet flailing as he gasps for oxygen. The orc, his voice booming, reminds the heathen that he had demanded an opening be created by yesterday, and their failure has deeply offended him. The heathen, pale and terrified, wonders how the Great Chief can possess such strength. He had fought a Grail Knight long ago, but the power this orc now displays seems even greater than that of the Grail Knights. The Great Chief drops him unceremoniously to the ground and announces that they will attack tomorrow. He orders the heathen to prepare his forces. Still trembling, the leader weakly protests, warning that there are 2 Grail Knights in the enemy ranks. The Great Chief turns, unconcerned. "Skunnik's great warrior and I will handle them. Gather your forces. Tomorrow, we will crush them." With that ominous command, the orc strides away, leaving the heathen to hastily prepare for the impending battle. The bearded heathen feels a glimmer of hope as he contemplates having 2 champions of the orc gods on their side. Champions like these are usually only spoken of in legends and history books, giving him confidence that they might finally win this war. Suddenly, a loud thud outside the tent interrupts their thoughts, and they rush out to see chaos unfolding. The 2 Grail Knights have struck again. The bearded heathen yells at his soldiers to stop them immediately. They spot a massive spear lodged in the ground, having smashed both the earth and a few unfortunate orcs with its impact. To their surprise, a letter is tied to the handle of the spear. The heathen and the champion approach the spear and cautiously open the scroll. The letter, written in the ancient tongue of the Lionheart Kingdom, has been circulating for years, but what they read shocks them. The letter is an arrogant taunt, suggesting a duel between the Grail Knights and the orcs. The knights mock their enemies, calling them cowards and scared pusses, clearly trying to lure them into a direct confrontation. The insult strikes deep, bruising the egos of both the heathen and the champion of Helkan. The orc champion, now looking grim, urges the heathen to accept the challenge. The heathen hesitates, but the champion confidently declares that he will personally face the Grail Knights, proud of his strength. He dreams of claiming the body of a Grail Knight, a lofty goal for such an inferior being, especially unaware that the King of the Lionheart will be there too. The scene shifts to Beatrice and her group, which includes Soyen and a few other trainees. The queen has just slain a demi-hound-like demon, similar to the one from the cave attack, and the soldiers surrounding her are thanking Her Majesty for saving them. A circle forms around Beatrice, and one of the girls, a golden-haired trainee, starts crying, confessing that she's terrified. Beatrice gently pats her head, asking if she's alright, and reassures her that no one has been badly hurt. Soyen, looking a bit worse for wear, also expresses her gratitude, thanking Beatrice for her timely intervention, as things could have turned dire otherwise. The queen is pleased with all of them for their resilience. A black-haired trainee then asks Beatrice if she has seen Yihak and Suho anywhere, as they seem to be missing. Beatrice doesn't quite understand the sudden inquiry and asks for clarification. Blushing, Soyen awkwardly clarifies that it's not like she's worried about them, but then admits, with a deeper blush, that she's concerned because they are her friends. Before she can finish her sentence, Beatrice cuts in, reacting with playful amusement, finding it adorable that Soyen is so worried about her friends. Beatrice's expression seems a bit exaggerated, likely due to lingering traces of her seductive powers, making Soyen feel a bit uncomfortable. Beatrice then addresses the group, confirming that the quest they've all received involves assisting Cerzeria in transporting the holy relic. Everyone nods in agreement. She reassures them that if His Majesty isn't here, he's likely with another transport squad, so there's no need to worry about their friends, as they are surely in safe hands. To boost their confidence further, Beatrice reveals that she has cast a tracking spell on all of them, just in case. The group is amazed by her foresight. Looking directly at Soyen, Beatrice promises her that she will see her friends again soon. For now, they need to focus on what they can control. With renewed determination, the group begins their march toward the borders of the Lionheart Kingdom, led by the Saintess of the Divinity of Dreams and Death. As they move, Beatrice continues to use her spell to gauge everyone's location. She believes that Suho and Yihak are most likely with His Majesty, but she's concerned about the last 3 signals. She can sense that Deseng and Hari are with another squad, but Sir Spinner is out of her range, which troubles her. She had expected him to be fine, given his expertise with the gate system, but his sudden disappearance is worrisome. Meanwhile, she assumes Sir Yeppy is up to his usual theatrics somewhere in the valley. What the hell? Sir Yappy isn't in the valley or anywhere on the planet for that matter. Instead, this extraordinary robot knight is orbiting the Gates planet from a satellite in space. Honestly, I'm not even surprised at this point. The system issues a command to stop orbit, calculating the gravitational pull of the planet. After receiving clearance, Sir Yappy successfully locks onto the world within the gate. Next, the system issues another notification. A satellite launch within the gate has also succeeded. However, the information gathered from observing the planet is limited, providing only an opportunity to calculate abnormal phenomena. Surveying the landscape, Sir Yappy notices that his satellite's view of the planet is restricted. He can only observe certain areas, such as the valleys and the Empire's borders. I'm no expert in gates or NASA engineering, but this might be happening because the gate is mimicking a timeline from the past, a planet that no longer exists in the real world. Back in the manhwa, Sir Yappy suddenly emits his signature robotic sound as the system detects a high-energy being within the gate. He immediately applies maximum adjustments to begin analyzing the battlefield. It's crucial to gather as much information about the gates and their surroundings as possible. The satellite view zooms in on what looks like a palace within the Lionheart Kingdom. A knight stands guard at the gates, with an audience present before him. Sir Yappy magnifies the image further, and the system confirms the detection of the high-energy being. The knight is identified as the same one Sir Zaria had anticipated, the strongest Grail Knight to ever exist. What makes this even more unsettling is that the knight, standing thousands of kilometers away, has just sensed that someone is observing him from space. His red eyes lock directly onto Sir Yappy's satellite, startling the Grail Knight of Hito. A wave of shock hits Sir Jagged Spinner, who can't believe what just happened. To be detected from space, across such a vast distance, seems impossible. But it's happening. The strongest Grail Knight removes his helmet, revealing a face that's clearly displeased. His sharp scars become more pronounced as his expression hardens, his red eyes widening as he stares with terrifying intensity. It almost seems like he's about to shoot lasers from his eyes, Superman style, as he sends a clear message to Sir Yappy to get the hell out of here. This is the point when we find ourselves back in Ream Valley, where the two forces are about to clash once more. With the break of dawn, the day of the duel has finally arrived. The evil forces march forward, their numbers vastly outmatching the human soldiers led by the two Grail Knights. To everyone's surprise, the two trainees, Yihak and Suho, are standing right beside Leon in the front row. The green orcs are fully prepared, armed with shields and weapons, and dozens of boulder trolls tower behind them. It's easy to see now why Sir Zaria failed in his mission and fell on this very battlefield. Both trainees are visibly shaken. Yihak nervously asks Leon if he's sure they should be standing here, as the enemy could attack at any moment. Leon, calm as ever, assures him that it's essential for them to be present. He explains that they need to analyze the enemy's forces to fully understand the situation. He adds that if they manage to hold their ground here, it will make things easier for the team transporting the Holy Relic. Leon then mentions that despite their efforts, the transport mission failed in the past. This unnerves the trainees. Suho mutters that this sounds like bad news, while Yihak suggests they should help the transport team instead. But Leon, brimming with confidence, reassures them with a smile. He reminds them that Queen Beatrice and Sir Spinner are with the transport team, and he trusts they will handle it well. His words lift the spirits of the young knights. Just then, someone calls for Leon's attention. It's none other than the oldest Grail Knight, Sir Zaria. Leon asks if all preparations are complete, and Sir Zaria confirms that everything is set according to plan. With that, Sir Zaria steps forward, ready to take the lead in the duel. Suddenly, the green orcs start pounding their weapons on the ground, chanting "Kill, kill," as they rally behind their leader, Helken. The orcs, eager for bloodshed, are ready to unleash chaos. Leon, unimpressed by the spectacle, remarks that they're such undignified creatures, while Sir Zaria, irritated, comments that they're as loud as ever. At that moment, the orc champion steps forward, addressing the human soldiers. The strong humans have arrived. He sneers, before stating the simple rules of the duel. Whoever dies first is the loser. He then introduces himself as Balbazar, Helken's champion, known as Balbazar the Undefeated. With a booming voice, he challenges the humans, asking, "Who is the honorable warrior that will fight me?" The word honorable coming from a beast disgusts Leon. He repeats the word mockingly and lashes out, declaring that Balbazar has no right to call himself undefeated. "You're nothing more than a frog in a well," Leon sneers. He then orders Sir Zaria to bring him the head of this arrogant creature. At Leon's command, Sir Zaria draws his sword and answers with a firm "Roger," at the order of His Majesty. Both challengers now face each other, locking eyes in a tense standoff. Sir Zaria steps forward, informing Balbazar that he will be his opponent. The orc, intrigued, demands to know his challenger's name. But Sir Zaria refuses to indulge the beast, stating that he will not reveal his name to an inferior creature, and warning Balbazar that he will meet his end today. The champion, unfazed, chuckles and claims Sir Zaria is talking nonsense. "We'll see," the Grail Knight calmly responds. Balbazar slams his weapon into the ground and laughs, finding the old knight's words amusing. "I'll prove you wrong," he shouts, and with that, the orc charges, his massive feet thundering towards Sir Zaria. The Grail Knight shifts his body to dodge the attack and prepares to deliver a counterstrike. But Balbazar suddenly starts laughing maniacally. Too late. he roars, and in one swift motion, he cuts Cerzeria vertically from head to toe, splitting him in two. I honestly can't believe what I'm seeing. The two halves of Cerzeria's body hit the ground with a sickening thud, and blood splatters in every direction. Balbazar lifts his weapon into the air, proudly declaring his victory. The orc army erupts into celebration, dancing and roaring in triumph. The two trainees, Yihek and Suho, are in shock, unable to process what they've just witnessed. Their minds race as they mutter incoherently, struggling to believe that Cerzeria, the legendary Grail Knight, has been defeated. But then, Yihek notices something strange. Balbazar, who moments ago was celebrating, is now standing perfectly still. His victory cry is frozen in his throat. A sudden glow of purple mana flickers in the orc's eyes, a clear sign that something is terribly wrong. At last, the truth is revealed. Cerzeria is alive, standing tall and engulfed in the divine purple mana of the divinity of dreams and death. He taunts Balbazar, mocking the orc for falling into his trap. A beast is nothing more than a beast, Cerzeria sneers, his voice filled with power. Relief washes over the trainees as Suho exclaims, he's using an illusion. That's the power of the Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. Cerzeria had tricked Balbazar into believing he had won. But in reality, it was the fantasy domain of divine law, an illusionary world that ensnared the orc. Cerzeria's eyes glow with purple fire as he prepares for the final strike, positioning himself to deliver a fatal blow. Die in your dreams, he commands the orc, channeling the divine law, aura of execution. He's confident this strike will finish the so-called undefeated champion once and for all. But just as Cerzeria is about to land the blow, Balbazar does the unthinkable. He breaks free from the fantasy domain, blocking Cerzeria's sword with his bare fist. The orc laughs mockingly, is this your divine law? Cerzeria's confidence falters. His attack didn't work, and now Balbazar is overwhelming him. The orc lets out a mighty roar and slashes his axe through Cerzeria's chest, sending the Grail Knight flying across the battlefield. Blood erupts from Zeria's wound like a volcano, and he gasps in agony. The trainees cry out in desperation, calling Cerzeria's name. They can't believe how quickly the tide has turned, and the sight of their mentor in such a state leaves them terrified. But despite the brutal wound, Cerzeria isn't finished. He leaps back to his feet, impressing even Balbazar. The Grail Knight stares at his hand, realization dawning on him. This is Helkin's power, he mutters, beginning to understand the depth of his opponent's strength. Balbazar smirks, proudly declaring, I am Balbazar, Hand of Helkin, blessed with the power to destroy all. His hand glows with evil mana as he charges at Cerzeria once more, determined to end the fight. Your petty techniques won't work on me. The orc swings his axe again, but this time Cerzeria dodges. The ground beneath them erupts with the force of the mist blow, causing the Grail Knight to lose his balance. Cursing the annoyance, Zeria quickly regains his footing and rushes forward to meet the orc in close combat. The battle intensifies as they exchange blow after blow, sparks flying with every clash of their weapons. It's impossible to tell who has the upper hand, and the fight becomes a whirlwind of violence and skill. But as the battle rages on, it becomes clear that Cerzeria is slowing down. His movements are growing sluggish, and Balbazar takes full advantage. With a sudden, brutal move, the orc slams his left hand into the Grail Knight's chest, driving him into the ground with crushing force. Balbazar raises his axe high above his head and brings it down with deadly precision, aiming to end Zeria's life once and for all. The weapon smashes into the earth, sending debris flying. But at the last moment, Cerzeria manages to evade the killing blow. From a distance, the spectators, both human and orc, watch in stunned silence. Cerzeria, coughing up blood, staggers to his feet. He's clearly taken a beating, and his once proud form is now battered and bloody. The Grail Knight despises himself for his weakness, thinking he has failed to offer his majesty the glory of victory. The shame of losing in front of his king weighs heavily on him. But something strange happens. The king of the Lionheart, watching the battle unfold, smiles. It's as if everything is going according to his plan, despite Cerzeria's apparent defeat. Balbazar, confused and frustrated, knows something isn't right. He expected his final blow to end it. But the fact that Cerzeria is still standing feels like a disgrace. Yet, the fight isn't over, and neither warrior is willing to back down. It seemed there was still some fight left in the old man. Cerzeria, the Grail Knight of Dreams and Death, wasn't about to fall without landing a single blow on the monstrous orc. He took a cold breath, gripping his sword tightly once again. He acknowledged that Balbazar had quite the determination for a beast. Judging by the battle so far, Balbazar's strength was not just raw power, it was the blessing of an orc god. But Cerzeria wasn't backing down. He readied himself once more and charged at Balbazar with all the speed he could muster. The orc, unimpressed, growled in anger and brought his two-faced axe down on Cerzeria's left shoulder, causing a violent eruption of blood. Cerzeria cried out in pain as the blow landed. His body, already failing from the previous attacks, struggled to withstand the force of Balbazar's strikes. The chapter ended there, with another brutal attack. It seemed as though the Grail Knight was fighting a losing battle, with the power gap between them too great to overcome. A flashback transported the scene to the past. The Knights of the Lionheart Kingdom stood beside Leon Dragonia Lionheart before the subjugation of the orcs. Cerzeria of Twilight was introduced to the group. Leon, still young at the time, asked the older knight to introduce himself. Surya stated his lineage, mentioning that he was the eldest son of Baron Bertham and a member of the Leona Twilight Knight Order. Leon, intrigued by the reputation he had heard of, acknowledged that Surya had served as a royal knight for 50 years. This acknowledgement left Surya slightly embarrassed, as he had yet to become a Grail Knight. Leon then warned Surya that the upcoming war to bring down the Orc champion would be dangerous. But Surya, ever resolute, requested that he be given even the lowest rank. He was willing to fight alongside the peasants or the men-at-arms with pikes. This request surprised Leon, who questioned why someone of his stature would request such a humble position. Laughing heartily, Surya explained that it wasn't just about honor or glory. For him, it was simply about living the way he wanted to live, his way of life. The scene shifted back to the present, where Surya was critically injured. Balbazar's axe still lodged deep in his shoulder blade. Blood poured from his wounds as he coughed violently, struggling to keep his composure. The Orc champion sneered and pointed at Surya, assuming that this was his victory, clearly underestimating the resilience of a Grail Knight. Suddenly, Balbazar felt something strange. The axe in his hand, once secure, was being pulled out. Surya, with sheer determination, was gripping the handle of the weapon and pulling it from his own body. As Surya did this, a flashback of Leon's words surged through his mind. Leon had approached him once, praising him for his loyalty and asking him to lend a hand in the upcoming battle. Those words stirred something deep within the old knight. Empowered by this memory, Surya raised his sword once again, mana surging through his body. He silently prayed to the goddess, asking for her blessing upon a knight who had faced death so many times. With newfound strength, he plunged his sword deep into Balbazar's body. Balbazar, stunned, could not comprehend how Surya had managed to pull off the attack. He was in disbelief, questioning how the Grail Knight could still have the strength to fight after losing so much blood. This was the power of the death resistance of Great Divine Law, a technique that allowed Surya to delay death just long enough to finish the battle. Balbazar collapsed in front of him, his massive form crumpling to the ground. Surya, bloody but victorious, stepped onto the fallen orc and raised his sword high. The Lionheart soldiers erupted in cheers, celebrating the momentous victory. The sight of their leader standing victorious against such odds sent waves of relief through the ranks. The two trainees, Yihak and Suho, stood in awe, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Despite all the odds and the brutal injuries, Surya of the Twilight had won. Suho remarked that all Surya needed was a single touch, and once he had done that, death had taken care of the rest. On the other side of the battlefield, the leaders of the allied demon forces watched the defeat of Balbazar. One of them sneered, noting that the once confident Balbazar had been bested by the Grail Knight. The bearded heathen, still in shock, muttered that Balbazar had been so full of himself, and yet he had lost. As the battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of Balbazar's defeat, a new figure stepped forward from the ranks of the green orcs, his face hidden beneath a brown cloak. The orc spoke with cold detachment, stating that Balbazar had let his guard down, and as a result, he lost. Surya, barely standing, remained silent, too weak to even lift his head. The newcomer, with a skull-like staff in hand, removed his hood, revealing his identity, Maghar, the champion of the sorcerer god, Gokrok. Maghar, assessing the state of the battered Grail Knight, acknowledged that Surya was on the brink of death but still offered him a choice. He proposed a final battle, asking if Surya would fight him until his inevitable end. Meanwhile, Surya, who had not yet lifted his head, wrestled with his fading strength. He knew he had lost too much blood, and once his death resistance faded, true death would come swiftly. Yet, for the sake of his majesty, he resolved to fight another champion and take this orc's life too. But before Surya could fall, the king of Lionheart, Leon, stepped forward, grabbing his arm and commending him for his great fight. Handing Surya over to his students, Leon ordered him to rest, promising that he would witness his end and bless it. The loyal servant of the Lionheart kingdom was speechless in the face of such honor. Now it was Leon's turn. He stepped forward onto the battlefield, his mere presence striking fear into the remaining orcs. There would be no mercy. He wasn't going to leave a single one of them alive. Addressing the green orcs, Leon declared that he would give them one final chance to win, though there was no sincerity in his words. He drew both of his holy weapons, the holy sword and holy spear, while the holy grail hovered above his head. The aura of the Lionheart engulfed him, a deadly force of nature ready to annihilate the entire enemy army. This was the first time in the entire manhwa that Leon brought out all four sacred items at once. Walking forward with the holy sword and spear in hand, the holy grail suspended above him, and the aura of the Lion King surrounding him, Leon challenged every single orc to come at him all at once. Meanwhile, far above in space, Sir Jagged Spinner's satellite continued to hover, observing the gate system on the planet. He detected increased movement at the Empire's borders, knowing that the Empire and Lionheart Kingdom held a tense alliance. He also closely monitored the teams within the gate and was relieved to see that the relic transportation team was moving steadily toward the border. However, the news wasn't all good. 2 other teams had been wiped out, although all the members of the Pantheon Guild had survived. Alarmed, Spinner noticed an increasing number of red spots on the system, signaling a growing horde of orcs and heathens. Just then, something strange caught his eye. Leaping from the satellite, Spinner narrowly avoided a laser shot from the planet, which obliterated his satellite. He was left momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had happened. Only one attack could reach that far into space, Leon's. Back on the battlefield, the scene had shifted. The vast, unlimited mana of Lionheart expanded across the valley, and it seemed as if magic had already taken its course. Both the elderly warriors and the young trainees stood frozen, their mouths agape at the spectacle before them. They had just witnessed the pinnacle of human history. With a single, devastating blow, Leon Dragonia Lionheart had obliterated the entire army of evil. The orcs, heathens, and their champions were annihilated from the surface of the planet, their shattered limbs and remains burning across the battlefield. Leon turned and addressed Sir Zaria, informing him that the Holy Grail was in his possession and, if necessary, he could accompany Zaria to the ends of this world. Sir Zaria, despite his weakened state, was surprised by the offer. He humbly requested that Leon not dwell on the past or waste his power on him. Zaria acknowledged that Leon had already shown what a great king he was, and he could not wish for anything more. The end had finally come for Zaria of the Twilight. Coughing up more blood, he struggled to hold himself upright. Leon knelt before him, respectfully informing Zaria that he would now begin the ascension ritual and urged him to accept it. But Zaria, ever the humble servant, insisted that Leon save his divine power for the future battles ahead. Leon reassured him that the orcs and heathens would fall back, and there was no need for further fighting except for tracking down the remaining enemies. Yet, in his final moments, Sir Zaria found himself reflecting on his own existence. He realized he was nothing more than a reenactment of a memory, a remnant of a past long gone. The knight begins the ritual, stating that Grail Knight Zaria Bertham, the eldest son of Zoldyck Bertham, is the first knight to serve dreams and death and a member of the Leona Twilight Knight Order. He then asks Sir Zaria to pray to the divinity he follows. Sir Zaria, looking towards the sky with hands joined, addresses the goddess who watches over the last moments of all living beings, announcing that his journey is ending. He reflects on how he stayed away from lies and falsehoods, hated gold, and fed and protected the citizens. He prays to the Lady of Dreams, asking her to bless his king by expanding his territory and removing his worries. As Zaria prays, Leon places a hand on his shoulder, addressing the divinity of dreams and death. He declares that Zaria, her first knight, is going on his final journey, and his honor and glory shall be remembered by both the living and the goddess herself. Leon then prays to the gods, asking that Sir Zaria be welcomed into their banquet halls and that his name be forever remembered. He promises Zaria that, as the 15th king of Lionheart, they will meet again in the halls of the gods. Leon then presses his forehead to Sir Zaria's, bidding a final farewell to his old friend. In a solemn gesture, Leon grabs the old knight by the neck and chants, "Glory to the Lionheart name." The moment is heavy with emotion, reflecting how deeply Leon wanted to honor Zaria, especially after his inability to do the same for Sir Geovric earlier. Meanwhile, the orcs gather around their great chief, who sits on a throne with an assistant by his side. The great chief, with long dark hair, radiates mana from his fingers. His elderly assistant asks if something is wrong, to which the chief responds that he simply saw a fly, dismissing the thought. The white-bearded orc apologizes for his disciple's failure and suggests retreating, warning that staying would only result in a greater defeat. The great chief, murmuring in frustration, mentions the king of the Lionheart, speculating that perhaps fate will have them cross paths in the future. The story resumes with the transport team, which includes Hunter Gu and assistant manager Hari from the Pantheon Guild, along with the Knights of the Lionheart Kingdom, making their way through the forest on the darkest of nights. Leading them is another clone of Sir Zaria, who believes the area is rarely frequented by monsters. Only time will tell if the guild members remain safe. Suddenly, the Saintess of Poma calls out to the Grail Knight, diverting his attention. Concerned, he asks her what's wrong. She inquires if he remembers anything that happened earlier, hinting at a possible connection to the previous clone that accompanied them. Surprised, the knight confirms that he has inherited the original's memories, but admits he has no recollection of his time with them. He then reveals that he is the mission knight of Unit 87, while the previous one was from Unit 85. He adds that at that time, His Majesty was both a Grail Knight and a War Knight, a revelation that astonishes everyone. Excited by the mention of His Majesty, Hari eagerly asks if the knight knows anything about His Majesty's youth. Stella, equally curious, jumps in, expressing a desire to hear about His Majesty's early days as well. Clearing his throat, Sir Zaria begins, recounting how Leon Dragonia Lionheart left a lasting impression on him. As he delves into the memories, he tells them that the King of Lionheart was the youngest Grail Knight of his time, and that he, too, excelled as a mission knight. The old knight then poses a question to the group, asking if they would believe that His Majesty became a mission knight at the tender age of 16, a fact that leaves Leon's assistant thoroughly impressed. Now seated on a stone, with the group gathered attentively in front of him, Sir Zaria continues. He explains that it is customary for a knight of the kingdom to engage in charity work, but due to His Majesty's status as a successor of the Duke Dragonia household, he may have bypassed some of the usual processes. Nevertheless, he performed admirably. The knight goes on to describe how His Majesty single-handedly brought down a village of orcs and eradicated all the heathens during their ritual. The tales of Leon Dragonia Lionheart's adventures became legendary, immortalized in poems and songs. At the age of 20, His Majesty was chosen by the Goddess of Light and Justice to serve her. By the age of 27, he became the youngest War Knight and Grail Knight in history. As Surzeria gazes up at the sky, he reflects on the brilliance of his majesty, certain that the world will never again see a knight as talented as him. At that moment, he points to the red-haired mage, instructing her to stay by his side, take good care of him, and learn from him, emphasizing that he is exceptionally talented for his age. Her determination ignites as she vows to do her best. Meanwhile, the captain of Squad 3 watches her in silence before smiling as he glances at his hand, perhaps reflecting on how the King of Lionheart gave him the chance to grow stronger. The story reaches its conclusion, and the group settles down to sleep around the fire after a long day of battling demons. However, the Warhammer wielder remains awake, practicing with his sword in the forest, determined to perfect his technique. Unexpectedly, Surzeria, who had appeared to be asleep moments ago, now stands in the shadows of a nearby tree, watching him. He comments on the technique, revealing that it's known as the Kingdom Sword Technique, startling Mr. Gu, who quickly turns to face him. Gu immediately apologizes for disturbing the old knight, but Surzeria reassures him, saying it's alright and noting that he, too, won't get much sleep when he reaches his age. The old knight approaches Gu Disung, explaining that he intended to help keep watch but found him training instead. When he asks if he can assist with the training, Gu eagerly agrees, honored by the offer. They stand facing each other, swords at the ready, prepared for a practice session. Surzeria informs Gu that he will attack, and Gu must defend himself. Gu agrees, and in an instant, the tip of Surzeria's sword is inches from his neck. Gu barely manages to deflect the blow, though his reaction is slow, revealing the vast skill gap between a mission knight and a future knight-errant. The gray-haired mission knight continues his relentless assault while lecturing Gu on the importance of sword position. He insists that both hands must remain above the belly button because the sword is not only an offensive weapon but also the fastest form of defense. It should always be held in a position where one can quickly react to any attack. Surzeria's attacks are unceasing, each swing coming without pause, while Gu, a D-rank unaffiliated hunter, struggles to dodge, letting out odd shrieks as he does. Gu can't help but marvel at the knight's swordsmanship, so fast and precise, almost mechanical in its efficiency. But, of course, Surzeria is a mission knight with 80 years of experience, 3 times Gu's age. As the practice session continues, Gu reaches his limit, feeling overwhelmed and unable to keep up. His sword is finally knocked from his grasp, landing some distance away, and the tip of Surzeria's blade rests against his neck, signifying his defeat. Gu gracefully accepts his loss, bowing his head in respect to the old knight, who finds the gesture amusing. Surzeria laughs heartily, reminding him that it's just a training session and that winning or losing doesn't matter. Surzeria sits down on a tree log and gestures for Gu to join him. As Gu takes a seat, Surzeria tells him that he's got the basics down, and his reaction speed isn't bad either, which shows that he has trained well. Despite this, Gu feels he is still lacking. Curious, the hunter asks the Grail Knight how he compares to the A-rank warrior Han Hari. The question shocks the old knight, who realizes that Gu is striving to match the level of someone incredibly talented, despite feeling weak in comparison. Surzeria studies him for a moment before honestly stating that there is a significant gap between them, a truth that weighs heavily on Gu, who falls silent. Sensing his disappointment, Surzeria, who has trained countless knight-errants, explains that Dame Hari is exceptionally talented and blessed by the gods. He's certain that she will continue to improve faster than anyone. Hearing this, Gu slumps on the log, feeling utterly dejected. In a lifeless tone, he admits that he already knew as much. Clenching his fists tightly, he berates himself, believing that no matter how hard he tries, he will never be as good as her. Surzeria watches him in silence, then, in an effort to lift his spirits, tells Gu that he reminds him of himself, a statement that surprises the young man. Gu, puzzled, points out that Surzeria has already become a Grail Knight, so how could he possibly compare himself to him? Surzeria smiles and explains that the Grail Knight is just the future version of who he once was, something he considers quite remarkable. Gazing at the sky, Surzeria recounts how his friends, family, and even his majesty and the goddess herself urged him to give up. This prompts Gu to ask why he didn't give up, to which Surzeria responds with a smile. He offers Gu a piece of wisdom: what others say doesn't matter when it comes to trying. Just because something seems impossible doesn't mean you should stop trying. Surzeria then asks if Gu agrees, but the hunter is too surprised by these words to respond. The old knight continues, now smiling at the starry sky. He asks Gu if he knows what courage is, and then speaks of bravery, love, and hope. Surzeria explains that a knight must understand and embody all of these qualities. He goes on to say that a knight is made of immense courage, undying hope, and pure love, and that a Grail Knight is the pinnacle of all three. After finishing his explanation, Surzeria asks Gu if he believes that a Grail Knight is truly all those things. Gu hesitates, unsure, but ultimately agrees, though he doesn't sound convinced. At this, Surzeria gently corrects him, explaining that no one is born with these traits. They are not something one can receive or achieve, rather, they are something one must manifest from within, from the heart. This insight leaves a deep impression on Gu Disung. Surzeria then stands, straightening his back, and tells Gu that when one prays to become someone who possesses these traits, it's not about the gods bestowing them upon him. Instead, the gods give one the opportunity to manifest these traits. It's a perspective that could change how Hunter Gu sees the world. The scene shifts to a white bricked entrance, with guards on duty. Stella draws Cerseria's attention to the lookout of the Empire, and the old knight sighs in relief, glad they've finally reached the Empire's gates. Cerseria informs the group that if they can pass through here, they'll be able to take a direct path to the kingdom's border, which lifts everyone's spirits. Gu reflects that the Lionheart Kingdom and the Empire share a common border, but he remains tense, realizing that their mission isn't over yet. According to the quest shown by the system, the mission should have ended now that they're in the Empire. Just then, one of the guards stops them and asks for their identities. Stella steps forward, informing the guard that they're a transport team from the Lionheart Kingdom, and that there should be records of their previous passage through this checkpoint. Upon hearing Stella's words, there is a brief pause, and then the gates of the Empire begin to open. Shadows of figures appear, welcoming the Knights of Lionheart, but their voices cause the Grail Knight to feel uneasy. 3 peculiar-looking old men arrive to greet the Grail Knight. They are members of the 13 electors, including the head of the Magic School of Light, the Imperial Guards Division Commander Sir Bulfhart, and even the Heavens Observer Starduff. The bearded man with a wooden staff greets Cerseria with a strange smile, referring to him as a clone of the original Grail Knight. Suddenly, heathens and orcs emerge from the surrounding mountains, causing Hari to panic as she alerts Cerseria that enemies have arrived. The Mission Knight's anger flares as he realizes that the Empire has formed a pact with these evil forces. But before he can draw his sword, the bearded bastard strikes, hitting Cerseria with a magic laser that pierces through his body. Gu can hardly believe what he's seeing as blood splashes onto his face and armor. The head of the magic school's eyes glow red as he mockingly welcomes and bids farewell to Cerseria. The next chapter begins with Cerseria having taken a fatal blow from the bearded traitor, lying several feet away from his original position while the Saintess frantically examines his wound. The mage laughs wickedly, taunting that it doesn't matter if Cerseria isn't the original Grail Knight, and challenges the others to fight him if they dare. Stella glares at the villain, igniting her flaming sword and launching a blazing ball toward the Empire's executive. But the mage is too skilled for them. He casts a spell that disassembles the high-grade elemental power, causing the flames to vanish in an instant. Shocked, Stella exclaims that he nullified the divine law, to which the mage laughs, boasting that they have studied divine laws for a long time. He arrogantly declares that while their divine laws aren't strong enough to break the rules, it might be a different story for the heads of temples or Grail Knights. Enraged by his audacity, the red-haired Kingdom Knight yells at him, accusing him of insulting the gods by studying their miracles. He responds with pride, calling the Empire's disdain for such traditions a mark of their superiority. He mocks them for clinging to old ways, claiming it's because of people like them that humanity has not advanced. It becomes clear that the Empire is atheist. Hunter Gu, realizing the truth, draws his sword and tells Stella that the Empire has been allied with the orcs from the beginning, and that their true aim is the holy relics. This revelation shocks Stella, who is deeply hurt to learn that these traitors are after the sacred relics. The head of Magic School laughs again, quoting the famous saying, "Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer." He then reveals their true intentions, using the holy relics to analyze the gods, believing it will bring them closer to modernizing humanity. Suddenly, the sky roars, and a bright light emerges from behind the clouds, drawing everyone's attention upward. The bearded man smirks, urging them to witness the power of humanity as the mustached man casts another spell with a flick of his finger. This spell, known as Lamenter's Lightning, sends thunder crashing down toward the transport team, just inches from striking them when Beatrice makes a grand entrance. With her own great magic, she nullifies the lightning just above the heads of the Knights of Lionheart. Beatrice, Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom and an expert in ancient magic, arrives on a wild eagle, a magic circle glowing above her head, with the kingdom's soldiers marching toward the border below. Her timely arrival shocks the Empire's executives, who demand to know her identity. The bearded man is especially unnerved, wondering how she was able to nullify such powerful magic. Beatrice reassures her guild members, saying she hurried here because she sensed they were in danger, and she was right. Her words bring smiles to the faces of Gu and Hari. The queen, perched on her eagle with hundreds of knights riding stallions at her side, taunts the Empire's executives. Her presence makes them uncomfortable, and the muscular, brown-haired man asks the head of the magic tower about her identity. The head hesitantly admits she is a mage but questions if she might be imbued with divine power. Suddenly, something clicks in the head's mind as he casts multiple spells to manipulate her mind, including psychological interference nullification, mental fortitude reinforcement, and strong mind. It seems the head of the magic school has realized something, as he sneers, accusing Beatrice of exuding mana of seduction like a common harlot. He questions her honor as a mage, to which Beatrice responds savagely, "I was born with it." This deeply offends the head, as he knows it's a lie. He can't comprehend how someone like her could possess such corrupt power without doing anything to attain it. He considers the possibility, concluding that if this is true, then the evil divinity of pleasure and corruption would surely favor her. Meanwhile, his shorter companions realize that her divine power is linked to the divinity of dreams and death, indicating that she's as skilled as a temple clergy. Now they're all panicking, as they initially believed the Lionheart Kingdom had only sent a single Grail Knight. They had no idea they were also dealing with a Saintess. The red-haired knight, Stella, is equally surprised by Beatrice's sudden appearance, trying to figure out who she is. She knows that the current temple head is a man, and since she's unfamiliar with Beatrice, her confusion is understandable. But the bearded man refuses to back down. He arrogantly declares that appearing before them was a grave mistake, adding that they would have stood a better chance with an ambush. He then casts another powerful spell, summoning a series of fire and lightning elements into a massive flame sphere. Beatrice laughs mockingly, taunting him, calling his spell adorable. This infuriates the head mage, who snaps, "I'm not done yet." He quickly unleashes another set of skills: Speed Reinforcement, Magic Manifestation Change, and Blaring Glaze. The flame sphere morphs into a colossal spear of flames and lightning, which he launches toward Beatrice, aiming to kill her as she soars high on her eagle. But Beatrice remains unfazed. As the spear hurtles toward her, she doesn't flinch. At the last possible moment, she activates a hexagonal shield, deflecting the attack. However, a second mage, hiding in the shadows, sneaks up and casts Lamenter's lightning, targeting Beatrice again. The lightning strikes both her and the eagle, causing the evil mage duo to celebrate, boasting about their perfect attack. They are convinced that there's no way she could have blocked both spells at once. But to their astonishment, a brilliant red light radiates from Beatrice. Hari watches in worry, but to everyone's shock, Beatrice has blocked both attacks. She calmly tells her guild members that they must first eliminate these unnoble things. She reveals that she used her great magic, called mana circulation, to neutralize both attacks. The mages of the Empire are left speechless by the immense mana that protected her. Without hesitation, Beatrice casts another great magic spell, the Death Eye. A dark red eye materializes and begins launching cannonballs imbued with magic in every direction. Chaos erupts as the transport team scrambles, terrified by the deadly projectiles raining down around them. The stone on the head mage's staff starts glowing as he groans about the overwhelming mana, while the glasses-wearing mage mutters in disbelief that she even absorbed all the residual mana from the atmosphere to fuel her spell. The bearded man hurriedly conjures a pure essence shield to protect his team. Beatrice nods in approval, remarking that the shield is quite comparable to His Majesty's divine law. She seems almost playful, marveling at how magic in this world isn't all that different from her own, yet wondering aloud why the mages here wield it in such a crude and vulgar manner. This offends the Empire's leaders even more. She brings her hands together, conjuring a ball of lightning between her fingers. She taunts them further, telling them that they are so focused on what their magic does now that they've neglected to consider its true potential. As she speaks, the lightning sphere grows larger with every passing second. The mage in glasses is horrified, realizing that Beatrice has stolen his magic. But it hardly matters now, she's going to use it to destroy them. Raising her hand high, Beatrice commands the magic sphere to open. A dazzling golden lightning radiates outward in all directions, illuminating the entire battlefield. This is the radiance of heavenly punishment. It becomes clear that Beatrice didn't just steal the spell, she transformed it back into its original, purer form. Suddenly, Sir Zaria's clone springs back to life, prompting everyone to rush to his side, inquiring if he's alright. But instead of answering directly, he immediately asks if this place is indeed the Empire's guard post. Realizing the implications, he tells them that if he has awakened here, it must mean the Empire has betrayed them. He then asks if his theory is correct. His suspicions are confirmed when Her Majesty, currently using her powers to connect with them, responds with a firm yes. She then instructs Hari and the others to call for reinforcements immediately. This alarms the assistant manager, who bluntly asks why reinforcements are needed if they appear to be winning. Beatrice explains that she senses an unusual power emanating from the duo they are facing. She warns that if the battle drags on any longer, she might not be able to handle it alone. Meanwhile, in a distant valley, Sir Spinner has crash-landed from space, badly damaged. The robot's main system is malfunctioning and requires urgent repair, triggering an emergency protocol. Out of the rubble, a figure approaches and lifts him. This figure is the terrifying warrior from earlier, the strongest Grail Knight. He fiercely demands to know Sir Yappy's identity, questioning why he can sense divine power emanating from him. With the transport team rushing through the valley at full speed, their only hope is to escape before the Empire's soldiers catch up. Reinforcements have been requested, but time is running out. Sir Zaria, clutching the box containing the holy relic, urgently orders everyone to hurry. The looming threat of the Empire's forces closing in could spell disaster. Gu, taking charge, urges Sir Zaria to push ahead without worrying about the rest of them. Meanwhile, Hari struggles to keep up, her horse lagging behind the others. Desperately, she urges it to go faster, but she's falling behind, the last among the group. Suddenly, bad news strikes. The Empire's soldiers, led by Sir Bulfhart, the Imperial Guard's division commander, are right on their tail. Just moments ago, there was no one behind the red-haired assistant. But now the enemy is only feet away, closing in fast. Sir Bulfhart bellows orders to his men, demanding they capture the Knights of Lionheart immediately. He yells at the fleeing team, asking where they think they're going, and orders them to stop, but it's clear he's delusional if he thinks they'll listen. Irritated and desperate, Hari, the last in line, turns to unleash her flaming sword in an attempt to slow down the Empire's soldiers. But with a single swing of his sword, the brown-haired commander extinguishes her blazing fire effortlessly. Sir Bolfart, now deadly serious, curses the dogs of the gods and swings his sword at the Saintess of Poma. Hari manages to block the strike, but the force of the attack wasn't intended for a duel. It was a brutal shove that tosses her aside. Outmatched in physical strength, Hari is thrown off course, leaving the holy relic even more vulnerable. Now, Hunter Gu is the last line of defense, his concern for Miss Hari evident. The captain of Squad 3 glances back, only to see the Empire's commander hurling insults at the kingdom's knights, calling them disgusting bastards and vowing to finish them all. Just then, Sir Bolfart leaps at Gu, his body engulfed in a sinister dark mana. It becomes clear that this ominous power is demonic in nature. His transformation is complete, demonic horns sprout from his head, and he invokes the demon god's advent, Manhwa of merciless destruction. His eyes glow red, and dark demonic mana swirls around him. This monster no longer deserves the title of Sir, so from now on, he's simply Evil Bolfart. He runs barefoot behind the group, laughing like a crazed maniac. With a sudden burst of speed, he knocks Hunter Gu aside, dismissing him as an extra in this deadly game. The D-rank hunter is left in shock, but Evil Bolfart isn't finished. He warns Lord Stella to be careful, declaring that he's coming for the main players of the kingdom. The red-haired kingdom knight, Dame Stella, orders her knights to protect the holy relic, commanding them to block the advancing enemy. In response, the knights turn their horses around, lifting their cone-shaped heavy spears as they prepare to charge. They surge forward at full speed, chanting their allegiance to the Lionheart Kingdom, determined to stop the demonic commander. However, they are no match for the evil entity that Evil Bolfart has become. With a single, brutal swing of his sword, he sends them flying, roaring at them to get out of his way. Though the knights were merely a diversion, the real threat approaches from above, catching the bearded commander off guard for a split second. Dame Stella descends from the sky, her sword gleaming with divine law. She thanks her soldiers for their noble sacrifice as she executes the divine sword's descent, aiming her sword vertically downward with all her might. She believes this attack, powerful enough to slice through high-ranking demons, should have inflicted some damage. But her hopes are swiftly dashed as Bolfart catches her by the head, leaving her gasping in shock. The evil commander remains unscathed, sneering as he tells her it's time for her to die. Suddenly, a voice from behind praises Bolfart for his resilience, noting that it's impressive he wasn't sliced by the divine sword. The expression on Bolfart's face shifts, revealing that he recognizes this as a threat. And rightly so, Sir Zaria has joined the fray, slashing at Bolfart. The demonic commander swiftly evades the strike by leaping back, abandoning his grip on Stella. Evil Bolfart, now brimming with dark mana, taunts Zaria, declaring that he's merely a copy of his former self, from before he became a Grail Knight. He mocks both Knights of Lionheart, claiming that only a Grail Knight could hope to kill him. Sir Zaria, however, remains unimpressed, taunting that the Empire's soldiers have become quite arrogant. With a cold stare, Sir Zaria questions Bolfart's qualifications to speak of Grail Knights, a comment that deeply offends the evil commander, who is already seething with rage at the arrogance of the Grail Knights. Just then, Bolfart notices something amiss. Where is the holy relic? He demands to know its location, only for Sir Zaria to mock him, suggesting that it's normal for someone of his age to forget things. As Bolfart looks behind them, his eyes widen in disbelief. The holy relic is being carried away by none other than the extra he dismissed earlier, Hunter Gu. Despite being pushed aside earlier, Gu has managed to recover and is now putting every effort into getting the relic as far away from the monster as possible. He has even rescued the unconscious assistant, Hari, who is draped over the horse. Sir Zaria exchanges a glance with Dame Stella, subtly hinting at their next move. The red-haired leader addresses the glorious Knights of Lionheart, commanding their attention. Introducing herself as the convoy captain, she declares, "This is the command of Stella Vermilion," ordering them to rise and hold their swords. Her words work like magic, as the injured knights, despite their wounds, manage to stand. Stella then informs them that they are likely to die here today, asking if they understand. In unison, they chant their willingness to follow her orders, encircling the demonic commander from all sides. This unwavering spirit, a hallmark of Lionheart's soldiers, shows their readiness to sacrifice everything for their king. The display of loyalty enrages the enemy, who dismisses their actions as the madness of fanatics, deriding them as mere dogs of the gods. He unleashes a massive surge of mana, causing the ground beneath them to erupt. Swinging his sword, he taunts them, calling them mindless animals who have abandoned free will. The force of his attack is enough to bring down the armored knights. Unsatisfied, the enemy escalates his contempt, declaring them even lower than animals, as he prepares another devastating strike against the rushing knights. Sir Zaria is almost upon him when he takes a heavy blow, while Stella narrowly avoids the deadly swing. The impact causes Zaria to cough up blood, struggling to block the enemy's sword. He urges his partner to focus on her fight and not worry about him. The commander, relentless in his assault, steps on Zuria's chest, driving him into the ground with his full weight, mocking him for not recognizing the vast difference in their strengths. Turning his attention to Stella, he attempts to pin her down as well, belittling her as a weakling. His strength easily overpowers her, tossing her into the air. Just then, a young boy, radiating purple mana, lunges at the Empire's commander. However, his effort is swiftly countered. This new arrival is another clone of Sir Zuria, younger and faster in his revival, though surprised by the increased speed of his return. Now, the younger Zuria and Stella stand side by side. The red-haired knight addresses him, asking how many lives he has left. After a moment's thought, he replies that he will continue to revive until the goddess decides otherwise. After a series of intense exchanges, Stella lies battered on the ground, and the commander of the Imperial Guard believes this is the end for them, as Zuria has now reverted to a child's form. Wolfheart taunts the child, pointing out that he's just a foolish boy, incapable of defeating him, even with his main body. Meanwhile, the young Zuria reflects on the situation, marveling that the goddess chose someone as inferior as him to be her knight. The bearded commander laughs mockingly at the young Zuria, questioning what he could possibly do in his current state. Unfazed, the boy begins to walk forward, declaring that Grail Knights are those who have devoted everything to completing the quests given to them by the gods. He continues, saying that their lives are the most beautiful flowers, blooming from their unshakable faith, and that this blindingly bright honor was both his dream and his ultimate goal. Standing right before the demon-human hybrid, Zuria raises his sword in his iconic style. He invokes the Lady of All Things, mentioning that while everyone said it was impossible, she governs the afterlife and its sinners, guiding mortals even in the lowest places. People told him it was a divine message to give up, but Zuria always faced the impossible head-on. The commander, now wide-eyed with disbelief, realizes he's facing something far more dangerous than he anticipated. This is the story of Sir Zuria of the Twilight, a knight who never sought anyone's approval for his mission nor saw any reason why a quest couldn't be completed just because it was deemed impossible. He made the impossible possible, even conquering death itself. As immense mana rises from the young Zuria, reaching toward the sky, the goddess of death bestows upon him the power to confront the impossible. His eyes turn a vivid purple, signaling an extraordinary transformation. In a stunning turn of events, this young version of Zuria transforms into a Grail Knight, with everything around him bathed in the hues of purple, an unmistakable blessing from the divinity of dreams and death. The goddess commands her knight to transcend space and time. Zuria, now filled with newfound power, vows not to die, fighting amidst the shrouds of death, where only fools sing of the end of twilight. The fate of the first Grail Knight of Plu is to overcome mortality and emerge victorious. The simple sword the young Zuria once wielded has now transformed into the sword of the Grail Knight Zuria Bertham of Twilight. Against all odds, he has become the youngest Grail Knight ever, surpassing even Leon Dragonia Lionheart, turning the impossible into reality. The next chapter opens with Wolfheart's sword lying at a distance, while he struggles to keep up with the newly transformed Zuria. The commander is forced to retreat, stepping back to avoid the powerful aura of dreams and death. He curses the damn heretics under his breath, clearly shaken by the beating he has received, clutching his neck as blood spurts from his wounds. Despite his transformation into a demon, Wolfheart can hardly believe he nearly lost to what he had considered a mere knight-errant. As he reels from the fight, the rest of the Empire's soldiers finally catch up to him, reporting that it's not too late. They still have a chance to reach the Lionheart borders, which are at least half a day away. The demonic commander orders his troops to track down the transport team and retrieve the holy relic at all costs. As they discuss their strategy, Stella Vermilion interrupted, urging them to stop their theatrics. She struggled to her feet, using her sword for support, a sight that sent chills down the spine of the Empire's executive, who questioned in disbelief if she was still alive. The evil commander, enraged, ordered his subordinates to kill her, declaring that no one would be spared. His soldiers began advancing on Stella, who, despite her dwindling strength, picked up her sword and shouted, "Glory to Lionheart!" One last time. Suddenly, the ground trembled, the source of which was behind Stella, near the borders of the Lionheart Kingdom. All eyes turned in that direction, shocked by what they saw, a massive, blazing arc of flame rising toward the sky, painting the horizon crimson red. This fiery arc was hurtling toward them, leaving them to wonder if it was a meteorite or something else entirely. In mere seconds, the fiery object was upon them, causing the jaws of the Empire's soldiers to drop in astonishment. It crashed down between Stella and her enemies with a deafening blast, and in that instant, they realized who had arrived. The Slayer, Decapitator Knight, Witch Hunter, War Rider of Destruction, and Executioner of Divine Will. He was Vulcanus, the strongest Grail Knight ever, engulfed in the flames of war and known as the Grail Knight of Pedos. Looking fearsome with his blazing red eyes, Vulcanus roared his introduction, declaring himself with a voice that made the very ground and air erupt with the mana of war and fire. He lifted his sword and pointed it directly at Wolfheart, demanding to know his excuse. Bewildered, Wolfheart stammered, asking in a panic what he meant by that. Volcanus, the executioner of divine will, clarified that he was asking for Bolfhart's excuse before he burned him to ashes, implying that forgiveness could only come through death. The bearded commander laughed nervously at this provocation, accusing Volcanus of arrogance and warning that this hubris would lead to their downfall before the might of the empire. Infuriated, Volcanus mockingly asked if that was all Bolfhart had to say before launching himself at the commander with his heavy sword. Bolfhart barely managed to block the attack, gasping in pain as he did. With immense pressure, Volcanus bore down on Bolfhart's sword, pressing it against the commander's chest. He asked if Bolfhart understood the real reason the empire could call itself by that name. Bolfhart, feeling his strength waning under the brutal onslaught, wondered how Volcanus could be so powerful. The Grail Knight of War delivered blow after heavy blow, each one pushing Bolfhart further back. Volcanus taunted that the empire only existed because the Grail Knights of Lionheart had allowed it. The kingdom had tolerated their arrogance and even permitted their expansion, but now their time had come. With a final, crushing strike, Volcanus shattered Bolfhart's sword in half, tearing through his armor and sending him flying several feet away from his original position. The Imperial Guard's commander struggles to comprehend what he's witnessing, unable to believe that a human could possess such speed, power, and seemingly endless mana. But it's true, Volcanus is no ordinary human. He is the strongest Grail Knight, rivaling even the King of Lionheart. Clad in a red cloak and heavy, horned armor, and surrounded by crimson mana, he looks like a fearsome monster. Now on his knees, the commander realizes his end is near. In desperation, he plays his trump card, awakening his third eye and invoking the demon god Manhwa, begging for power in exchange for any consequences. The demonification of Bolfhart begins, an act that deeply offends Volcanus, who deems it a sacrilegious sight, vowing that he will not forgive this blasphemy. As the transformation completes, Bolfhart emerges as a grotesque clown-like goat, brimming with newfound power. He exudes a sense of omnipotence, mocking Volcanus, claiming that the Grail Knight could never understand the feeling of getting what one desires merely by praying. He orders Volcanus to cower before him. However, the third eye of Manhwa looks up to the sky, where Volcanus has already summoned a colossal sword of flames using divine law. He swings the mighty blade vertically, mirroring Stella's earlier attack but with exponentially greater power. The sword, expanding to hundreds of feet, descends upon the demonic goat, obliterating Bolfhart and reducing him to ashes, fulfilling Volcanus's promise. Meanwhile, at the Empire's guard post, Beatrice continues her fierce battle against the two superior mages. Both sides are relentless, but it's clear Beatrice is nearing the end of her mana reserves. The headmaster smugly remarks that it's only a matter of time before they defeat her, envisioning the peace that will follow. The Empire's mages, having forged their own demonic pacts, also bear horns, relishing the endless mana their dark powers provide. The bearded mage, in the midst of threatening to finish Beatrice off, is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected ally, Leon, the King of Lionheart. His voice cuts through the battlefield, calling them arrogant bastards and implying that he had suspected the Empire's betrayal all along, the very betrayal that could have caused the Grail Knight of Plu to fail his mission. Leon's arrival is met with shock on both sides, but for opposite reasons. The evil mages are terrified, realizing they are now truly doomed, while Beatrice is elated that His Majesty has arrived just in time. Leon smiles, mentioning that he had to send off an old friend, undoubtedly referring to Volcanus, in what was a fitting farewell for a comrade and king. Leon then courteously asks Beatrice for permission to join the battle. She responds with playful sarcasm, stating that she has no intention of monopolizing the honor and glory, which amuses Leon. He replies that they will need to have a very long discussion about this later. Beatrice, feigning innocence, retorts that she's not a knight, so it doesn't matter. Their lighthearted banter in the midst of the battlefield leaves the mages stunned, unable to believe what they are witnessing between these two royals. The head mage, empowered by demonic mana, prepares to unleash his final, overpowered attack. Confident in his impending victory, he declares that nothing can change their fate. He will end them all with this strike. But before he can act, a brilliant red light suddenly illuminates the sky, diverting his attention. Bewildered, he wonders aloud if someone has summoned a meteor, but it's clear to everyone that this is no celestial object. It's the arrival of the Grail Knight of War and Fire, Volcanus. The Saintess of Plu glances at Leon, questioning if this is one of his special moves, but Leon calmly replies that it looks like they won't need to do anything else in this fight. He explains that the person arriving has no mercy for evil, a revelation that shocks both mages. The minion, in particular, is stunned, wondering why the formidable Volcanus has suddenly appeared, even crossing borders to do so. Without even touching the ground, Volcanus unleashes the divine punishment, sending flames of war cascading from the sky. The sheer power of his attack incinerates the two mages, reducing them to nothing but ashes, their existence erased from the earth. This is the might of the executioner of divine will, who now bows before Leon, greeting him with reverence as the agent of all gods, the owner of Lionheart, and the guardian of the Holy Grail. Leon smiles warmly at the sight of his old comrade, remarking that it's been a long time since they last met. Volcanus agrees, inquiring about His Majesty's well-being. Before the conversation can continue, Beatrice interrupts, reminding Leon that they need to gather everyone before the gate closes. Leon immediately understands the urgency. He places a hand on Vulcanus's shoulder and, seated before him, admits that there's much they need to discuss, but now isn't the time. Vulcanus, ever respectful, assures him that he won't interfere and asks what needs to be done. Leon requests something that symbolizes Vulcanus's existence. In response, Vulcanus produces a shiny dagger imbued with divine mana, offering it to Leon, saying that if it's truly needed, he can take it. Leon accepts the dagger with gratitude, thanking his old friend. As Leon bids him farewell, he assures Vulcanus that they will meet again. The significance of this statement lies in the fact that Vulcanus is not present in God's paradise, suggesting that the strongest Grail Knight in history is still alive somewhere in the world. The story picks up right where it left off, with the Pantheon Guild members gathered in front of the gate in Riam Valley, ready to close it now that the mission is complete. Hari is there, holding an injured Sir Yappy close, enjoying the warmth of the moment. Our boy Leon finally shows up at the gate too, which brings a smile to the assistant manager's face. The rest of the crew perks up, sensing something big is about to go down. And they're not wrong. Here come the two royals, riding in on a Pegasus, dripping with that undeniable royal charm. Leon, ever the gentleman, helps Beatrice dismount from the mystical creature, noting that everyone's finally here. Beatrice blushes, clearly flustered by the whole scene. Leon's mood shifts when he spots Sir Yappy in bad shape. He's immediately concerned and asks if Yappy is okay. Yappy, barely managing to speak, reassures him that he's fine, though it's clear he's far from it. Hunter Goose steps in next, presenting a gold-plated box containing the holy relic. Leon carefully takes the box, giving it a once-over before praising everyone for their hard work in protecting the relic. He opens the lid, and a blinding golden light spills out, so bright that everyone has to shield their eyes. The knights are in awe, mesmerized by the glory of the divine item. Even the Grail Knight of Light and Justice is captivated, satisfied to see that this is indeed the lost holy relic, a gold-plated sword cover. With that, Leon orders everyone to pack up and head out. The scene shifts to the Pantheon Guild base back at Naju Plains, which has transformed into a bustling city with proper roads and infrastructure. Enter Park Sujin, a senior manager and evaluator for the Korean Hunter Association. She steps out of her car, grumbling about the early hour and wondering what the association's president wants from her at this ungodly time. Sujin is taken aback by how much the place has developed. It's practically a tourist hotspot now, with cafes full of people chatting about the guild. She can't help but think that the allure of an epic item must be powerful if it's drawn this much attention. As she looks around, she spots Sir Yappy, back to his usual business of accepting donations, this time with the added convenience of Apple Pay for iPhone users. She approaches him and greets him, and in a flash, he's already recognized her, confirming she's Senior Manager Park Sujin from the Hunter Association. She's surprised at how well he knows her. This is Sir Yappy's moment to flex. He casually tells Park Sujin that he has the data of all Hunter Association members, which understandably shocks her, since that's supposed to be classified information. He then informs her that he's contacting His Majesty, suggesting she wait inside. Curious, she asks if she can check out the Warhammer while she's there, and just like that, Sir Spinner has another potential challenger for his collection. He asks if she wants to participate, and to no one's surprise, she agrees. When Sujin asks about the participation fee, the financial director of the guild shows her a sign board, 5 million won. It's a hefty price tag, enough to make anyone think twice. But the robot's got a trick up his sleeve, explaining that the price drops according to tax brackets. For her, it's just 500,000 won, thanks to being in the second class. Sujin's eyes light up at the discount. Clearly, he knows how to entice with sales and bargains. However, her excitement is short-lived as she suddenly realizes how unsettling it is that he knows her tax bracket. With a deadpan expression, she asks how he knows, and Sir Yappy tries to cover it up by saying he just guessed. She's not entirely convinced but lets it slide. Sensing her hesitation, the financial advisor quickly changes the subject, asking if she's joining the challenge or not. She backs out, saying, "Not today," and decides to head inside the guild building instead. Inside, Sujin bumps into assistant manager Hari, and it's clear they know each other. However, Sujin is a bit taken aback by Hari's new look, dressed up almost like a mannequin. Embarrassed by her initial reaction, Sujin awkwardly comments that Hari seems to be doing well these days. Hari, now in a class hunter and a saintess, proudly confirms it. Hari offers to show Sujin the way, leading her to the main section of the guild building. As they walk through, everyone greets Hari warmly, clearly holding her in high regard. Seeing this, Sujin feels genuinely happy that Hari is so well loved here. It's a good sign. They finally reach their destination, and Sujin is immediately mesmerized by the sight before her, the two royals, Leon and Beatrice, sitting together and enjoying their tea. The way they shine, with an unmistakable aura that sets them apart from ordinary humans, leaves no doubt in her mind. They are definitely royals. Leon addresses Sujin, asking if she's from the association. She introduces herself with a deep bow, reminiscent of something out of a historical K-drama. Leon, however, isn't a fan of the formality and jokingly asks if his assistant taught her to act like this. Hari, a bit confused, asks what he means, but Leon just brushes it off and moves on. He then orders his assistant to bring down the artifact, signaling that he's ready to show it to the senior manager from the association. A moment later, Hari bursts into the room with a wooden box filled with divine items. The evaluator's reaction is exactly what you'd expect. She's completely taken aback, seeing so many epic items in one place for the first time. She's practically bouncing around, examining the items, and marveling at how rare they all look. She begins listing the items, starting with the axe of an orc champion, then moving on to a crown that once belonged to an empire executive, and finally, the dagger of Vulcanus. When she picks up the dagger, the properties come up, revealing it to be of legendary rank. This dagger, once gifted to Vulcanus by Pedos, the divinity of war and fire, is imbued with divine flames. However, she notes that it can't be fully evaluated because its skills have weathered over time due to the long war it endured. Hari then draws her attention to one final item, emphasizing its importance. She opens the lid of the container, and the golden aura inside lights up the evaluator's glasses. She immediately recognizes it as an epic item, specifically a sheath. The evaluator identifies the sheath as an epic rank item that once belonged to Richard Lionheart. Leon's expression shows that this is exactly what he wanted to confirm. He then draws his holy sword, which immediately puts Hari on alert. She questions His Majesty, clearly concerned about what he's planning to do. As the frequency and mana of the sword begin to resonate with the sheath, something extraordinary happens. The sheath starts floating in the air. Both managers watch in awe, unable to believe what they're seeing. But those familiar with the scene know exactly what's coming next. The sheath moves toward Leon's holy sword, aligning itself perfectly before sliding down the blade, locking into place with the emblem on the sword. Leon looks completely satisfied, reading the words engraved on the sheath. Through suffering and to the stars, do goodwill and stand up for justice, even if heaven falls. Meanwhile, love brilliantly like the shining stars, and bring light to your fate. Beatrice, curious, asks what he was reciting. Leon, with a big smile, explains that these are the words left by the founding king of Lionheart for his descendants. He then asks everyone to leave, saying he wants to be alone for a while. It's an unexpected request, but no one questions him. Meanwhile, outside, a bystander points out the terrace to his girlfriend, who is shocked to see Leon standing there, surrounded by a golden aura. Leon introduces himself to the public as Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the 15th king of Lionheart, and declares himself the rightful successor of the founding Lionheart. As the agent of all gods, he claims his right to wield the relic. Bright golden mana radiates from his body, illuminating everything around him and spreading to almost every corner of the guild. Finally, Leon regains his full power, holding the holy sword with a satisfied look. The sword, incomplete for the last 200 years, is now whole again. He announces that the time has come and heads back to his office. He orders Beatrice to prepare for a large ritual, explaining that it's now possible thanks to the sheath. Beatrice responds with a quick Roger and asks if he means the specific ritual he mentioned before. Leon can't take his eyes off the sword, proudly stating that he's going to be the first from the Night Order to initiate this. He adds that the preparations to appoint a new Grail Knight are complete, and through this grand ritual, he's going to summon the star. And with that, the chapter of the Manhwa wraps up, transitioning to the next. It opens with a serene evening in an unknown location. A girl with striking blue eyes and a killer figure walks through an alley, chatting on her phone. The person on the other end asks if she really plans to stay there for a while. She confirms, saying she's here for a bit longer. The caller tries to convince her to return, mentioning the countless sword techniques available at Divine Sword Guild. She brushes it off, saying she already knows them all and they're not enough for her. She adds that she needs a divine law to take down a certain someone. Curious, she asks if they've tracked down that man yet. The caller mentions he was last seen in Vietnam, still wielding a demonic sword. A quick scene flashes to a guy in a tattered cloak, lurking in a devastated town with a heavy sword in hand. Clearly, things are about to heat up, and these new characters seem like serious contenders. Back at the Pantheon Guild, the sun shines brightly over the training grounds. Leon, the king of Lionheart, stands watching the action, the Holy Grail in hand. The training exercise, known as horseback assault and defense, is in full swing. Shield wielders are in formation, while knights on stallions charge at them with spears. The noise is deafening, with shouts and orders flying from both sides. The soldiers and knight candidates are giving it their all, eager to prove themselves in front of their king, hoping to be rewarded. The shield wielders successfully stop the horses in their tracks, and Ihak urges Suho to break through the defense. But despite Suho's best efforts, the defense is just too solid. Then, out of nowhere, someone grabs Suho's shirt and yanks him off his horse, slamming him onto the ground. By the looks of it, Suho isn't going to have an easy time. The soldiers surrounding him look more like monsters, ready to pounce and take out their frustration. One of the female soldiers barks in order to kill him, and the rest start kicking him around like he's a football. Suho yells out in pain, claiming his bones are getting fractured. But the soldiers just laugh it off, saying the Holy Grail will fix him up afterward. Meanwhile, the other students on their stallions are horrified, watching their friend get brutally beaten. Ihak, worried, calls out to Suho, trying to see if he's still alive, but there's no response. Suho's too beaten to even move. Then, an announcement rings out declaring the defenders as the winners, and they're told to stop. Just as suddenly, Suho gasps for breath, brought back to life thanks to the Holy Grail. His fellow students, including his older sister, rush over to check on him. Lee-hyuk asks if he's alright, and Suho weakly jokes that he thinks he just died for a second there. His sister, determined, promises to get revenge for him. Right on cue, the Saintess of Poma steps in, using the divine law of rushing waves to obliterate the defense team. The defenders are swept away by the immense force of the wave, unable to stand a chance against a divine law, especially since they're just worn-out D or C rank hunters. But as they say, all's fair in war, and Leon announces that the students' team has won this round, signaling the end of the morning training. After the session, Leon calls forward the students who failed as attackers. He points out that the soldiers on foot are slower than them, advising them to use their mobility to their advantage next time. He asks if they understand, and most of the students nod and respond. But one girl remains silent, which catches Lee-hyuk's attention. Something seems off about her. Wait a minute, could this be the same girl we saw earlier in the alley? If so, was she with this squad the whole time? She doesn't seem familiar, and it feels like there's more to her than meets the eye. Guess we'll have to wait to see her true self revealed. The scene shifts to the cafeteria, where the students are utterly exhausted and beaten from the day's practice. One guy can be heard groaning about how he's dying from fatigue, while Lee-hyuk is more concerned with his rumbling stomach. Suho, on the other hand, is lost in thought, reflecting on how determined the men-at-arms are to win. Suddenly, a funky voice calls out, offering snacks and grabbing everyone's attention. It's none other than the assistant manager, hair down, looking absolutely mommy, as she brings in a large bucket of potatoes and sweet potatoes. She's probably unaware that these hungry students would be thrilled to devour anything at this point, and they all perk up, excited to see her. As soon as the assistant manager shows up with the snacks, everyone rushes towards her, bombarding her with questions about the kimchi that's included. She explains that Gramp Choi brought it in as an extra treat for them. Lee-hyuk, in particular, is practically drooling over the golden brown insides of the potatoes, looking like he's just seen something far more exciting than food. The students, clearly fed up with their usual routine, start ranting about the bland meals they've been getting. They're already tired of the monotonous sugar and salt water, so even these simple potatoes feel like a feast. One student laments that things were better when they were entering the gate. At least they got decent food back then. The assistant manager then informs them that it's almost time for the induction ceremony, and they'll have proper food afterward. Lee-hyuk, curious as ever, asks her about the ceremony and what it means to be connected to the gods. The Saintess of Poma chimes in, cheerfully asking if they've been studying about the gods in their free time. She adds that in order to become a royal knight, they'll need to use divine law, flexing a bit by mentioning that she's been chosen by both Poma and Pedos to be their saintess. She explains that the gods will choose the knights they believe in most. Lee-hyuk speculates that most of them will probably end up worshipping Ariana of Light and Justice, as well as Pedos of War and Fire, since His Majesty mentioned that most knights do. However, the mysterious girl from earlier interrupts, pointing out that Sir Yappy is actually the Grail Knight of Hido, the divinity of steel and blacksmithing. This revelation causes everyone to start joking around, suggesting that Sir Yappy's special ability must be earning money or maybe even some kind of blacksmithing skill. Someone else chimes in, mentioning that the last time they saw him, he was doing some weird experiment with charged particles, leading to more jokes about him filming a sci-fi movie. Right on cue, Sir Spinner appears, asserting that his ability isn't about earning money, which only makes everyone laugh harder. They start teasing him, suggesting he's probably got recording devices set up everywhere. The robot, appearing on the cafe's TV, defensively points out that his sound wave detector features are far superior to any human's hearing, which prompts more booing and playful mocking from the students, demanding that he respect their privacy. The cafeteria is buzzing with fun banter, and it's clear the students are getting along well with the higher-ups in the guild. Just then, an announcement comes over the transmitter, calling for Kim Lee-hyuk. It's about a guardian visiting him, and he's told to get changed and head to the guild's entrance. But instead of being excited, Lee-hyuk's face twists into a look of disgust, clearly unhappy about this unexpected visit. He awkwardly excuses himself, mumbling that he'll be right back, and leaves the cafeteria with a gloomy expression, which doesn't escape the watchful eye of the assistant manager. After he leaves, Hari approaches Suho, who seems irritated, knowing his sister's curiosity is about to kick in. She tries to pry into what's going on, but Suho hesitates, saying it's not his place to talk about it, and asks her to let it be. This only worries Hari more, as she starts imagining all sorts of potential household issues that might be bothering Lee-hyuk. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon Guild lobby, Lee-hyuk arrives, clearly not thrilled to see the person waiting for him. With a rude tone, he asks why she's here. It turns out it's Lee-hyuk's mom, who looks just like him, aside from her more feminine features. She's not too happy either, glaring at him as if she's about to scold him. Taken aback by his cold reception, she snaps back, asking what he means by that and reminding him that she doesn't need a reason to visit her own son. Lee-hyuk, still annoyed, tells her to cut to the chase and say why she's really here, though he already has a pretty good idea. His bluntness offends her, and she scolds him for speaking to his mother so disrespectfully. But Lee-hyuk isn't backing down. He bluntly tells his mom that he's busy and urges her to make the visit quick. She sighs, clearly frustrated, and remarks that he's just like his father. Finally, she cuts to the chase, questioning why he withdrew from their guild and chose to join this one instead. Ihyuk, standing firm, replies that he's already told her he'll handle it himself and that she doesn't need to involve herself because it's none of her business. This response sets her off. She yells at him, reminding him that she's his mom, so of course it's her business. But Ihyuk remains unmoved, firmly stating that he's not going back to their guild, no matter what she says. The receptionist, who's been awkwardly eavesdropping on this tense exchange, can't help but mentally curse his luck for having to witness this uncomfortable family drama. He hears Ihyuk's mom arguing that their guild is one of the top 10 in Korea and that Ihyuk has a bright future there if he just returns. She's clearly worried, not only because she believes he's betrayed someone, likely his father, but also because he's joined what she sees as a lesser group of heathens. Meanwhile, Ihyuk is visibly trying to keep his anger in check as she speaks. In the end, his mom makes one final plea. She insists that he should listen to his mother and come back to their guild. But Ihyuk's expression makes it clear that he's not budging. And that's where the chapter ends, leaving the unresolved tension between Ihyuk and his mom over his decision to leave their prestigious guild. This also catches up with the latest installments of this story released so far, so please expect some delay before the next part gets released. If you've enjoyed my narration, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also support me further by becoming a patron or a member of the channel if you've got that extra dough. Check out some of my other similar series while you wait, and I'll see you guys in future uploads. Until next time.